Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. For my homies to win, eating steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. For my homies to win, eating steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL 1 Stockholm is brought to you by Intel, DHL, Acer Predator, and Monster Energy.
Previously on ESL 1.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Welcome for another daily report. This morning, an incredible fight. The 3 games going all the way with the longest games you'll ever see. So long, my grandpa died.
Get the toss back, lovely toss into the 2-man avalanche there for 9. Make sure that they can finish off the job there off the back of the double do. See if they can get more from this Tundra. They turn over towards Mirror, drag back from Skeeter. The fight finally happens, and it's Tundra that come out with a roaring success there.
And in other news, Thunder Awaken continues to pick the worst goddamn hero in the game, yet consistently wins. Unless they're getting ratted by Nature's Prophet. Got him.
He's on the H, and they've got to get back.
You know all of that. You do know all of that because you were watching the opening show yesterday as well, and it was the same video. Glad you caught that. Of course you were paying attention. Of course you're paying attention every single day, and that means that you are also very much aware that we have said goodbye to 3 teams yesterday. There's only space for the top 8 teams to play at the main event. We have 9 teams remaining, so one more team will be eliminated before the day is done. Welcome, you're watching ESL 1, it's the Stockholm Major. We're powered by Intel, and today we don't only have an elimination series, we also have 2 series upper bracket semi-finals. A lot of exciting stuff coming your way, so glad you're tuning in. Let's get the day started.
Previously on ESL 1.
Ah, yes, yesterday, the day that we shared work. How was your day, Tsunami?
Oh my god, dude, it was rough, man. We saw TI-10 Spirit. They went out, man. That was rough.
4K1 has his sights set on nothing else other than killing the Ancient as GG's come out. Team Spirit eliminated from the Stockholm Major. Upset big time.
And then what happened?
And then Liquid went out, man. Europe in shambles, my dude. What is going on?
It's gonna read where Matumba Man is at. He does manage to get off the fear. The Inkswell is gonna be dodged here, and he actually goes into it. Oh, what a joke from Matumba Man. They're gonna try and chase after him, but they're like, what the hell? What kind of Houdini bullshit was that?
And what is this giant apparatus you have attached on your back, this periscope-looking thing?
Yeah, this is so I won't break my back when I'm 35. Yeah, it's... Hey, seeing you, baby. Doing good.
We'll send it back to you guys.
And then I interviewed Miracle. It was a pretty good day for me. In the next series, things got even crazier. What did you think about that game, Miracle?
I'm not Miracle.
He is. Except for that last series where Boom got eliminated. And that was a big boom to my heart.
He gets the Vortex catch on Amar. Amar, incredibly low.
Yuragi's just going for the end.
He is. He's hitting on the Ancient with the illusions. They take down Yopatch. GG is called. OG will take game 2.
Any words to say for today?
No, just, you know, looking forward to seeing who's going to show up in the arena.
Oh, that's right. This is where we subtly do a sellout. Buy tickets, buy tickets, buy tickets, buy tickets.
We're tested that Tsunami still hasn't managed to open his monster can. But today was indeed a fantastic day of Dota 2, a rough day of Dota 2 as well. It's a bit bittersweet to see teams, of course, get eliminated, but it also means that we're getting further on in the tournament and getting closer and closer to having a stage, having a crowd, and having a champion at the end of it all as well. I'm joined by Odie Pixel and Fogged. Owen, we're really like closing in on stage days. How you feeling?
Well, I'm looking forward to it. You know, each and every day we get closer and closer. But today, the last day where we're going to be having games played that aren't played on the main stage. So I think that extra sort of pressure on all the teams that are playing today, you know, you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to get back out there and playing in front of a live crowd. And of course, yeah, the DPC points, the money's nice, but you know, as we've seen it, and even like back at TI, the teams were saying, you know, they missed getting to play in front of the fans of Dota 2. So yeah, you don't want to lose today's series.
No, you do not. And yesterday, I mean, speaking of pressure, Fogged, we saw some teams crumble a little bit under that pressure.
Quite a lot, yeah. Spirit definitely looking weaker than I think most of us expected. Even Boom coming into this as one of the favorite teams. I actually got the chance to talk to a couple of the Boom members last night afterwards, after they lost, get to see how they were feeling. And they're like, you know, it's a little bit of a weird tournament because they had these BO2s the whole time. Then they get to BO3s and they lose 2. They're like, man, if the group stages were actually BO3, there was a chance either we ended up 6-0 or 0-6.
Yes.
So for Boom, it was a very tough tournament in particular, and I think we're seeing just a lot of teams powering up throughout this one too. So
definitely, and I think the point was made yesterday as well. Also, even already in one of the exit interviews that we did, that the experience here, the pressure to deal with everything that's coming at you at an event, you don't get that anywhere else. You don't get that throughout the DPC season, and it's better to experience it here and perhaps, you know, fall flat on your face than to do that at TI for the first time, Owen, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You've got to experience the sort of the rough times as well as the great times. And of course, yeah, Boom, they have had the great times. But I think sort of as Fogg said, whilst it might be sort of hard for them to sort of really take away, you know, whether, you know, were we better than everyone during the groups or were we worse than everyone during the groups, they are at least able to take away, as you said, that sort of difference of an experience that they've had here. And I think they will come back stronger. We know that Boom is a fantastic team, and I have no doubts that next time that we do see them performing at LAM, it's going to be back to a solid performance, and they're going to get deeper than they did here at this major. Yeah,
and of course, when we're talking about getting deep runs here, we're talking about points as well, and I want to quickly touch up on that, Fogg, because I mean, goal is TI. We're starting to get into the area where teams are getting points out of this major already. Is there any surprise for a team that you think is, you know, now maybe already locked to TI that you didn't expect them to?
There's some that are at the top that maybe you could say that about, but I think a lot of us were probably expecting that after watching so many at DPC, like Gaming Gladiators all the way at the top, but they were so dominant these last 2 tours especially, so. Yeah,
I do want to point out that theoretically, nobody is completely locked, not even PSG LGD with 1,400 points. Yeah, 1,400 points. But I mean, kind of, we know how things are going to play out. I shout out to Knoxville for doing all the mathematical things and getting all the odds in order to see who has the best shots of going to TI based on points and going to TI at all. Check out his Twitter because that has all the interesting information there. And we are keeping an eye mostly on the 938 average point score, because that seemed before the tournament, that seemed to be the points that people had to push towards to get to TI. And we can take a quick look at what's at stake here at the major, because we have, of course, got prize money to hand out as well as DPC points. And because this is the second, it's the first major, but the second major, we have a little bit more points to give out here as well. 680 points for the winner, Owen. That's a large chunk.
Yeah, it is. And of course, as you mentioned, for a lot of the teams that you're seeing, that we see sort of already in that top 12 area, a win here will absolutely push into the territory where you are guaranteed to go to TI. So everything's still to play for, and that first place, it should secure it. You win the major, you're going to TI.
It should secure it. I think the only team for who that is not true is Tundra Esports. So they have a little bit of extra pressure on them to not only do well this major, but also still do well in the next tour as well. Of course, we're talking a lot about pressure. We're talking a lot about TI. We have got a DPC rebirth series about how teams excel under that pressure and perhaps crumble under that pressure. In our next series, we're going to take a closer look and live back the moments of TI 10 between Team Spirit and IG.
I had some faith in Team Spirit before the tournament, and I thought like 6th place would be their peak.
I cannot even imagine what it is like to be playing your first TI in that massive arena and playing it against Invictus Gaming.
As I remember it, it was a really hard game for us. We were just super bad situation for us.
Let's see if Spirit want to continue to fight here despite not having that big crush by JT onto 2. But there's the Eagle Eye being shown from Itaro. Flyfly jumping on top of Toronto, Tokyo, but there, Itaro doing some nice damage to Flyfly. He pops his BKB. It looks like Toronto, Tokyo is donezo.
Team Spirit were the massive underdogs, and they were down by quite a bit.
Rune not going to be denied. Evo picks it up, pops that BKB. Toronto, Tokyo might be the sacrifice for Team Spirit. He's just going to get taken down thanks to that Pulse Nova. Finger of Death used now, collapse. He's going to take the brunt of the damage. That's going to be 2 quick kills for IG. Make it 3 now.
This was a game where we made like everything we could do to come back, and it was so close for us. A lot of clutch moments later, and it was the moment that we come back.
Like the stun. Oh, but you not going to hit because of the tornado here. Collapse gets a nice spear into the tower. Actually blows up Emo, and now the beautiful Mars Arena onto 2. Buyback is still available if he wants to use it, but Toronto Tokyo takes a lot of damage, able to force that to safety thanks to this Earth Splitter coming out. Ollie, that's a triple kill for Yataro. Luckily for IG, 1 gets out.
I was screaming like a madman. My teammates were, yo, dude, it's fine, yeah, we win, but stop screaming. And I was like, kill them all.
Smoke is popped. Oh, he must have straight in. Emo jumps in. He's getting decimated, but there's a save from Ollie for now. But no, there's too much damage to withstand. He does not have buyback. JT is next on the list. Double kill for Yataro. As it looks like Flyfly with the BKB will get out of dodge, but a triple kill now for the Morphling. And nice arena from Collapse. They find Flyfly. This will be an enormous kill. He turns to the Monkey King for just a moment. Ultra kill Yataro. What a turnaround from Team Spirit. And making a rampage. Team Spirit. Unbelievable turnaround. Holy gamers.
This game was super special for me. It was super fun to play, and it was the best emotions you could get. I couldn't believe it because it was like euphoria. It was not real for me. Something similar like the final win. It was just great. I thought that I am in some sort of tale.
Finishing the game despite being behind basically for the entirety of that game. That is by far the most exciting, especially on main stage TI. I don't think there's any better entertainment. I mean, it just shows you how much momentum makes a difference in tournaments like this, because you can just use all that confidence to kind of overtake the odds, so to speak.
Yeah, Team Spirit had a lot of moments in the sun during that TI-10 for sure. This major, though, they have already been eliminated. We're going to eliminate one more team before the day is done. We have one lower bracket series. It's also the final day where the players are playing from the hotel, the player hotel, where Sir Action Slacks is right about now. Slacks, how are you doing?
Hello, Shaver. Hello? Things are tense over here, man. Ooh. Things are tense. 2 SCA teams going home. You know what SCA's team stands for? See everybody at the airport. One person going to the airport here today. It is a very rough stuff. Now, I did get a chance to talk to the managers of the teams, and they're pretty confident, actually. They know each other very well. It's a very sad situation where they have to eliminate the other SCA team here, but they both said no matter what happens, it's going to be a hell of a match. They try to teach me a word. I forgot it, but it ends with Naman. It says, you know, well, how unlucky that we must fight against each other. But the confidence is there. The boys are ready. You can see over here, Sun B giving out the big tips to his boys, crowding around the computer. Let's go and check out over at T1 as well. T1 feeling it just as confident. just as ready. I saw smiles, I saw laughter, I saw cuckoo. Everybody's over there. They're waving. Look how happy they are. Unbelievable. They're ready for this elimination match. But yeah, I mean, a lot of respect in this room. This isn't EG versus OG. You're not gonna see a bunch of shit talk over here. No, these guys are respectful. They're ready for a down and dirty, and that is what we like to see. Sending their best friends home to the airport. That's what it takes to be a champion, baby. You gotta betray those you love. You gotta crush them under your feet. And that's what we'll see. They just clapped. They love that. It's good stuff.
All right, well, thank you very much, Lax. I can't wait to see the teams going head-to-head live indeed. Before we get to that point, though, we can take a quick look at the schedule of today because, yes, we're starting off with T1 versus Fnatic. It will be... I mean, it is rough that they meet in the lower bracket, but it will also be extra spicy because of it. We're going to have the upper bracket afterwards with Tundra versus Thunder Awaken. Already a nice tongue twister there. And then TSM FTX versus Gaming Gladiators. ODPixel Fogged, I know you guys are going to be commentating T1 versus Fnatic. And obviously, when you're casting, there's no bias whatsoever. But we're on the panel. So we are allowed to be maybe having a little bit of a preference. It has been a bit up and down in terms of who won during the season so far, but the last couple of times it's been Fnatic on the winning side. That being said, Fnatic didn't do too hot when they played on LAN in Dubai, and I don't know how much that testaments to their pressure and how they deal with it. But what are you guys thinking for this series?
I ran into them in the lobby, and you know I know Pau really well, their manager, and he actually told me, he's like, I think every time you guys cast us, we lose.
Oh.
So.
Well, sorry. There we go then.
Fnatic can get over
there we go.
At least there, but no, I don't know. I think it's a super contested one. I think it's pretty much dead even 50-50. As you said, you know, pretty much every time they've met, it's gone like one way then the other. Fnatic now sometimes taking the lead, but it's anybody's game. It's going to be a true battle to the death.
Oh yeah, we're getting 3 games. I don't think there's any way that this series has a 2-0 in it. There's just... No, we're getting 3 games. One of them, at least, is going to be some sort of 60-minute, incredible, epic match between T1 and Fnatic. There's no way there's a 2-0. There's no way there's a 2-0. I don't think we're getting any sort of pre-30-minute stomps. These are going to be fantastic games.
And I have to set up a little bit of that curse for Pau and for his boys as well, too, because I actually do like the way that Fnatic's been drafting a couple of their games, so I would maybe give them a small lead in just the way that they've built more variety throughout this tournament. But I think everybody's, like we said, everybody's learning, everybody's getting stronger, people are looking, and everybody's going to be buying Wraith Pact, everybody's going to be buying all these really kind of broken
Everybody's going to be
like
buying Wraith Pact, yes. That's been the story of the major so far as well. I can't wait to hear you guys commentate that exciting match. It's time for us to move to that series, T1 versus Fnatic. We're going to break down that matchup after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smooth like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
You know what happens to you if you go through with this. I have everything I need to have you court-martialed and dishonorably discharged.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
What are you gonna do?
Money comes easy cause she calling all the shots. Got it from her mama, beauty in the brains. Hustle like a champion, like she in the game. Like she in the game, like she in the game. Ain't nothing to it cause it's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's all hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's all hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world.
Our first series of the day is the only elimination series left before we reach the main stage. One of these two teams will play in front of the crowd in the Hovet Arena. The other one will be sent home. It's brutal reality. T1 and Fnatic both coming from the same region. They are here to, well, we'll see, eliminate one another. I'm joined by Purge and SVG. This series should be a spicy one. And I wanna first get a little bit of a feel about how spicy this series really is gonna be, SVG. What are you thinking? Are we thinking close games? We heard our commentators earlier say that they're definitely expecting 3 games.
Well, they get to play each other instead of gaming Gladiators, who was the last 2-0 for both of these teams.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can pick up something from this European meta that feels like it's been dominating and setting the trend a little bit. I think this series can be very close. I think whenever you enter these inter-regional battles, it kind of takes the teams out of the meta of the tournament and pushes them back towards what you were doing a month ago, right? And that's always a big question mark. Like, how much do they want to go back to that? How much do they want to try and progress the meta of the tournament and what they're trying to do? Because I think these are both teams who still need to figure out what they want to do at this event. And going back to an interregional series can throw that off sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. And they also have slightly similar playstyles in terms of heroes picked. Tree has been very popular for both of these teams. Shadow Shaman has basically been a first phaser for both of them too. So rather than some other series where those heroes just get banned in the first phase, they're probably both like, screw it, we'll leave it through. And it might force them, or at least cause them to go back to playing like their group stage style, which did work really well for T1 at the start of things. But in the last couple of days, they've been losing a lot of matches.
For sure. Let's focus our attention first on Fnatic. It's a team that comes from Group B. They suffered. They were the only team straight up going to lower bracket for Group B, of course, with not being part of a crazy 4-way tiebreaker. And they've had a 2-day break. 2 days they did not need to play. They were able to watch T1 on Monday when they played against Gaming Gladiators. And Fnatic is also the team that, when it comes to matchups this season between the two teams, Fnatic has come out on top most of the times, and especially Tour 2, Purge, they were doing amazingly well, coming out on top.
They did, yeah. Fnatic has been a little bit of a team that kind of flies under the radar a little bit. I think maybe they don't get the full respect that they deserve because they haven't like gone to a huge tournament like Boom has and blown everybody out of the water, but they consistently do well in their region. They have really solid players, some of the best in the region without a doubt. So maybe this is the tour for them, but you know, they lost their group stage, but they're only 1 point behind the tiebreakers, 2 points behind first place, so they were definitely within striking distance.
They were within striking distance for sure. Also curious to hear how Armel is feeling before this series.
We're very excited, of course. We're playing against our C brothers, and we know each other very well. So it's gonna be a fun matchup. I think we have an advantage over them. We played a lot against T1 going into this tournament, so we kind of know what they are doing too. So yeah, I think we have an advantage. It's been a while since I have seen a crowd, so I'm very excited to play that.
Well, if Armel is going to play there, he first has to beat his SEA brothers here in this lower bracket. As we focus our attention a little bit more on T1, they are the team that has, in terms of LAN experience, SVG, obviously slightly different roster, but for example, last Animajor, this team was crushing it, coming all the way to third.
They definitely found their groove at that tournament. I think that's something they're looking for here. And I think specifically for them, it means what cores are they comfortable taking early that they can potentially flex around, potentially feel very confident scaling in as the game goes on. Because I think at that tournament, they started to find things like that Doom that really worked for them. This tournament, they found Dragon Knight, which was kind of this replacement early phase core they can flex around to multiple cores and still be confident in the scaling power. But that's getting banned every game.
Yeah.
So now what's the replacement for that? They're trying to force this Carolina a little bit, but that's kind of getting exposed through some of the summon strat, some of the tempo just feels a bit too slow. So my big question for them is, in terms of them finding the strategies and the heroes they're confident with starting out these drafts, what is that going to look like? And I don't think they've proposed something that is super terrifying to a lot of the teams here.
Yeah, the Lina is pretty integral to that strat actually because they want more carry potential from their mid lane for Carl. That leaves them flexible to pick semi-carries in the safe lane. In a lot of the group stage games, even some of the ones they won, they were picking Dragon Knight safe lane as a carry. Gabi just barely ever died, so his net worth was fine. They picked Wind Ranger one game to beat a Viper in lane, which didn't work out so well, but it ended up winning them the game later. So they're very comfortable to pick non-traditional carry heroes if they play well as a team. It's a little bit different than how Fnatic's been playing, but it worked for T1 at the start of the group stage, but maybe it's being figured out.
Maybe it has been figured out. Also, we are going to hear from Zephyr about how he feels about this matchup against Fnatic.
Actually, in this, when we coming here, we not screaming Fnatic anymore. But before we going here, maybe we scream kinda, not so much, just a little bit. Yeah, so it's like we are kinda even. It's advantage, but I think it's disadvantage also because the advantage is we understand them because we keep playing against them, but they understand us also. So I think it's advantage and disadvantage for me. Even we keep pushing. I think our team mentally is still like confident, so really good. I think, and we have a confidence to play against anyone in this tournament.
Yeah, Armel said earlier that it was an advantage going up against T1, and now we hear here from Zephyr that it's both. It's an advantage and a disadvantage, which is kind of what you said as well, SVG, in terms of, are you going to play the same play style that you've kind of have been against specifically the team that you faced so many times, or are you going to take what you learned from your last series, a bit of this extra speed into it? What are you expecting here? Are you expecting that it's going to be too easy to fall into the trap to play the same style you has been against the teams that you're familiar with?
I think it's definitely pretty easy to fall in that. I mean, the series has to be an advantage for somebody, right?
Yeah, you would imagine so.
That's the problem with these interregional games. I honestly think it will go that way. I would like to see both teams try and push more towards the direction of the tournament, what they think is going to get them deeper, rather than just win this series. I can understand the pressure. Going another series does count a lot when you're talking about points for TI, and it might push it in that direction. But I would personally rather see both teams try and build on what they want to do for the rest of the tournament. Again, T1 finding those early core picks that they're comfortable with. And I think for Fnatic, getting the team play to gel a bit, I think this team can be very decisive and strong when they're on the same page, but some of these games it looks like they're trying to do too many things at once and it can fall flat.
That's what the really tough thing about losing your comfort heroes too. Something they relied on a lot was Shadow Shaman, and then it's just really straightforward. You get 6, you take Roche, you use Aegis to push towers, or you take wards to take towers. Having those like really obvious formulas in your team strategy can really help. So if they get put out of their comfort zone, it could be a lot harder for them to click really well.
That's another thing with this C versus C matchup is some of those heroes like Treant, both teams are very familiar with it. Both teams like to play it. They think it's strong. The whole region does. It's one of those things where if both teams value it, neither team wants to ban it. It gets through at the same time. Oftentimes heroes you think are very strong, you don't have answers to because you think they're uncounterable, right? Like, oh, this Treant's first pick or this Shaman's first pick because we don't think anybody can do anything about it. Well, then at that same time, you don't want to give it to your opponent because you think it's really strong. So it could be a very interesting exchange in terms of, do these heroes get left through the pool? Does one team have very good counters to them because it's been in interregional meta for so long that suddenly they've, something in their back pocket, so to say, pull it out. This is the time to do it.
This will definitely be the time to do it. And you touched on DPC points here earlier. Of course, if you win the series, you don't just get to play in front of the crowd. You also get 240 points guaranteed. And I just want to point out how many points both teams have so far. T1 has got 328.3 points, which is not a lot. Actually, it means that if they want to get approximately enough points to make it to TI based on points, they need to win or come second at this major. That's a lot of pressure on them. On the other side, there's Fnatic. They're sitting on 580 points, and that means that these points, if they earn those here, they are counted very heavily towards almost making it. They only need a couple more points coming out of the region, which they probably will get then as well. So for Fnatic, this series might almost mean that TI is on the line.
Yeah, and it is important to remember there are more points to be earned in the season. So, but it would be obviously amazing to close out this tournament, get a bunch of points, and then for the rest of the year, still work hard. But you don't necessarily have to last second be like, okay, last chance tournament, we got to win this. That's the only way we get to TI. That could really put a lot of pressure on you. So for either of these teams, winning this one series is what's ultimately important. They get points from this series. They get 0 points if they lose it. That's going to put them close to that 12 barrier. That means whether or not they need to win their next DPC season and deal with a major, or if they can just do decent in the DPC season, have an okay performance at the major, and still qualify for TI.
Some teams perform better with that pressure on.
That's true.
So I could see a scenario where some of these teams go into that last season, it's such a big stakes, the pressure's on, and suddenly they perform better, and then it's even more confidence going into TI. There's always this phrase, you're a LAN team. Well, some teams are higher pressure teams. Some players thrive when the spotlight is on them. They actually underperform when they feel like the stakes aren't too high. So it could be a situation where it benefits some teams going later in the season, which I think a lot of people don't consider. Often they just think it's inherently bad for everybody. That's not always the case.
Yeah, and it's probably also really good. If you perform better under pressure, it gives you a better shot of doing well also later down the line, perhaps at the international. Now, we heard SVG mentioned it's going to be a lot of pressure on getting those right drafts, getting those right heroes, and that means that March and Sunbeam have got their work cut out for them. We're going to head to the draft of the first game of this best-of-3 series after a short break.
OSIM.
Captain,
Pete Maverick Mitchell. You were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice.
Having any fun yet?
Our expectation is, we didn't really talk about our expectation, but for me personally, I want to get top 3 at least this tournament.
The road to top 3 for DJ. It starts here. It starts in the lower bracket. This is their first playoff match for T1. It will be their second. Of course, they got dropped down from the upper bracket to get to this point. It is T1 versus Fnatic, 2 teams from the SEA region going head-to-head to decide which one of them will be a guaranteed top 8 and therefore get money, therefore get points, all the things important. And also, most important, therefore get to play in front of a crowd. A lot of added benefit, of course, to winning here today. I'm joined by Purge and SVG, and we're ready for the draft of game number 1. We got Fnatic on the Radiant side. Dire side is for T1, who will also have second pick and overall last pick. So in terms of bans, there were a couple that we were expecting to come out, like the Dream Protector, Dragon Knight, and the Pugna, but the Keeper of the Light making an appearance on the ban side here as well.
Fnatic does actually pick that hero. It was very popular a couple weeks ago, but it's trended down a little bit, but Fnatic one of the few that still likes it a lot.
And stealing the T1 Doom away from them. Very interesting first pick. Again, T1 has been 0-6 since these DK Treant bans have come out. And usually that means you have to propose something, go back to the drawing board, and figure something out that threatens teams. Because teams are just too comfortable banning DK Treant. What else is there to fear from T1 right now? So Fnatic keeping on that trend.
I mean, it kind of undermined a lot of their early strategy because it was all about like Grimstroke stunner combos, basically getting lots of kills, and then they could pick whatever carry felt perfect, even if it was a semi-carry, because then they can get pickoffs and continue to stay ahead in net worth. But once that easy pickoff solution is gone from the Dragon Knight, that also solidifies your lane. The game got a lot harder for them now that they're forced to play different style of Dota.
I think that's true for sure, but I also think that DK pick goes a bit further, because otherwise things like Mars Sand King would work just as well, right? Like the pickoff is a nice element for them, but I think it's also, again, going back to the idea of what makes T1 comfortable going in that mid-late game, I still think it's a huge portion of this team's identity. And I think a hero like Dragon Knight, if he can get that later Ags from Roche, the Shard helps him accelerate his farm rate. I think they just feel more comfortable playing that style than something like a more sacrificial Sand King or Mars. you can play those heroes like that, but again, it's what is Kuku going to feel comfortable going in that direction with, which is why the Doom historically has worked so well for that team. I mean, that hero is just an absolute monster in those late game fights when he can get Refresher or Arcane Blink, whatever he wants.
It is cool to see an IO picked without a pairing, though. I assume it's so they can relocate whichever guy gets doomed. Grimstroke is still an option here for Fnatic, and it does undercut the Pangolier a bit, too, if you get Unleashed. So it's an option here if they want to go for it.
I mean, Grim looks super tempting. Buff up the Doom team fight. Amazing versus both these heroes. I will say I personally don't like the Doom IO trade. I think IO is the one hero that just makes Doom's game so hard in a lot of ways. Being able to sustain a core who can man right through the Doom. You have the reload save. It's an early mech and sustain buyer. Makes Doom's team fighting in the early mid very difficult. So I think that trade definitely favors tier 1, but Fnatic getting Chaos Knight off the back of it. At this point, I'm a Chaos Knight believer.
How could you not be?
I don't think anything stops this hero. I have not seen one counterplay which has shown, all right, outside of that game yesterday where that was the one game where Chaos Knight really got shut down.
Yes.
He had a rough lane versus Amar Timbersaw, and then OG just had Shaker, Timber, plus some other stuns. Did not feel like that Chaos Knight got to do really anything, but
I think Pango's pretty good, though. It's another common solution, another reason maybe why T1 grabbed it here, because they said, well, CK's still in the pool, let's see if they take it. Because like in the mid game, you can easily clear the illusions just with Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, and then in later stages of the game, Chain AoE Disable can be really effective against it too. So I think Pango works well, certainly in fight aspects, but you obviously aren't going to shut down the CK laning stage.
And that's the downside to me. Like, this hero accelerates so fast if he doesn't get punished on the early portions of the lane. And we saw CK, who was it? I think it was the Gaming Gladiators game. That CK was just solo killing Pangolier. So maybe it was Bet Boom. The Hawk solo killed the Pango. Getting my games mixed up. But this lane is not necessarily that favorable for Pangolier. So I think you're playing for the mid game, and I think that's where CK just thrives as long as he gets there with the items that he wants. If he can get to the Armlet BKB, Armlet Echo Blink, one of these builds, just a beast. He gets to choose how he enters the fight. He's insanely tanky. The thing about this hero is even if he goes in and you're dealing with him, he's going to create a huge amount of space for your other two cores, which is really nice for a lot of the teams who want to play lineups that lean more towards this tri-core setup where you have 3 sources of high damage off your cores and not any pure utility hero. That's another reason this Chaos Knight just thrives. He's one of the carries who goes in, stuns people, makes space.
Yeah, that's one place that he can suffer a bit, is if he is the majority of your damage and they have solutions against him.
Yes.
He definitely has issues there no matter his farm level, because no matter how many items you have, if they have the right AoE disables, they can still kill your illusions. But with the Doom, they're going to have multiple damage sources. As long as their mid has some tempo and damage, then they should be fine on Fnatic.
Yep, we got Fnatic banning out some combos that T1 likes to run with the IO, with the Leshrac Tiny and the Gyrocopter removed. T1 is removing any kind of potential for Zoo with the Enchantress and the Beastmaster. We'll see what their final ban there is as well.
They lost to the Zoo already.
They did. They don't want to deal with it again.
Yep, and surprisingly, no gyro picks of the tournament, I believe, so far.
Correct.
So, still a ban, but makes sense with the IO.
Even more Zoo with the Visage ban. Just thinking about this Doom position 4, they'll steal the Grimstroke. I think that's a decent take. I don't think you want to give Grim to Fnatic here. Just too scary to team fight the team at that point.
It was like watching Bet Boom in the last game against Team Liquid. They had literally all those heroes. They had Grim, CK, Doom. It was like the most perfect lineup you've ever seen.
There still is Bane to grab if you want another Pango dealer, and it's not a huge amount to deal with his ult as long as he can be in the back line, which he has 2 frontliners already. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go that type of route, or just get some more heroes that can help the CK and Doom sustain when they go in the fight here.
Kind of like Shadow Demon a little bit. Sometimes you want some Inkswell solutions. Ulti is great for dispelling the Inkswell. You can disrupt, save people that get gone on, guarantee their BKBs. There's some upsides to it maybe. But right now, other than like Pango, Inkswell with Swashbuckle aggressively, laning stage wise, they're not too concerned about Grim, but we'll see what their last picks are.
The Winter Wyvern coming out. It's very reminiscent of their opening series that they had this tournament. In the group stages, they had CK Winter Wyvern on the lane. Didn't work out as intended. But
they got used by Liquid yesterday after Bet Boom beat them with it, and it was quite good against the Grim lane, frankly, because as soon as they go on him, he just does the shield, he offsets the heal, and all the time he's stunned, he's not taking damage anyway. So I thought it was quite good. Other teams have picked Wyvern against Pangolier. We saw Beast Coast do that. It's decent against Io as well. I actually think it's a pretty good Wyvern pick here.
That was a heavy percentage favorite for T1, by the way, coming off of the Twitch chat audience.
Oh, what was it?
Something like 70-something.
Yeah, 70+%.
70+% for T1, which I wouldn't have said. I think I would say it's a lot more even, especially because it's inter-regional.
Yeah, that's the part that throws me off for sure.
Yeah.
Normally, I would say T1 would just go this Lina route versus the DP, but I don't think it looks that amazing in this game. There's some elements I like about it, but at the same time, how their lineup functions together, I feel like I'd rather see something that can go in with the IO to back it up. Traditionally, it would be the Leshrac, which of course is banned. Tiny also banned. Forces them in an awkward spot. They might just end up trying to bristle and tempo it again.
But they've got great solutions against that too, because they've got Arctic Burn for percentage damage. They've got Spirit Siphon, and they've got Infernal Blade. They've got really good solutions against tanky heroes, and they have very good tanky frontliners that sustain, all three of them. And they've got Cold Embrace to back it up. Like, it actually might be a rare game where Locket on Wyvern could make sense again.
I just go the Spear route. I was thinking Storm was the go-to there because you have the IO to back it up in the Grimswell, but this Void Grim combo is still very powerful. I do feel like this is kind of Fnatic's wheelhouse, though. Just get a huge amount of teamfight scale, ball up, kind of just put the pressure on in terms of our cores are going to outscale yours, especially with the backup of Winter Wyvern, who is going to help sustain through a lot of this damage. There's initial Grim Void Spirit burst that can come out, but what's actually doing sustain damage through the fight if Fnatic can reset it off the back of a Winter's Curse or a heal for this Death Prophet, which again, this Winter Wyvern heal on the Death Prophet is going to cause T1 a decent amount of problems, I think, if Death Prophet can get to his items, because all of that Exorcism and Siphons can still be running during that duration.
Yeah, it definitely looks pretty daunting. T1 definitely could have some burst damage problems if they get too tanky. I guess they're looking for last support for Fnatic. Maybe they need a little bit more offense right now. As good as like another defensive support would look on the Fnatic side, and it could still be a pick. I feel like they need something else to chain initiate or to follow up.
They could also still run Doom as a support as well if they really wanted to. There's definitely some flex potential for Fnatic. For T1, they are still looking for their hero for Gabby, I would imagine, but do they need to have a hero that goes well with IO? Because they don't really have any of your typical IO pairings yet.
Yeah, and normally I'd also say maybe they don't even pick a hard carry because it's kind of their style, but with the IO pairing, it just feels like you have to, or you should at least.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, having the IO feels worse.
Banning out some of these pairings, IO versus the other strong ones. There's still IO Razor, which you've seen a lot this tournament. That Razor CK matchup can be brutal, though. It's going to be interesting to see what route they go. I think there's still potential they could try and tempo this game out, but I don't know if they're going to be super comfortable playing that style. And yeah, like you said, Fnatic, they can still flex this Doom and DP even around to a support role. So they can take a mid here, they can take an offlaner. Depends where they want to apply the pressure. If they want another initiator, I think it would probably come from mid or that other support role.
I do appreciate the Nature's Prophet ban from T1. The scarring from their series against Gaming Gladiators with the Zoo strats,
Yeah, they are
coming into play.
very worried about the tempo. I don't think that's the game Fnatic's going for here, but they're still just terrified of getting run over.
Yeah. They banned out the Templar Assassin last, so a little bit of flex with their ban as well, but just want to make sure that Armel doesn't get to play as Templar Assassin, just in case that Death Prophet goes.
Very good against IO and Grimshook. When you hit the backline, those guys can't defend themselves, so it would have been pretty simple.
Yeah, they will go for the Kuka.
Okay, I like this. Gives them solutions against Relocate if they doom somebody. They can control Pango outside of his role, gives them some disable follow-up. It's not the best against Void Spirit, but if he gets doomed, he dies, so I think it's a good pick.
It's a lot of AoE follow-up for this Winter's Curse, which is always nice to have. And at the same time, I mean, this lineup is so tanky now, right?
Yeah.
You have this Wyvern healing every huge tanky heroes off the percent heal. There's a boat rum on top, multiple siphons. Doom and CK never easy to bring down. T1 need some more damage here, and they need it badly. It's a hero that can sometimes provide it. The new rupture mechanics help him a little bit. T1 definitely have a lot to enable him in the fight. At the same time, Fnatic just stand their ground. It does not seem like the easiest lineup for Bloodseeker to just run into.
That is true. but rupture percentage-based damage when you start it. He's going to be able to get the shard later and then do percentage heal and damage there. That part's pretty good. It's not the end of the world if he gets doomed. It does give them some solutions. I still like Fnatic draft better, but I think the Bloodseeker is a good pick too.
It's Bloodseeker IO as well, which we've seen get out of hand really fast. Like if you start playing those early waves on all 3 lanes just to trade, you power them up really early. Suddenly this IO Bloodseeker 600 MS on the lane at 4 minutes or something. You just start chain killing your lane and you get out of control. I can see him carrying this game, but I think T1 they have to have a pretty fast early game here. I think if it just goes into the 15-20 minute period, we're talking even net worth. It looks really hard to teamfight what Fnatic has.
So a little bit of Fnatic favor coming off from SVG. What about you, Perch? Are you echoing that?
Yeah, I feel the same way. The IO pairing is fine, but maybe not the most incredible if Fnatic gets a net worth advantage. I feel like T1's just going to have damage issues once BKBs come on Fnatic, and they have their Rum buff and the Winter Wyvern save and counter initiate to heal. Not to mention Death Prophet can stay alive and CK can stay alive. It just feels like it's going to take a lot of spells from T1 to kill one of these opening Fnatic heroes. If they do it, they can win fights, but they've got to get that first burst down, I feel like.
All right, well, let's find out. A little bit of an uphill battle here for Game 1, perhaps, for T1, but how will it play out? Let's hear from Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to what will soon be first game between Fnatic and T1. Fogged, we heard from the panel, it seemed like overall they did favour the way that Fnatic was approaching this, down to sort of their team fight, and probably the fact that they have a CK, pretty good hero right now. Yep. Do you agree, or do you sort of see something that they may have missed from T1's lineup here?
I have to kind of agree, honestly. It looks like a really strong Fnatic draft through most stages of the game. I think the one thing, I guess, that could trip them up is just those long cooldowns that sometimes can make teams...
Sure.
You know, you can just get ran at a lot. T1, I think they've gone for this faster style to be able to try to counteract that team fight, but playing IO sometimes when you are versus this many team fight heroes, the game can be pretty difficult, so... Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going. A lot of eyes, I think, on Zephyr this game on that IO. See what he's going to be able to do to protect his cores.
All right, let's see. I mean, and then sort of overall, did you like the last pick from T1 going for the Gabby Bloodseeker? You know, when you sort of consider what options were left in the pool?
There really wasn't much left that was a good IO pairing. Literally all the other good ones were taken out. I think everybody in this tournament still looking for solutions for the CK. I thought perhaps they might go down the Razor route just to get this type of like early aggression that can try to dominate through the laning phase, but I think Bloodseeker can be a decent option if he can get ahead. That's the problem, right? He has to play ahead. I think all of T1 has to play ahead in this game in order to keep Fnatic like just behind in the gold department, because I think Bloodseeker has an okay matchup if he does get that shard, if he gets the Basher and stuff like that. But if he's behind by any means, he might just get one shot by Raven.
What do we have here from Cuckoo? I mean, obviously my translation skills aren't perfect.
I see terminal
I was going to say, I'm guessing they're maybe having a bit of a joke about the airport. Of course, unfortunately for one of these two teams, this will be their last series at the Major.
The weakest region, look at them. These guys are having a blast.
They're having a bit of banter, of course, between the two of them. As we saw and heard before the match, much respect here between the players on both of these teams. You know, they're excited for a very, very good series, hopefully, here between both of them. And, of course, if anything, it's just going to make them play better. You know, being paired against one another here in this series is the whole sort of pride of the region riding on the shoulders of whichever team is going to be victorious here today.
I hope the old chat continues in the game too, honestly.
Oh, it will. I'm sure we'll see
this
some
is
more.
Definitely going to be some fun stuff. I mean, Carl versus Armel mid. It's a super fun matchup, so that's one I'm going to keep eyes on a lot. Other lanes that we have to look at a bit. One that's been struggling a lot, I know SEA is one of the regions that still keeps on going for it, the Pango in the off lane. It's something we're seeing kind of phased away, mostly being played in mid now. So I'm going to be looking at Cuckoo and Zephyr a lot and to see how they do in this bottom lane, because they're laning versus the CK. And from what we've seen, CK able to dominate most lanes and also withstand pretty much any pressure that is brought to him. So it looks like it should be a free farm game for Raven in that bottom lane, which always is a bit of a concern. But yeah, we'll see, like we said. Early aggression is what T1's going to be playing with. The Grimstroke Void Spirit, we've seen Tundra play with this combo a couple times. You can really take advantage and dominate the early game quite hard, as long as they have like successful rotations to set that tempo. Taking a look at items. Wands all around. I mean, this is now the meta, as we've seen. Actually, mostly on Fnatic are the ones picking up all the wands.
Not enough jabs. Heading in here. Slowing damage as well down onto Gabby.
It's a lot of damage.
A bit of a hit here on the way back towards his lane.
Yeah, Scorched Earth, one of the highest damage abilities, level 1. Same thing, once you get level 2, it's actually the highest damage ability if they stand inside of it. Pretty crazy, and it was 2 for 2? Yeah, 2 for 2 on those runes. All right, let's see how it goes. Let's see how bottom's able to do. You said very strong lane from Fnatic drafted.
Straight to the bottom with you.
See Cuckoo offering up some high fives. Doesn't look like Raven's
They don't want it.
I don't want it. It's all focused now. You know, they got the banter out the way in the pre-game. Now that the game's kicked off, it's all serious business.
Immediate spam. Like, one person misses a last hit in mid lane. I think they both actually ended up kind of whiffing a bit there. They both immediately taunt. I love it.
Mid matchup, arm out. Already teasing around with Carl.
Oh, he gets the connection. Gets a deny because of it. Into the high five immediately.
See how these range creeps go. Carl just going to have the remnant control. Top lane. See Jabs getting a little low there to Gabby and Whitemon.
Jabs has to be a bit careful up here. The early levels definitely could prove to pressure him out of lane, so just has to keep himself a little bit topped off, because there's a lot of burst damage that comes from the Bloodseeker and the Grimstroke early on. We'll see how DJ decides to skill as well, too. Been seeing Wyvern played in multiple different positions now in this tournament. She's starting to come back.
Big damage here from Armel.
Armel's really taking advantage of this mid lane a lot here. 8 and 4 already. And as you said, you know, the harassment is really starting to come in. And when we see this Kunkka versus the Void Spirits, Kunkka just goes for stats. Void Spirit has to rely on getting that rune luck a little bit. So wouldn't be surprised if we see Fnatic supports look to rotate mid very early on just to make sure that Carl doesn't get a rune.
You get nothing.
I'm in this bottom lane, as you said, so far. Raven not having any struggles.
It feels like all 3 lanes for Fnatic look like they're going to be pretty good.
It's sort of up on the top lane where Gabby's a little further behind. John well able to get the pull through to the side. So that bottom lane is going to continue to sit very nicely for the CK.
Not the best creep to find there for Jabs. Probably one of the worst creeps now since it's been nerfed. Also, the hero duration is literally 2 seconds. It used to last a lot longer. But just trying to get anything.
You don't have the sack.
This mid matchup continuing to favor that of Armel.
And it's going to get better and better for Armel because eventually, like pretty soon now, he's going to be able to start farming his small camp as well to kick up his top.
Going to try and make a move here for Jab. Can't quite continue to chase him down. He's got the Scorched Earth up and DJ was ready to cover him.
They don't have a salve for him though. That means Gabby's going to be speedy for this laning phase.
Living things die.
See if he gets another chance here. Back on the mid, Carl. He's now out of the bottle charges, so he will have to be cautious, especially if a few more Tidebringer hits come in from Armel.
They're still looking for Jabs because he's sitting at half HP. Whitemon will be able to catch the creep wave too. Cool thing about the Envenom weapon, I guess, versus Bloodseekers, I guess he can reduce that healing from Thirst if he like hits him onto creep waves, but we still see them constantly looking for Jabs.
Gabby not quite able to set up with the Blood Bright onto Jabs, so turns his attention over towards
Whitemon's dying.
Wyvern instead, but indeed, Whitemon's just getting chased down by Jabs. Jabs, he's going to be able to get first blood out of that. As Gabby tried to take down DJ in return, but didn't quite have the same damage output as Jabs did, going straight for the Grimstroke.
You cannot just walk into Scorched Earth the whole duration of it. 32 damage per second for 12 seconds.
Yep.
That was just hitting both of them the entire duration.
And he's going to have his phase boots pretty much out next time.
He sure is.
Jabs, so this top lane, Whitemon, he has to be careful.
And Fnatic in the meanwhile too, as we were saying before, likely to double check the runes. Look at Carl's bottle. Empty. Armel checked the top rune. They had Death Prophet, Genwell checked the bottom rune. So continued pressure onto this Void Spirit.
I said it's a tough lane for Carl.
Yeah. And it's really smart identification of Fnatic, just knowing that they need to do those type of things.
Bottom, Cuckoo trying to trade hits with Raven, but he's got the 1 charges ready. Pull Tango as well. Raven will be able to heal up.
The IO is making this lane go really well. As we said, you know, sometimes the Pangos can suffer a bit in that off lane, but yeah, Zephyr keeping him topped off. Even able to slow down a little bit of the farm of Raven. Pretty impressive.
Also, sniping the courier there from John Well will take out the Obs and Sentry from being delivered towards them on that bottom lane for Fnatic. Back on the mid. It's now hit the 6 arm out. See, Void Spirit, tricky hero to catch in the combo. At the least still, Carl having to remain incredibly careful. Now hitting up to 39 CS against the 23 of the Void Spirit. Arm out. Quite the lead.
He needs help from his side lanes. He needs the IO, maybe even both, the IO and the Grimstroke to rotate around the 6-minute rune. Because you guys, again, as we said, I think Fnatic is going to do the same thing, make the move around, and just keep Armel getting this advantage.
Bottom lane, Raven. In a bit of trouble here, Cuckoo.
Ooh.
Getting him very, very low. Won't be able to continue to dive with the swashbuckle and the shield crash already used. And they are out of regen in the lane, so he's going to have to rely on the passive to try and heal up. Raven steps up to the creep, nearly ends up dying. See over towards the power runes. This time round, Carl, he will be able to get the refill as he heads in, picks up the haste rune. Raven still teasing around in this bottom lane. He's got to be very careful. If he gets caught by another spell, he's probably going down.
There's
Cuckoo
TP
and Zephyr,
coming.
they're looking for him. They'll be able to take him out there as they lead in and bring down Raven with the shield crash. The lack of regen that Fnatic had down here, costing them the life of their carry. See if they can get the 2 of them in return. No, they can't get Cuckoo.
Here comes
Cuckoo's
Carl.
going to be able to walk away. Carl's ready to dive in to look for more. DJ protecting himself momentarily with the cold embrace, but it comes to an end. There's the extra control, another astral step. Carl, he'll take down DJ.
Super important. I think as like Panel was saying, SVG was saying, the early game from T1 has to be on point. If they start falling behind too much in this early game, Fnatic's draft just with this heavy amount of team fight will quickly start to take advantage. So quick smart move from Carl, gets his bottle refilled bottom. They will lose Whitemon, but still making some good early aggressive moves.
Top lane, Gabby, he has hit the 6. We'll need a +1 though if they want to try for it. What's the chance for the jabs to TP out will always be there.
Armel still has TP also, so he can join top if he sees an opportunity if they end up going for the kill. Whitemon looks like he wants to actually set up for this one with Gabby.
Not going to happen.
Chaps has to be careful. Looking at mid. Trying to catch Carl, but he'll just be able to dissimulate it off.
He's going to go for the TP out. They've got the X-Well stun. It's not quite in time there. Heads up from Jabs.
Instant TP.
Immediately out.
Living things die.
Raven is feeling the pressure, though, down here. They're doing such a good job. Still decent net worth, but you see Cuckoo. He's already level 5. He's got the double bracer finished up. He's super tanky. Rune, Armel will get it this time.
Again, extra backup coming in for Fnatic around the power runes to try and make sure that the runes don't fall into the hands of Carl. Bottom lane, Raven.
Bringing more. Cuckoo, not quite 6.
See what they can get here. Zephyr, he's fine. How close is Cuckoo on the XP? Still about half a level.
Halfway, yeah.
Once that 6 is there definitely is a chance that we might see T1 look to dive the bottom tower again around the Rolling Thunder.
I think they have, like we said, they have to play pretty much constant aggression in this game, or it might get really problematic for them because the farm that's going to be coming out too, there's a Midas that's going to be coming out on this Doom. Fnatic's playing to just farm this game and go for late because they will outscale. Armel having an excellent game, as we've been saying. 4,300 net worth. He almost has gotten the mid tower already. 400 HP left on it.
Yet to be able to damage Fnatic's tower at all, of course, in the mid. T1, they're looking for the kills. Whitemon and Carl ready to go straight towards that bottom half of the map.
Gotta be active.
They want to find Raven. So if they can catch him here in the jungle. Raven already backing off away from this point. Try and buff up Carl, but you can see here from Raven's movements, he knew what was coming. As he holds himself close to the tier 2 tower. 4 heroes.
Look at them hunting.
And T1 desperately looking for the CK, but they can't find him.
They have to also find DJ, because DJ's just going to slow down this push, and looking top, they might even get another tower. Mid also, as you mentioned, almost dropping. This is big moves from Fnatic. T1 they have to just full pressure this tower right now.
I mean, DJ is probably not going to want to reveal himself. It doesn't look like they'll put any effort into defending this one.
He might in like 5 seconds.
I mean, actually, okay, no, they're going to try and hold this. They're coming in with the TPs, arm out. See if he can start something off it. Gone well, beginning with the silence onto the IO. Cuckoo has the Thunder. Rolls to the side, trying to scout out DJ, but the boat's going to be coming crashing down onto Zephyr. As the IO will fall, and Fnatic will manage to hold this tier 1 tower bottom and push back T1.
They only lose the one on T1, though. They bailed out really quickly as soon as they saw those TPs coming in. But as we said, we're seeing Jabs getting that free farm going. Midas is about to be finished already. So already 2k gold advantage for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, the biggest difference really in the sort of the core farm is that of the mids. About 1.7k net worth difference right now between Armel and Carl.
Important that Gabby is ahead of the CK though early on. This matchup, it swings very quickly. The Bloodseeker has to just have that net worth advantage to be able to ever really deal with CK.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on
It's
board.
going to be such an early BKB for Armel though. This is a pretty big concern. When you look at T1's draft, it's kind of hard countered by it. The only real thing that they have that's going through it is Bloodseeker. Besides that, Armel will just be able to hold his ground every single one of the fights.
Yeah, very tough heroes for Carl to burst through.
Yeah. Top. Might be able to find jabs.
Yeah, this time round, he's not going to have the chance to react quick enough to escape. Too much damage coming in. They bring down the Doom. T1, they'll get the tower bottom.
Nicely done.
See the rest of Fnatic. They're smoking up towards this top lane. Maybe see if they can make a move onto Gabby. If Gabby gets a little too comfortable in this area, and Gabby will push out another wave. Pretty far away, and of course, no tier 1 stands up here, so no sort of backup available for Gabby. He'll get taken out. Takes a risky position there to farm, and it cost him his life.
I can't believe he actually shows himself on that wave. With no tower alive, that close to the T1 also. Yeah, really risky move by him. DP ulti now, running into the jungle, gonna steal some camps. Looks like they're gonna try to punish though, Carl, with the haste.
See if they've got the burst. I'll drag him back with the remnant. They'll get the kill out of this one.
Nicely done.
He's able to punish John well there.
Carl continued to get power runes too. It's a haste rune that I think 2 haste runes he's got, and now he has an illusion as well. Really important to keep his presence on the map.
Yeah, he's got to get himself back in towards the top with the kills. It's a Void Spirit. This hero's a killer, not a farmer.
As you see Zephyr's build, by the way, just to point out. Something different from the IO that I think most times we've seen. Triple Bracer.
Triple Bracer.
Not going for the back. Also, if you look at his skill build, very different from what we see also. Usually, a lot of times it's like kind of like a more of a 5 IO going for mech and just heals. He's going for damage. He's max spirits. Usually we see people even skip the spirits entirely and goes for stats sometimes. So a really different approach, but understandable when he's playing versus Wyvern and versus CK. A little bit of that extra damage can be pretty important, and versus Cold Embrace later on could be nice. So I can understand why he's gone for it this game.
Dire's structures are fortified.
T1.
Reload.
See if they can try and catch Kunkka here.
They will.
Armel is pretty tanky. And the Inkswell will get him. They'll take him out. This time it was Fnatic's turn to have a core and a little bit of a scary spot there as Armel was pushing pretty deep top. And T1, they weren't letting him get away with it at all.
Great moves. Continuing to play pretty aggressive on the map. Pretty much punishing any time Fnatic's heroes do show by themselves. Fnatic, like I said, playing more of a farming style. Going for this Midas, in particular on the Doom that we see so much. Also, if you look at his skill build, Jab still hasn't put the point into the Doom, maxing up the Devour and the Scorched.
Years of my delight.
Still being able to hold both the top and the mid tower. T1 not quite getting themselves in position to take a further objective.
These 2 towers are going to be much more difficult. Mid tower is going to be really hard for them to take unless they get some huge fight into the river or something along those lines. Pango,
he's got
it's really early for an off-lane Pango to have these items.
Cuckoo, he's the kind of off-laner that can just straight up carry the game sometime. And this time, once again, top net worth. He's in a great spot off the back of the laning stage.
He's going to hurt, and this Diffusal, I know it's a super common pickup on these Pangos, of course, but look at the cores he's playing against. 3 strength cores. This Diffusal, whenever you're playing versus those strength cores, the mana can be problematic, especially for CK.
And having sort of Zephyr by his side, consistently making it very difficult for Fnatic really to try and make a coordinated attempt to kill the Pango. Zephyr more than likely going to be ready with a save.
Absolutely. So who's buying Wraith Pact on which side? It looks like Zephyr's got the Vlads queued up, so he'll probably get it, and I believe we have the Wraith Pact queued up on DJ, so as we see now, pretty much every game this tournament, it's gonna have to be something that is factored in. But yeah, a little bit of an idle time now, 5-5. Fnatic all farming on their side. I think for them it's really just triple BKB go fight for Fnatic. As we mentioned, T1's draft is heavily countered by those BKBs, so I think T1, they have to just keep looking for these kills right now. I think this dead time, it does not play into their favor.
Fnatic try and get active here with the 3 of them. Actually, just the 2 now. It was just Armel and John Well that continue to sweep back into the jungle, see what sort of catch they can find off the back of an X mark here. Zarmel.
BKB is feeling pretty invulnerable, and they'll find the IO.
They'll settle for Zephyr to start this one off. They'll even put the Ghost, the silence, to make sure there's no escape for the IO. Zephyr taken out.
Fast movements toward top. T1 trying to take advantage that they saw that ult bottom, but DJ walking through the lane. He's spotted by a ward. T1's ready. And the scan even comes out for Fnatic.
They've got the DD on Carl, so great burst damage to play with. Here he goes, straight in onto Jabs with the control, but the cold embrace is there. And it's going to start healing him up. We'll only set up for the Soulbind, though, and Cuckoo's ready to roll in. The Thunder's off.
They got the
straight
curse.
in, but the Curse holds the Pango back in position. See if he can continue to chase as the Curse comes to an end. DJ trying to hide in the trees. Jabs, he's just going to straight up stand his ground, turn with the Doom, slam it down onto Cuckoo. Raven, he's around as well to offer up the damage. They're trying to get Cuckoo out of there, but he's going to get dragged back by the Rift. They bring down the Pango. Torrent up on the IO. Zephyr attempting to get out, and he will do so for now.
He didn't use his wand.
Let's see what Gabby can do here. Can he get any sort of cleanup going? He's keeping himself on top of the Wyvern, but the stun's there from Raven. Over to the side, Jab still being focused by Carl, as Carl is desperately trying to catch him. The Remnant will connect as Jabs goes down. See Gabby, he's a speedy boy here, straight towards DJ. Another one for him.
Next.
Armel, that's the Torrent and the Tidebringer. Raven, he brings the damage. So the end of it all, Fnatic will be able to come out on top of that, specifically because of the fact that their mid, their carry, Armel and Raven, stay alive throughout it all.
They really brought the numbers. And Zephyr, I didn't see what happened. He had 21 charges, but he didn't use them to try to save the Pango. I'm not sure if it would have entirely saved him, but 21 on an IO, it's a substantial amount of healing. It's a bit interesting. And Fnatic, T1, they saw them setting up with the ward that they have in the lane. They saw Fnatic going, but they thought they could take advantage of the fight anyway. But Fnatic, as we said, overwhelming team fight on their side.
Yeah, maybe sort of just overestimating the potential burst they would have with the DD. I mean,
yeah.
Jabs, what he did go down, but it took them a long time. They couldn't just take him out of the fight with that first jump.
And now with the next fight, that BKB is going to be ready for him, the CK, and as we mentioned, Armel already has it. So next one is the triple BKB fight, which feels almost impossible for T1.
And whilst that move was happening, Todd, this is what was going on in the mid lane. John Well, he got the tower, but Gabby getting that kill in the mid before he turned up and joined the rest of them up top.
Pretty significant solo kill. At level 13, as we saw there. Gabby still keeping up toward the top.
He's nearly got his BKB, Gabby. So he'll have a much easier time just freely running around the fight. There's sort of the biggest thing being the fact that once he pops that, he gets to worry a little bit less about Raven's ability to get on top of him with the Phantasms and just destroy him if he gets caught by a Rift or a Chaos Bolt.
It's going to be a strong BKB, but not, I don't think, as effective as the ones on the side of Fnatic. Because Fnatic, they do have a couple things that are just going to pierce right through that BKB. The Ghosts, even Curse, all the damage that's going to be coming from Armella, Doom. A lot of different spells they do have just be able to throw on top of those BKBs. So yeah, let's see. The one BKB on T1 versus triple BKB on Fnatic. Fnatic, they're looking to fight.
I mean, it's just a bit of an unfortunate time. You know, Carly, he gets the Ags, but as you say, being the fact that all the BKBs are ready in preparation from Fnatic.
He has to bypass them, go to the back line, right? Find this Wyvern, find this DP. Yeah, that's how he has to take the fight.
And they're going to go for the Roche here, Fnatic. And T1 know, and Fnatic know that they know.
DD inside Carl's bottle.
See if they can make a move for this T1. They don't want to let Fnatic get away with this for free.
Oh, the bash, Armel.
It's caught by the Rupture. I'll have the Cuckoo roll coming in. Start to heal up Armel. Curse to hold back the Pango, but straight away, the jump was there towards the backlines. Raven's in with the BKB on top of Zephyr. They've taken out the IO. Raven, he's going to opt to TP out of this one. As he'll TP back to base. Buyback comes out from Zephyr. Fnatic still looking to hold the area around the Roshan.
How many other BKBs were used? Was it all three? It was all three, and it also was Gabby's. Doom still available, Boat still available for Fnatic.
Carl.
Team's a bit pushed away from this Roche, though. The bash is always a bit scary, Armel.
I think even Fnatic are now hesitant to head straight back into the pit, especially with the fact that they don't have those ghosts to help speed up their ability to take it down.
Don't have a blink yet on the Doom either. Their initiation is a little bit weird for the moment on Fnatic. It's just catching from an X. Once he's got the blink, it's going to be a lot easier for them to catch any heroes. So yeah, seeing 4K lead for Fnatic right now. T1 all still hanging the area. Rolling Thunder is back available.
This could be a good smoke from T1.
They might catch the BKBs in 10 seconds or so.
See if they can get the jump.
It's going to be so close.
And Carl's got to get him very swiftly. He's going to go straight for Jumwell. He's in with the combo. Not a chance here for the Death Prophet.
Every kill matters.
See if they can go for more. Still got a couple of them smoked up, T1. They want to try and see if they're going to hold the air around the roast. They're going to consider going for it themselves. I mean, they don't do it very fast with the heroes that they have, so a little awkward if they wanted to try for it, and they don't.
Especially versus the mass team fight. You go into the roast
hard,
pit
yeah.
versus Wyvern and Death Prophet and Kunkka. It's asking for disaster. So yeah, they'll split it up, send Gabby bottom. That's Fnatic. It's just going to continue to grow that gold lead. The passive style of the farm, it favors their lineup significantly. DJ, as we said, he's being greedy. He has the Wraith Pact done. The Philosopher's Stone definitely helping a little bit there, so I mean, we've seen how busted this item really can be, especially versus some of these heroes like Void Spirit, where your damage is all about bursting a hero down. Let's see how T1 handles this.
Yeah, Carl, you know, he's not having a bad game on paper, you know, 3-0-2, but it's just sort of the nature of the lineup that he's fighting into. It's very, very hard for him to get quite as many kills as he would have liked coming up to this 21-minute mark. He has that axe, but as we saw last time around, he has to go fully focused on the back lines because these cores, they just do not die right now to the damage output of a Void Spirit.
They have to catch the Wyvern first, it feels like, in the fight. If DJ's able to sit back, drop Wraith Pact, drop his spells, I don't think anybody's really going to die on Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, the last two times, DJ's just been a huge thorn in the side, especially for Cuckoo. Cuckoo's trying to get him with these thunders. He's just getting locked down by the curse.
Yeah, that is why we're seeing him going for that Linken's. Gonna have it pretty soon, but not quite yet.
Jabs. He's gonna look for the jump in towards the high ground, but he's caught out by the silence and put the BKB. Cuckoo rolling in.
Double rupture.
I've got the damage to bring down this Grimstroke.
Gabby's gone.
He's got. They've lose the carry as soon as the fight starts. Raven gets on top of him as Gabby, taken out, didn't get the chance to get his BKB off. As Fnatic, they'll also be able to set up here for Zephyr on the return.
Jabs misses the War Stomp a little bit there, but either way.
I mean, that was exactly what Fnatic need in these fights. They jump Gabby. If they eliminate the Bloodseeker, that's just a huge amount of damage that's going to come out from T1 in a sustained team fight.
They're just getting gold too fast and getting these items like the Blink and the BKBs on both the Doom and the CK. Like, Gabby didn't see it coming.
Yeah, Gabby was not prepared.
He died almost instantly.
See, I'm watching from the side here, Gabby. Looking for a chance to get involved, but there we have it. Coming in from the left of it all, I mean, you can almost see what Gabby was looking at. He was looking at what we were looking at, right? He was looking at the fight, looking at the Doom. Suddenly, there's a CK on top of him, and he wasn't quite prepared.
He was probably happy. He's like, oh, I got a double rupture, guys. Blood right to follow. And then, oh my god, wait, I'm just gone. That's the power of the CK that we've been seeing so much this tournament, just deleting any core-to-core matchup for the most part. 8K lead. Fnatic starting to run away with it. And the last fight also, they didn't even have to use all their ults. They still had Doom. They still had Curse. Starting to get pretty difficult for T1. That's tough, like we said. Carl, 3-0-2, but you're really just starting to feel his effectiveness disappear on this Void Spirit.
Yeah, it really is one of those heroes that, especially when you're in a game, when you're against these cores that are just going to become naturally tanky. You know, playing against, what, three sort of big, beefy strength cores. There's going to be a certain point of the game where you're really relying on your carry, on the Bloodseeker Gabby, to be the one that lives and can just bring down these high HP heroes.
Starting to get the mass Linken's to come out. We see Carl's got his queued up, Pango's got his finished. Look, Gabby even queuing up the third one as well afterwards. But they haven't even used it. The thing is that all these fights, a lot of the fights they've been losing, Doom hasn't even been used. So they're itemizing to deal with it, but just, yeah, continues to feel like Fnatic getting so much more out of the map. A fourth BKB about to come out. The 5-position Death Prophet's about to have it done. Just really starting to feel like, yeah, who are they going to focus fire? You know, you have to catch DJ, but DJ sitting in the back has 1900 HP with this Wraith Pact.
Yeah, no, he's chilling.
Not easy.
And he's helping his teammates chill as well, of course. Healing them up. Slamming down that Wraith Pact, as you say, taking down some of the damage that T1's trying to do. And the curses. And each and every time DJ's been ready with the response. They've They've not quite been able to find him at the start of the fights as much as they need to. Again, a lot of pressure on Carl to identify where this Wyvern is and take DJ out before he's able to get anything done in a team fight.
And is he going to be able to do enough damage as well, right? Like, even if he finds DJ...
He probably doesn't solo him.
I don't think so. The pupils, if the Wraith Pact is down, no way does he solo him.
Absolutely not. DJ's going to be able to live. So now you're relying on 2 heroes to get there, which probably just now falls on to probably Zephyr being able to bring a core into the back of the fight or just enabling them to initiate from an angle that Fnatic might not be prepared for. And then, of course, you're having to use that relocate aggressively, and a lack of a save could mean that so the ultimate lockdowns and the dooms, of course, from Fnatic are even more deadly for T1's cause. It's a tough game for T1.
Look at the pressure they're feeling. All 5 heroes set up around mid. Fnatic just continuing to farm, distribute wealth. As we said, BKB done for the 5 position. Quad BKB ready for the fight.
Gonna try and jump Jabs here, but Jabs will be able to touch. Gets the Doom off. As that is gonna be Carl locked out of the fight. Zephyr will come in with a save.
Okay.
Buy some time for him as T1, they'll look to reset. Not the worst of situations here as they don't lose anyone quite yet. They might lose Zephyr on the way back.
He gets X'd.
Yep, they've got the catch on him. So Zephyr, he'll go down. Nothing that T1 could do to save him. They're going to try and poke back at them, but indeed nothing that they have will hold back Fnatic as Zephyr goes down.
Looks like T1's still attempting for something.
I mean, they're trying to go back in onto the Kunkka. See Gabby, there's him with the BKB, but the curse is going to hold him back. See Kunkka will fall.
Okay.
Big kill here. Can they get more from this? I mean, honestly, if they just get the Kunkka, they'll be happy. Taking Armel down.
Did you see the X? He X'd himself before he got ruptured, and then it pulled him and actually did a ton of damage with the rupture back to Armel.
I mean, that's a huge kill.
It is.
Armel was maybe feeling a little stronger than he was. Didn't have the BKB ready, was still on cooldown.
I honestly kind of want to say that I want to see T1 smoke almost immediately.
I think you want to go. Kunkka's down for a minute.
I think you have to just try to catch Fnatic off guard when any of these ults are on cooldown or any of these BKBs are down. Maybe don't go for Raven, but try to catch some of the other heroes. It's still tough, but it's maybe something they have to start looking to do. A decent reset, though. Getting a big kill, able to save Carl from the Doom as well. They almost blocked the Doom, too. I think the Lincolns came out like...
It was, just a moment after. Cuckoo did try. He tried to get that buff in on top of his Void Spirit, but Jab's a little too quick.
Gabby. Still hasn't purchased up the shard. Looking for more of those, like, just HP items and everything first, but I feel like he was going to need that shard pretty soon.
I mean, it's going to be a great game for the shard, for sure.
He really needs that damage versus this triple strength core. But trying to prolong it as long as possible, as we said, trying to go for his own stat items. Nice neutral items we see being picked up. Zephyr getting a Paladin Sword, probably going to pass that one over to the Bloodseeker. Whitemon picks up a gem, so trying to get rid of some of this vision that they've been playing under.
Dire are scanning.
Checking out around the Roshan pit, but well, still a fair bit of time until that's back in play. And he's only just going.
And we do have, of course, the big talents coming into play. Not only Heart CK, but level 20 CK, as we love. Reality Rift pierces spell immunity, so eyes on Gabby to just get exploded a lot of these fights if he isn't able to get reset away, or if they don't get the initiation off. Our Raven will likely kill almost anybody.
Yeah, these Lincolns may also save him from that sort of catch.
True. That's
so
very true.
They've got to be ready, but at the same time, there's, they're either looking towards Gabby to save him, looking towards Carl.
How do they kill Raven? 5-1-1 in the CK this game with the Titan Slever, with the Heart. He's going to be 4,300 HP.
I mean, it really is. As you said, the answer is
they need the shard.
It's going to be the shard.
Yeah.
That is the only way they kill Raven. And you've only got to imagine Gabby will almost certainly pick that up after Lincoln's. It's got to be his next purchase. It's just going to have so much value when it comes to actually taking down Raven.
Does get the BKB off. How long on Roche? So about a minute and a half.
See down bottom.
They get the Doom.
He was able to get the BKB off in time.
So reload coming in.
So he probably stands a pretty good chance of being able to walk this one off. Zephyr heading in. The BKB now comes to an end, but indeed the fact that he got that off, meaning there was no further control outside of the Doom, means that Gabby is able to walk away there. Very good on the reactions.
Yeah, good macro movements right now from T1, forcing the BKB from Armel, forcing a Doom bottom, maybe opening themselves up a window around when that Roche does spawn soon. Depend on the timer, of course. And another DD, Carl. They're looking for a window here because that Doom is down. BKB on Armel, 30 seconds as well. If they catch this Kunkka...
They'll look to try and catch John Well here.
Ooh, the bash.
It's going to clip him to the side. John Well getting burst through. He's trying to heal himself up. In fact, it's Carl that's in trouble. Zephyr tries to tether to help out, but Carl just gets taken down immediately. Cuckoo's in with the Rolling Thunder. The Cold Embrace, it's keeping John Well alive. They can't quite kill the Death Prophet. They've lost two themselves here, T1, as Zephyr also falls. Cuckoo's still trying to find John Well, but he can't finish the job. The Death Prophet lives. Finally, the swashbuckle from Cuckoo takes him down, but they've lost 3 heroes, T1, and I think they're about to lose a 4th. Cuckoo surrounded, taken down, ultra kill for Raven.
My God. Disastrous fight, really, for T1. They're trying to go for the 5 Death Prophet, and they lose 4. And their gem that they just purchased not too long ago. He tried to hide it at the end there. I saw a nice little attempt there from Cuckoo hiding in the trees, but this CK, we see the damage, the explosive damage he's able to do.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. They got so close to really being able to take him out at the start.
Look how low he drops. Just the Spirit Siphon, the stick, every little thing coming into play.
And of course, DJ, that extra bit of heal with the Cold Embrace, making sure that there was going to be no further damage that was going to threaten him.
It was a dangerous commitment, really, from T1 too. Jumping into the high ground, a bit blind. Even though they knew that the BKB was cooldown, they knew that the Doom was cooldown, it still was a very big overextension.
And now for the next fight, Armel's got his Hex complete.
Oh, yeah. And Roche back on the menu in 40 seconds, and I believe that's when Doom is back. Actually, Doom's back up already, so. See, the Shivas was also picked up from Jabs right before that fight. That last fight also started, so counteracting a lot of the healing that's going to be coming out from T1.
Smoke time from Fnatic. I know they've got a very, very solid initiation now with the Hex on the Kunkka.
They're so strong right now.
Look for the jump. Kunkka will be able to get out to the side. We'll turn with the silence and the rupture onto the Doom. Put the BKB here, Jab, so he can stand his ground. Get the connection with the stun towards the Grimstroke. Illusion's heading in. That's going to mean a very dead Whitemon. Dying here to the army of Raven. The rest of T1, they've got to run.
Just, yeah, so damn hard for them to kill anybody. No instant disables. Every single time, they're going to get their BKB off, and the backup will arrive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fnatic with firm grasp. Starting to feel T1 just being pretty hopeless in this one. They need some type of miraculous team fight with Cuckoo when the BKBs are down, but still not seeing how they kill Raven. They might be able to clean up everybody else, perhaps, if they get something like perfect, but Raven's just God mode at this point.
I mean, how is he going to die?
And they get an Aegis now.
4k HP with the arm that turned on. He's got pretty much 4,500 HP here.
They can't, I mean, they couldn't even kill Genwell in the last one, and Genwell now also has Paladin Sword on the Death Prophet for more healing.
Yeah, he gets one of those siphons off, and it's going to take a lot of focus to try and bring down that support DP. And Raven, lots of money to spend as well, on top of all the items he has already got done. 3,500 gold in the bank.
Yep, get another Linken's Breaker, right? Gets himself an Orchid. Linken's Breaker plus also a beautiful catch versus both the Pango as well, that Void Spirit. Yeah, they're cruising through this one now. Jab's already set up for the next move too. Look at bottom. Carl.
What? Oh, get the jump stun. That's the Doom. Having that halberd there to break through the Lincolns, open up Carl to be Doom. Zephyr will manage to save him. So Carl will live in this instance, but it will be Zephyr paying the price.
Good read by Jabs early. Good read by Zephyr as well too, to be prepared to bail out his core and give his life. Good old supports. Raven beyond godlike, immediate smoke from Fnatic.
T1's got to be careful. They might have to just back off out of their triangle here because Fnatic's charging straight towards them. Raven ready to get the catch with the Blink Orchid if he sees anybody.
Yeah, he can just lead the charge. He knows he can't die.
Gabby. He's going to have Cuckoo coming into the side. See them jump towards Jarnwell. They want to try and take out this Death Prophet. Jarnwell has got some siphons going, so he's healing up, but not enough. Gabby will take him down. Over to the side, though. Raven had the control and damage to take out Cuckoo alone. You see Raven already hunting for more around the tree line. Carl, he's been caught by the X-Mark, straight back into the Torrent. He'll jump forward aggressively with the Astral Step. He's trying to burst through this Wyvern, trying to take down DJ, but DJ won't quite die. Gets the Cold Embrace off in time. He can't quite kill the backlines as he needs to. He's going to try again, Carl. He's in once more. This time round, he gets the job done, but he's been caught by the Hex of Armel. The Torrent's coming in. Raven's in with the damage. They may have killed DJ, but it cost them Carl's life as Fnatic, they're ready to keep pushing down bottom. Raven even seeing if he can find more. They know that there's a chance that T1 still have heroes hiding around in the trees. They'll settle for the tier 2 tower. Fnatic, they're ready to push on. 2 cores dead on T1. They might have to consider buying back here if they don't want to lose the barracks.
They have to commit so much just to kill the supports. They barely even finish them off at that. They have to not only throw away their lives, but also throw away BKB, a full BKB from Gabby just to bring down this Death Prophet too. So damn tanky on Fnatic.
And we'll see Fnatic playing for the safer route. They'll look to just clear out that final tier 2 in the mid. Open up T1's base for the eventuality of being able to push in on all three lanes towards the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Even keeping the CK refreshed, goes back to base for a second, comes back toward the mid lane with the X. And Gabby's farm space is so limited. He's queuing up Mjolnir, probably feeling like he needs more attack speed before he can even get the shard. 22k gold lead, 23 continues just to grow so fast.
Yeah, Raven's just about to hit the 25. Huge level difference between him and anybody else on T1's side. Curry up. He's got his Hyperstone on. Able to find this. One more hit will do it. They're trying to, but he's able to take it off the map in time. So should be able to deliver this one back safely to himself, Gabby.
Them seeing that could give them an indication that he might not have buyback. I don't know how much gold he actually needs for it. Yeah, he still needs 1,000.
Yeah, you're right. He's short on the money.
Yeah. I think if they see that, they might be able to assume that he doesn't have it because he's been kind of trapped.
And they still have the Aegis on Raven, so if Raven spots him, he could just full commit deep into the base and take him out.
They're protecting with Lincolns. They're throwing at least one onto him.
Taking it off, though. That means he's still going to get caught by the stun. He'll keep his cool, though, Gabby. Not wanting to use the BKB yet. Doesn't need to. They'll turn with the Soulbind Rupture. Now with the rolling forward from Cuckoo, he's looking to get DJ, but DJ's able to dodge it out to the side. John, well, he's being focused. Gabby in with the BKB, should be able to commit to take that. No, he's backing off. The BKB's starting to come to an end. John, well, will still die, but now Carl's been caught by the X-Mark, dragged back into the Chaos Ball of Raven. They'll come in with the tether, but the curse is there, locking them down. Big heals do come out onto Carl, so Carl's been left alive for now, but there's the jump from Jabs in with a Who Stomp. The Doom will get blocked by the Lincoln, so Carl's still able to jump back to the high ground. He'll turn back in, look to grab them with a Remnant, but he can't quite get the connection.
Okay.
T1, they will manage to hold the defense here.
Not a bad hold. Still seeing them having to commit like literally the full BKBs and their lives potentially to try to go for the support kills. I think Carl a bit lucky to get away there. That Inkswell heal at the end get caught like all the Phantasm illusions pushed him all the way up to full HP.
We'll see it. How it played out, and indeed Carl getting incredibly low.
It's so close. Like the amount of damage that they're doing, the reduction really. Like I saw this Wraith Pact again over and over again how much it does, right? Look at Genwell, how low he's dropping. He would have died a lot faster, but look at this little totem just reducing that damage coming in. Totem on totem.
T1 showing that they are able to hold here. As Fnatic, they're back in action, ready to start looking for another push potentially. Gabby, once he got done, so the Miona's finished, and yeah, there's shards queued up next.
Okay.
So only a couple of 100 gold away. If he wants to go all in on the purchase and not hold for buyback, he'll have that ready for the next defense.
He got himself his leveler too, so yeah. Tons of attacks.
I mean, because so now at this point, if he gets in with a BKB pop to his teammates are able to throw down the Lincolns onto him, like Gabby will hit pretty ferociously.
Now they actually have potential to maybe bring down Armel, maybe bring down Raven, but it's still a tough task because they are very tanky and they still have to always find the Wyvern. They need to kill the supports first before they can look to focus off the CK because they'll just get Cold Embrace, Wraith Pact will drop, and the TIE fight will probably turn.
Catch with a smoke here. Jabs will show himself mid. They're going to try and see if they can catch him. Already the BKB's out from Jabs. First Lincoln, second Lincoln's taken out of Carl.
Raven looking for a window.
Cuckoo playing very carefully now, right to the edge of the fight here, away from Fnatic. Knows that there's a chance of Raven dragging him in. T1, they tried to catch Fnatic by surprise there, but of course Jabs quick with a BKB reaction. It's going to be back to the base for T1.
Oh, nice little plays from Raven there. Throwing the stun onto a creep, switching the illusion that gets created onto the tower. How many 25s do we have now? So 26 and 25 on the Kunkka and the CK that we pointed out from earlier. Raven getting near the six-slotted menu too. Carl, jabs, he's found him.
He's got the Doom. The rest of Fnatic are heading over. And they'll take him out now with the relocate jabs. He's actually going to get caught by the bash. And now the rest of Fnatic have turned up. Doesn't matter, Gabby's still able to commit and take down the Doom. Off towards the side. Gabby having removed that and now jumping in with the Cuckoo Rolling Thunder. Doesn't matter with the BKBs up, he'll turn over towards Raven, but of course Cuckoo on his own. He can't take down the CK. Carl, he's trying to get to focus on out, but both of these cores so tanky for these heroes. It's only really Gabby that can do the damage. Let's see if he can get back in on this.
Raven's
Gabby's trying, but he's caught by the Hex of the Stone. Gabby's just dead. He's out for 90. He tried to get back in. His teammates, they needed him to help out, but with his BKB already used, he didn't have the ability to keep himself alive. That's Gabby out for 80 seconds. No buyback on him. Fnatic, they can head straight back towards the base and look to take down some of these barracks.
I see every single one of these fights too. Gabby immediately pings Wyvern. Like every single one of them, he's like, I want to commit onto something, but DJ getting to just free cast. 60 seconds.
Yeah, this
probably 2 sets at least.
The DJ Wyvern, I mean, but sort of both supports really from Fnatic have been a huge problem for T1.
They're committed for this onto Raven.
Is there the damage though? So you say Gabby is the only real big percentage-based damage dealer outside of the Bloodseeker getting to hit heroes. Raven and Armel, they barely take a scratch.
30,000 gold lead.
That's a lot of money.
It is, and Roche is back up. And look at Carl. He's just spam pinging Wyvern. They all are just spam pinging Wyvern because they know how much work he's.
He is. I mean, he really is, DJ.
He has like we said, there's so many different things. There's so many different layers that's allowing him to be able to just free cast in the back lines. They have to deal with everything else too.
And it really was sort of from what that point on was, as we mentioned earlier, where that chance and opportunity of Carl being able to solo DJ. Well, you know, once that sort of window's passed and DJ had that Wraith Pact, giving that extra HP and tankiness, it just meant that there was no way to deal with this Wyvern. Like, how on earth did they catch him? You know, DJ's playing on top form, and he's never been caught out of position in these team fights.
It does help when you have 3 of the beefiest heroes in the game.
He's got some beautiful frontliners.
Plus the 5-position Death Prophet who's this farmed, right? Like, he has that.
Here we go, let's see what they can do here. Carl, he's going to try and get in with the jump, but the Aegis is already picked up by Raven. Raven goes over to one side, he's got the stun on Gabby. Gabby's in trouble, he's locked down Gabby, he'll put the BKB. Zephyr takes him out in time. Zephyr will keep Gabby alive. Whitemon, he'll try and TP out. DJ will find him. As T1 not quite able to stop Fnatic from getting that Roshan and all the drops that he provides, but at the least they do make sure that Gabby will be safe and alive for a high ground defense.
It's just so wild how, I mean, this is what we've seen so much this tournament, right? This CK, the power of it, that's why it's pretty much first pick most of these games. One stun, a 2-second or 3-second stun, and you're just dead. You have to either get relocated out, pop your BKB, full run, and reset. They'll have to use buybacks to try to hold this, but it's a tough ask. Refresh your shard on jabs, so he's got the double doom available.
How do you defend against this?
You don't, that's how. You know.
Yeah, it's...
They'll kill maybe one person, but...
Let's see Carl. Tower gone Fnatic. Got the Ghost coming out for John Well as well. There's no need for them to back off. Carl, he's going to try and jump in, but the BKB's up from John Well. Staying in on top of the barracks, they'll continue to take down the objectives. Fortification will buy them a little bit of time.
Get the bash on Raven.
And Cuckoo is going to try and start things, but this is a CK with an Aegis. Carl, he's going to look to jump in. The BKB's come to an ever John Well, but the Cold Embrace is there, healing him up. Inside the base, jabs. He jumps in. He's found the Doom down onto the Bloodseeker. Gabby's in trouble. The Bloodseeker gets taken out. Zephyr can't save him. As Zephyr falls as well. No buyback for Gabby, out for 90. As Fnatic, they'll take the top racks and they'll look to move it over towards the mid, over towards the fountain as Raven wants to continue to pad up his kill score. As there it is, GG, it's called Game 1. Going to Fnatic. 33-15, 43,000 net worth lead. I mean, we sort of heard it from the paneling yourself. You did feel at the start of this one, the draft from Fnatic, it looked pretty top tier. And I think sort of that combined with top tier play meant that T1, there wasn't any way for them to turn this one round. It almost felt like a certain part. And I think they kind of knew that themselves. You can feel that from T1, they just couldn't stop Fnatic in this first game.
No, it's just too fast the way that these BKBs come out, right? The 3 BKBs are out for Fnatic, and T1 at that point, it's just like, oh my god.
What do we do?
How are we supposed to play this? It feels like they had to have a huge advantage before that point hit, and they just weren't able to find it. Carl was trying to be super active. He actually got like haste rune, DD runes aplenty, but they still weren't able to just deal with the overwhelming pressure and overwhelming team fight that Fnatic set themselves up for. Raven, 18-1-3, CK every game. This hero is just insane as well.
It really is. It really is. And they played around it perfectly. Yeah, just the one death. And as I say, for me, the support play really stand out for Fnatic this time. And I feel like on 2 heroes sometimes that we can see kind of fall flat on their face when they're being played support in this patch as well, especially with some of the nerfs like the DP. But John, well, gets that quick BKB, and we saw, it was really a case of the 2 supports that T1 want to go on to take out at the start of the fight. They couldn't go on. They couldn't kill them.
Even if they did go on them sometimes, they'd have to commit so much. And it'd be like, we got the Death Prophet, guys. Wait, we're all dead.
Yeah, he's like, we got the Death Prophet. Oh, the Raven's just got an ultra kill. Oh, well, I guess this is going to be a rough team fight for us. So it really was there. That was a tough game for T1. Very much feeling the power of the draft that Fnatic were able to get through. And Fnatic in a very, very scary form in this first game, as they'll take the first win of this series. We'll see how this series continues and how if maybe T1's able to get themselves a bit of a better start up with their draft in the second game. As for now, Fnatic, they'll take the first match.
A very strong start in this elimination series. A lot of pressure on all the players playing today to hopefully, for the winning team, play on stage in a couple of days. Fnatic take game 1. What will happen game 2? How did Fnatic win game 1? We're finding out after this.
Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you gotta get it done, so are you up for it? Say, are you up? Are you up? Are you up for it? Up. Are you up?
Let's hurry up and get this started.
I should hold. Get out. I should get out. Hold. Hold. Get out.
With Pepperstone, you can automate your trading to stay on track, no matter what your emotions are telling you.
I need coffee. Coffee!
Are you up for it?
best of 3 series between T1 and Fnatic goes the way of the latter. Fnatic starting strong with a strong draft already, and we said for T1 the only way for them to set themselves up for success this game was to have a very strong early start, set a high tempo, and unfortunately for them they were not able to do that, and Fnatic kind of felt like they cruised their way to victory. Indeed, a strong showing. I'm here with SVG and Purge. And Purge, this game, it kind of played out the way we thought it would.
Yeah, tanky heroes on the Fnatic side. They frontline, they get BKBs. Whoever gets gone on, they hit them with Cold Embrace. And there really wasn't much counterplay from T1 in that sense. I mean, their itemization went for triple bracer into Vlad's. It was SVG's favorite IO build he's ever seen. Was not a big fan of that. But they didn't get a Spirit Vessel, they didn't get a Shiva's Guard, they didn't have anti-healing. It just felt like they never were able to get on top of the Winter Wyvern. It made the game really hard for T1.
It made the game incredibly difficult for T1. I must say, though, for a team that got outdrafted and also did not play the early game the way that they were supposed to, SVG still took 45 minutes for Fnatic to close it out. Why did it take so long?
I think you're mentioning outdraft. I think that's a term that can mean a lot of things.
Okay.
I think why I felt Fnatic was favored was 2 things. I don't think the draft was necessarily super unfavorable for them, but it puts T1 in a position where they have to play a style that I don't think they're super comfortable playing, or at least I haven't seen them have a huge amount of success on historically. I think, again, that team is very much in their comfort zone when they feel as though they're outscaling the enemy. Even if it's not true, as long as they feel like that, they will make better moves, their fights will go better. And I think in a game like that, they feel like they have to run at them with this Void Spirit Grim. They feel like they have to take the more aggressive fights so this Bloodseeker can get activated. And that's why I feel like the draft's unfavorable for them. I think theoretically, they can even do a lot better in that game, maybe even win it if some things in the early game go their way. And I also think one of the big things is they didn't lane this IO with the Bloodseeker, which is what my impression after I saw that draft was going to be, that I think this IO Bloodseeker can potentially take over that Doom lane. Wyvern's not a support who's necessarily going to stop that early aggression, but you have Grim Bloodseeker, it can be aggressive, and you have this IO Pango. It just feels a bit slower to me. It doesn't feel like it's going to crank up as fast. I think you can play it either way, but also, yeah, triple bracer IO wasn't doing it for me. I think it's just too much gold into items that are for you and not for your team, and this IO hero is about what you're doing for your team.
Yeah, that is true. And that did happen in a lot of those early fights that were instrumental. IO wasn't necessarily able to save the heroes in those early fights. It was a lot of, they get aggressive, they land some chain stuns, but ultimately Fnatic heals through it. So it's almost like they had an eye on the other side just by Wyvern. It was a really good Wyvern game. DJ played it very well.
Yes, the embraces in those fights are absolutely insanely valuable.
Yeah.
It was that. It was the rum as well. We can relive some of the moments throughout the game. We obviously already saw a clip earlier in that top lane, but there were quite a bit of fights. So most of them going the way of Fnatic.
I mean, this is a fight where they even get double ravage, but the boat rum, they're just both running in. You're not gonna feel good if the double ravage targets are both just chasing you down and double then stay on their ground. Or yeah, sorry.
Twice.
Well, if they had double ravage, they might have won that fight. But yeah, double ruptured. Again, just tanking the damage. And this is another instance of one of those fights where this DP just survives for so long. The siphons, the boat rum, the extra heals coming in from an embrace later on. Kuku has to spend almost this whole time in this ball trying to deal with finishing off this Death Prophet on the back end. Just way too much sustain. And something else I've thought about in this meta, it's kind of interesting as we develop this tournament. If this is a damage mitigation patch and people are abusing this damage mitigation statistic, heals become better, right?
It's true.
It's kind of like a Medusa situation where wherever you give Medusa mana, the mana goes farther because she can reduce the incoming damage. Well, if everybody has damage mitigation, healing becomes better because you're getting like, you know,
more value from the heal.
Yeah, they need 2 points of damage for every point you're healing to get through. So every heal just becomes better. So it might be a case for a lot of these Wyvern Embrace builds, IO heals, even the Phoenix Sunray build. Like these types of things could make a large impact.
Yep. It was a team effort for Fnatic to do well here in this game, but we do like to highlight one player in particular, and we'll do that in this player versus player because it was Carl versus Armel in the mid lane with the Void Spirit versus the Kunkka. Damage done nearly identical, but we want to give a shout out to Armel in this case because the laning stage, Purge, it was not that even.
Yeah, Armel did a really, really good job by, I think it was like 12 minutes or something. He had like 1,500 more gold than Carl. And Carl did play a really solid game. He was definitely using his spells. He itemized for damage. But on Armel side, Armel was almost all itemized for utility, which is the way Kunkka seems to be most effective right now. You get BKB, you get an AC, maybe you get a halberd afterwards, and it just allows you to amplify your team's damage, keep them alive. So the fact that he was able to still deal more damage than Carl was just testament to him helping to keep his teammates alive and eventually lock down and score kills on the enemy squad.
Yeah, and of course, Fnatic in the end then they are going 1 game up here in this 3-game series. Everybody's preparing for game number 2, so let's check in with Slacks at the Player Hotel.
Hello guys, I am here on the field for a very special moment here. Guys, I found this weird duck. I think the duck is a mama who's given out baby eggs, the miracle of life, much like the event itself. Phoenix, the rebirth of the Dota 2 DPC, and now this beautiful moment with this random duck that I found. Oh, Oracle of the event, who will win the next series? Well, yeah, turns out it's just a duck. It can't speak English, but I think I know who will win the next series. It's all of us when this beautiful creature gives birth to her babies. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Slacks. If you follow social media of some of the players and the teams, you would have already known about the duck that is sitting indeed brooding. I do feel a little bit sad for the animal because it was clearly in distress.
Ready to fight.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not the first thing that Slacks is agitated.
That is
where they
true.
start hyperventilating.
Well, the duck is ready to fight. I hope T1 in game number 2 is going to be ready to fight as well, because they will need to fight tooth and nail if they want to force out that 3rd game and make their way to the grand stage in a 3rd game potentially. We're finding out though, game 2 of this series after the break.
Glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
Hello everyone and welcome to another edition of Draw Me Like One of Your Patch Notes. We have 2 of the greatest players of Dota 2 in all of history, in all of Southeast Asia, in all of time. We got Gabby and Carl. Hello. Welcome. You guys are going to come up here, you're going to draw a patch note, and your partner has to guess which patch it was, okay? Very simple. Who'd like to go first?
You go first.
No, okay, didn't even offer.
I go first.
Yeah, typical mids. All right, go ahead.
All right, here we go. Please begin. Wait.
Oh, he's bending down. He's got the real power here. All right. Any thoughts here? What is he drawing? I'll be real. I have no goddamn idea what that is. oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. All right, come on. This is easy.
What is this?
Carl, come on. It's very easy. It's very clear what that is.
Is that shrine?
Is it?
Yeah, it's shrine.
Oh, it's the shrine. Do you remember what patch that was?
Not really. I don't remember.
I don't remember either. We don't have to because they're gone. The game was a little too easy. All right, well done. Very good, very good. Swap out. I don't think we got a rag, so I'll just do this with my beautiful hand. There you go. Ruining it. There you are. Go on up. Your turn. Go for it. It doesn't matter. Just start drawing. You're doing great. You're doing great. Get up there. Perfect. Your boy's got you covered. Gabby is a very good Dota player. He's got you covered. All right, here we go. Okay, good start. That appears to be a circle. You're doing good. Looks like a Pokeball. I think that's the wrong game, but that's okay. No writing, no letters, no letters. No, you just wrote PMS. That is cheating. All right.
Yeah, it's for shield.
Oh, that format, wow, what a miracle. Unbelievable. unbelievable skill. Thank you very much. Well, you guys did very well. You really do know each other. Rose. PMS. All right.
I don't know how to draw it.
It was a good effort. I think it does kind of look like a Pokeball a little bit. So, all right, there you go. Poor Man's Shield patch. Why'd you choose that, sir?
I like playing IG heroes that time. It was playable, like Phantom Lancer mid, right? I really love playing before.
That was the dumbest thing ever. You pick any melee and they're now a mid because of the PMS. Do you miss it? Do you want it back?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Well, another rendition, some true artists here from T1, and we'll see some more from you guys later. Toodaloo.
The last 3 times T1 and Fnatic met on the playing field, it was always a series that went to the 3rd game. T1 really has to step it up, though, if they want to make that true for this one as well, as Game 1 did not play out the way they wanted it to. I'm joined by Purge and SVG, and we are ready for game number 2. And we would like to see a little bit changes, and we would like to see T1 setting themselves up with a draft that they are more comfortable with in terms of playing style. SVG, could you recap what kind of playing style you want to see from T1 this game?
Something they're confident scaling with, I think, is their wheelhouse. Again, this is my perception. I mean, those guys know what they're good at and what they're comfortable with. They might have felt very comfortable that game. It just came down to execution. So we're only observers. We only know what we can see from the outside of the team. They could be in any state of mind. They could be thinking any way about this patch. But I think historically, that's when that team's excelled. And I think even Fnatic understood it. Like, they first picked that Doom last game, and that's a classic T1 hero for a reason. They really like being able to flex this hero around, and I don't think this team ever doubts they can win the late game fights when they have Doombreaker. And unsurprising that they snatch it up here. I do think CK is one of the carries who poses a problem for this hero, though.
Yeah, we had the exact same bans coming out this time around. Purge, we do have Fnatic starting with changing it up, not going for that Doom first, so they do go for the CK. Are you happy to see that change?
Yeah, I guess if the CK can lane well against the Doom, and he certainly can if it's a 4 position, he's still a little vulnerable to physical damage. I guess they just prioritize the hero better because it solidifies their safe lane right off the bat. It pairs with tons of different supports, whereas Doom is a little bit more specific in how effective he is. And they get IO. So IO against Doom once again as a save, but this time a much better IO pairing that Fnatic gets to play with.
I feel like Fnatic's getting the better of them in these exchanges out from the first game too. Like, they took the Doom, which I think maybe would have caught T1 off guard, and then they ended up getting CK on the response too. I think going into game 2, they probably felt like, all right, we're only going to get one of these. Which would we rather have? And they'd rather have the CK versus the Doom, which I tend to agree with. I think CK is way more powerful of a hero right now, and he has the better matchup versus the Doombringer in general. And then they get the IO on top of it. I feel like Doom's game is already pretty hard for T1. They're going to have to supplement him, help him take the team fights. On top of that, Phoenix is a hero where you also have to play around this hero's spells as well, so they're going to need a lot of stuns in the second phase. And this is not an easy opener to team fight, even if they do get that.
Are you guys surprised to see that it's exactly the same in terms of draft priority and sides? Because that normally gets switched in the second game, but it's the same one as we had in game 1.
Yeah, one of them usually switches, whether it's pick order or side, but neither switch. That is weird.
I think most teams are still favoring second pick. That's why it also pushed me to think that Fnatic had a very good idea of what they wanted to do going from game 1 to game 2 in both games in terms of the series overall in this Doom CK trade. And they're very confident in, all right, we get first pick, we can abuse this and put T1 in a position where they think they're getting what they want, but in reality,
we're already prepared.
Yeah.
For what's coming. Yeah, we have T1 once again banning out Beastmaster in this one. Previously, they banned out Beastmaster, Enchantress, and Visage, so all part of the Zoo-type heroes that they faced when they met Gaming Gladiators a couple of days ago. They are definitely a little scarred from that. They're not traditionally heroes that Fnatic picks up too often, so we'll see if T1 tries to switch it up. On the side of Fnatic, they will remove the Grimstroke. T1, of course, had their hands on it. Previous game, they had the double ruptures going on. But Fnatic does not want to face the double Dooms.
Yeah, double Doom is tough, and Medusa has lots of AoE damage, so she's survivable enough to survive through CK's burst typically, and she can clean up the illusions afterwards. The other hero that is often banned when you got a CK, though, is Underlord. Doesn't necessarily fit as well with the Doom, but I wonder if that could squeeze through for T1 as a solution to CK.
These C teams just haven't been playing that hero as much, though, I feel. At least the priority for this tournament was not super high for them, whereas for a lot of these European teams, even TSM, that hero's first phase.
Yeah.
You're right, it could sneak through here and be decent, but I'm not sure they want to go for this Doom Underlord cores.
Yeah,
it's a lot of AFK farming and not a lot of getting anything done or initiating.
Yeah, neither T1 or Fnatic has played Underlord this major so far. They are the teams that do play Brewmaster on the offlane here and there, so they have some other heroes in their wheelhouse that are not picked up by the other teams.
Brew could make a lot of sense. They did ban out Shaman second phase. It's the last ban for T1. Brew would make a lot of sense. Good against CK combo. I like it. You can when he splits, you can blast all of the illusions with the Dispel too to do a ton of damage. So I really like that for T1, but it would still force them to play Doom 4 if they do pick it.
Yeah. They have played it before. Zephyr played Doom 4 when they played against Tundra in the group stages. Didn't play out the way they wanted it to, but they have experience with it.
I'm not as down with Doom 4 unless you have Grimstroke, personally. I feel like otherwise you don't get quite enough value from the hero. Still decent disable and some damage, but maybe you're not as tanky as you need to be.
It also, of course, depends what they want to do with that Phoenix, because in that particular game, they did have the Phoenix on the offlane, but Zephyr is also the one playing the Phoenix, so there's quite a bit of flex potential coming out from the opening 2 picks from T1. And Fnatic is going into their bonus time, deciding what they want to do with this part of the draft.
Generally, these Dispel heroes are really strong versus Phoenix Bane combo. Just eliminates a lot of their teamfight potential. I wonder if Fnatic's debating something like Abaddon here. Then you have double healing supports, which can be okay as long as your cores can initiate. CK is one of the better ones, but might just not be up their playstyle. We did see them go for Wyvern DP last game, though, so that's another reason why maybe they're just thinking you can just sustain through this. They do go for the egg killer route with the Snapfire, which will definitely be nice. They have a lot of ways to kill this egg in the fights. T1 does not have a lot of ways to easily protect against that. You have a grip, and I mean, even the Doom guy can hit the egg, you know, take it for the team.
Yeah. It is kind of unfortunate that, I feel like a lot of the draft solutions are often offlane heroes. Mars is another example. So it's like all these heroes that kind of solve what T1 want. It's like it's already kind of taken by Doom. Whereas normally that's picked up in the second phase, but because the priority shifted up, now they're put in this little pathway. They lose the Grimstroke because they wanted Phoenix instead, and now they just feel a little bit trapped to me.
I really think T1 got baited in this Doom pick, honestly. I think it's kind of backfiring on them the more this draft progresses. They are very confident in the hero, and it's very good for them, but this is not the game I would feel very good about having this Doom going into these later phases, like you said. It's gonna put them in a position where they still have to pick to enable their lineup.
Like, none of the heroes that you're dooming even look that good either.
Yeah.
If you're initiating, it's fine, but middle fight, if they've already casted Arena, if they've already used CK ulti, like, it doesn't feel good.
And we've also seen this CK be able to fight without Phantasm. You end up in a scenario where you doom him, he gets reload out. T1 has a very teamfight committal lineup, especially now with Monkey King. If these spells get kited out at all, Egg, Wukong's command, Doom, and you can reset the fight and come in. It's hard for me to see T1 winning that man fight. So Monkey King is one of the carries we've seen being picked up to CK in response, who people feel at least confident going later with the Battle Fury Ags type buildups. I'm also surprised we haven't seen more Medusa. We did see it get banned in both these games, but I feel like Dusa's one of the other carries who can at least help you shut down the CK's presence in the fight with something like Stone Gaze. So the bans maybe indicate the hero's being picked in scrims potentially, or people still understand it, but this Monkey's definitely been more of the go-to.
5 seconds remaining.
What are we expecting here from this Monkey King then for, like, Gabby? We don't see Monkey King that often. We've seen it a couple times picked up against Timbersaw in particular.
I think it's for sure carry here, yeah.
I mean, it's okay against Mars, right? It's a melee offlaner, so it can definitely lane decently well. The AoE stun's pretty solid. He can hit backline and make Snapfire, have to defensively use spells instead of go offense. Can also scout, make it easier to land Dooms and good Fiend scripts. That part's kind of good too, but love those sounds.
What was that?
That was a Kunkka attacking, I think. It was a clip from last game almost. Sure.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a draft sound effect. Like, they really changed the
I got a little
sound
confused
effect
there too. Can't wait for Arena to be placed on top of Monkey sitting in trees somewhere. I feel like that's a little bit of a risky one coming out for T1's Monkey.
Maybe it was a storm sound effect. They used to have electricity in that audio slot, but now it's some like generic team fight.
I've been waiting for that whole tournament, to be honest. The production's missing out. Definitely a storm tournament. They could have been hitting that every single draft in the group stage.
Yeah. There's the Lina ban finally. Something T1's played a lot, but would have been solid for Fnatic.
Carl still has a lot of heroes in the pool for him, though.
It's an egg hitter, though, so it would have fit really well in Fnatic's draft.
True.
Good disable follow-up after Mars, after CK. Yeah, it would have been a really good pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Where is Shadow Fiend this tournament? Is Fnatic gonna bust it out here?
Oh, we saw it quite a lot when they tried to Roche as fast as possible in those clips. That's where all the SF has been, yeah.
That's where the Shadow Fiend has definitely made quite a few appearances. All right, well, no bonus time remaining for Team Fnatic. They'll end up picking the first sniper of the tournament. Why is this a good sniper game?
Between Sniper or Shadow Fiend.
Why? Why is this a sniper game?
Because they banned Bat.
Yeah.
And I think this Bat ban's really only if you want one of these super long-range mids. You don't want getting gap closed here. And they have this IO to back up the long-range physical mid damage dealer, which is one of the heroes who can do it the best. I think it puts a lot of pressure on T1 here because who's gap closing this hero and dealing with him? It skews this Monkey matchup. It makes Doom's game even harder.
It's hard for Bane too. He's usually a hero that doesn't like those super long range heroes.
I like this pick. I like it. I was thinking SF for similar reasons, but Sniper, even more beautiful.
So T1 is still picking up their mid hero, most likely. They can just find the best solution. Who lays best against Sniper?
There is no solution to this hero. He is unstoppable.
How is that a thing? It's Sniper. This is the first time he's been picked, so obviously it's not an amazing hero this patch.
They have protected him a lot. I mean, they banned Puck and Bat. They want gap closer hero. Maybe they pick Void Spirit or something.
It's Void or Ember.
Void or Ember, there's two spirits that are still in, indeed.
But he's got really good frontliners, like CK going in first, Mars going in first.
And again, it's posing so many threats that T1 has to deal with, right? Like, it feels like they have to get on top of the Sniper and deal with him. The IO might save him. They might get stuck in an arena. If you're doing that, is CK just killing you? Is Mars and Snapfire killing you with the damage and teamfight they can bring out?
And there's just so much ability to keep T1 from gap closing between even like Mortimer's Kisses or Arena being in the middle of the fight if Sniper's on the other side or if he's in the arena. It just feels like it's going to be hard to get on top of him. And if he lands shrapnel on trees and stuff, the Monkey's not going to be able to jump away too.
And he's another egg killer.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is a hero with really good attack speed and the best range in the game.
Well, T1 had about a minute and a half left in their bonus time when the Sniper got picked, so they definitely had a little bit of time to think about it. They will end up going for the Tiny, so Tiny in theory can maybe blow up the Sniper if he gets maybe either Blink or Shadow Blade.
And toss him back.
Toss him back,
yeah. Scary thing for Sniper.
Break the tether with that as well.
Yeah,
toss the IO back if you want to.
The toss back's definitely nicer.
That Tiny is interesting, sort of can work. So I see some value here.
You don't sound too convinced.
Because I mean, it's still reliant on like your blink timing. It's also important you don't get your blink interrupted. If your initiation combo doesn't work very well, you're not getting out between headshots, and shrapnels, and stuff like that. And there isn't much save on the other hand. So there's decent things about it. You'll be survivable. But yeah, it's going to be mid Tiny. If they like gank rotate him in the laning stage, that could be really good. And the other problem is that Sniper and CK might be a little slow. Like Armel's going to probably want to gank side lanes. So can he do that successfully? Hopefully for him.
I think they can play around this Sniper. I think this is a hero you go and you fight around. You skirmish around him. If Thompson in his pubs has shown anything, this hero is an absolute beast at fighting the runes, especially in the numbers fights. Shrapnel is insanely powerful early. It's hard to gap close him. Okay, you have gap closers later, but who's going to do it early on? Pretty much nobody. Tiny's not an early spirit hero. I think if they fight around the Sniper, use him properly, this is Fnatic's game to win. At the same time, though, I can see this game getting out of hand. I think this is much more of a T1 type lineup where they're a lot more confident going late. They have Bane, Phoenix, insane scale in the team fights. Not a lot to necessarily dispel those later on. So I think it's more in T1's wheelhouse, but I mean, I gotta go with Sniper here. It's just too good.
Well, a more comfortable draft for T1 was exactly what they needed from what we said after game number 1. Can they force this series to go to distance, or will Sniper win a game here? The playoffs for the Stockholm Major. We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting a sniper coming through as that final pick for Fnatic. Fogged, how are you sort of feeling overall with the draft this time round? You're a little concerned for T1 in that game one. This time, do you kind of see them having a bit of a better shot with what they've managed to get through the draft?
Definitely looks like a bit of a better one for sure. They have some percent-based damage, 2 different forms of percent-based damage to deal with the CK. They also have this Monkey King that... the thing is, like, we've seen this Monkey King kind of go both ways. This Monkey King versus CK matchup, I think the CK overall is just starting to really dominate versus him. But at least they've got some type of outlets to be able to fight back and have a transition into later stage. That last game, I just felt like it was so hard for them. If they didn't just completely snowball with the game, there's just no way to come back in it. This one, at least they do have that type of scaling. But Fnatic, again, has set themselves up with a really nice tri-core that definitely does outscale the side of T1. But we'll have to see. Sniper, I think, is a very question mark of a hero. So we'll see how Armel's able to make it work. And also Tiny, right? That's another hero. Yeah. Another question mark hero. Overall in this tournament, I was literally just looking up the stats. This hero has like a 30% win rate. And a lot of those wins are the SA teams, the South American teams that are playing it as that 4th position.
Let's see what they can do here with it in the mid here in SEA. As, yeah, the matchup, I mean, when you sort of consider what was left in the pool, right, you had to pick something knowing, you know, in response to the sniper that Fnatic showed. Do you think Tiny is one of the ways to go against that sort of sniper in sort of the different portions of the game?
It's super tanky. He's got the one-shot potential if he's able to get on top of him. He's blink carrier. And I think also maybe Carl just didn't want to get stuck with another Spirit hero where he's like an Ember or a Void Spirit with the lane's just going to be incredibly hard. And then, you know, they're out of the tournament after he played 2 back-to-back Void Spirit games. Like, a lot of players don't like playing the same back-to-back hero on these type of elimination games. And this lane, it should be a good amount better for him. Just because, sure, Tiny, you got 0 armor, so the damage does hurt. But you have a base damage advantage significantly over Sniper, as we see. 3 denies already for Carl. 4 denies. First 4 creeps.
Oh. See if we can get another. Oh, no, this time around, arm out. We'll get one of them, but indeed, 5 denies.
Look at that creep wave, though. Armel looking to probably get aggressive.
Top lane. Jabs.
Oh. Oh. One more hit.
Oh, he's got him. First blood for Whitemon on the top lane.
That's surprising. I guess just way too much harassment coming out from Gabby and him. Carl, as you see, the reason why they went for this hero. Excellent, yeah. 5 and 5 to the 2 and 3 of the sniper right now. That's tough, right? 53 damage to 70 plus 22. Whenever he's got that tree, it's like a 40 damage difference. Bottom should be a pretty free lane, though, I'd say, for Fnatic. No way really to pressure the IO or the CK at all in this lane. So they're going to have to just manipulate lane mechanics a bit on T1. We see the Phoenix already start pulling creep wave behind. Mid. Carl gets the toss away.
It's going to get to the point, I guess, you know, once a few levels are in for the sniper for Armel. Sure, Carl wants to be able to get him with that heavy damage to get some denies. He's going to take a lot of harass from this sniper.
It feels a little similar to the last game where he's playing a Kunkka versus the physical. Oh my god, Carl.
It's getting close there.
When he's playing the Void Spirit versus that Kunkka, right? The harassment. He's doing I've seen Carl do this a lot at several different tournaments. Doing the TP play to try to get the secondary rune.
No, Armel dealing with it well, though. Was able to get the deny and make sure that Carl doesn't get the benefit of the double refill.
This lane feels like it's going to start getting really hard for Carl, really fast. He's going to need help to check those 2-minute runes and maybe even a TP to get his bottle filled soon. Armel's just going to probably go this like multiple Wraith Band into Trez and just hit him.
Just click him?
Yep, just click him. 9 and 7 to the 11 and 5, starting to even out. Carries, the CK and the Monkey King having a pretty much free time in those side lanes.
Oh, Carl. It's going to be...
Oh my god.
My goodness, Armel. he's landing.
Dobson's been playing, has been for a while. He's been playing the sniper mid a lot on his stream as well, too. Similar build. You just go for your headshot and your take aim. Massive amounts of physical damage.
Yeah, because wait, how many Wraith Bands does Top?
He buys like 3 or 4.
3 or 4, right?
He buys like 4. Yeah, he goes also Treads and Swift Blink, which is a little bit, you know, that's very Thompson-esque, but I don't think we'll see that from Armel. Because the thing about Swift Blink with your take aim, you get that movement speed bonus, so you can keep hitting them with it. It's kind of funny, but we'll definitely see a different builds come out from Armel. Carl, he can't even walk up to the creeps now.
At this point, you know, level 4, what, 2 points in the take aim and the headshot. You can't get close to him. Whilst all that action was happening in the mid between the two of them, it's bottom. And we'll actually have Zephyr going down as a top lane as well. Another one here for T1's safe lane duo. Whitemon getting kills against both of these. Now, Jabs and DJ not having the easiest of lanes up top, and a lot of it down to Whitemon's play here on the Bane.
I love watching these Banes just bossing it up. The creep! The range creep! They just killed Whitemon's courier. Yeah, continue to see the harassment in the mid. Carl, he will be able to get the first and second water rune, it looks like. Carl?
This might be it. He's got him. The tip's coming out as well. Armel, he's having a great time. Understandable. He's getting to play the sniper. It's a fun hero to play in the lane.
I love that he rushed the boots early instead of finishing the second Wraith Band too, so he can get those extra hits on the Tiny. Really smart. And yeah, although he did so great the first 2 levels on the Tiny, yeah, really seeing already now Armel level 6, Tiny level 4.5. They need this Tiny to have a good game too, to get that Blink Dagger so they have that gap closed for this sniper.
I mean, can anyone afford to head over and try and maybe catch Armel by surprise if Carl can bait him in?
I think probably the Bane. I think Whitemon's probably going to have to look to make a move over, help out this Tiny, just secure for the runes and maybe even just set up for a kill. A sleep into a tossback, definitely a good setup. And they can leave the Monkey King alone for a bit. I don't think Zephyr can really move out of this bottom lane. This is not an easy lane for Cuckoo. Even though he did find the creep, he found the Manic Burn creep on the Doom, so he's keeping the CK a bit lower. The CK has an IO with him, so it's keeping him ramped up on that mana. And Zephyr actually is going to move away from the lane. So I think this is where Cuckoo could die bottom. Has to be very careful his positioning. And seeing multiple rotations, actually. Fnatic, even bringing DJ mid.
Yeah, I think they were just a bit on the defensive, knowing that some of the supports of T1 were starting to move around the map.
Look at Armel. He's having a blast. Look at him. Look at he's
pew pew. He is in the zone here on the sniper.
I love it. The salve will get broken. Good tree toss from Carl.
Under attack.
Carl. Battle mid.
See, at the same time, top. I mean, Armel. It's going to be fine. I should get the slow over the scatter blast. Zephyr's got to run. Jump forward, the cookie. They'll catch him. A couple more hits here from Armel, and they'll take him down.
He's got the Fairy Fire too. Will keep himself healthy. Carl was looking for a potential toss or Ava. Rune. Be a haste. Oh, Whitemon. He's going to have to grab it himself.
See bottom lane. Raven and John Well trying to take out Cuckoo. Some good body blocks here on the IO. But not enough to allow them to continue for the kill. Cuckoo's going to be fine. Over in the mid, Whitemon.
Look at him go.
Time to take some couriers.
1-2.
Easy. I'll tell you what, now Whitemon, he's carrying the early game here for T1.
He even almost gets DJ with the brain sap there. Now got to move over, block out some Ancients since he sees it stacked. Yeah, Whitemon does not want to lose this game.
That's some great stuff here from the Bane early on. Needs to keep it up. They've got the 2 cores on Fnatic. Getting very, very farmed. Raven and Armel having a very free start in the lane. Of course, on T1's side, it is complete free farm for Gabby.
It is.
So the Monkey King is going to hit the good timings. We'll be going for the Echo Saber build, so he's going to look to get involved early on. Maybe try and find these situations where he's able to jump in and get on top of the sniper.
Okay, that is definitely very interesting. We've seen pretty much exclusively the Battle Fury build, especially when you're playing versus CK, so you can have that scaling, have the cleave later on versus the Phantasm. So we'll see if that pays off for Gabby, his early aggression. I like this for Zephyr already a bit better than last time. I know SVG was a bit critical of the build from his IO, going for the bracers. He's going to be rushing the Spirit Vessel this time. Felt like they even needed one last game, potentially, but this game it does look really good, and he gets it at a good timing. Both offlaners kind of suffering. Cuckoo getting a bit more out of the lane just because of that natural devour. And Jab's really getting zoned out top. But as we said, they can't really pressure Raven, even though they have percent-based damage, even taking an early point in Infernal Blade. The heal is offsetting a lot of it. Scorched Earth building up. They are both dropping low on Fnatic.
Yeah, just very hard to really push these 2 out of the lane, though. The CKIO.
Where's the rune? Spawns top. They'll deny it.
Actually, going to end up getting the kill on Zephyr. Over in the mid, Armel will get tossed back. So Armel, he's not scared at all. He's got the backup. DJ, if anything else was to go down, he'll stay safe.
I kind of want to see Carl move out of the mid lane, to be honest. He's really starting to suffer and last it. I feel like he does have kill opportunities. Like, if he even just walks toward bottom, could maybe set up a kill. I think they're going to refill his bottle, though, right now. Yeah, okay. So Zephyr will come mid.
Bottom.
Cuckoo.
He's going to try and run from this. He's pretty speedy, but he's not fast enough. They end up getting the two of them down there. I mean, we saw previously Zephyr ended up going down, meaning that Kuku was left on his own. And Fnatic, they make sure to strike immediately as Raven continues to get a glorious start down in. We've already seen this series, what happens when CK gets out of control. Raven is hitting all the timings once again here in this laning stage.
We're seeing the move happen. They smoke actually from the mid lane to potentially set up for CK. They're gonna have to just settle for an IO kill. Not what they wanted. But a kill's a kill. Oh, actually, killing spree. Okay, not bad then. But Carl, I think this is exactly what he needs to do. Don't go mid anymore. Just be active. Look to try to kill these side lanes. Don't let the CK farm anymore. Yeah.
See if Raven expects Carl to still be around here. See how safe he plays.
He pinged it. I think actually the IO pinged it. I think they know that Carl's still in the area.
So we have got the 6 on jabs now.
Oh, they're diving. Carl's going behind the tower.
See if they can find him. They do see Raven for a moment. They've got the toss combo. Should be enough damage. Is there any help Johnwell can give? He's going to tether across. Carl's trying to chase down, but he's getting slowed now. TP's coming in. They're not going to be able to finish off Raven. Raven is going to get himself far enough away. See the TP actually get held back there by Jabs, opting to not head down. Looks like at the end of the day he wasn't needed. Just the moves from John well enough to get Raven back to safety.
Even though Carl doesn't get the kill, I think that's the right move to make. Just put the pressure onto the CK, make them move out of that lane so you can start getting farm on your Doom. And he even gets back to go mid and get the regen, so not really any time wasted for him. As we said, his net worth is being impacted because of that lane matchup that started to proceed, but continue to be out. Yeah, immediately runs bottom. I like this. I think this is exactly how he should be looking to play this one.
Yeah, bringing the 4 heroes down this time. We'll have Zephyr head back towards this area.
Fnatic knows, though. They have that defensive ward that they placed. Now they're just ditching the bottom lane, going toward top to take tower. Armel, though, when he sees the Tiny making moves also, he's just going to start shoving this mid lane, looking for tower pressure. Mask of Madness early picked up.
All right.
Feels like they have no gap close, right? He's just going to be able to dish out as much damage as possible. They maybe get the wrap. Whitemon is trying, but just can't.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And again, a match where, you know, Fnatic, they don't lack heroes that are ready to frontline. And both Raven and Jabs, they'll be able to head straight in and try and take the attention away from the sniper each and every time the team fights.
Yeah, Raven's already got Armlet done too, so it's going to be a pretty good timing. And Jabs, as we said, is set back a little bit, but not by much. He's pretty much same net worth as the Tiny in the mid lane. So yeah, they have the tanky front lines for Armel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now T1, I bring the supports up top here. Zephyr and Whitemon. See if they can get a kill opportunity with Gabby. See if they feel that they can try for this. Gonna try and go for the IO. That's, they have the Fiend Script. Should be a guaranteed kill here. Nothing to save John well as he gets taken down.
Looked a little awkward for a second. Sleeping himself on the Phoenix. But they get themselves also an Urn Charge, which can always be really relevant. Carl. Really was hoping for top rune, but on bottom.
To keep the damage going on Carl. Carl's dead.
He's gone. And the DD rune is bottom. Armel. He sees it. That's likely to be the tower in mid lane. Jab's also set up just in case a rotation does come. T1. Don't know if they'll expect Jabs here.
I've got to be careful how they approach the sniper.
He's just going to kill it. I mean, he's just going to kill the tower from the distance. He's got the max to take aim now. Force the glyph. And they will see Jabs. I can just picture Armel continuing to do the motion. He's just spamming, spamming the laughter too.
He is having a great time on the sniper. It's been a solid start, 1-0-2.
Not top net worth though. Gabby's still keeping the lead as this Monkey King, and he's just going for straight damage and fighting. So Echo Straber into Maelstrom into BKB. It's all about just standing inside that fight. And it's faster paced than that Battle Fury. Still an item that does address CK too, once he gets the Maelstrom.
Smoke time for T1, but was caught underneath that deep ward that Fnatic have.
I've never seen that ward. That's a really cool one. Super sneaky one in the mid lane.
So Fnatic likely to know what sort of angle T1's going to try and hit them from.
Yeah, great read. Raven still waiting in mid. He's going to show himself. He's a tanky one, so if they go for him, there's potential for turnaround. The Mars was in the area. And yeah, they're not even going to be able to set up for this kill. Cuckoo now showing his face. Looks like Fnatic might want to punish this pretty farm Doom who has the Midas.
I mean, we really are seeing sort of back-to-back how T1, they're really trying to find these fights that they need to be getting, you know, Carl involved in.
Yeah, they're trying to pick up the pace of like trying to get that Blink Dagger at a faster pace. If he gets even like 1 kill out of the smoke, it's gonna get him that Blink a bit faster to find Sniper, but unable to. And again, they just keep denying these runes in his face. See Armel deny a haste. That would be the dream rune for Carl this game.
And Armel looks to queue it up safely. He is going to go for the BKB this game, make sure that even if they do get that jump, there's a high chance he can live long enough to stand his ground and back up to come in. Top lane, sorry, bottom lane, Jabs missing the spear. Kuku will turn, drop the Doom down onto the IO. And they've got the Wukong's command. Kuku's going to be fine. In fact, Raven, he may be in trouble. He'll pop the ult, manage to get out of the ult in time. Supernova stun will catch on to Jabs. Raven continuing to try and retreat, but Gabby chases him down. Raven with the arm, the toggle and the TP, he makes it away. Jabs as well in the tree line tries for a TP out, but a Nightmare will put a stop to his escape.
They almost brought Raven to his death because that spear misses. They get the spear connection, they get the kill, and probably just able to reset out, but right next to the tier 1 tower, missing the spear. A concern. T1, and they had to commit a lot of ults though, right? That was the Doom, the Wukongs, and the Egg. But a much needed pick up there to slow down the pace of this game. 2K lead for them. Monkey King at the top, Doom with the Midas, continuing his presence.
And that is, yeah, with a full Maelstrom done for Gabby.
He is huge.
Echo Maelstrom, Gabby, if he gets on top of anyone, he's probably going to be able to take them down pretty swiftly. This Monkey King, very, very strong.
And they have the blink on Carl. So T1 in a comfortable spot right now where they could look to punish Fnatic. But as we said, a lot of ults were used. So Fnatic, they could also look to fight back with their Mars ult in about 5 seconds. Jabs is probably looking to be very active still, since he does have 2 very farm-oriented cores, the CK as well as that Sniper. And looking at just levels really quick, they're both 13.
Jabs.
The Monkey King and the Sniper. Jabs.
He was sort of looking for action up here, but he was doing it completely on his own.
The reload, they always have it.
Let's see if they can back him up in time.
He's dead.
He is gone. They should be able to find a kill in return. Raven able to at least take down Whitemon. And Jabs maybe overestimating his ability to stay alive long enough for backup to come in. They killed him too quickly.
He's being... the way that they're playing with the relocate is really nice, though. Just trying to set up for these solo kills, but... T1 responding quick every single time. BKB nearly done on Cuckoo. They're getting some good timings. And a DD rune bottom. This could be a really good one for Carl. Give him that window to one-shot the Sniper before he's got the BKB. And Doom is back online. So T1, during those moments when they were lacking a little bit of those cooldowns, Fnatic wasn't able to fully punish.
They're going to get the jump in on the mid. Carl.
Armel.
He's able to get him with the avalanche, the toss back. Armel will get Cookie to the side. Also, the tether coming in for John Ware. They're keeping the Sniper alive. Kisses from DJ. I mean, yeah, that Cookie being delivered just in time. I think without that, Armel would have been dead for sure. As it was a fantastic toss back right into the middle of the majority of T1's lineup. And Armel able to walk it off there thanks to his support.
I mean, we need to see that again. Look how quick the timing was from DJ. Facing the right direction as well, and the Sniper is able to just push him beautifully out. Couldn't ask for better from Fnatic to bail out Armel. No, and yet, into Roche immediately after they see that play.
It looks like they're going to be able to get this. I mean, okay, Whitemon is close by, but doesn't really want to be the one that leads him first. So Fnatic, they'll get the Roshan. Armel now with that Aegis.
And BKB pretty much done too.
We saw some excellent support play from Darnwell and DJ in the first game. We're seeing more of it here.
Looking at some items being picked up. Before that, actually.
Hang on, Raven.
Big
Darnwell, what are they doing over here? All right, well, Gabby, he's just cleaned up a double. He's probably going to be able to get another one out of this as he turns over towards Jabs. Jabs will turn with a spear. But just like that, see, well, they just got themselves 3 kills. I mean, Armel was sort of, okay, we've got the Aegis back to farming. DJ also chilling in the triangle by Armel.
That's what I thought.
They probably looked at each other like, hey, where's the rest of the boys? They were over in the jungle of T1. What were they doing there, Fog?
I really thought that they were going to back up for a second and just wait for these items to come out. But nope, they just go for the fight immediately with Jabs, relocate in, and kill Raven.
And now, Whitemon.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there's TP's coming in, and this is pretty deep, so they won't be able to do anything with this Nightmare setup. But, I mean, a huge fight for T1 to sort of get handed to them inside their jungle.
Oh, and Jabs is 0-5-0. He's having one of the rougher Mars games I think I've seen at this tournament. And he's also, like, the missed spears and him, like, setting up for these plays, it's forcing them to reload in, and even it gets Raven killed, too. They got to be a little bit more careful these next few moments that they go for these plays.
Absolutely. Anytime they want to try and enter T1's jungle, they better bring the full squad. Going in with 1 or even 3 heroes, as we just saw, it's not going to cut it. T1 is more than happy to take those sort of fights, especially with how strong Gabby is.
And just their overall teamfight lineup, right? They didn't even have to use the egg from the Phoenix. They're all just set up in the area. BKB on Cuckoo, feeling strong to be that front line. They'll scout Armel for a second. Can they get on him, though? Carl, not in the area. He's bottom. The scan is out.
See if they want to try. Gonna have to do it twice. It's not easy. A boundless strike. Cookie to separate Armel. He's able to turn, still continue to get a few hits in onto Cuckoo, but Cuckoo's tanky, especially with the Essence rig. Carl, he's in with the combo. That's gonna be Armel gone down the once.
He looks dead twice. They have to go for a reload.
See if John was able to take him out. Get over to the side. See if they can take him any further away as T1, they're chasing. The arena's down. The spear's going to be dodged here by Gabby with the BKB. BKB, in fact, as well for Cuckoos. They'll commit for John well. Actually, nearly escaping again with that tether. But the boundless strike from Gabby takes him down. T1, they get everyone else. Sorry, Fnatic get everyone else out of that. I mean, that could have gone worse for Fnatic. Armel was able to live, but still some sort of shaky moves after pretty top-tier coordination that we have from Fnatic in Game 1, and kind of up until 2 minutes ago in this one. Fnatic, they're starting to get a bit shaky.
Yeah, starting to feel a bit of weakness, really, from the sniper. You see him hitting the Doom, and it was actually 0 damage.
Yeah, Cuckoo didn't care. He did not care at all.
And if you look at the 3 cores, they are getting very...
Armel, they found him.
He is gone.
He is... Oh, can they save him? The tether? They're healing him up. It's not enough. Armel's going to go down. They have the kisses coming in on a Cuckoo and Carl. We'll see if they can get anything in return after losing their sniper. Raven, he's going to back off. Doesn't want to get in on this.
Gabby also.
Oh, from the side, he'll find DJ. T1, it's up to a 5k lead. Fnatic, it's slipping away from the mid. John well. Jumped as well beyond the tower. Gabby, 8-0-4.
Level 18 at 21 minutes.
All right. This is taking quite a drastic turn here as Fnatic, pretty much everything kind of went wrong for them after they got Roche in the Aegis. They split up, bad things happened, and then a rough fight top and into Jabs. Is he going to get caught again here?
He might. Whitemon's hot on the chase. Can't quite get him.
All right, he's into the trees. He'll be fine this time. But Fnatic, they're getting outplayed. T1 up 8k. As we said, Gabby just absolutely massive. BKB done. He's going to be working his way on towards the Skadi next. This Monkey King is a huge issue for Fnatic.
I don't know how they're going to deal with him. He's got double the net worth of... I mean, he's almost like 2 cores put together from the side of Fnatic.
He's getting very, very rich.
And Jabs still no BKB. It's about to be finished, but even when he has BKB, look at this Monkey King. He's just going to turn and kill him in seconds. And we were mentioning the tankiness from these cores. If Wukong is down, plus 24 armor. Doom, when he has Devour, has the plus armor. Tiny already has the plus armor built in too, so the physical damage from Fnatic, it doesn't feel like it's going to be able to pierce through this now at this point when they're this behind.
Now, Fnatic's got to be way more careful with how they go about looking for the fights. You know, this is sort of the thing, right? When you have a mid-light sniper that's as vulnerable as a sniper is, as soon as you lose one of your other cores, there's a very high chance that the whole team fight that you're trying to bring together is just going to implode completely to the damage that T1's lineup can bring.
Yeah, looking tough for these next few moments. This gold lead is very significant.
If this move goes wrong for Fnatic, it's going to be very, very painful. See if they can get the jump this time with their smoke. Raven. Go for the Doom straight away in. The arena's down. They trapped the 2 of them. Carl and Cuckoo falling low. Carl will try and run, but he dies in the arena. Gabby standing his ground in with the BKB and the Wukong's command, but the tether gets Jabs out to the side.
Gabby.
What Fnatic needed, they're ready to go for another catch. Straight back in with the stun.
Oh, the spear.
Nightmare will help Gabby dodge the spear. Gabby is trying to turn and get the Jingu Mastery build up, but the damage from the side comes in this time. Armel able to stand his ground and shoot down Gabby.
This time they get the initiation. It's not Jabs who gets the initiation going, but they get the instant stun. BKB not able to get popped in time from Cuckoo. And I see the toss back, right? Carl attempted to blink in and toss his core out, but it catches a Phantasm, and then he's caught in a world of hurt himself. Armel just free shooting the whole fight. A much needed fight, it feels like, for Fnatic to come back into this one. It's slowing down Gabby finally this game. A big kill streak gone, 8-1-4 now. And who ended up getting the last hit? It was Armel, right? So Armel got like almost 2,000 gold that fight.
It's a lot of money. It's enough to get him his Hurricane Pike done, so
yeah.
Something else that may just save his life. And also there it is, the Wraith Pact done for DJ.
So Wraith Pact on one side. Do we have anyone queuing up the Wraith Pact on the side of T1? We do not.
We'll certainly see how much of a difference that will make in these fights. And to T1's ability to burst these heroes like Armel.
I think it's going to prove a big problem for Carl in particular, right? That tiny burst damage drops significantly versus that Wraith Pact. And they don't really have great heroes to kill it either. Fnatic has better ones because they have the Sniper and the IO to be able to focus fire it. And even the Snapfire. So maybe that's why we see the T1's not going for that Wraith Pact on their side this time. But yeah, interesting to see that the Phoenix is going for just mech pipe this time around.
Smoke once again from Fnatic, the last one. Very, very successful.
If they get that instant stun, Raven's going to be one that leads.
They've got to be prepared for these Raven blink stuns.
Carl!
There's the jump. They get the opening onto Carl. Carl will live for now. And now they'll try and turn it. Cuckoo charging. He was able to get the Doom down onto Raven. Boundless strike out onto the two of them. Take that relocate out of the site. Jarnwell keeping Raven out of action for now. See Zephyr trying to head towards Armel, but he has to be careful himself. Don't fall from Carl. He's staying on top of the sniper, or at least trying his best to do so. But the BKB's available for Armel. Armel pots the BKB Raven. He's ready to get back, and they pop the Supernova, but Armel, he's shooting down the stun. The grip! It will stop Armel, but it comes to an end. As Armel will be able to kill the egg, but he'll lose his own life. T1 back to winning the fight. As Gabby, he's not done yet. He's looking to Jabs. Boundless strike for the setup. They've closed the gap. The rest of T1 coming over. Jabs, he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. T1, they'll take the team white.
Instant doom. Cuckoo, no hesitation there. Carl gets jumped on, and Cuckoo just runs and immediately dooms that CK. And Fnatic kind of immediately in disarray. As soon as that happens, they have to relocate out, try to reposition, and T1 with the chase down is able to get it.
And with those kills and with this tower, Gabby should have the Skadi ready for the next fight.
And that's going to be real strong versus the Sniper versus the CK. These BKBs also that aren't even online, right? CK doesn't even have BKB, and he's going to just be completely slowed if the Wukong is down. As you said, Fnatic, they found themselves a decent fight before, but quickly smacked down from T1.
So if Fnatic want to try and do anything here with a full team back up in 10 seconds, it's going to be tough. T1, they've already taken the top tower.
Raven's just starting to become quite poor. 1, 2, and 7 on the CK this time, looking a lot more mortal.
We're eyeing up the Roshan as well. What do we got? 1 minute until Rosh is back in the game.
Whitemon having a blink too. I actually really like this pickup from the Bane. Saw what he was able to do with it there, potentially saving the egg. Oh, and a headband. The dream for a Bane. Continuing to really feel the pressure on Fnatic. Armel, as you said, you know, he's got Hurricane Pike, he's got BKB, he's got double defensive items, but his damage, once they get on top of him, is feeling pretty lackluster. Still quite difficult. 3,000 HP on this Monkey King. And T1, ready to fight. Haste Rune and a BKB on Carl.
Yeah, I mean, they know how strong they are. If they can get that blink initiation, the fight will crumble for Fnatic.
He has his BKB on Raven, but he's scouted. Quick moves.
Finally got that blink dagger done on Jabs, and they're going to look to smoke up in return here, Fnatic.
Let's see if he's able to catch anything with it. He's had such a rough game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Roshan's up.
It's up.
A one-team fight will probably mean a secured Rosh.
It's a DD inside Gabby's bottle, and they have all those big team fight ults around that.
And letting the kisses off in advance, they took the risk of maybe seeing if they're in the pit, but that means there's no kisses for the team fight.
Fnatic really needs every little element of damage too, it feels like, in the next one. T1? Do they have a smoke? I don't think they actually even have one available. Maybe it's coming on the courier. No, they don't have any available. So they're just going to walk in. They're going to start the Rosh. Snapfire ult was used. Full Shiva's now picked up for Cuckoo.
Is there any chance for Fnatic to jump in and try and commit?
It feels really difficult now at this point. Into Shiva's too. Like, they have so many ways to just commit in backline on T1 now. Let's say Jabs is thinking about it.
See if he can time it. Roshan getting very low. Gabby considering using the Wukong's command here to keep the area covered. They know the Roshan's going to be low. Jabs is going to try for the jump in, but immediately Whitemon's there with the grip off to the side. They'll turn their focus towards Carl. We'll see Roshan getting focused. A tether will take Jabs out to the side for now, but that means that Gabby's going to have the space to get that Aegis picked up. They did get the kill on Roche Fnatic, but of course Gabby getting what he was after, both the shard and the Aegis for him. We'll be able to pass that shard over. Looks a bit to Carl.
Yeah, I was like, I hope he doesn't take it himself. It's probably one of the worst, if not the worst one that you can possibly have. Fnatic, though, immediately smoking. Doom was used. There's still an egg available, but Wukong and Doom on cooldown.
I know that Gabby's BKB is also on cooldown. Again, it's down to Jabs to get a catch, but without the arena, it would be purely on him getting a good angle with a spear.
Yeah, Jabs and Raven.
Not easy.
They can get the jump versus those cooldowns on the BKB.
I mean, you see the position for T1, they're prepared.
Yeah. Whitemon just ready to get the instant grabs every single time. It feels like he's just been crushing it this game on the Bane. 3-1 and 12. Since the laning phase, always getting these immediate grabs. That Fiend's grip was so fast on Jabs. Now Armel's starting to get a little bit of damage built in. Has the small crit finished up on the sniper. But as we said, yeah, Raven still quite far behind in comparison to his counterpart. And he just keeps getting doomed. Every single one of the fights, the CK's just doomed.
Yeah, Cuckoo's been doing a really good job of that. Making sure that Raven's not able to get multiple rounds of stuns and rifts off.
Zephyr almost level 18 as well, too. So they have the sniper to kill the egg, but level 18 egg could be problematic. 10 hits is a lot to go through with just one hero.
And especially when Whitemon is on the hunt for you with those nightmares and grips.
Gem now picked up for Fnatic. Trying to get some type of vision advantage, because it does feel like every single one of the fights that T1's been able to win, they always have that Obs and Sentry placed down to get the advantage just to see everybody. Just trying to take out some of that vision. We'll see Gen will take out that top ward. That ward in particular on the cliff was kind of crushing Fnatic the last few moves. And T1 might just knock on the front door.
I think they are going to force Fnatic back. Fnatic, got to be prepared to defend.
Now, Carl's level 20. He's got the grow talent. And that shard, as you mentioned, so he will take out buildings in a heartbeat.
T1, so they know that they've forced Fnatic back. They'll head over to other lanes themselves. Not wanting to yet try to push the high ground. They've still got a tier 2 to take top. They can look towards that, try and get all 3 lanes in good position. They've still got plenty of minutes here to play with the Aegis.
Struggling to see when Raven's going to be able to just take a fight. Armel continuing to get strong. Raven, sure, he's still getting a bit of farm, but feels like he's just completely countered this game. And the itemization that we see T1 going for, too, is going to address it even more. Shiva's, as we mentioned from Cuckoo earlier. The Vlad's now picked up from Zephyr, probably going to be going for Wraith Pact. Yeah, just so many different elements that the CK is going to somehow have to chew through. And they're scaling. Like, all 3 cores on T1 are scaling. We see the itemization from Carl, now going for the Moon Shard. So he's also going to be going for this right-click scale build. And with 13k advantage, it's feeling really good for them right now.
Of course, there's always going to be something to be said for a sniper defending his base.
Absolutely.
And as we have seen, you know, even in these sort of losing fights, John Well has been doing an excellent job with the relocates. You know, each and every time, always able to make sure that one of his cores gets a second chance in the fights, taking them out to the side.
He's definitely kept them in the game at this moment. Like, they probably would... It would probably be some like 20-something thousand gold lead and a lot more kills if he hadn't been able to get a lot of these reloads. He's been pretty clutch. Falling further and further behind, though, on the map versus this Doom Midas, versus the farm speed for Gabby. And is that the full Gleipnir finish?
I think it might be, right? Has he got the recipe as
He
well?
does.
He does. There we have it. So
Aye, that's
extra control.
Amazing versus
Gabby.
DK too. The Phantasm is now never gonna really exist. And he has his own form of catch and control inside of his ult. I love it. Really love that pickup. T1 continuing to tick all the boxes. Fnatic now starting to get trapped in their base.
30 seconds left on the Aegis. It will soon expire here for Gabby.
Got so much out of it though. The net worth lead is just tremendous now. Cuckoo almost has a full refresher.
And they've also got the Wraith Pack now themselves.
Now it's like, what do you hit? Okay, you have to hit the Supernova, you have to hit the Wraith Pact. I mean, there's no way that Sniper can do everything.
Yeah, I think T1 not in any sort of rush. They're very happy sitting here with that lead, and they know that as long as Fnatic is as scared as they are, where they're forced to sort of sit in the base on the high ground, T1's going to be able to continuously out-farm them and just get so much more out of the map. Fnatic, they'll try and break that with a smoke. See who they can find, but T1 themselves very, very carefully playing this one. They're back up to the base. They know there's a high chance that Fnatic will be coming out looking for them.
I look at the map right now. Look at the vision. If you just toggle it for Fnatic, they see nothing. You know, this is a really tough smoke to be able to go for here. They're just trying to read T1 making a mistake, but yeah, T1, they're not going to make that mistake. They all group up. They're smoking themselves. A head-on 5v5 fight will be disastrous for Fnatic.
I'll look to TP out of here, at least a few of them. They did show Raven on the top lane.
They got a ward down to attempt to play around, but it's quickly going to get countered.
I've got Refresher on Cuckoo, ready for the next fight. Already been doing some excellent stuff with the One Doom.
They're so farmed. And that one ward, the one little bit of information that Fnatic had on the map, will be gone. Continuing to just have to hug each other. So just continue to see that gold lead grow and grow.
Narmel, very much feeling the pressure of how they've been jumping him, opting to get himself a second defensive item.
A third defensive even.
I guess true, on top of the Hurricane, yeah, that's right. He's very much scared of them jumping him, which is never going to feel too good having to build these many items. You know, you want to get that damage, especially when it might come down to the point where it's just all going to be down to how much damage you can deal whilst you're sitting in the base and sitting on your high ground. He's just that concerned about the initiation and the catch that T1 have.
I don't even know if he can go for this build. That's the thing.
You think you just got to go all out and damage?
I just don't even know what he builds in order to deal enough, because it's just him, it really feels like. Like Raven is starting, we see his farm like slowly trickling up, but he's just got so many counters. Playing versus this Monkey King with the Gleipnir, playing versus Shivas, Wraith Pact, etc. It's just not easy for Raven, so Armel, I'm not too sure what he gets. If the Lincoln saves him a couple times on like a base defense, then maybe that is just the best choice for him. Yep, T1 just farming. Continues to grow. From 15 to 17k to 19k.
They can wait as well for the next rush. See if they get the shorter respawn. Could be up in 20. We'll have a look.
Yep, no rush. Very relaxed gameplay now from T1.
Yeah, and understandably so as well. Already, of course, you know, down a game in this series. They want to make sure there's no chance of letting this lead slip away. They'll play this out as safely as they can to force out the game 3.
Ooh, it's a quick one. Very fast spawn. 8 seconds.
That's perfect here for T1.
Fnatic, they've got one ward again out on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under
Trying to get some sneaky positioning. A Shadow Blade even picked up for Raven. Spending his gold. They know that this next fight is probably one of the last ones. Armel did not spend his gold, though. Still hanging on to 3,800. Ooh. They see Carl.
Do they want to try? They'll force the BKB out from him. That's something.
Okay. BKB Forest. Wraith Pact also Forest.
See if they can make that sort of jump again.
They're just trying to, they have literally one ward that they can play around, so they're like, we have to play around this vision because it's going to die immediately afterwards.
And Ag's waiting there, Roshan. I think something that Gabby would be rather happy to take.
And there goes the vision. See if they try.
Carl, I'm going to be a bit careful with the BKB on cooldown still for that 30 seconds. They'll head into the pit. And of course, take this down very, very quickly. So Fnatic, if they want to have something to say about it, they'll have to make a move soon, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to get here.
I don't think they can in this area where there's just no information, no vision. Like, Phoenix can just, Zephyr will place himself perfectly in the fight, just get a full sunray onto his teammates. So, yeah, no way Fnatic can look to go in here.
And Gabby setting up there to grab himself the Aghanims, the Aegis as well. Level 25.
That will help for the siege versus the sniper as well, too, those Wukong statues.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Of course, that additional ring, meaning that it's highly likely that Gabby will be able to find the Wukong's command around Armel, even when Armel's trying to do his best to keep the distance.
Armel, he's got the Lincolns going for a shard next, so as you said, you know, 4 or 5 different forms of ways to protect himself.
He's just trying to save himself.
It's important, and a very important pickup, actually. They find a telescope on this side of Fnatic.
Okay.
So, I mean,
that is nice.
Any little bit to keep the distance for the sniper is something that they definitely need.
Some nice neutrals as well for T1. Gabby gets the Penta Edge.
The dream for a Monkey King. Those Wukong statues' attack range gets pretty funny. Continuing to grow, 27,000 gold lead, a Shadow Blade now for Carl.
That's a big lead. I mean, we saw this
huge lead.
Game 1, Fnatic, they were the one with a huge lead before they closed it up.
It happens when you have a Doom, that when you're able to control the map like this. Like the Midas, the Devour really starts to kick in. And as we've seen, you know, Gabby having this near flawless game, 430 last hits, 10-1 and 7.
Excellent to see, especially after he did have such a tough showing in Game 1.
He did.
And he got well and truly counted this time round. As you say, just the one death. It's worked out very, very well for him here.
Who's carrying what? Let's see. Spell Prism is on the CK. Io is carrying Telescope. And still keeping Quiver on Armel. Interesting that he's holding the Quiver. I guess just really wants like that one little hit every single time instead of the Grove Bow. Because they actually have Grove Bow on DJ. Some players have preference between the two.
There's a lot of damage.
It is. Lately, I don't know. A lot of times I like the attack speed from that Grove Bow, you know, just give you that little bit extra, but... T1, just continue to farm.
And they're chilling.
Just keeps growing. What's the next big items that they can look for? I mean, Arcane Blink on Gabby would be a big one. That instant setup for the Wukongs plus his Boundless.
Eon Disc nearly on Zephyr. Looks like the damage item of choice for Armel will be the Butterfly.
Okay.
As it queued up next. Of course, he'll be hoping to find the 25 as well before that push comes in. And then it'll have that chance of having that extended range and be able to play from an even safer distance backed by the tier 4s.
Hey, his range is going to be pretty nuts.
And they are yet to lose a tier 3 tower, because your T1, for all the lead that they have, they've not been able to approach the base of Fnatic at all.
Can you imagine a sniper comeback from a 30k deficit? We're starting to get to some ridiculous bounds of gold, really, for T1. Just always getting Roche control, too, as well, so extra ags and refreshers and whatnot, as Fnatic's just trapped in their base. We're already at like 97 to 3%, too, so... Gaben really believing in this advantage of T1, as I think it's a safe bet.
It does feel like that for Armel to have that sort of comeback impact on the defensive, he needs at least an extra item.
Mm-hmm. He's even switched up. I think he's
okay,
like,
Moonshard,
yeah, he switched to Moonshard, the highest possible damage that he could maybe get. Raven walking out jabs too, almost getting caught.
Just teasing around with Raven. We'll smoke up behind Gabby. Looks like T1 are ready to try and take it to the next level. See if they can get that jump inside of the base. They're going to look for Raven. They're in with the combo. Raven, he's in trouble. They've got the Doom down on him. He's going to get taken out. They cannot save him in time as Raven out for 70. Use the fortification, but T1, they want to keep pushing to at least force out the buyback from Raven.
It almost feels like they didn't even have to commit the Doom there. They just did, I feel like, because Cuckoo wanted to. He's got another one as well, Gabby.
He's going to try and get into the side. He's still got 45 seconds left of the Aegis. I see Carl focusing the objectives. As the range racks down, so goes the melee as well. It's T1 Successful push from them, and a push they can look to continue again down the mid.
Cuckoo refreshes.
They're going to jump in under the tier 4s. Arena's going to get laid down. See if they can get him in position, but no, Armel's just going to get burst. They couldn't keep their sniper alive. That's Armel out for 90 seconds here, T1. As they get in deep, they get the kill. Over to the side, Raven, he's been gripped. Whitemon has the full control. Asset tie back on Raven. They'll tap out. GG, it's called. As T1, they'll take this game 2. We're getting a game 3, ladies and gentlemen, here between T1 and Fnatic. Both games
end with like a 40,000 gold.
It really has been. You know, first game we have Fnatic building up the gold, and this time round it was T1 with the incredible stockpile of money before they closed it up. And I feel like both games as well, they got to a point where it looked impossible for either side. Game 1 looked impossible for T1 to turn around. This game, as much as we would like to see some sort of crazy stuff from a sniper, it just wasn't possible, nowhere near possible at all. As Fnatic left with no chances, as T1 just had full control the second half of the game.
T1 just had really good setup, I think, around the top side of the map. I think Whitemon in particular, reading the plays over and over again, getting these fiend strips off and whatnot. Yeah, Jabs, you know, he tried to force the issue because they had this relocate to set up with Raven, but a lot of the times it felt like it actually just cursed them. It made it made it worse plays than or worse situations than if he hadn't have even gone for the move. So Raven ends 1-4-7, Jabs 0-6-3.
Yeah. I feel it seems to be sort of a recurring thing with Mars. I feel that we're getting a lot of this hero, and players all across the board, all across the different teams, sometimes they just don't have a great game with it. No. You're missing spears, and it's happening to everyone. It happened to the best of them. And unfortunately for Jabs, yeah, this game was a hard one for him, 0-6-3. But of course, you know, there is delight to be had in that loss because we're getting a game 3, something that we absolutely want to see from these two teams. I'd say hopefully a close one, because each time it's kind of looked over at the 20-minute mark, Fogged.
It has, but I think this is what we all expected to. You know, the SEA,
we expected
SEA,
the third
the volatility sometimes can come out here, so I think we're all happy we got to see this, and you know, we got to see the sniper.
We did.
It was a little underwhelming. Laning phase was great, but I don't think we'll get to see it again.
I don't think so. I think we'll see different stuff coming out indeed. Can't wait to see what happens in the draft for Game 3, as with that second game victory for T1, it's now 1-1 between T1 and Fnatic.
T1 and Fnatic going the distance for a third game. Wraith Pact team winning the game. Sniper losing the game. All is as it should be. We're going to prepare for that third game and, of course, discuss how this Game 2 came to be all after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smooth like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary.
OSIM.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
You know what happens to you if you go through with this. I have everything I need to have you court-martialed and dishonorably discharged.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
What are you gonna do?
A woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. Bring it down. Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you gotta get it done. So are you up for it? Say, are you up? Are you up? Are you up for it? Up. Are you up? Are you up for it? Bring it down. Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you got it.
T1 take game 2 against Fnatic, making the series be a tie, and we're going to a third game between them. Of course, elimination on the line as we're in the lower bracket of the Stockholm Major. One game between the teams and either playing on the main stage in the arena or going home on the other side. It is a lot of pressure on that one Dota game that's about to come. But first, let's talk about how we got there, because this game 2, of course, was a little bit of a mix of emotions. Where to start with this one? I'm here with Purge and SVG, and everyone first, I mean, it can't go anywhere else but saying Sniper lost SVG. I know you were a big fan. Big fan. Didn't do it.
I have no words. This is a funeral of the ages. We will never see this hero again for 3 more tournaments.
Oh no.
I'm secretly crying on the inside. I know you can't tell. But Armel looked really good on it. He was owning. In that game's defense, I don't feel that game was on the Sniper. Like, their side lanes went really bad. And when you have a mid-hero like Sniper and your side lanes go bad, he cannot help recover it. It's just way too hard. Like, all the fights like these where they took him around the hero, I mean, you know, he wasn't doing much here, but like, I think the hero looked decent. I think he could have helped carry that game. Just Fnatic had other problems in that matchup.
They really did. I think they had a little bit of a monkey problem, Purge.
They did. It was a monkey problem. It was a Doom problem. Chaos Knight didn't match up super well against it, and as a whole, Gabby just kept his net worth really high. He didn't go for heavy farming items. He was fighting with his team. He was becoming effective. They doomed Io in a couple cases. Mars had a really underwhelming performance. That was a big thing for Jabs. He was 0-5 and 0. Missed spears and stuff. Just had a really rough game, and uncharacteristic underperformance from him that made things harder, because you need him to like set up disables so you can get kills so that Sniper can then clean up the rest of the fight while doing damage. But it just kind of felt like they weren't able to execute perfectly.
Yeah, they had one fight where it started to look like, okay, that's the way they're gonna win fights. We have replays of that as well, and this is the fight where Sniper just gets to do his thing. SVG, he's just beeping on the backlines.
Pew pew. No one can touch him. The arena doing a massive amount of work. They also get this reload save. Again, if the reload can ever save people from the stationary spells, Wukong's Egg and Grip there, that was the biggest recipe of success for the Fnatic in these team fights. I felt like it happened once or twice in this mid-early game, and those were the fights that went their way, but later on, it just becomes too hard. And that's also the power of T1 Doom.
This fight, unfortunately, for Fnatic, kind of spells how the rest of the fights of the game have been looking, Purge.
Yeah, they just doom the Chaos Knight. He doesn't get his ultimate off, and then they just run down their opponents. Sniper at this point very trapped. They uses Hurricane Pike to go high ground, but then Tiny just jumps on him, finally fights him man to man. So I don't know. He's doing okay damage. He's attacking a lot. This fight, he's like, oh, I gotta kill the egg. Then it was Grip right before it gets killed. They have to overcommit to it. I don't know. He just didn't have much damage on the Sniper. He went BKB, Mask of Madness, Hurricane Pike. He had great neutral items, but his damage output wasn't that fantastic. Even in that previous fight where he's peeping away, it's like they just tanked the damage because he didn't have anything other than physical.
Not yet, anyway. And there was a Wraith Pact on T1 way before there was a Wraith Pact on Fnatic. I'm not even sure if they managed to finish that at the end of the day. But we're going to game 3, so everybody's happy about that, I would imagine. And I think Slax is one of those people.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello there, Shiva. Now, these teams, they usually leave their booths, and that's how I get my scoops, but no teams have left their booths in between this series, so don't worry, I have a very true method that I use to coax the players out. I've laid a trap here of Monster energy drinks and a bunch of candy. Now, I'm gonna pull this here, and I'm sure Pro, once they see it moving, they're gonna go for it. Come on now. Come on now. Nobody yet. Well, Snake King, he's looking at it. He wants a little bit of that treat. I'm not messing with the Southeast Asia teams. No. Oh, got some treats? Yummy? No, they didn't work this time, but no, nobody left their booth. The trap lays uneaten. Things are pretty serious over here. We'll see which one of these teams is going home, but don't worry. I'll coax them out, Sheaves. Nothing like a little bit of gamer. Oh, wait, we got one coming right here. Come on now, boy. Don't you want a nice treat? Oh, God. Come on now. Take one. Okay, it didn't work. Don't worry, Sheaver. I'll wrangle up an interview for you. These traps always work. It's all good.
Well, I was at first going to say that I was very happy that he didn't do that on one of the teams that's obviously going to play for their tournament lives. But then he still managed to distract them a little bit from game time. All right, well, it didn't work, the trap, anyway. I'm sure, well, we are definitely, I'll tell you, get an interview with both teams after the game. One of the teams will do a winner's interview. The other team will do an exit interview. Who gets who? Who gets which, rather? We're finding out because game 3 of this series after the break.
job, I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind, like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All
A third and deciding game will be played between T1 and Fnatic. Game 1 was fairly convincing for Fnatic. You heard our commentators say it, around 20 minutes. The game was kind of already theirs. They just had to play it out. This same thing can be said for T1 in game number 2. Also, that game was kind of theirs. Minute 20, we kind of knew where it was going to go. So we are hoping for a very close third game of the series, where both teams get to play the style that they want. We once again have Fnatic on the Radiant side and T1 on the Dire side, and this time around it is swapped around in terms of pick order, SVG, because this looks like T1 has first pick. So you happy with a little bit of switch up?
Potentially. I think they're angling for the Doom. Beastmaster already banned as well. It's another hero that they like to get out of the pool when they are angling for the Doombringer, just because you can play the vision game to not let him jump you first, and you have the BKB Piercing Roar to split up the fight. Would be surprised if Fnatic doesn't ban Doom over Tree. I think Treant's just a lower impact hero for what T1 wants to do. I understand it stalls the game, it lets them get to that late game scenario. It's a very powerful hero, but they don't opt for the Doom, and instead damage reduction is your friend.
Oh yes.
Yeah, especially with the populated Wraith pack, stacking them up can be really effective. But I was a little surprised that Doom felt so good in the last game, but just being able to lock those cores down from having their full team fight impact just really does make it a lot harder for your opponents to take like a confident 5-on-5.
I mean, I think in a series like this, both these teams, I don't think they're the fastest teams here in terms of punishing greed. I think that last game we saw, there was definitely some 5 or 10 minute periods where just farming, right? And so in series like that, Doom is kind of the king. Really hard to beat this hero in the late game.
Yeah, because he's always getting a refresher and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe the one good solution against it that we saw was Team Sphere playing like Phantom Assassin carry, kind of, because then it's hard to even land the Dooms. That was kind of a cool way to deal with it, but...
Yeah, sure. I mean, anything that makes it hard for him to click his buttons on you.
10 seconds remaining.
Generally good versus hero.
But they go for the Visage in the first phase, so switching up a bit, taking the tournament meta away from some of the teams.
It's just the Tundra meta. Give credit where it is due.
What about Bet Boom? You're not going to credit Bet Boom?
They are not in the upper bracket, so they don't get as much credit.
Yeah, okay.
Also, I think this Doom Visage is very much Tundra. I think they were jamming this lane. They were feeling the synergy.
So who plays the Visage for Fnatic? Is it Jabs?
That?
I mean, he does play everything under the sun.
Yeah, he'll definitely play it. He's a big summons player. So it's probably oriented towards him here. I don't think their other two cores are going to want to play. Like, I don't see Raven playing this.
Wasn't there a team? There was a team that played Visage as the +5 as well earlier on.
I mean, I don't know about early on. Maposhka played it one game for Spirit, where they lost. That was where they got eliminated, I believe. So that game was not so good. And then a lot of carry Visages are common too for Dahak on BetBoom, for example.
Mickey played it mid a couple times as well.
All right, so there's definitely some flexibility here. It's just going to be finding out which player is the most comfortable with the hero, but all of them have got a pretty decent-sized hero pool, so...
I do like it against Pugna, though. Spot Nether Ward, you can attack it a little bit. Doesn't die instantly, but it can be a way to deal with that. And then you can also interrupt life drains, hit the backline there, maybe catch Storm when he jumps in. It's not too bad. Gives them that they can transition into like a death push if they really want to.
So we got an IO and a Phoenix banned out at the moment on the side of Fnatic.
10 seconds.
The heals.
The heals. But Pugna already does also some heals.
He does.
Then you can heal the Pugna, who's healing someone else. And then you have the full pentagram of heals going on.
All right. Well, pentagram ruined with the IO and Phoenix ban then. Personally, I'd like to see a couple of disables coming out from supports, which IO and Phoenix don't really offer. So I hope that T1 still gets their hands on, I don't know, maybe their Shadow Shaman or something like that. We'll see. As they ban out the CK on the side of T1, so this is going to be the first game of the series without a Chaos Knight. Raven will have to play something else. Maybe he's the one playing the Visage?
It would be surprising, actually, if Shaman makes it through. I feel like that was the hero that I expected to be very contested by both teams. Whitemon played it, or was it Zephyr? I think Zephyr played it often in the early group stage. Was really, really effective with the hero. Made Hex look gloriful again.
Yeah, they both played it during the groups. It's been a pretty comfortable hero for T1 for sure.
Could see here. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bane picked up again for either team. I think it fits the tempo of this series and what they want to do overall. Just a solid BKB piercing stun always.
I just feel like you pick it for sure here because there's a Storm Spirit on the enemy team, so you got Hex locked down there. Plus, they already have push potential with Visage. Why not slap wards on top of that? And you don't care that much about Nether Ward damage reduction from the Pugna side, so maybe you're a little bit worried about getting counter-initiated and your mana costs are really high, so you get nuked a lot from Nether Ward, but kind of feels like it fits Fnatic's draft really well to me. Maybe not their lanes, but...
They're thinking about it.
Because if they do pick it, then it basically... You'd have to make it 5, which is not common. 4 is more common. That would maybe upset the potential like Doom 4 Visage 3. Maybe it limits them a bit too much, but it does seem to be a very good hero to me in this pick position.
I think it's decent. It just depends if you feel like it's too greedy. Like if you end up in a situation where you're playing 4 Doom, 5 Shaman.
Yeah, that would feel rough.
I think it's a little clunky. You can make up for it with the Roche, but I prefer the Bane route. I think it makes a lot of sense here. Just going to be a hero waiting in the wings while Doom and Visage tank up all the attention. He's going to have free spells in the fight. If he ever sleeps or grips Storm here, it looks amazing for their team fight. Kind of forces T1 to have to deal with the backline, which anytime you have to deal with the backline when you open up like a Doom Visage like this, it just becomes so annoying because it's just so much garbage you have to fight through. Like random Scorched Earth that's activating this Visage Soul Assumption. It was something that also makes this lane pretty decent. So there's a lot of just minor spell synergy that is hard for Storm to get through. On top of those, you know, the Gravekeeper Cloak is pretty annoying for Storm to just jump in and burst. So it gives Bane a lot of time to get all his spells off in a fight here. And at the same time, T1 is not going to be one of these teams to hit you with a lot of these summons heroes. Like they're the ones who are afraid of it, right? We've seen consistently over the series, they're the ones banning the Beast, the Furion. They're up against the Visage. Those are traditionally the heroes that make Bane's life hard. The only other thing I think T1 plays that would maybe do that is something like Night Stalker, but I'd be hesitant to... I don't think they're going to maybe just jam it here without a carry matchup that they see, so... Bane should have pretty good reign. All those things also would have been good for the Shaman. I think it's just a matter of like how greedy do you want to get, right?
Gotcha.
Well, they get the Winter Wyvern for themselves this time around.
There's that double heal.
Double heal. This is going to be the first time, I believe, that T1 is picking up the Winter Wyvern this major. Yep.
I think they would have gone Monkey for sure if it wasn't banned.
If it wasn't what?
If it wasn't banned.
Oh, banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been really solid against their heroes.
Fanatics turn.
I feel like the Cold Embrace is upping in value in my mind a little as the tournament goes on. Against the right heroes, decent against Visage. I mean, there's a lot of damage output, but healing is decent for that. Plus, like you said before, heals versus heals comboed with damage reduction from Pugna's Ward and a possible Wraith Pact is just going to make it even better.
And we've seen Winter Wyvern being very successful at protecting early towers and being able to push out waves without really putting yourself in too much danger.
That's a good point, but if it's Visage Core, he's going to have bats pretty quick.
That's true.
And then you can find the large flyer with the small flyers, and then you kill him.
Yeah, I personally feel like Visage is one of the summons heroes that doesn't... I don't think this hero cares as much about just taking over the map super fast. I think he cares more about like how do you deal with this hero in the 5-on-5 with all of the auras he's presenting and just the teamfight disruption. I think that's the part of this hero you have to deal with. And that's wrong. T1 kind of addressed in their second phase, but I also don't feel like they're shutting it down. And this DP pick, more sustain, more frontline.
More tower damage.
Yeah, this is a lot of spooky spells coming out from Fnatic. A lot of ghosts, demons, you know? This is scary.
Just feels so good in Dota games lately where teams have this like really tanky tri-core. Just feels like it's so much easier for them to play Dota. There's like not one vulnerability. They can kind of all cover each other. T1, maybe they're less flexible right now because Storm is such a vulnerability if he gets grabbed. Especially with Doom in the game too. But they do have good supporters to back things up. But the DP is quite good. Silence is excellent against Pugna, against Winter Wyvern. So even if you're up in the front and they ignore you a bit, you can still really disrupt the team fights.
I think T1 is leaning towards one of two directions. They either want to carry that does not care about getting doomed, which would push it towards like Wraith King or something. I think we've seen. The other route I think they might be able to go is just jam an Illusion hero, which would be like these Nagas and PLs and stuff. I think it's a pretty decent game for them, but it depends. You have to be very confident on them and like sure that the right carry matchups are out of the pool for what you want to do. but I think it is one route to deal with this Visage in the fight that makes it a little annoying for him. He doesn't have other heroes that can clear out the illusion gunk, so to say.
And right now all they have is Crypt Swarm, basically. Little AoE from Doom. Could be a decent solution. Maybe not the best person to chain heal, I guess. In some ways, like picking tanky heroes works well with T1's lineup, but you're right that Illusions would be good against Fnatic.
Any PA could also be an option. Just super heavy single target burst. She can choose when to jump, let Storm and Mars go in first. You have the double bailout heals for her if she does get in trouble. She'll shred something like a Death Prophet or this Doom who are going to be low armor for a long time.
I like that a lot better.
They don't have any minus armor to combo with her though. I feel like traditionally, I mean, the biggest PA team is Spirit, and I feel like they always have some sort of Weaver or Pango just to help her out a little. There's an Underlord ban though.
Makes me think tanky hero then. Or it's also good against Illusions too, percentage-based damage.
That's what I'm thinking, the Wraith King or the Illusions. That's what's looking the most like. I think Wraith King is the most obvious and solid here. He can also give you a lot of single target bursts to help you deal with some of these heroes if they get chain locked down, which can be nice.
But the same thing, those good things that Wraith King presents, he's still against a lot of percentage-based damage from the Death Prophet and the Doom. They do ban out PL.
So Fnatic is a little worried about these last pick illusion carries, which I think they should be, at least thinking about them. I think it's hard to deal with them with a counter carry pick, which is pretty much what they need. I think generally you deal with them with the 2 and 3s rather than the 1.
10 seconds.
Should we also put Terrorblade on the radar, considering PL's normally picked or frequently picked as a counter to
It's
Terrorblade?
just a lot easier to deal with it with Doom because you can figure out which one's real a lot faster. I feel like PL would have been the most obnoxious because you're jumping around.
I mean, for Fnatic.
There's the PA. I like that pick. I think it's exactly what they need. It can do a lot of work this game as long as it doesn't get heavily abused on lane. That's the one part I'm not sure. If it is this Doom Visage lane, I've seen this lane tear Agi carries up this meta, so that's the one question mark for me. But I think if she does get to her items, like, she can definitely carry this game and she has the backup to do it. And it also makes this carry pick hard because there's not a lot of things that are going to directly match up against PA amazingly. It's like Morphlings and stuff, but not a lot of teams playing that hero.
Nope. It is not, and they also don't have lots of time left to think about this. Just about 10 seconds.
Terrorblade for Fnatic too.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Historic. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the Luna is the one that they'll end up going for. What do we think about that?
Luna Bane lane combo pretty strong, makes their 5-man group really strong as well. This is a good aura abuse lineup. If they get into that Roche with the Exorcism, it's going to be a difficult contest. There's just so much aura, so much sustain to pump through here. It's an interesting pick, more of like the tempo route. I think PA can shred her in the late game, but it's also another mini stun for Storm, which I think every time you have any sort of like mini stun interaction, it makes his period before he gets that BKB hard. There's a question of how much is Luna going to interact with Storm before he gets there. Maybe that's irrelevant, but I think it's a solid pick. I don't think it's anything crazy, but I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I actually like the Luna a decent amount here. Outside of BKB's, Eclipse is really effective because they have some heals, but it's not going to necessarily save them through Eclipse damage. So I feel like it's a rare case where the Luna looks like a pretty solid hero. Maybe she's got to worry about Mars having a great lane and then over-pressuring, but both supports on the T1 side are more passive, so I don't really see Luna getting crushed in lane.
I think she should have a good lane in this game.
So I feel like Luna looks good.
Is this game more even than both of the previous ones?
I would say so. T1 definitely has some good team fight. They have some options. The PA matches up well. Like, both teams have good stuff going for them. It should be close.
Yeah, I think it's pretty even. I think it's going to come down to the mid-game team fight execution and who gets this like early Aegis on in this game. I think that's really important for this Luna.
Well, 2 teams enter. 1 will remain at the end of this 3rd game of the series. We're heading over to OD, Pixel, and Fogged for the deciding game.
Thank you very much, TVS there. The deciding game 3 now ready to go between T1 and Fnatic. Fogged, what do you make of this? Whose lineup would you be more confident in going into this deciding match?
Oh man, I actually didn't mind this last pick PA too much. I actually thought it was pretty strong for what TY was setting up for this like super late game, this carry that's going to be able to perhaps deal with Doom until he gets like Aghanims and whatnot along. But this last pick Luna, I love it. I actually think it sets the pace. And I'm actually quite worried for T1 about just holding on to the game. I think the pressure and the tower push that Fnatic can do at this draft is crazy. Something that teams overlook and something I've seen Tundra do. This Lunar Blessing with Visage, it is insane. The familiars getting the bonus damage, this rate, the attack speed rate that they get with that bonus damage, it's absolutely insane. They do have the Wyvern to offset it, so for me, it's eyes on Zephyr to be able to really set up the defenses around those early towers and the early pressure that I feel like Fnatic's going to be setting. So yeah, eyes on Wyvern, and I'm just looking for explosive damage Fnatic has, because I think every single one of the heroes on their draft synergizes really well together, and yeah, so much damage. And it's all different types of damage. I like that Kevin pointed out at the end there, even like the Eclipse has a lot of benefits this game, playing into this, some squishy heroes before BKB. So yeah, I'm really loving it. This looks like a Tundra draft to me from Fnatic. And T1's gone for more of a greedy style. And we'll see if that does pay off. I am glad to also to see no CK in these games. Right?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of CK, and it's...
I think we had 5 CK games in a row. So I'm kind of glad to see it going away, even though it did lose one game. We are seeing that one disappear at least one game. We still did get a Mars. I know we had one game where Mars was not picked in these last like 6 or 7 or 8 games even, but now he's back. And what'd you get? What were they saying?
I was trying to
Could you get the translate or not?
I couldn't get a translate. I'm sure we've got some viewers at home translating into the chat.
Oh, I'm sure.
But some, I can only imagine there's some friendly all chat banter here coming out.
Let's see how top does too. I know SBG talked about it at the end there, this power that we've seen from Tundra doing this draft, the Doom plus Visage, especially versus these Agi carries, can be really problematic. Look at Whitemon starting items. I think that tells the tale of it all. 2 salves just to start the lane off on a Pugna, which you usually don't see the double salves on these 5 positions, but he knows the Scorched Earth, the Soul Assumption spam, it's gonna be there. So has to have some way to offset it. And the thing is too is the Doom and the Visage are playing into a PA, so they're always gonna have mana to spam out from those stick charges.
Yeah, that's true. You've almost got to be careful about how many daggers you're throwing around up here.
I'm really looking at the lanes, right? Because I think Fnatic, it's all about lane dominance into early pressure, and T1, they have to be able to weather the storm and let this PA get online and farm. If Gabby is able to do that, I can absolutely see Gabby carrying this game, but it's going to take some time. It's going to be like 30 plus, 35 plus minutes for the most part.
No, especially seeing as, you know, how strong Gabby carried that last game.
Yes.
You know, that was a fantastic carry performance on his Monkey King.
Best Monkey King game of the tournament for me. So if anyone can do it with these type of heroes, it would be Gabby, but look at this already. Like, immediately has to get salved on the first wave. So I see top lane looking pretty dominant for Fnatic. Bottom, this double range should be pretty strong with the Lunar Blessing. And mid, Storm will get his farm, but it's definitely a winning lane also for RML. So it does feel like they put themselves in a position to potentially win all 3 lanes.
Yep, both mids pushing each other to the edge there. Carl and Armel. Armel should be the one to keep the edge on this. And in terms of availability of supports to coming out, are we going to see any chance of Fnatic being able to punish Storm pre-level 6?
I don't think they want to move top. Jabs. Actually, almost going down.
Those 1 charges will just save him. Gabby not quite able to stay in range or with vision to get another dagger out.
Oh, he got the creep, Owen.
Oh, it's the nasty one.
He got the mana burn with the mana aura. All right, so they already had infinite mana from Styx. Now they actually have infinite mana, and they'll be able to offset a lot of T1s. The only thing I'm looking at is what Whitemon's going to be able to do to offset damage also with his Pugna Ward damage reduction. But Gabby...
it's just... I mean, how do you even stay in the lane now? It's...
Maybe Whitemon should have just started with like a Headdress or something. I actually don't even know.
It's really tough.
He's already used 2 salves, and he's gone through all of his regen. I don't know how Gabby's going to be able to farm up here. Oh, Netherward actually placed up a bit far. DJ.
They're going to try and jump DJ here with this, but he's got the 1 charges, and again, as soon as they get close to the 2 of them, Jab is ready to turn.
Ooh. Don't quite get the connection of the spear.
And they've got the creep wave as well, meeting in a good position here, Fnatic. On top.
Whitemon's going to literally have 0 net worth this game, I think, in the early game. He literally just has to bring Tangos and Fairy. Tango and Salves.
You got to get more regen out here.
More regen for Gabby. This is when the carries just yell, you bring me more regen. And Gabby maybe, having this Blightstone, maybe regretting not bringing himself some extra regen or even a stick. A lot of times we do see stick versus these spam lanes, especially that we saw Tundra kind of dictating that meta, but having no stick, having that lack of regen is going to hurt.
Structures are fortified.
They get a pull off, but DJ, level 2 Scorched Earth's gonna just steal the pull. Gonna take all that farm away.
Structures are fortified.
And we're seeing in the mid lane quite a good job being done on the denies here from Armel. 18 and 8 against the 13 and 1, so definitely able to slow down the speed at which Carl's going to get towards that 6 eventually.
It really, like I said, it really feels like they drafted themselves 3 winning lane setups. Bottom, I am seeing them trading pretty well, the Mars and this Winter Wyvern.
Bottom's going alright, Hefty.
It's going pretty decent. But Storm has to go back to base. Carl already getting pushed away. DJ checks the top rune. Armel's able to get the bottom one. And now we're definitely going to see Armel pull far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Being a Death Prophet, he's going to hit that 6 way sooner than the Storm. And obviously Carl, you know, he wants to be able to get that maximum efficiency out of this area, not just sitting and soaking up the wave, but also clearing up the small camp. And it's going to leave opportunities for Armel to likely get some very early damage in onto this tier 1 mid.
Carl even TP's to mid before he's full mana. So if you look, he's back to mid with half mana on the Storm Spirit. He just really wanted to come back to get XP, but this tower is going to probably get sieged really early on. 1 rotation from a support, and I don't know if T1 will be able to defend that. And look at top. I mean, so now they're not only just losing all their HP, but as we said, the mana burn. Whitemon's completely Gabby's completely another salve used.
I got to say, against the pressure that Fnatic are bringing, it is impressive that we are seeing Gabby still able to get farm.
Yeah.
24 and 3. They're investing a lot of consumables into it, but it is making sure that Gabby is still able to hit the creeps.
Yeah, I like that he bought the raindrop too. Just anything to offset this big burst magic damage that's coming up from these two.
Stupendous.
Hey, he's actually, you know, honestly, he's top in net worth. You are seeing Whitemon really feeling that pressure though. 500 net worth on the Pugna, but same thing on that opposing side. The Bane is also only 500 general.
Oh, so a very, very worthy investment. You know, the lane was designed to punish this PA. They are dealing with it, and Gabby playing it cool. He's not dying up here, and he's getting the farm.
Okay, let's see how they set up for this mid defense. Armel's 6. They send Zephyr over. Could mean that Cuckoo dies bottom because he's left alone, but Zephyr has to go mid to stop this push. Armel's going to pop the Ghost as soon as he gets to this high ground. Rune.
So if he gets a nice one. Oh, that is
the dream.
The nicest one, really, so especially when you're looking to pop that first exorcism.
He's going to use it, I'd imagine. He's hanging on for a second. I thought he'd really just pop the Arcane and pop the Exo, even though they're there to clear the wave.
Top lane Chaps has to get out.
Okay.
He's popped the Arcane now, so you can only imagine that Armel will intend to use the exorcism with this first buff of the Arcane rune.
They might catch Zephyr even too. DJ's got positioning on him.
Yeah, here we go. Going from the side, DJ staying on top of the Wyvern, pushing Zephyr back, giving the space for Armel to beat into the tower with the exorcism. This is going to be a very early tier 1 tower taken out here, as it doesn't look like T1's really going to put any more resources into trying to hold this. So the TP over
They're
now.
Whitemon too.
Next wave coming in. Can the 2 supports really slow this down?
Doesn't feel like it.
As indeed, there we go.
Carl does make the move now bottom, though. They see that Raven's alone.
Gonna have TPs coming in straight away in response. They got enough burst to kill the Luna. Charnwell's in. The spear does connect. Remnants under the tower, but the infused raindrop will keep Raven alive. Now Carl, he's very low on mana. That last bit allowing him to zip outside of the range, but he's so low the Crypt Swarm from Armel will catch him. As the mid matchup, the 2 mid heroes having a vastly different game now. You know, Armel taking a 7-minute tier 1 tower, TPing to the bottom, killing off Carl, the enemy mid.
And that was a first blood 7 minutes in too. A bit surprising to see it, but an easy move for Armel. Rune gonna be spawning about 20 seconds too. He's got Boots of Travel queued. He's looking to be everywhere.
And more 30 seconds, and he's gonna have Exorcism ready to go again. Back over towards the mid. He's gonna look to join here with DJ. Try and take down Zephyr. Another Crypt Swarm will do it. Armel's game getting stronger and stronger in these early moments.
Gabby's really gonna have his work cut out for him this game. A DD now spawns top. Armel, as you said, Exorcism's back up in 10 seconds. I think he's just gonna walk top with it.
Yeah, especially as you said with that DD. An extra bit of punch given to him that's gonna allow him to take down some buildings if he wants to go for it. Use it here to quickly clear up the neutrals.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second, clear out that hard camp. And they're going to send the Visage mid. So Jabs, we did see him have a bit of a tough time after the Doom was making the rotations around, being left alone top. He wants to get that level 6 as fast as possible. He's gone Phase Boot and Ring of Protection, trying to get armor to deal with that PA in particular early on.
He's about to overtake the farm of Carl.
He is. Carl having a rough one. And as we said, Armel, there's even still a catapult top somehow in 8 minutes. Bit surprising. They glyph it.
See if Gabby's got anywhere to head back to. Looks like he'll be okay. No further dive for now from Armel. A little bit aware that T1 are slightly off the map. They've got the 3 of them down bottom, seeing if they can get a chance to get the jump on Raven, but he is into his own jungle. Hard for T1 to get the catch on Luna. And this top, what sort of defense will we have coming in? We've got a TP coming in.
Not level 6, still 9 minutes in, so.
And on his own, Zephyr, how much can he do to slow this down? They've got the fortification.
I think they need, if they're going to try to set up this defense, they need Cuckoo. Visage is now shown as well, too. Jabs has the birds, so he's going to scout behind the tower. Zephyr.
Teeping up to the T1 are looking toward maybe doing something here to slow down this push.
Bringing Carl as well.
They don't want to let Fnatic get another early tier 1 tower.
It's scouted. Fnatic knows.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They'll stop the push for now. Doesn't go all the way down, so decent little stall coming out. And they will get a... Carl, finally, you know, immediately sends the chat wheel. He's like, oh, thank God, I got a rune, and it's a good one. He gets himself an arcane.
And that'll boost up his farm, or, of course, you can save it, look to try and make a play around his teammates. I mean, they have got the big ultimates.
Yes, they do.
To set some action up with the curse, the arena, it's there.
Now it's much easier for them to potentially set up around those tower defenses. Have the initial setup either from a curse or a arena from Cuckoo. And we haven't mentioned Cuckoo too much, but staying toward the top of the net worth, doing a really good job in bottom. Didn't die at all, 60 last hits.
And just have John Well down here. Getting the XP, he's got his 6. T1, if they do make any moves, high chance that John Well could set up. He's actually going to look to come over towards the top lane. Let me see if they can get that kill and force down the tower. Zephyr's still the only one hovering around this area. He's got to be careful.
Oh, they're bringing the squad. Even Armel coming in with the bots. They really want to pressure this one. They really want to take this tower out. Carl, he has the arcane, as we mentioned. He's in the area.
And they do have the ultimate, so if Zephyr can find some sort of curse setup, they might have a chance to go ahead and drop it here onto the Visage. Zip forward with the follow-up, arena down into the spear. Defensive Nightmare coming in as John Well looks to keep Jab safe, but he'll still go down. They'll lose the Visage. Carl trying for more. Keep to the side for now. Tower goes down. T1 making Fnatic pay with just the 1 life.
Brought the numbers, T1. Somehow Whitemon survives through it all, too.
Fnatic.
Smoke, though. Fnatic. With Exorcism available, looking for something. Power rune in 8 seconds.
Could look to simply sweep towards the bottom.
I wonder when Raven's going to look to get involved, too. I know it's a bit early to say stuff like that for a Luna, but with the Luna and with the Visage, the combo with that Lucent Aura, Lunar Blessing, sorry, it is immense how much damage it adds.
I mean, Fnatic's already into the triangle here. John Well's got the Fiend's Grip if he wants to go for the quick setup. He's going to hold back Zephyr with the Nightmare. They'll definitely get the Wyvern. It's T1. Gabby makes sure he's well out of this area. He still needs time trying to get towards that Battle Fury first.
And now they'll actually just meet naturally to Raven bottom. So this is where they'll be able to take this tower in just a matter of seconds. And T1, it's just all about time and stalling. It really is. As long as they can for Gabby. 3-1. Low kill score, but feeling that gold lead especially starting to build up. Raven just naturally, especially as a Luna, with the 3 points in Moonglaves, he'll be able to farm a bit faster than PA till that Battle Fury is online. And T1 now, it looks like they want to. They're thinking about trying to defend down here, but it's already fully gone.
Yeah, they can't do anything about this push. Fnatic getting away with another tower. 13 minutes in, all 3 tier 1s taken away.
And that always gives you that extra little bit of value to be able to pierce in and find the PA when she is getting this farm going for this Battle Fury. But they do have to keep pressure up on the side of Fnatic. They don't want to just sit back. They don't want this PA to be able to sit back and farm Battle Fury. Even though they have a Luna free farming, just because of that core-to-core matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this will be sort of the go time, I imagine, from Fnatic, where they try and push it to the tier 2s. Once Raven has the BKB,
yes.
Dragon Lance, Yasha, BKB, that's the moment where Luna's going to have that very, very strong peak in comparison to any cores that T1 have.
Yeah, and they'll probably get, what, BKB timing on Luna and level 12 on Death Prophet, something along the lines, pretty similar timings. And I think it's also just force a Roshan, too, because if they just walk in with the BKBs, it could be hard. T1.
They're going to try for a fight.
Let's see.
Outside and away from Gabby, just with the 4 of them. So they get the jump. Yeah, quick catch here for Cuckoo. Very nicely done there with the Arena and the Spear. No chance for Jabs.
Early blink timing. Jabs. It will kill the rune, though.
Deny on the rune.
Very annoying. But he'll lose a bird for it.
That doesn't get an invis, but gets 100 gold.
Great timing for Jabs, like we said. Or, sorry, for Cuckoo, as we were mentioning, as this Mars the blink. Picked up nice and early. And they do have some fragile heroes. Your Visage can be tanky sometimes, but when you have that many people committing, same thing for the Luna. If Cuckoo gets these grabs, they do have overwhelming burst.
Not meant to be. We'll see what the next move's to be from Fnatic.
They're
20 seconds until Exorcism. And that might be the call with the next ultimate from Armel.
Looks like they're just starting it already. As we said, the Visage plus the Luna, max aura. Just watch these birds.
I mean, they know there's no arena, right? Still on cooldown for 30 seconds after that play mid from Cuckoo.
And they kill it so fast. And the Vlad's aura on top, too. Keep them sustained during all of it. Yeah, without the arena, I don't think T1 can contest it. Smart move from Fnatic.
No surprise there with the speed that Fnatic's playing. Armel, highest amount of building damage, 15 minutes in on any hero this major. And that's with a nerf Death Prophet as well. Still showing the strength of this hero when you're able to get those early timings. Fnatic, there's Roshan, the Aegis, it's theirs. Raven will grab it as Fnatic continue to tick off all the objectives that they would have hoped to get in these first 15 minutes of play.
15 minutes is an early Roche too at this lineup. And when they're the ones dictating pace of like objective taking and tower pressure, that means likely the next Roche is probably likely to go their way too, because Gabby just needs a lot of time before he can walk into this fight. They have to pretty much do everything without him, because until he has BKB, BKB battle, he'll just die. And Zephyr,
DJ, he's going to find him in the trees, and they'll just drop the Eclipse as well. Make sure the Zephyr, no chance for him to maybe turn with a curse or anything.
Nicely done.
As they get the kill, they can keep moving on, and honestly, but by the time that this Aegis does eventually come to an end 4 minutes in, that's going to be the BKB complete on Raven. So very hard really to sort of see a window where T1's going to be able to take a fight until sort of they get to that stage where Gabby's got the next item after the Battle Fury. Battle Fury is done. As I said, they still need time. They've got to secure safe areas of the map for Gabby to farm.
I think for the most part, it's still, name of the game is still just stall and get pickoffs. Pick off with the Mars Arena, just go for one kill anytime you can see somebody split up on the side of Fnatic. T1, yeah, it's just time. When Gabby has BKB, he can come to fight. Pre-BKB, no way he can fight versus this super magic damage-oriented draft that Fnatic has. He'll just die, just to like, literally the fodder. It'll be like a Soul Assumption, a Crypt Swarm, etc. Like, he absolutely needs this BKB to jump in. So yeah, T1, stall as long as you can. They go for even an Aether Lens on Zephyr, just so I think he can try to just de-push as best as possible.
For sure, and also just prioritizing the importance of getting those curses, really.
Yeah.
To have the chance of maybe even just finding these setups where you can instantly guarantee the death of one of Fnatic's heroes. And
they're going to speed up. They get the successful scan. They want Zephyr. Armel has level 2 ult, and the Familiars will scout and push Zephyr away.
And they'll put the Exorcism in, make sure they can get a quick tier 2 tower, so they know that this is still at a stage of the game where they're probably not going to be met with any response from T1.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice micro from Jabs. Makes it really hard to play the Wyvern into the Visage Familiars. But you see, like you said, the rest of T1 not responding, not overreacting, continuing to farm, split up. Carl getting fully healed up from Whitemon, from the Pugna.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But yeah, they still just need more time. This is going to be one of the lower kill score games I think we do have in this
18 minutes in, only 4-2.
Sit back, grab your drinks, you know.
Yeah. I mean, and honestly, it feels like that kill score is... It's not really... the low kill score doesn't really bother either side, right?
No.
Now, Fnatic they don't care really about getting kills. They're happy to just take the towers and take the map, take the base. And of course, T1 was outside of Gabby, as you said. Maybe they would prefer to try and find some pick-off opportunities. When Fnatic's going for these 5-man pushes, it's very hard to really seize that chance at all, as Fnatic just aren't giving it. And, you know, with low kills in the game, it does mean that it's meant that Gabby has had a lot of space, and that is showing in the farm. You know, despite the objectives and gold that Fnatic's taking off the map with the pushes that they're getting, you know, Gabby as the carry for T1, he's not that far behind Raven.
No, not at all. And it will quickly, I mean, if they even get one successful fight after BKB, he'll quickly pass Raven, probably Whitemon. The ward, it won't quite see him. Ooh, sneaky.
What can you do, brother?
Gabby. Still a couple of components away from the BKB, whereas Raven, he's got his coming out. There's still a minute left on the Aegis. BKB will be there to fill the spot once it goes away, and 40 seconds until Armel's ready to join and push once more. He himself having his own BKB done on top of the bots.
I don't think T1's too upset right now. Like, they're getting away
far
with this. Storm has BKB, Gabby soon BKB too.
Or Cuckoo.
He might get caught here. Yeah.
Yeah, straight away. Johnwell with the grip. Raven coming with the damage of the Eclipse. Cuckoo will try and juke through the trees, but they'll see him. 40 seconds, no Mars. This should be an opportunity for Fnatic to go for another tier 2.
They have to take advantage of it, really. They do not want the pace of the game to keep being so slow for this PA to farm. Have to start ramping up, hitting these tier 2s, potentially even going for, I mean, not high ground just yet, but really trying to just force T1 back to their base as much as possible. Rune, it'll be top. Jeff just kills it. Oh, all right. Didn't even want to go for it.
I guess he was concerned about a Storm zipping in.
Yeah, looks like it. Gabby almost ready to fight. 800 more gold.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And in these fights, I mean, who would you sort of imagine Gabby's priorities are going to be when he's fighting during that BKB? You know, who's he looking to jump?
If he can just instantly kill off one of the cores, that would be best, but it's going to be a little tough because they are high armor. I actually think it's still probably the cores. I think it's the Storm's job in order to catch the backline, really.
Okay. Because I guess he does still have to be a little concerned about like the grips and the dooms.
Yeah.
That could heavily limit his opportunity from jumping to target.
But that's definitely, I think, Cuckoo as well as Carl's job to address the Doom, address that Bane, so that the PA can just stand toe-to-toe versus Luna with BKB on.
Smoke time from Fnatic. But the Aegis, it's gone. The BKBs are there.
The scan is successful, too.
I know they're up here.
Oh, if they get Gabby right before... His BKB's coming on the courier. He'll be able to hop away, though. DJ. Unable to wrap around.
I would have potentially seen him and seen that he hadn't had it done yet, so maybe they might kind of get themselves into the trap of trying to fight, thinking that it's still not there, but of course, there's the delivery. BKB's done. Gabby, he wants to fight.
Now they can actually fight the team fight. The straight 5v5 is possible from T1.
Raven.
He split. Oh. Cuckoo.
There's the jump. Cuckoo quickly responded to by the BKB from Raven. He's going to be able to step out of the arena.
Gabby used his BKB. They now have to run on T1.
Now he jabs off to the side. He's going to look to deal with Zephyr. See the rest of Fnatic. They are ready to continue to try and chase down this PA. They're moving in up towards the tier 2. Gabby will be able to get back in time despite getting doomed. He will live. It will just be Zephyr going down. T1 able to make sure that they get everybody else out of there. After, I should say, just a bit of a slightly early BKB. I guess Gabby, of course, very concerned that there would be some sort of jump or interruption after he was looking to commit in onto the Luna, but it wasn't the case.
Yeah, he's probably just, I mean, he's scared really just like an Eclipse, right? If Luna just pops Eclipse or something like that right there, he just dies, so you can see why Gabby does it, but immediately when that BKB pops, he needs the full duration of it to just fully kill Luna with this team. Armel, TP's top. Carl and Gabby are in the area.
See if they can take him out. Get the pullback with the Vortex. That's long enough for the physical to come in from Gabby. They take down Armel.
That is the biggest kill that they could get.
Well, they know it with the tips coming out as well. A very quick move sweeping towards that top lane, and one that Armel did not see coming at all.
They will be able to get that lane ward taken out. Genwell immediately takes it away. Is the way that they jumped. And now smoking again, looking for another one. Genwell. Shadow Amulet in position. They might be able to find Raven. He has BKB Manta.
DJ is hovering around at the side, but of course Doom's still on cooldown for a minute.
White
DJ.
Ooh.
He's hiding in the trees there.
That was spooky.
There were some pings coming out, but I think that was only from Armel, so from that angle, I don't think T1 ever saw him at all there. Nice little hiding spot in the trees.
Gabby able to clean up most of those Ancients too, and I believe now he has Shard finished up. So burst potential continues to grow. Gabby almost 18. Keeping up with the Luna. Very close game right now.
It really does feel, though, that the potential for this PA
It really does feel like it's growing.
It really, they may have got the early tier ones, they may have got a tier 2 top Fnatic, but to only be 2k up at this stage is definitely a concern. Jumping on the mid, Raven immediately reacts with the BKB. Look back towards the Mars, he's got the Eclipse going, but Kuku with his own BKB will be able to step out of this fight. Neither side losing any heroes.
BKB versus BKB. Eclipse used and Mars ult used. Gabby still has BKB available. Dire scan comes out, but it's actually on a familiar. So I mean, they still know the area of where they all are, though. Gabby.
I've got to get something ready with DJ's Blink Doom.
White Man, the ward is down. Something we always will have to factor into these fights too is Gabby jumps up. We'll be okay. Level 18 now, also acquired on the PA, so burst, as we said, continues to grow.
In an even game where a PA and a Luna has the same amount of farm, I know which carry I'd rather get behind.
Oh yeah. Especially when he also has a lot of different things to protect him, right?
Yep.
He's got 2 different forms of initiation. He's got the Pugna heals and Wyvern heals. Speaking of the Pugna,
see DJ, just gonna lead it on to Whitemont. The curse to hold him back, but still the burst is there in time. They take him down. DJ nearly dying though to the damage that gets turned against him due to the curse.
The curse with the familiars, with the loose, with the aura.
Well, they've still got more here around the river, maybe. They've got the arena down. They're gonna look for the jump over. They've lost jabs. And may have set themselves up for a Roche opportunity. I mean, Roche is there. Can either team really look towards it? It looks like T1 are not going to try and force it. It's getting very, very close to the point where Gabby might be able to do so. He's going to opt for the more defensive progression here after the Battle Fury and BKB. He did have the Deso queued up, but he's going to get the Lincolns instead.
Yeah, versus Doom, versus Fiend's Grip. The only things that he has to worry about piercing through his BKB really to control him. I like it. It's a bit unorthodox, but you see when we've seen seeing it happen pretty much every time versus these Dooms they go for it. Even Carl queuing one up for himself. Gabby probably starting to feel pretty damn good about this game.
I think he is.
Getting the levels, getting the farm. And he has a lot of, as we said, he has the supports behind him to be able to protect him nicely too, and always going to have to factor in Nether Ward, the damage reduction. Also the Wraith Pact on the way. And it's still quite a ways away actually for the Pugna.
Yeah, he has great heroes to get in and start the fight for him, and also excellent backup, these supports that will be able to save him. It's Fnatic. They may still have that 2k lead, but can't help but imagine that they would have wanted a whole lot more out of this first 26 minutes. I mean, we saw, what, 15 minutes? They were hitting all the timings. They took the towers, they got the Roche, but things have slowed down, and it never feels good when things slow down against a PA.
It feels like they almost have to force a Roshan pretty soon. It's not easy to just go in and do it by any means versus T1, but they will kill it very fast. So if they force T1 perhaps to the opposite side of the map and then try to commit into it, it's a possibility. They find themselves an Arcane and a level 18 DP too, and cool, he boots and travels into the familiar so they don't see him go into the pit.
T1 will still suspect that something's happening.
Yeah. Armel.
He's getting a little low.
A lot of damage.
The BKB, but the curse is there! Zephyr kills off Armel immediately with that ultimate. Carl zips forward onto Jabs. DJ will jump forward. They've got the grip. They're trying to lock down the PA, but the BKB was off in time. The Cold Embrace as well, healing Gabby back up. The Eclipse kills off Zephyr, but they've lost 3 Fnatic. They had to buy back on the 2, and then Raven, he's turning his ground. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. And put the stick charge, the Nightmare, allowing him to dodge the spear. Raven, Shadow Ambulance, he's still alive.
Oh
Raven,
my God.
he's going to get out to the side of the fight. Raven will live as they keep the Luna alive.
Janwell, God, The save back-to-back, the sleep into the Shadow Amulet, protecting the Luna. It looked for certain that he was going to drop.
I mean, that was some incredible buybacks coming out from Fnatic. As the fight is theirs, and in a situation where it really looked like Gabby was about to pop off and kill everybody, he couldn't quite do it.
And you gotta give 100% credit to the support. You know, Raven holding his ground, he was confident, but the support play, my God, Janwell. Look at
this again.
That's without Armel. Armel dies instantly at the start of the fight, and Raven's able to hold his ground from these support plays.
Armel can't buy back.
No, he cannot.
So already it's in a position where Fnatic, they've got to really seriously consider if they want to try and commit the other buybacks to get the fight going back in their favor.
I mean, Janwell, God, that was insane. It's crazy how something that small can just turn the tides of it all.
Jabs as well with the familiar stuns. Just making sure that Raven had, as long as he had to beat back into it.
He would have died. The spear connection maybe even hits the tree, and then the Shadow Amulet, look, dodges the project. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, amazing. Beautifully done.
I mean, it really has been a series where I feel like we've been pointing out the support play a lot from both sides. This game, Fnatic back on with the incredible performances. It's these sort of moves that absolutely keep you in a major.
And now Raven, that's pretty huge because he gets the Aegis, gets a shard, finishes his Scotty, and now pretty much has a crit done too. So a significant amount of gold going his way. Now he's 5,000 over the PA. They were almost dead even in net worth before that fight.
We'll see what happens next, but that fight absolutely could end up being the defining fight in this game.
Absolutely.
If they lost that fight there, Fnatic, Gabby's taking over, and T1's probably taking it. But as it were, they win the fight. They keep Raven alive, and they get themselves back up to the sort of advantage they need to have in a Luna versus PA matchup that before that fight was dead even. But now, off the back of that, Raven back up to about a 5k lead against Gabby.
100% agreed. And even picking up some pretty big items too after that because they win the fight. Now they have 2 components toward the Aghanims of the Doom, as we said. If he's able to get the Doom on the PA with an Ags, applies the break. PA will not be able to ever fight versus the Luna. Armel also has plate mail, so maybe a bit more survivable. But T1 still looking to go for the fight, perhaps. But into Aegis, gonna be a lot harder. Ooh, nice play from Raven. He even has his courier with his small crit for when the Aegis disappears. Kind of cool.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Gonna get the jump.
And DJ, but DJ has got the BKB, so Carl's not going to be able to finish him off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And T1, after they've sort of shown their hand there, they're out. They don't want to stick around for anything more, knowing that the rest of Fnatic's going to come hunting for them.
Raven, don't forget about your courier, though. I know you're using some cool micro to make sure you get your crit if you get gone on, but you gotta bring it back over. There we go. He remembered. He's not forgetting. Now the swing around. Janwell getting a ward up. This is gonna spot Gabby and Zephyr. Immediately setting up toward top T1. Keep having to stay together. Cuckoo just constantly following around Carl. Okay, bit of a deviation from DJ for the build. Just, I guess he saw the Lincolns on the PA. He's gone for a 4-staff on the Doom now. Just so he can break the Lincolns and get the Doom off before he just finishes up the Aghanims in particular.
See if Fnatic are able to push up towards the high ground, at least go for the tier 2.
I think they can threaten. I think they can actually poke the top tower, perhaps.
I mean, Raven's going to take the buildings pretty quickly.
They really will. If they take, once the tower dies too, it dies incredibly fast. Level 18 on the Visage too. I mean, it's going to drop unbelievably quick, and there's no glyph.
They've got to do something, T1. But again, they don't want to commit too heavily. I mean, Aegis on Raven, whatever you do, you're going to have to do it twice.
Glyphs are bouncing.
I mean, the racks, they're just gone. They're not able to make a move in time. Now they'll try and go for it, but Raven out with the Manta.
It's cool, too, the way that they approach it. They don't waste Exorcism. They're like, okay, just the Luna go. In case they take the fight, we'll use Exorcism for fight now rather than going for push because of how big the Luna is. Onto mid wave, pushing that into, looking for the tier 2, still having about a minute left on Aegis. And is that a full data list? I think it is coming out for the Luna.
Let's go for the Silver Edge.
Oh, it's Silver Edge. Okay, sorry. Oh, really good versus PA. Excellent. Much better option.
That's tier 2 tower. They're going to try and get the defense started. They push him back in with a spear. Still 40 seconds on the Aegis. We'll see if they can even burst through him the once. Raven pots the Manta, but he'll still die to the Remnant. He goes down. That's the Aegis gone. Still be able to continue here for the tier 2. They'll get it. Fnatic continuing to get back on track with growing their lead.
Significant one now too, 12k. As we mentioned, the gem also picked up on Jabs, level 18. He's going to be going for the Wraith Pact for their side. And I think, guys, Whitemon's not able to finish his up, so it's going to take a little bit more time. Another item that we always have to factor in versus PA. That big burst is what the hero's all about. Fnatic's ready to fight.
Oh, they are. The question is if T1 out. Oh, T1 just they've got a DD.
Ooh.
DD for Gabby. Always got to look out for those. A DD on a PA could certainly turn the tide. Oh, but the stun! Oh, they found the opening! They're in with the stun. They popped the linkers, but the BKB's still out in time for Gabby with the grip. Johnwell holding down the PA here from outside of the arena. The nukes coming towards Carl as the Soul Assumption takes him down. They've got Gabby. Gabby can't escape. As a second core falls, Fnatic, they're cleaning up the fight. Cuckoo, not a chance. Carl's in with a zip, but he's pretty much on his own. He's trying to take down DJ, but he cannot finish him off. He has to back away.
Oh, and the structures are going to drop so fast.
They have to buy back here. The tier 3 is going to go down. A second set of racks. It's in trouble. Fnatic, they're pushing on.
It's just dying too quick. Another buyback.
4 buybacks here from T1Us, but they can't push them back before losing a melee racks. Fnatic, 23k gold up now. A sizable lead.
What a play from Jabs. Right, I think he gets the double stun on both, I think, on the Storm and the PA, it looked like, to initiate the fight. And it just allows DJ to pick which target he wants to throw the Doom onto. Throws it onto the Storm this time around. Gabby unable to hold his ground. Now the DD gets popped after the fight, but look at this. It's so much damage. 4 buybacks, unable to get any kill.
And now the game absolutely in that position where T1, if any of these heroes pretty much, with those buybacks used, die, it's going to mean game over, series over, tournament over for T1 if they make any mistakes now.
Starting to feel so damn difficult. The 2 lanes are going to constantly push onto their side too, so they have to address them. So Fnatic, they're going to have a lot of information that's gained from those 2 Raxes. And as we said, yeah, Wraith Pact is now done. It wasn't finished before the fight, so now that it is finished, could even see T1, even if they get the jump, perhaps might just lack the damage. Fnatic feeling good.
A storm was coming.
T1, they're still having the confidence to get out of their base.
They have to deal with top and middle wave, but now look at bottom. Fnatic knows they have double siege wave also. They might just be able to push with this. The glyph is available for T1, but the overwhelming damage that Fnatic does if they hit the base.
Raven's pretty much going to have a full satanic done for the next push. I mean, as you can see on the gold, 10k ahead of Gabby. I mean, how the game just switched up to 11 pretty much for Fnatic from around that Roshan fight. It was a make or break point of the game, and it seems to have certainly made it here for Fnatic.
And it's thanks to the supports. Thank you very much.
It is.
But the support play from the Bane.
I mean, it was Johnwell with that buyback. The Nightmare, the Shadow Amulet, he couldn't have done it any better.
DJ now, Aghanim's done, so harder game for the PA continues, and also level 25 on Raven, so 35 Lunar Blessing damage, as if he already wasn't amping his team much enough. The Visage Familiars now doing 150 damage per hit, Owen.
Goodbye buildings, goodbye heroes.
Even more than that, actually. Sorry, 170 when they're all together. So.
Have to refresh your orb now.
Okay.
For Cuckoo, so he'll have a solid chance of getting in and having a decent amount of lockdown. But they have to get the jump, and it's so hard. Even when they do, as we're seeing, Johnwell could be in with a Nightmare, and suddenly the combo's broken, and Raven has the chance to get the BKBs, Mantas, Satanics off.
They have to kill. He's gonna have to double pin somebody with like the same thing, right? Like he's gonna have to refresh and throw the same spear onto one target, and they're gonna have to fully focus fire that target. He also hits 20, so the spear duration is a bit longer. That could maybe be the little thing that edges him over, but Fnatic, they're gonna have an Aegis to play with and an Aghanim's.
Yeah, it's gonna be theirs.
Ooh, who do they give this to? Give it to Januel. Give the Bane the Aghanim.
I
Come
mean,
on,
you know,
baby.
I mean, John, well, he'll say he doesn't need it. And like, guys, I don't even need that to make the plays that I'm making. And
they give it a Raven.
Raven's just going to take it hit.
I mean, it's the more sensible one, but Januel definitely put an argument for him to perhaps get it. It's one of the better Aghanims too, to be honest. But Raven will also just kill everybody, and giving it to your core tends to usually be the better decision. 31k gold lead. You know, we said we wanted a little bit of a difference in the gold lead kind of thing.
I mean,
every game is just a 40, 30.
It really is with these teams here today, isn't it? Fnatic and T1, they love to get a nice, juicy advantage.
They do also have Doom. All 3 games have been the team with Doom that has that insane net worth advantage.
He is a moneymaker.
Uh-huh. And here we go. How does T1 hold on?
A last chance here for T1.
Jabs is sneaking in.
Goot tries to get the early catch with the spear, but he can't get the angle. See Jabs watching from the side. The ghosts are out. Fortification popped by T1. Jabs. He's gonna find the backlines. He's got the stun control. He's been able to take down Zephyr. That's Zephyr out of the fight.
And Gabby's doomed.
They're ready to push on Gabby, trying to run back to the base, but DJ stays on top of him. He goes down.
Over.
No buybacks on him. The tips start to come out. This game, this series, it's over. GG is called. Fnatic will be the team moving on here for SEA.
What a game, really. This one was, it looked like it could have gone anybody's way until that Roche fight. They kill Armel. Somehow, Fnatic is able to stand their ground with that Luna, with the Bane buyback versus this PA who was keeping up with the Luna the entire game. What a game. That was an awesome one for me.
It really was all down to that fight, as you say, around that Roshan. You know, sometimes you get the games where you can pinpoint the moment. That was that moment.
It absolutely was.
That was that moment.
It was a pretty quiet game overall, too. Like, looking at damage numbers, the highest damage in this game was 22,000 from the Luna. Everyone else is sitting at, like, 12,000, pretty much. It's all about the structural damage, as you said. Fnatic played for the objectives, and it ended up working out.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. It was always going to be interesting to see which team from SEA will be carrying on. And as we saw, without a doubt, I think the fans at home, when they're seeing Fnatic pull off those sort of moves as a team, under the pressure here, down in the lower bracket, that's the sort of squad that you know, when they're turning up on that main stage in front of the crowd, this is a team that can keep their cool, and in these clutch moments, they pull off those moves.
And it's a scary moment, too. Like, right, they lose their Armel right at the start of the fight.
And he doesn't have buyback. So you're making this choice to buy back, knowing that your mid, your Def Prophet's not going to be able to join you for a fight. That's not an easy decision to make, but it was made almost instantly by Januel. He's like, we're getting back in. I've got to save Raven, and he does exactly that.
They knew that was the make or break moment, and we saw exactly what happens. It really could have been a completely different game. If Raven dies, might have just been T1 winning.
Exactly. An incredible game, an incredible series. Will all end here with Fnatic taking the victory today, knocking T1 out. 2-1 here for Fnatic.
Yeah, what a game. Thank you so much, Odie, Pixel, and Fogs. We're going to talk all about the game, the series. We're going to get to hear from the winners. We're also going to see the flip side of that when we hear from one of T1 as well. But all of that, you know the drill. It's after this.
Rise and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 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 straight ahead, don't be a fool. Dum ba dum ba dum bum dum. Ooh. Dum ba dum ba dum bum dum. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. I like a better. Oh, good. Taka taka liebuli. Kira uli. Loli lila. Oh, good. Taka taka liebuli. Kira uli. Take your time. Hey, don't be a fool. Stay alive and keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool.
Fnatic keep their tournament's dreams alive. They will make it to the Hovet Arena. They will play against OG. They will play in front of a crowd. All that, and get points, and get money. T1, unfortunately for them, are on the losing end of this best-of-3 series, and they will be eliminated from the Stockholm Major. I'm here with Purge, I'm here with SVG, and I think our main focus this game, or this breakdown of this game, SVG, is gonna be that fight. Right, that deciding fight that happened, because up until that point, it was either team's game.
I mean, that was a monster's Wyvern's curse coming out from Zephyr here, but I thought this fight was over after that. And somehow, Raven is able to fight through against the odds. Amazing Bane spell casting from the back line. I still think he got some lucky beam bounces here on that PA towards the end that helped him finish her off. Maybe in an RNG-based fight and determining the series here. I really think if PA can get that Roche fight going her way, get the Aegis, you're looking at a completely different game, but sometimes that's how Dota breaks down, you know? Get a couple beams here and there, and...
Yeah, he got about 3 beams right at the end, so definitely helped kill her off and keep himself alive, and the pressure came. But yeah, they killed 2 heroes right at the start, right? Death Prophet died, then Visage died, and it did look one-sided, but after them winning that fight, it was, like you said, in the draft, comes down maybe to the first Roche fight, and they won it convincingly, got ahead, and then Raven got to continue playing his advantage with Luna.
Yeah, it's always a rough point in the day when a team gets eliminated, but we do always feel the need to highlight both sides of the story. So Selection Slacks is standing by with March, coach of T1.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yep, here with March. Sir, an unfortunate break for you guys, but pretty stiff competition. How the boys doing?
I think they'll do all right. I actually didn't really get to talk to them, but we're going to rest a bit. We'll bounce back.
All right, well, that's good to hear. Pretty good competition as we saw from your boys over there. Any words for them as they move on? The last ones representing the region?
Well, congratulations. A lot of them were my ex-teammates also, so I'm happy for them. I hope they do well going forward.
All right, fantastic. You were a little removed from the action, obviously, as the coach. Can you tell us what do you think, in your opinion, went wrong that game, and maybe what you guys could have done differently?
Well, I think our draft was fine. I think our understanding of the game was okay also. I think just the last fight, team fight, Fnatic played really well. I think they made a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what's next for you guys? What are you doing after this? It's time to boot camp, get ready for the next big thing?
We will actually have to go discuss that. We didn't really plan, what's going to happen after we are out, right? We'll go up, talk about it, and see what we can do for the Season 3.
Okay, well, a lot of fans out there that really loved your performance, and I wish the best of luck to you guys moving forward. But thank you so much for taking time, and we'll catch up with some more action pretty soon.
Thank you so much, Slacks and March. Indeed, T1 early elimination for them this major. Of course, they came third. The previous major, and it was the ANA major before TI, they came top 8 at TI. It was a slightly different roster, but still, I think expectations were still set to be a little higher than this, Purge.
Yeah, they were definitely a little disappointing for them, but yeah, they looked so good at the start of the tournament as well. They won a lot of their first group stage matches, but a little bit of a tough break, maybe got bit figured out, then had to play against another opponent that also knew them quite well, and they just didn't quite cut it. So get eliminated, no DPC points for them here.
Yeah, and the opponent that knew them quite well is Fnatic. Fnatic obviously very excited to be moving forward, very excited to be going up against OG in front of that crowd in a couple of days. Let's hear more about that from Jabs, who's standing with Slacks.
Thanks a ton, Sheever. I am here with the man himself, Mr. Jabs, the brains, the big thought process of the team, right? Is that how you think of yourself, you know, the brains behind Fnatic?
No, I never think that way.
Oh, come on, my man. I could see the strategies coming through. What were your thoughts in that last series? I mean, things were getting crazy, especially that team fight around Roche. Luna has half a slither of HP. What was going through your minds? What were the comms like?
Oh, I thought like we were just gonna lose that fight and lose the Lodge, and then suddenly like Polo just turned around and like we got the kills, and after that we just win the fight.
Yeah.
So it was just chaotic.
Very, very close stuff there. Were you confident going into the series? Did you feel like you knew T1 really well?
For me, I felt like really confident like on the series. It's just like second game I played really badly, so like yeah.
I didn't mean to nod there. I didn't agree with you. No, I just nod, you know. I play really badly. I didn't mean it. No, I thought you did great.
No, like I probably like I playing like a 2K Reddit.
Hey, take it easy. There's a lot of 2Ks out there watching right now. They thought you were pretty good, all right? You're insulting them. But anyway, so you guys continue on. You're going to be facing, I believe, OG in front of the crowd again. It's been a long time. Are you excited to see that crowd?
Yeah, really excited to see the crowd. Like it's been like, I don't know, 3 years or something, like playing like in the hotel without crowd. It's going to be pretty hyped to play.
You think the boys are ready for it? I mean, you have a lot of experience in front of a crowd. Some of the other guys, maybe not so much.
I think they're ready for it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Good to hear. Any surprises that we haven't seen yet? Or, you know, you guys got anything secret you want to share?
No.
Okay, good answer, good answer. No problem. All right, last one for you. And this one is the most important. I talked to March, and I said, any words for Jabs and the boys? And he said, good luck going forward, and, you know, you can do it, you know, keep it up. Any words out there to everybody in Southeast Asia? You're the last ones left. You got to carry.
We're not gonna go airport early, so like, yeah, we're gonna be like the latest to like book the flight to airport.
All right, well, congratulations. You heard that, guys. The latest to the airport. Hopefully after they win the event, but we'll see. Thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure, and we'll send it back to you guys at the panel.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Jabs, and indeed, also once again, Jabs, congratulations. One of the 2 players that has played at have played every role at major events. So congratulations of being a great success in that regard as well, and making it forward. Speaking of moving forward, we're gonna do the same. It's done with the eliminations. We have got 8 teams left remaining, and all 8 of those will make an appearance in the Hovet Arena. 2 teams will have not that many games to play potentially, because they are the teams that will be part of the top 3. That will be decided today. It's time to move onwards to our upper bracket series. It's upper bracket semi-finals time also. We'll see you after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way.
It is upper bracket time here with Thundra versus Thunder Awaken. We got a best of 3 ahead of us, and the winner will be guaranteed top 3 at this Stockholm Major. There's a lot to talk about, there's a lot to dive into, so let's start straight away. Let's focus our attention on Thunder Awaken. I'm here with Cinder and Lacoste and with Purge. And Cinder, and I want to start with you straight off the bat, because I think for a lot of people, Thunder Awaken, yes, they did well in their region, but they weren't expecting them to do this well. What's their secret?
That's a very good question. I think that's what some of the teams are also trying to work out, right? Like, what is it that this team has just discovered? I feel like more than anything, when I watch this team play, they have really good spellcasting. Like, they play around each other super well. They have a very good idea of... It's one of the hardest things to learn. It's like, you can train this for ages and not necessarily hit that secret sauce. These guys just have super good synergy when they play together, not wasting time, not wasting spells, and being clutch, basically.
Being clutch for sure. They also are witty. Mostly Pandaboo is very witty, who gave us a pre-game interview.
I think we have very smart individuals on our team, and we are very good at adapting and like playing our own Dota. So as long as we don't get like stressed or phased from the games, I feel like we're gonna be good. I've actually stayed for 3 months in Peru in my career. I played for Infamous, so I actually have found love for the SA fans. So yeah, and I'm just very happy to play international team from SA again after such a long time. What we think is strong about Thunder Awaken is that they don't have a fear. I feel like they just go, and you know, so far it's been working for them, and I think that's what made them like the strongest team in SA. And we'll see how we're gonna match up against that playstyle. It's been like 4 years. Like my last time in front of crowd was ESL Hamburg 2018, I think. So I'm very excited to play against.
Well, that definitely wasn't Pandaboo, otherwise would have gone through quite the transformation in the last couple of days. But we did get some extra information because the same question that I just asked Synderen was asked to Skeeter as well from Thunder, and he says, Lacoste, Thunder Awaken, is this good because they play without fear? You get the same vibes?
I'd say yes. I mean, they've been playing their own style for quite some time, and I feel like the aggressiveness of the team, I think they're the best team here that understands like the strength of certain heroes, how they utilize them. Like they were one of the first teams that started picking heroes like Visage, especially like Doom Visage, these type of dual lane that gets aggressive early on. And I feel like they always just go for like these like very strong combos in the lane that allows them to snowball into the mid game. They only dropped 2 games so far in the tournament, one against Team Spirit and one against Bed Boom. And one of those games was also a comeback game.
It was indeed. It's been very impressive for both teams to reach the point where they are right now. And this time we do have Pandaboo and his words on the upcoming series.
You sure?
I think so.
I think we're pretty confident. Don't think we are that cocky against them. We know they are really good, but we are confident about the strats, and I think we can beat them. They play really annoying heroes. Visage, Doom, they are so annoying to play and draft against them. I don't want to say anything, but we're gonna try something new. There's nothing to be scared of. I just want to play the game. I don't know. I don't care if I lose or win. I just want to play good Dota.
All right, just want to play good Dota. Also is very much aware about the Visage and the Doom and Purge. He's going to try something new.
I did their social media manager tweet something like an image of the unplayed heroes and said, one of these is going to get played today?
And it did, because we saw Sniper.
I don't know if they were planning on Fnatic picking a new hero necessarily, but maybe.
Maybe indeed. I mean, you gotta come up with something new, and if you're going to try something new, surely it's in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to do it. I think they're a confident team. I think Pakaz is their secret sauce. Personally, I think he's incredible, maybe one of the best cores in the world right now based on his performance here. So he gets support pickoffs by himself, at least 2 to 3 a game. I think that is absolutely incredible towards the game's impact, because you don't need to use smokes for it. You don't need to move a lot of heroes. It's just you, the carry, putting pressure on the map.
Putting pressure on the map is going to be needed. Previous game we saw didn't have first blood until like 7 minutes into the game. I do want to have a little bit of an opinion on what type of Dota we're going to see here, Lacoste. How active are these teams? Because we've seen them, and they do both set a fairly high tempo.
They do. One thing I noticed about Thunder Awaken is like they don't rotate to mid lane as much as other teams. They usually bring one supports between like 4 and 6 minutes. But if they want to match the tempo of Thunder, they might even bring like the second support as well, because they've been not playing so much around Dark Mago on a mid lane, and he's like left on his own. I remember one of the bad games that he had where it was just like, oh, it feels really bad for him, but they managed to make some stacks and make him come back into the game, but they didn't focus as much on the lanes as Thunder does.
All right, well, it's time to find out what's going to happen. Will we see those Doom and Visages that everybody's been talking about? Will we see new heroes on the horizon for this series? We're finding out in the draft, which will start after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To South American fans, thank you for supporting us. I've been getting a lot of positive comments. I really enjoy it. Thank you. We're gonna win this major for you guys. Gracias, todos los cachudos. Gracias.
It is time for our first upper bracket semi-finals. We're seeing Tundra, we're seeing Thunder Awaken, and it is a best of 3 to decide which one of these two teams will be guaranteed top 3 at this Stockholm major. And that is a guaranteed 530 DPC points. And wow, we are far into the draft. So Purge, Lacoste, Sinner, and take it away.
I think Pugna is one of the heroes that Thunder Awaken's been really reckoning with, so not surprised to see a ban in the first phase. But they got some other comfort picks as well.
Snapfire has really gone up in stock here toward the later portions of this, toward the later portions of the group stage and now also into the playoffs here. It's one of the heroes that Thunder had a lot of success with, so I honestly feel like Tundra might not have given it as high priority if they had another team matchup here, but against Thunder Awaken, it's just such a massively valuable pickup. And similarly for Thunder Awaken, the Chaos Knight, right? One of the heroes that Skitter has been dominant on, so kind of a little bit of flip-flopping here, perhaps, of expectations going in. You're trying to counter the enemy by actually running some of their heroes rather than banning them out. Obviously, only with these finite bans. You get rid of the Visage if you're Thunder. I don't think 33 is going to play that hero for the rest of the tournament, probably. Maybe he's going to get it one game toward the later stages, but...
he's still happy, though, with the Beastmaster. It's very often banned second phase against them.
Yeah.
But Thunder Awaken also has lots of comfort. Dark Mago played Kunkka quite a few times. He might have like 1 or 2 wacky deaths in the 8 to 12 minute period, but he almost always comes back and provides really good utility for his team.
Have we seen CK played it as anything else than Precision 1?
Yes.
Tournament?
A couple offlaners, Spirit has played it there. It's usually like a late draft swap thing if the matchups are bad.
Looking at the first ban, this Timbersaw could cause a lot of issues, and they use it. They pick 2 strength cores as first steal, which is a bit uncommon, I would say, because these 2 are going to be the core. I believe Thunder Awaken, they played Kunkka as an offlane as well in one of those games, just to be able to, like, because they're extremely versatile team. They do like to flex certain heroes quite a lot, but this might just be a Dark Mago. Kunkka in the mid lane. We've seen like damage mitigation quite a lot being super effective throughout the major. And to go back to your point, Snapfire, I think this hero is just going to be super popular for the rest of the tournament because Little Shredder, you can kill the right pack totem. That's a big thing.
That's 5 hits. There's like rare cases where you actually have a good solution for it. That could work well. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I wonder how much Tundra are locking in these heroes from Thunder right now, right? Like you pointed out, the Kunkka could be 2 and 3, the Siki can be 1 and 3. So even though they are showing 2 cores, there's no guarantee right now as far as Tundra is concerned about what exactly they end up facing. They'll grab the Phoenix. There's no Supernova killer in this Snapfire because they have that themselves. And Thunder Awaken's current heroes are not good at taking out the egg. On top of that, Tundra do have... I think it's important when you play Phoenix that you have some sort of zone control, so you make sure people are kind of forced to fight into the egg. Roar is not exactly zone control, but it's a very long single target BKB piercing stun. You've got Snapfire for a follow-up stun, and I would imagine Tundra might end up this, or close out this phase with a Mars mid for 9 as a possibility. I'm just seeing it as an option. I think it's pretty good against the heroes they're facing right now.
Yeah, it could be an option. I could definitely also see him pick Snapfire. I think that's why their opening is pretty cool with the Phoenix in the second phase, like you pointed out. Take the counter, guarantees that you're going to get a really effective Phoenix game, whereas in a lot of other games, Phoenix and Snap, the egg just dies, gets blown up instantly the first couple fights, so should make their early rotations a lot better.
And even more damage mitigation coming out from Thunder Awaken. They have both, they have Lich. People were toying with this. People were trying to figure out. I believe the first time I saw it was in the DPC when OG played against the Gaming Gladiators. They had like Lich, Dragon Knight, and I think they had even Kunkka as well. It's just something that works so well. It does, especially if the enemy team needs to heavily commit to a fight and they just lack damage. Throw in Raid Pact. Once again, I think Raid Pact, we're gonna hear that those 2 words paired up together throughout the whole major because it just feels like every single team will find a way to buy it. Like some position 4s, 5s will go for that item instead of some going the item that they like really need, but it's a team fighting item and it works so well.
Great team fighting here there with the Brewmaster. kind of cool to see him played right now, because a lot of people are maxing out. They max out the second skill, Cinder Brew, but then they also max out your passive afterwards. So it puts you in this like really good timing where you're taking Roche fights. You throw out Cinder Brew and you've got a huge amount of armor, like 21 armor, 60% magic resistance. It makes it a lot easier to actually be the guy in the front of these fights, and that should make it easier for the Kunkka and the CK to go in afterwards. And there's the Mars pick. Yeah.
He's not necessarily mid, but I just see it being such an amazing pick for Tundra's lineup that it can, like, it just makes sense. It just makes sense to grab that hero here. But if you don't put it mid, you could play Mars. Do I dare say carry this game? Mars safe lane or Mars 5 for.
5 seconds.
Do they want to experiment as much? I mean, it's the first game of best of 3. Teams tend to do that. I don't know why. I just see Sven as a response to this, like very explosive damage for Tundra. A lot of the teams were trying it out from Dota Pro Tracker that I've noticed coming into the major, but I don't think we've seen too much of the Sven. I feel like the armor is going to be a big buff, and also being able to go in and just like delete people. They don't have any kind of silence on Tundra. Like their lockdown is roar, cookie, spear, and sometimes it's just not enough to be able to deal with the Brewmaster. I feel like if Brew gets the split, the fights become very difficult for Tundra.
Sven is pretty good against Brew, though. If you have a couple moments there, you kill the Fire Panda, kill the Storm Panda, you can definitely get the Earth one afterwards with Sven. So that could be another option if they do go that path. But it does kind of make team fights a little harder if you get lifted in the air, if you get kited for BKB and then killed afterwards. It just feels very difficult for him to play Dota outside of BKB stuff.
I think maybe other option that builds into Cleave is like Monkey, just to have another area of control that they like need to get into, especially with the CK illusions like Kunkka, Brewmaster. These are 3 strength cores, and they need to get on top of you to be able to deal the damage.
Yeah, I like that one a lot better. I think that could be good.
Standard Luna ban here against Brew. Also Tundra playing Luna plus Beastmaster is a classic combination, so I think that is a better ban than Sven personally, but with the second one now, they're actually taking quite a lot of time. Gonna ban Void. Another good pairing with Phoenix and Snapfire, so it's understandable. I think something that teams perhaps haven't necessarily explored enough is the power of having really long duration AoE stuns against Chaos Knight. So Faceless Void is obviously a carry that offers that. We've seen some success for teams picking Tide. So I really like this ban from Thunder because Void himself isn't necessarily a good CK counter, but if he has heavy artillery behind, which he definitely does in this game, that could be a really big problem. So I think good read. I actually think Thunder would have picked that hero here over Sven and under Luna.
Yeah, would have given him really good chain stun. And I think that's one of the solutions against CK as well. Just those chains, long duration stuns. You burst him down so that if he does survive in BKB, he's at 25%, and that basically is irrelevant. If he reality rifts at that point, his illusions die in 1 AoE, and then your fight is won. So get him low before the fight starts, basically. But they're going to go for a Rubik, actually. Interesting.
Well, they're not bringing out any new heroes in game 1.
No.
So all these heroes have been picked plenty, except Lich. Lich is probably the least played hero currently that has been picked in this game.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Rubik gets played around with in various places, but the defensive lift with the Shard can be pretty decent. Get somebody out of Mars Arena, maybe disjoint fights a little bit. That could be a good solution against the Tundra stuff.
You can toss people out of Arena because you give them height with telekinesis, right? It should work. You don't just get rammed against the edge of the wall and then pushed back in.
I might be wrong. Maybe
I think you're right. I think you can toss people out, and it might be a really big part of why Thunder are picking it here, actually, for that Shard. Because it doesn't seem like, on paper, this doesn't look like an amazing Rubik game, right? Like, you can steal Roar. If Snapfire's in a bad position, maybe you can steal Mortimer's Kisses, which is kind of hard. If Phoenix is snappy, it's very hard to steal Supernova, because you just instantly cast Fire Spirits when you come out, or you cast Sunray during the egg, in which case you can't even steal it.
But there's some decent spells to steal.
It's okay.
And also, he has a very good front line, so I think he is going to be able like to get his steals off and get the most out of the spells.
What if they're actually picking Rubik for that 10% Fade Bolt damage reduction talent at 10? Pair it with all this damage mitigation thing?
Yeah.
It's possible.
It's a possibility.
Nobody does it for Rubik. That's never in anyone's mind when you pick that hero, but it could be.
They just add another layer of damage reduction. How much time do they have left? 26
seconds. For Thunder Awakening, it will be the first time they play both Rubik and Brewmaster in this major so far. So there is somewhat of a difference. Speaking of potential difference, no difference for Skeeter, who's going to play his Wraith King, the hero that we have seen him play most in the last, like, I'd say year and a half almost. So a very comfort draft for Tundra. What are we thinking about this final pick, Sim?
I think Brewmaster is actually pretty good against this hero, right? Like, it's a hero that you don't really want to commit to killing in fights because it takes so long. You have to kill it twice. What if you just Cyclone it, right? Like, just try to take it out with the Brew as much as you can. Skitter will have to buy BKB in this game to stay active in fights. On top of that, it's a single target physical damage hero against Lich Kunkka, like we talked about the damage mitigation. So I wonder if this was the best thing Tundra could find in this spot. They were a little bit starved for options. I think the Sven could have had similar pitfalls and probably arguably weaker laning, right? Which is something these guys put a lot of emphasis on, is having good lanes. So
I agree with those negatives you said, but I think he's going to be so good at jumping and killing Rubik Lich really quick. Obviously, if he jumps cores and the supports can back that person up, he's maybe not the best pick, but if he just jumps in and puts the Lich down to 20% HP, I think those supports die in most cases.
There's 8 strength heroes in this game. Tundra has 5 strength heroes, and they have 5 stuns as well. So maybe it's Stundra against Tundra Awaken this time around. I do like what Tundra's got. I feel like this overwhelming team fight that they got. I mean, I mentioned that there's like no real silence. No one builds into silence against the Brewmaster, but they do have overwhelming amount of stuns to be able to deal with him. There is like potentially Rubik Cliff to be able to save him, but overall looks good. I'm just giving it slight advantage. I'd say 55-45 for Tundra.
A close game. We like close games. Close opening game to this best of 3 series in the upper bracket, commentated by Cap and SVG.
A chance for South American team to be able to place the highest it's ever placed at a Valve Major, and they're facing up against such a tough opponent in Tundra. Only dropped 2 games so far in this entire event.
Got to be the favorites to win it at the current point in time, right? Anything can change, but definitely an uphill battle just in terms of the intimidation factor, though. They didn't seem too intimidated in those pregame interviews.
No, they didn't. They said they were going to show us something new, which maybe we'll see something new in game, but at least when it comes to the draft, nothing new just yet. But it does seem like very little pressure is on them, and they're here just to have a good time. And hopefully we're going to have a good time being able to watch this matchup between them and Tundra, as we should be getting into the game very shortly here. We've got a couple of signature heroes, of course. We've got Dark Mago playing his absolute signature Kunkka. If you guys don't know, this guy loves his Kunkka. This, in fact, will be his 101st professional match of playing the Pirate Captain. So let's see if that's enough to be able to get Thunder Awaken over the line. It sounds like our panel definitely feels like the draft is pretty even. Would you agree?
It's pretty even. I do think I've seen 33 get out of hand on these summons heroes, even in games where it feels like he's countered. I think Thunder Awaken were betting on this Kunkka counter pick if he decided to go down that road. Already a fast view ward. So they do have a lot of tools to be able to deal with them. It's also a very nice Frost Shield game. And you look at Tundra's lineup, the committal in the fight is based on this physical. Sure, you have Sunray later and some Snapfire spells, but all 3 cores entirely physical oriented this game. And usually that's where Lich can shine as long as he can get the levels. Just a question of how do these side lanes go for Thunder Awaken early? Because it's a really big deal with this Brewmaster. We've seen this hero get decimated on lanes early in this tournament. This is a good start.
It really is. An early attempt at a first blood. Dark Mago gets in front of Skeeter just a little bit here, slows him down, but it's the Fire Spirits that ultimately limit the damage. They're not able to bring down Skeeter, though with no regen, he's going to have to take an early salve from his support. We're going to have the mid matchup of 9 Mars versus Dark Mago Kunkka. And then our bottom lane matchup, we were just watching, Soxa and 33 going to be paired up as the Snapfire Beastmaster against a Chaos Knight Lich, which I feel like, I mean, we've talked about these Chaos Knight lanes. As long as you get a support that is able to enable the Chaos Knight in some way, it's kind of a tough lane, right?
It's usually pretty strong, but starting the lane with half HP does not do him any favors. Especially when you want to try and abuse this Beastmaster early. Again, 33 just pushing in the lane with axes and pulling it back. They're going to get the equilibrium really fast here, and they've already got to be happy with where this is going. Because Lich CK do not want to have to play the lane this far up. This is where Beastmaster he's just chilling right off the bat, I feel.
Not surprising. I mean, This is going to be a lane with Saksa, who's probably one of those smarter four-position, very cerebral type player, compared up with 33, who, I mean, this is his second most played hero. This is his bread and butter, as you were talking about. Any of the summons heroes, you know, 33 is going to be jamming quite a bit. So starting off with the early axes is perhaps something that he has figured out over his numerous matches playing this game.
Definitely a very interesting lane to watch. Traditionally with these Lich lanes, you're going to want to wear them down over time with some of the early nukes and then go for a kill at some point. Even if you can end up in a trade scenario, if he gets the first blood and dies, that's ideal. He comes back full resources.
Yeah.
And this DK, he's more of a sustainer on lane too, so he took early harass, but he's going to heal back up over time, at least a decent amount. Like you said, Dark Mago on his signature Kunkka. I've banned this hero many times versus player, and the ones I don't, I often regret it.
Yeah.
That is Tiny. He just understands how to play these heroes in the fights, how to move around with them. Potentially one of the most comfortable pairings at this tournament, I think.
Yeah. Matthew actually forced early TP out to the side lane here. Snaking chases him away. Did have a salve, so Matthew's still going to be able to return to lane and be an impact. A Rubik pickup. We're seeing this hero a bit more as the tournament goes on. Why do you think that is?
Honestly, this didn't strike me as any crazy Rubik game. I think the one where Tim's played it was like an insane Rubik game. You know, those Morphlings and Pucks and Earthshakers.
Yeah.
His biggest deal here is maybe some Phoenix or Snapfire spells. The damage reduction off Fade Bolt is going to be pretty good going into the later fights, but it's not really why you pick the hero, right? You do have this nice little Brewmaster lane combo where you can haze into the Fade Bolt, but it's not anything spectacular either. So personally, I'm kind of just interested to see what Matthew can do on it. He's been a standout player for this team the whole tournament, so I'm sure he has a really good idea of what he wants to accomplish, but it's also a rough matchup into Beastmaster, right?
Oh, might be an opportunity here. Pick off Saksa. They will manage to get that first blood. Now they're going to trade hits with 33. And with the Chaos Strike, he's actually healing up so much. He's going to be able to win this man fight, perhaps. 33 pops his wand. He actually does. Because lives through it all. This man has been getting so much attention and most particularly praise from other pro players. You know, the talk about Bakaz fans everywhere. I mean, this guy, I feel like, has, if you've watched him in the last 2 years or so, you know he's a rising star in South America, and he's showing it here on the main stage.
Arguably the best carry player at this tournament so far, stats-wise, and impact for his team. That's the exact type of trait Thunder Awaken wants to have happen. Getting that level 3 timing, being the aggressors, that's them the double kill. I thought he was going to need another crit there, but even early on this Frost Shield, doing some work. And again, that was 33 fighting off the back of all those stick charges. That's that Tundra itemization they try and win these early exchanges with.
Oh, support's being brought in the mid lane, but Thunder Predator brings one more.
Who's
and
bringing
it's going to be
though?
9. Oh, that spear back is going to do a lot of damage to Dark Mago. Now, it's still 9 dying first, but Dark Mago, oh, he's going to go for the dive and commit to the kill. Snake King picks it up.
Might net
now,
support's another one, though.
Pandamoo, he can go for the Sinister Gaze, pull him back into Matthew, and it looks like those right clicks are probably going to be enough. The Fade Bolt is what gets it, so they do trade 2 for 1 ultimately.
Dark Mago.
Maybe 2 for 2 if Saksa can have his way. Looks like maybe he doesn't do quite enough damage. In fact, he's only level 3 compared to a level 4 Lich because of all these kills that are happening.
Dark Mago played that really well, forcing the Phoenix dive. It's going to net extra XP for both supports who, they want that rotation to pay off in a big way, right? It's not necessarily the most normal rotation for a Lich to make this early in the game. So getting that extra kill on the backside, really nice for him. He can make his way back to base, TP bottom with full resources. Anytime this hero gets refilled, it's a big deal. And anytime they have the resources bottom to try and shut down this Beastmaster, it's nice, though. He rushed Raindrop on this Beast, so already preparing for the skirmish that's coming his way.
Yeah. He knows that they're going to keep up that pressure. I mean, that's just what Chaos Knight does, right? Just keeps on kind of attacking you over and over again.
All he can do is hit people.
Yeah.
He's good at it, though.
Yeah, he seems pretty bonkers, honestly. This is definitely one of the biggest winners of the tournament for me, anyway. This Chaos Knight has had, in my eyes, a hugely successful tournament. And people got to develop some answers to it. Do you think Tundra has the answers to the Chaos Knight? Because I'm not particularly a fan of like this Wraith King choice they went with, for example.
You might have to hold that because this is the
huge rune battle, and Matthew gets the haste, but this is already bowed out.
Yep, they're going to use it to kill the support here. Saksa tries to interrupt the combo from Dark Mago with the cookie, but he dies either way. Tundra is still up in net worth, though. Where is all that extra net worth coming from? Because it's a score of 5-1.
I mean, it's this Wraith King Panda lane, right?
Yeah.
It's up almost 1,200 on him for 6 minutes. It's a pretty large advantage. This is the downside of Brewmaster. He's almost never going to win the early portions of the lane. His spells are just not that as strong in the exchanges. Wraith King's just free farming, summoning these skeletons off cooldown pretty much, just maximizing what he can get.
Nice play by Matthew. He's had a hell of a tournament in it as well. Star 4 position player who's made some big plays in there. He's the telekinesis to get the deny on their own ward. Also big stacks all around, which I'm sure Snake King also wanted to get some read of what's going on there.
And this is part of the trade-off, right? Okay, Tundra's up a little bit because this Wraith King's off to a really good lead. But Matthew's also been stacking this triangle camp. He's already up to 6 stacks at the 7-minute mark, so that's a triple on both. It's going to either go Dark Mago's way, or maybe they can split some of the XP to the Panda if they needed to, right? If his lane was going bad, they can get the backup option going for him.
I was just about to say the one downside is that, like, unlike a Sand King, those stacks aren't going to help out your laner who's being a little bit chafed by the fact that he doesn't have a support in lane full time. So, but yeah, as you said, maybe they'll share the experience with him. Maybe they'll be nice enough, or maybe Dark Mago will take it all for himself.
He's going to take it all. He knows what he wants to have happen this game, and he's just going to accelerate into an ultra-fast BKB here.
Nine's going to cut over, but it's already too late. The hard camp's gone.
And Tundra, they're kind of positioning aggressively in both jungles. We were looking at that Snapfire on Saksa. I'm not even sure what he was looking for. Maybe some cheeky courier snipes or something, but
now
Thunder's
he would
have
get
number.
caught if it wasn't for the fact there was an invis route.
There's a
They do have a
sentry, though.
sentry though, and they're going to be able to catch him. Saksa tried to go back up through the river, and that sentry drop will net another kill for Dark Mago.
He's having the dream Kunkka game right now. I can tell you that much. This guy is not going to ask for too much more. I mean, he'll ask for more, you know, because he's a greedy mid player. But yeah, how much more can he get? And that will also signal level 6 for this Brewmaster. So already Thunder Awaken thinking about going up there, but actually switching it up. Rather shut down this Beastmaster. They're hesitating, actually. They don't know where they want to go.
Yeah, this is really interesting. As you said, I thought Brewmaster, I thought that was a no-brainer. Just go to the Brewmaster lane, kill the Wraith King twice, but it looks like Dark Mago uses his smoke to set up for bottom lane. Doesn't find the Beastmaster, doesn't really find much of anything.
I think that was a bit of a hesitation move in terms of they wanted to do too many things with once, ended up doing nothing, but Tundra also had the read, playing super safe. They did get a ward on Tundra's triangle, so that's going to spot some of these heroes moving bottom. Thunder Awaken's ready for this fight if it comes. Dark Mago, come fight me. I'm ready to go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, double bracers, Ogre Club, and Phase Boots. He's got 1,600 HP, 14 armor.
The other big thing is these support levels matter a lot in this game. I mean, all 4 of these supports would love to hit a fast level 6. And Thunder, they're making the better of that situation. Almost level 6 on both of theirs, whereas Snake King, he's been relegated to farming some mud golems in his jungle. And Saksa, again, he was making some of those early moves for couriers or wards. It's a little under-leveled as well.
Is that something that you, as a team, would actively be communicating? Like, guys, our supports are actually, like, we've hit a really nice timing. They're still under-leveled. Like, let's go force a team fight?
1000%. Especially when you have such powerful ultimates that you can combo with, like this Brutal top. He wants to...
Oh, they're going to try and kill him before he gets it off the split, and he does indeed fall to the Spear-Mars combination. And Thunder, they're going to be a bit too late to respond to Tundra. That's not going to feel good.
That's a big blow, because this Brewmaster, the way he can turn around that net worth differentials, get the return kill, or get a fight where his ult has insane early value. Dark Mago
getting some damage on him. Now, this is a very tanky Mars. They're going to try and stop the spear. That's a really good toss down into the river. Now, he's going to spear him into the tower, so really nice play there from 9. He's still under assault, though, as they're going to have the Brewmaster cut in. He says, remember me? You came to top lane to gank me, and I'm going to return the favor. They ensure the kill on 9 with the Siege Wagon pushing in. It's a great opportunity for the rest of Thunder to start chipping away at this mid tower.
or bottom, though, and this is the part of the game where you have to deal with 33's aggression on this part of the map. Though that tends to be a decent way to deal with it, I guess. Kind of just threw away all his units.
Not the
response he was looking
for. He just kind of stood his ground underneath the tier 2. I mean, the tier 2 aura gives you so much, so. Early top tower dying, though, to all those skeletons.
Skeeter, he's had his way this game. Already up to level 10. Just been given full solo XP. Snaking, he's getting his mid, so this Wraith King is going to have a really nice timing on this Desolator, which he's rushing. This is my favorite build on the hero, because if you can get it fast, it does so much for your team in the early fights. Any fight Tundra wins around that river area is guaranteed Roshan between him and the Beastmaster. And we were talking about this Tricore from Tundra. It's all physical damage oriented. It's another reason Deso AC are going to go a long way in this game. This team is very smart on the itemization. They know what they want their items to do at each point in the game. They're not afraid to itemize for each other or what the overall game plan is. Sync it up.
And perhaps just another reason why Pandamu, who is a Platinum Lich player, is going to want those higher levels of the Frost Shield. Looks like they're to rotate down to bottom because...
No roar, though.
No roar, so it looks like they're just kind of poking at him. And it does keep on forcing a reaction out of Thunder. They're not killing because, but the supports keep coming down here at a concern for their carry's life. They are not falling behind necessarily, though, because of, well, what's going on right here. Doc Mago, once again, with the Ancient Stack, is going to make sure that he collects the top wave as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dark Mago, it's having a pretty good game, but feels like his supports have kind of got stinted here in terms of they got pretty fast sixes, but haven't been able to do much with it.
Yeah, they've get stalled out quite a bit, right? And it feels like they're not... They had an advantage and weren't able to make...
I mean, especially this Primal Split, right?
Yeah.
We haven't even seen it yet, so... This is really a spell you want to use as early as possible. The earlier you use it, the more powerful it is. Then it gets you on your way to the level 2 ult, which is really where this hero kicks in.
Yeah.
This is not the type of game flow that Sacred would be wanting on this hero. And this is a hero that falls behind if you're not getting the fights. I mean, he's not going to clear stacks that fast. They all went to his Kunkka, and he can't really aggressively shove waves versus how strong Tundra's cores are kicking him out.
Now, it's hard to tell without us obviously knowing the exact communication of Thunder, but it does, at least for me anyway, feel like Dark Mago hold up top lane, tries to get the Primal Split off, is going to be denied that, but Skeeter realizes they're going to run out of damage either way. But it does feel like, to me, Dark Mago is perhaps the one who is keeping their pace a little bit slower, just because I think he wants to finish up this BKB. Now that he's got it, we'll see what they do as he actually finds a haste rune. This is a dream opportunity, perhaps.
This is a good go if they can chain stun it.
Oh, use of the arena to keep everyone out while he knows he's being gone on the Primal Split. It's going to be used. They're going to be able to throw out. Oh, they finished off the Phoenix already. A good jump in from Bakaz, and they're going to be able to surround this Wraith King. Life number 1 is in jeopardy, and life number 2 could be Phoenix as well. A stolen arena keeps him inside, and Tundra, they're going to try and help him out here. Mortimer's Kiss is raining in. Bakaz actually taking a lot of damage. A stolen roar laid back into Skeeter. They're running out of damage, though. The split, Bakaz is running away, and the Sunray's going to burn him down from snaking, while Matthew does get stunned up, slowed down by Soxa on 33, so looks like he's going to be finished off, but Sacred, he sees an opportunity. He's going to be able to get the kill on 33. They turn to the egg. Dark Mago's there, and they get the finishing blow. Skeeter on his last bit of health, but no! The turnaround from Pandamu stands his ground and finishes off the carry before he dies. Sacred looks to be able to collect the kill on Soxa, gets that one too. 9 did manage to chase down Dark Mago, but cannot stop the TP out from Sacred. What a brawl in the mid lane.
What an absolute annihilation of a fight for 15 minutes. The damage on this fight is absolutely insane for this time period. Almost 13,000 coming in from Thunder Awaken. They got everything they wanted in this fight, and it's still that close. The snaking buyback, he comes in here, he still has egg up. They want to recommit with Arena, and he ends up getting tossed instantly. Perfect micro from this Wind Panda throughout the fight. Stolen roar by Matthew turns it around on the Wraith King. And still, after all of this, Tundra able to take the fight just through the raw power of their spells and heroes in this time period. Skeeter stays alive for so long, he's able to re-engage with another round of skeletons. Even the egg got focused down pretty quick.
Yeah, and if you lost track of exactly how many kills as this fight wraps up, That was, I believe, a 4 for 6. Thunder losing the 4, and Tundra actually losing 6 there with a dieback on the Phoenix. So Panda, very happy about that match. I'm sure he was super happy of being able to get that Wraith King kill. As Skeeter, I think, thought he was going to be able to armlet toggle his way to victory. While that was happening, we did have a pick off on the Brewmaster. It was Skeeter who was able to, with the support help, run down the Brew while he didn't have the split. So good opportunity there, and perhaps a little recompense for a rough fight in the mid lane. Mid tower is still up, though.
Even after all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where Thunder would have, I think, liked that fight to go a little better so they can convert on the objectives. Because again, you want to maximize the times where you get really good fights out of this Brewmaster.
I'm sorry, did I see that? A total of 45 building damage done by the heroes of Thunder?
Is that even possible?
It's one hit each. The towers have taken damage. It's just all from the creeps pushing in.
Yeah.
As Thunder focuses on trying to chase the Tundra heroes out.
I mean, that might have been a catapult wave during that entire fight, too.
Yeah, it might have been.
Always potential, but... Again, we're looking towards what does Tundra want to do with their entire lineup. That's how these guys think. It's all about the physical. They have the Deso on Skeeter, full Helm of the Overlord done for 33. Even Soxa bringing up some drums to amp that right-click damage.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Their physical ball is pretty strong for this part of the game.
They're going to run into the perfect hero, too. They wanted to be able to gank Bakaz, who throws out the Phantasm. The spear is going to be blocked out by an illusion, but there's just too many heroes here, I think, as he's surrounded by the arena. The Supernova is going to be dropped as well. The stun's going to go down eventually. It'll stun both the Chaos Knight and Matthews Rubik, killing them both. Now they're going to sweep in through the mid lane, where you can see Soxa is already kind of setting up with Skeeter, and they, in turn, will try and put some pressure on these towers.
We saw Matthew only able to get Bulwark there. Nina's already on top of preventing the steals, and then it comes down to, again, what is he going to steal in these fights? We saw the Roar, but that's the best spell he can get outside of Egg.
Yeah.
But how reliable is it going to be when 33 can just throw all these summons in? There's skeletons, there's boars, there's ancient black dragons. Drum some of those up, they'll go to town.
We saw a bit of the... just how much physical damage and minus armor Tundra are rocking there with that mid-tower push. Even though the Frost Shield went down, they just ripped through that tower like tissue paper. Sacred, they're going to try and chain stun him pretty well. Now he's taking up. He can get off the Primal Split, and he will manage to. Now he needs to actually get some kills in return for it. Tosses up the Wraith King, goes for Soxa. Now with the rest of his team joining in, they're finishing off the support first. The Wind Panda catches the Wraith King again. And now all of Tundra needs to be here to try and help out this carry. But at the same time, the Brewmaster Ultimate's going to wear out soon. Chain Frost bouncing in and actually does stick with the boars and the creeps of the Brewmaster. But Bakaz comes in from the other side. Gets 33, and they actually stole the Roar again. Matthew with a sick pickup, and they're going to turn that straight into an objective push on Roshan.
33 having troubles protecting it. And it is a huge steal for them. This Roar can do a huge amount of work in order to let his cores output the damage. It's going to be a nice pickup. They were thinking about that Roche, but respecting the fact that this arena egg can still come out in 5 seconds from now.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
They also probably don't want to fight without Primal Split this game. I can understand why. The spell is so powerful for this portion.
Ooh, you know, Tundra are probably thinking, okay, Primal Split's on cooldown. Let's go ahead and, like, be aggressive right now. But the Aghanim Scepter was complete for Sacred, so in a way, it's like it refreshed.
Back up.
Yeah, he's got Primal Split ready to go again when Tundra may not be expecting it. If they try for this Roshan thinking, okay, they're missing some team fight potential, they may be brutally surprised by Sacred.
There's a Primal Split they don't expect. Maybe this Roar they didn't see.
Oh, yeah, that's another good point. There could be 2 ultimates coming into play that they are not expecting. But Tundra's not going to try and do Roshan here. They're going to play for their high ground area and see if Thunder walks into them. Thunder seems to be chill for now.
Thunder are smoked up here. They were expecting Tundra to either commit for the Roche or run into them. Bit of a wasted smoke, but Dark Mago, he did go Halberd in this game. It's not the greediest choice he could have made, but the one that's going to be for his team to take those extended fights. Let him run in and be the frontliner, tank up with damage with all that evasion.
Yeah.
Pushes the AC till later, which would be the more aggressive option, but Their team fight it's peaking right now. With this double Brewmaster ult. This is as good as it's going to get for a decent amount of time. Definitely want to make something happen with it.
Good use of the Dragon by 33 to keep that mid lane pushed in, keep the pressure off the tower without anybody risking anything. I mean, Stark Mago has to kind of constantly be here. Push the wave in it himself, not only Dragon, but also the Skeletons. Because he's just farming away in the neutral camps, though, and he's going to be finishing up a BKB, so it doesn't look like Thunder is going to be itching to force a fight anytime soon.
4-man smoke from Tundra.
All right.
They're looking to flank around the north side.
4-man
Thunder.
Thunder as well.
They
are
same read.
mirroring this. Dark Mago, he's going to be the first one in. Breaking the smoke, catching 33 right off the bat. Throws out the boat. Sacred gets off the Primal Split as well. They use the Roar. They focus down 33, and he's dead before he can really do much at all. And they have the Wind Panda already on the Wraith King. Let's see who they focus down next. Snake King, he's going to be the next target. He does have the egg. He's going to pop it now. Dark Mago turns. Sacred turning back into his hero form. But Dark Mago, he is stuck inside the arena, and Tundra kited out that BKB nicely. It looks like they caught the supports, waited out the BKB of Dark Mago, and managed to go for it. That felt like a weird fight all around. It felt like Thunder was trying to force things perhaps too much and got their supports in a bad line.
Nine just jumped on the back line, killed Matthew right off the bat. Felt like Pakaz never even entered that fight.
No.
And he's going to be the majority of their damage. Even had another Brew ult, but now he's going to have to pop it anyway.
Yeah. And he'll try and succeed in escaping with that Brew ultimate, but another big cooldown used for the side of Thunder. Plus an Aegis on 33.
Yeah, I was going to say, look who they give it to.
Yeah.
There's a reward for your buyback, son. Second life. Maybe he just jacked it, you know?
Yeah, could be. I mean, I understand why they don't give it to the Wraith King, but thought maybe it would go over to 9. But
and he's just so tanky. I think Tundra feels like if they try and go on this Mars, they'll win the fight off the back of it anyway.
Yeah.
They don't want to repeat where this beast dies with no buyback and suddenly Thunder can take the 5-on-4.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So Tundra, they're going to try and push for some objectives here. If you were Thunder, what would you be doing to respond to this right now?
I mean, any of the other lanes you can get in are a huge deal. All of the tier 1s still stand for Tundra here. So we're talking about lanes going deep, punishing Tundra at least a little bit for when they group. None of that's going to happen when all these towers can still defend the lanes.
Yeah.
Thunder space is super limited, and it's kind of been like that the whole game. They've done a good job of stacking to try and keep their Kunkka on par with this Wraith King, but the space is going to get limited pretty fast here. That's the benefit of Beastmaster lineups. Once you gain an advantage and the enemy doesn't want to fight you, you can just take over the map with your vision.
Yeah.
This is where Tundra, they don't even want to give him the triangle here. I tend to agree.
And Thunder are going to make kind of a sneaky move here. They're going to do a 5-man smoke themselves. They're actually going to walk to the edges of the map here, check their own jungle. If they don't find anything, they could probably just push out. There's our 2 carries. Skeeter on the left, Pakaz on the right.
This is Pakaz's BKB timing, so he is going to commit into this fight. Look a little different than last time. But they're still in Aegis.
Tundra on the high ground.
Egg.
They've got everything ready to go. The Primal Split's going to go off first. They're going to focus on 33. Despite the Aegis, they want to be able to bring him down. Pakaz is going to do some short work of him in the first life. And a beautiful chain frost is going to be able to bounce around, heading towards Skeeter. Pakaz looks towards the back line. He's going to be able to bring down the Snapfire next. Matthew with a smart TP out away from 9, who can't finish off the supports. But Pakaz needs some help with a second life of both Skeeter and 33. He gets demolished by the physical damage that starts ramping up. Thunder Predator, mass TP's out. Sacred is not going to make it. He gets speared, so at least 9 was able to stop that one. And Matthew actually didn't make it out either. I think he TP'd to the tier 2. I don't think he actually
died
TP'd
to some
out.
damage over time, I believe. Technically, that's a 3 for 3, but that's a Wraith King life and an Aegis, so Tundra will take that trade every time.
Yeah.
Doing a nice job of breaking the smoke, again, with the Aegis carrier here. Even though 33 goes down without getting anything off, he doesn't really care. They toss the Phoenix, which I can understand trying to stall out his spells, but at the same time, again, 9 is just killing your backline here.
Yeah.
I almost wish they tossed this Mars to get rid of some more of the damage that's going to come out and then try and focus the egg, but Pakaz can just not take these long of fights yet.
Matthew did indeed TP to the tier 2, and he had Fire Spirits on him. So
Not gonna be happy about that
He
one.
just burned out into the tier 2. Now, Tundra beginning to break away in this game 1. 8,000 net worth lead for them. As you've been saying, they've been kind of choking out Thunder bit by bit, and now it feels like they're getting to a point where they're going to be able to really lock the map down soon. Like one more fight, and it's just going to be Thunder left inside their base.
It's also just another round of items that can come out for these Tundra supports. Full 4-staff for Soxa. Snaking still deliberating what he wants here. Almost up to 4,000 gold. I think he's questioning whether he needs the defensive Aeon or can go for something more aggressive. I say go for something more aggressive, but...
Yeah, it's interesting, especially since half the fights he's just getting tossed up in the air by the wind pan.
Exactly. Like, they don't have any intention of focusing him, right? So...
Yeah.
I think he can just... I mean, might see the Wraith Pact, but they already have a Vlad's built into this Humble the Overlord, so maybe that makes it a bit awkward for them.
That is an interesting idea. The fact that Wraith Pact has been such a big item this tournament.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird time to be building Helm of the Overlord. Obviously, with a Beastmaster, you're always going to go at 30.
You could build both, lose a bit of value, but, you know, who's going to stop him?
I mean, that would say a lot about the item. If you're willing to build both of those just because you think Wraith Pact is that strong.
Of course, but look who's coaching this team, Cap.
It's true.
The item lord himself. He's probably laughing hearing this right now, but hey, if there's one
he's
player...
probably telling him to buy more ironwood branches, to be fair. But.
There's one player I've heard item discussions over the course of my career from. It is AUI. I'm sure this team has talked about everything they want to build at this tournament in length.
That's true.
So it would not surprise me.
Blink Dagger next for Picasa AC for Dark Mago. He's still trying to work on that one. They actually do use the Supernova. He was afraid of that Chaos Bolt. If it was a long stun, he might just get bursted by the Chaos Knight. So I think that's fair enough.
And I guess even this new Phoenix, I mean, it's not really new, but this Phoenix Shard, he can Sun Rain the egg. That always prevents the egg steal nowadays, too. I mean, not that it was easier before, but it just makes it physically impossible. It's just another interaction that Trubik...
You remember that matchup?
Not bad.
TI4,
Yeah,
VG Gaming versus Cloud9. Bones 7 Phoenix.
That's an old throwback right there.
Yeah. Skater, he sees an opportunity. Quick pick off on the support, trying to keep the bottom lane off of the tower. Now, Thunder is going to respond. Cookie first. That gives Skater a little bit of distance.
Early Brew ult, too.
Yeah, Brew ult. They're immediately going to toss up. They really want Skeeter. Looks like they're just going to have to maybe get a quick kill on this Snapfire and call it a day, because the rest of Tundra looks like they have evaded any catch.
Skeeter always had BKB TP there as well, so I don't think that catch was ever going to be a thing. Matthew, buyback. This is not a hero you feel good buybacking on, especially this early in the game.
Yeah, that was a heavy commitment. I mean... Phantasm, Primal Split, a buyback.
Not the greatest exchange they wanted. The one upside is they did get this Assault Cuirass on Dark Mago, so...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, and he hit the tower once or twice.
Yeah, he's getting some building damage.
Let me see that building damage soon. I need to know. Oh god, he can't get close. 95! Oh boy.
Can't even read it. But he did get another hit in. And he's daring them to take this fight right now. Thunder feel like this is their best timing.
Bold. Cookie first, chain stun, no. Missed down, Skeeter, mistimes that one. BKB goes off from Dark Mago. He starts laying some damage into the Wraith King.
Summons are dead.
Holds on to his first BKB charge. He's going to save that one for the second life. Actually, he's going to keep that second life alive. Now, they do manage to catch Soxa. They're going to try and get away from the egg. But the Arena actually catching the two supports. That's perfect from 9. He's going to use his BKB. Throws everything he has. Both supports limping on a sliver of life. And Skeeter will come in and clean up the rest. Because caught up on the high ground here from Aurora on 33. They actually decide to see if they can bail out their supports, perhaps not expecting the second egg either. Go back into a fight that was never meant to be.
Suddenly this this bird that was sitting on Basilius Ring has an entire refresher in his slots. I don't think Vakaz was expecting that at all. Double egg from Snaking. Talking about itemization, that's basically the highest impact item on this hero you can get. Brings it in at the perfect time, secures that team fight. And again, Thunder do not have anything for this 9 Mars that just keeps jumping their backline, destroying the supports. All right, you steal Bulwark, but congrats. You're still getting right-click down. Double damage on Skeeter, shredding the base here.
Good use of the Hawks constantly in these fights as well. It was actually kind of interesting how he used it to stun all 3 of the primal splits as well. Brewlings. Halberd for the last bit of DD that they had. Cookie being used. 9 facing the wrong direction.
Don't know if that's the cookie he wanted.
He's kind of awkward. Boat's going to keep him down. And with that toss up in the air. Ooh, Skeeter. Really quick blink back by him, and he's got that BKB TP you're talking about. Nothing on the side of Thunder can stop that.
It's a decent kill to get here, especially when Roshan is up.
Ooh, an opportunity? I mean, an opportunity that I think Thunder has to try and take.
I feel like they should. I mean, this game is slipping away. At some point, your Brewl's just going to get chunked down by the physical scale that's coming out of Tundra. 50 seconds, no Mars. You probably feel he has no buyback since he committed for the AC. I think they should scout it and do it. This is a big window they're going to miss if they don't.
Somebody check inside the pit. Panda's on the case. Now he's going to see it. The Hawk is there to spot Thunder, and there it is.
I think you have to commit for this. You know, on top of it, there's still no second egg.
Oh, the kiss is straight up.
Look at the damage.
They do not want to give them the opportunity, and that damage by itself with double Hawk stuns as well actually really threatens Bakaz. So he's going to have to reset here. I don't think there's any way they can go back into the Roshan pit that low of health.
He's going to have to crit some creeps.
Yeah.
But that's a Roshan stalled, and now double egg in 20. Orchid on Skeeter.
Oh, and they see Bakaz.
They're just going to...
in the lane, they're going to wrap around to see if they can get in front of him here. Once again, not charging straight into the triangle, but always going the long path around.
I think Tundra can potentially just force the Roche 2, abuse the 2 Wraith King lives, the 2 eggs. Like, how does Thunder Awaken fight into that pit?
Yeah.
Seems impossible.
Aghanim Scepter complete for Kunkka, so we're going to have a very disruptive fight on our hands. It's going to lead off the Brewmaster potentially getting bursted down. The silence is still there. Can it get off the Primal Split? Denied by the Primal Roar. They chain the disables. They do have a buyback on him. The Torrent Storm is bouncing some people around here from Tundra. That take number 1. 33 also going to be hit up here by Pakaz, who now has the Phantasm. Use the illusions to surround 33. He's dead. He does have a buyback, though. Matthew looks to be able to catch Soxa. Does have a cookie. Gives over to the Fire Panda. Fire Panda trying to catch up, but the A goes down first. And Bakaz in trouble. BKB, he runs out with the Tornado out onto Skeeter. It'll allow Bakaz to disengage for now, but he's got to respect the Tundra power coming his way. He's going to have to crit some creeps again. Bring his health back up into play because this Roshan fight will not stop.
That was their second Brewled off the Sacred buyback. They get to force the Beastmaster buy as well, and both eggs there. So that's a pretty decent win for Thunder, it feels like, in terms of the spell advantage.
Is it enough of a win for them to try Roshan, though? Do you feel like they have enough of an advantage?
So hard to force. There's still another Snap ult up. There's always going to be those annoying Hawks that give Tundra full vision. I feel you have to smoke and try and take the fight at a good angle. They may not even have them, though. At the same time, Dark Mago, he's still top of the net worth in this game.
Yeah.
440 CS. He's just been clearing stacks and waves. You saw that Torrent Storm going to use. His job is just to clear the gunk out of these fights and start to pick up the physical scale now. Even got that quiver.
Oh, it looks like he's going to take a quick pit stop for the shard so he can get some further disables in. But yeah, then I imagine heavy physical damage time.
Your admiral is on board.
21-20, a 10,000 net worth lead for Tundra, but it feels like a relatively even match in the fact that it just comes down to this one fight. Thunder can easily take back the game. They're going to go ahead and run up. They're going to be able to catch Snaking. A big kill at that with the stun silence combination, and the Primal Split goes down to chasing 9 out. 9 goes for the TP BKB. He does get away. Now Tundra, are they going to try and contest this Roshan without the Phoenix? I feel like that's not likely, and Thunder may still be able to find Skeeter here. Of course, he does always have BKB TP out as well. So
no way to contest this without your eggs around that pit. Tundra were already failing this second Snaking died. This whole game they've shown they do not want to fight without their Phoenix.
Yeah. And Dark Mago's like, okay, well, that no longer have to buy the shard. That's going to be a freebie from Roshan. An Aegis for Because.
Now, net worth going their way.
We do also have the shard on the Rubik, which can be a really good save mechanism. It does not get you out of the arena, however. I know the panel was talking about whether or not that's a possibility.
But you can throw your teammate into it.
You could,
yeah. A little bit.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what we're looking for.
Get in there, buddy, you know? Go get him, champ.
I mean, you can use this aggressively. People don't think about it, but you can throw your teammates in, throw them up a cliff. As long as you don't expect it, it's a decent amount of range when you get to that, you know, the later levels and stuff. I don't think we're seeing that here, but never know.
I assume it's mostly going to be used to save, like, the Brewmaster. He gets gone on, perhaps.
That's ideal. That's also where we saw this, I mean, Glimmer and Force on this Lich, even a Drum. Still, though, if you look at this net worth distribution, it's crazy how far down these last 3 Thunder Awakened heroes are compared to the Tundra counterparts on average.
Yeah.
And yet their impact is just still so high because these heroes are designed to function without a lot of net worth, right? And that's where this is deceiving. I feel like this is almost a completely even game as long as this Panda can get his ults off. Tundra can find him and focus him. It's an entirely different story. But Tundra doesn't seem like they've been able to kill the Pandas during the ult either. It's just too much chaos, maybe. Not enough direct ways to focus it down.
So interesting. Dark Mago is thinking about a refresher next, so he really wants to just keep focusing on the disable aspect and trust in Because.
He's just running uphill.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's got
Daring
4K HP. They're actually immediately 9. Blinks behind him to catch the support. Matthew's dead again. The egg right on top of things. Immediate buyback from Matthew, and you can see because he wants to be able to catch some of these heroes. Blinks in. Who does he go for? Immediately, stun silence into trouble. Whoa, he almost gets bursted down on that first bit of Aegis life, and he does indeed. They do have the Sinister Gaze. They have the Wraith King in front here. Meanwhile, a jump back from Snake King. Mortimer's Kisses. The 2 backline supports are really helping out here. They do have the Tornado going forward. The Telekinesis toss back, but now he's run out of BKB charges, and bam, gets taken out by 9. A spear over onto Pandamu. Doesn't quite finish him off. They try and go for 9 here, but the BKB TP out once again is successful. Mass BKB teleport all around from Tundra. Everybody's gonna get out.
That was the Kunkka buyback. Oh, most valuable. They want to be able to hold that, or at least get something off the back of it, but Tundra giving them absolutely nothing. Just kiting that fight out perfectly, playing around these double eggs. We'll see 9. He knows what his job is this game. He's done it every single fight. Find the Rubik, find the Lich. He got Force, Glimmer, and Frost shielded, but the initial hit is just way too much. This is that man fight. Because just gets chunked early. He doesn't have the confidence to go in even with the 2 lives.
Yeah.
Who's killing this Wraith King during all of this? It looks flashy, but not much actually going down.
I have to wonder how different that fight would be if he was able to get a clean initiation, a blink stun onto the Phoenix and just commit to that kill, but really fast reaction from Skeeter with his use of Bloodthorn twice now in these fights trying to stop Because, who obviously doesn't feel great about using BKB in his first life. Now, Thunder, in this period of time, have been pushing out some of the lanes, and they're even poking at the mid tower here. Skeeter, spear back onto Dark Mago with a buyback on Dark Mago. Very curious that Thunder's willing to force this.
They know there's no Phoenix ultimates here.
That's true.
That's what's been causing them problems.
BKB used by Skeeter, too, on his second life, so when he comes back into play, he is very susceptible to that Thunderstorm of Dark Mago. They've got to find an answer to that if this fight continues.
Once this team decides what is their issue, if it's not up, they're willing to take almost any fight. I agree. This is a lineup Thunder Awaken has. You have to push it to the limit while you have those opportunities because you're not going to get them down the stretch here. And now Snaking, he has A on disc as well. So this Phoenix, he's not going to be that jumpable and burstable like some of these earlier engagements.
That's true.
Another instance which might catch them off guard because I feel like that has been their game plan in the go-to.
They have 4 primal splits, potentially, in a single fight, thanks to the refresher complete on the Brewmaster.
0 charges, though.
Oh, yeah, he's down on charges right now. 15 seconds.
Can
so they could have
refresh
potentially 3 if the fight happens in 10 seconds or so.
Tundra, no, there's no buyback on this Kunkka, though. So if they find him, there is that frost shield. There is the toss back from Rubik.
Dude, look how aggressive Dark Mago is. He was showing in the mid
front.
lane. Now he's in the front. He immediately throws out a
Man's
torrent.
insane.
Finds Saksa, who does actually go forward. Now let's see if Dark Mago cannot be KB. Oh, Bakaz is actually the one who's caught instead. Skater starts laying into him, and they control him up with a Primal Roar. That Bloodthorn just rips him apart. Meanwhile, 9, once again, he has been Matthew's nemesis all game long with these arenas. BKB gonna go out from Dark Mago, finishes off at least the Snapfire while they retreat away from this egg. Sacred's gonna refresh that Primal Split, but they do not have a buyback on Bakaz. Tundra does not know that because it's from gold. In fact, he's incredibly close to having the buyback. But their saving grace might just be the fact that there is still a tier 2 up in the top lane for Thunder.
It's definitely their saving grace here. They get Mega for sure without it. Even so, this is going to be close. The Snake can TP up here to push it in.
Oh yeah, they're going to actually backdoor it.
I mean, they have the minus armor. They have the physical burst. Why not?
Yeah, now are they going to keep going? Are they going to try and backdoor the tier 3? They're going to wait for the creep wave? I mean, 35 seconds is a long time.
There is Frost Shield to stall it a little.
That's true.
But, I mean, because he blinked in, just got roared. He's just not been able to find the openings this game, and I think part of that is the vision that Tundra has. You look, they have that high ground ward, they have the ward on mid, on top of the Hawks. Sure, you're smoked, sure you blink in, but Tundra, they feel very confident to play around this vision because there is only that one initiator. It is the CK. He blinks in. If he doesn't find the beast is going to roar him, and suddenly Tundra can reset, get everything off. It's a very hard team fight for Thunder to find the opening initiate into.
And his supports can't follow him ever because we've seen Nine has just been a terror to this poor Lich and Rubik, who can never follow the Chaos Knight in because they immediately get arenaed.
That's part of why Tundra liked this Wraith King, right? He can always just frontline and you can play the fight patient. You can let him die once. Buy time. Nine just gets free reign in the fight. I mean, he's been finding those jumps quick, but he can play as patient as he wants. Just let the Wraith King tank the fights. Even let the Phoenix go through one egg, you still have another.
Yeah.
Then find that back line.
Oh, that's interesting that this Wraith King's been holding on to the Witchbane, so he can actually use the Purge to get rid of the Frost Shield, which is, I mean, that's pretty massive.
Super nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking this game, what is going to purge that in the late game? Well,
sometimes
there you
just
go.
Get a neutral item.
Ask and you shall receive.
Eon Disc for Dark Mago, if nobody noticed that one. So now he can be as frontlining as he seems he wants to be without a buyback, and does have that secondary life to be able to work on.
I mean, you can survive for a decent amount of time here on Thunder Awakened, but I'm having a hard time seeing what's actually going to kill these Tundra heroes.
Look on Bakaz real quick. Look at his quick buy. BKB, 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 BKB.
Yeah, he needs at least 3 or 4. I mean, it's not even saving him in these fights.
No. He would still have Primal Roar to deal with. Speaking of that, now he's got 2 Primal Roars to deal with. Refresher for 33. I was wondering, I was like, that's got to come out eventually. It's just such a hard counter to this lineup.
And at this point in the game, all he has to do is pretty much save it for this Chaos Knight. There's no one else he has to roar. I don't think this Bruce Split is nearly as terrifying as it was early in the game. Sure, it's annoying. Sure, it's going to cost some chaos. But again, his Wraith King and Mars can just sit there and right-click everybody to death. Even a full nullifier on this 9 Mars. Another way to dispel the buffs. Another way to lock these supports down in case you thought he wasn't doing it enough.
Just a quick warning to everybody watching with us on Dota TV. You are going to be experiencing potential double Torrent Storms in the next fight. So, you know, might want to look away from that team fight. You know, otherwise your Dota may end up crashing.
You think he's going to buy it without saving for buyback?
Of course.
Of course, that was the correct thing. I was trying to trick you up there, you know.
Of course.
This
Instantly buys
Mago.
it. He goes all in, and they are going to need every bit of power here as Tundra have collected the Refresher Shard for a Wraith King. Everybody else has a Refresher Orb. They've got an Aegis and Cheese, and they are going to be going for that last lane of Barracks.
Also an Ags on this box, but he's shooting him in.
He is shooting him right on top of the Brewmaster. What a beauty. The egg goes down as well, and they couldn't quite save him. He's going to be forced into a buyback now. Primal Roar, #1, on to Dark Mago. And Cookie going out, trying to get Skeeter outside of the base, outside of this Torrent Storm, but he dies anyway. That's going to be life #1. They do have reinforcements coming in. Dark Mago, Aeon Disc, Ghost Fleet coming in as well. There's just a hot mess of stuns raining down in this one damn area, and everybody from Tundra is getting constantly knocked up in the air. Skeeter is getting chain stunned out. He dies again. Refresher Shard being used. He's got another life to be able to work with. 9 as a BKB. He charges forward. Spears back in. Chaos Knight dies. He buys back immediately. Dark Mega with a dieback. Panda Moo can't escape either. He's dead. A buyback him. Pakaj runs forward now, focusing down 9. There's the second Primal Roar. He's pulled back immediately afterwards, though. Sinister gains BKB. They try and burst him down. They know they don't have the damage, but the Wraith King instead. The Wraith King, well, he had his Refresher Shard, so he had a second BKB to use as well. And once again, Tundra, once the fight seems to turn against them or there are too many numbers with buybacks, they just BKB, TP out en masse.
How many goddamn ultimates does this team have? It feels like 3 fights in one. I mean, this fight recap, Thunder Awakened did 24,000 damage and got 1 kill.
Really? They got 2, right?
I mean, they got this Wraith King, but he's still walking around the map, so...
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there's just so many lives, so many ultimates they have to fight through, costing them very precious buybacks here. The chaos that this Kunkka can cause is absolutely insane, but it almost just doesn't matter when Skeeter has so many lives to play with.
Yeah. You have X amount of disables, but we have an equal number of spells to be able to throw back from all our refreshes. We've got BKBs.
I mean, I think
lives.
That was why Pakaz was queuing up multiple BKBs, because he knows Tundra's going to have about 30 of them in the next fight, however many refreshers they have.
What is he to do? He's actually built Basher and going for an Abyssal Blade, so he's trying to tackle this whole BKB TP out problem. But it may come a bit too late.
That was buyback for the Chaos Knight, buyback for Brew and Lich. Only Matthew has his up. Of course, Dark Mago, he's always going to buy out. This guy... he wants to play for the first life, not the second. I can respect it. Just turn into a base defense situation, down 30,000 gold.
And Tundra, I mean, if the last fight, they were okay with that one. They're probably okay with forcing another. They may not have Aegis and Cheese anymore, but...
yeah, I mean, they're missing half their spells, but that still means they got about 1.5 of them, so I think they're okay fighting here.
That's true. And Thunder, they don't have all those buybacks to work with anymore, so...
Hurricane them out.
Back. Spear back as well. Dark Mago in some trouble. Eon Disc, BKB. Those both go out, and he starts casting spells. Nice telekinesis backwards there. And Egg right in front of their faces with the Supernova. They actually stole the Sunray as well, trying to heal up the Kunkka for Staff. He does a refresh, and Eon Disc goes down. Starts throwing around those spells. Skeeter, he's going to go lose his first life. The chain stun going down on 9 as well. 9 may be falling right next to Skeeter. Immediately BKB. He blinks away. TP's out. Pakaz on the hunt. He's got that Basher. He sees Snake King. Thanks to the Primal Split, they had him waiting as the little cherry on top to a delicious dinner. That was that team fight, 26-8, but Thunder hold on with 1 lane of barracks left.
And Matthew, he gets Roar again, salvaging that fight with the toss back save. That distance is so far, just baits Tundra in. Suddenly, 9 finds himself getting roared and slayed down by these CK crits. It takes a while, but he's definitely not happy about that one.
I mean, so many of these team fights have been the supports not being able to have an impact because of 9 able to jump them.
That was some revenge right there.
That was some revenge. I mean, when you're sitting inside your base, it's the most ideal place for these backline supports, right? It becomes really hard for 9 to be able to play that fight the way he wants to.
I mean, your vision counts for nothing, right? Because they can only be in one place, so...
yeah, true.
Matthew getting the better end of that bargain. It's been getting shut down all game by this Mars, but finally gets to turn it around on him with that stolen roar, and he's going to be able to keep it for some time here. This is, again, a huge spell for them to have because it is a BKB piercing stun, which has been their bane in a lot of these fights, right? either in the middle of the fight or the BKB TP's out at the end. Suddenly, you have this massive range BKB piercing stun. Protect this man.
Abyssal Blade done as well. So 2 BKB piercing disables available for Thunder. It feels like they really do have a better shot at being able to win this than Dota Plus gives it them. They only give them 5%, but it feels better than that. Oh, another initiation with the Wraith King attempt. Blink forward, straight over to Matthew, but the Nullifier's going to be able to break him down, and the kiss is laid down. No Primal Roar for you, sir. Life number 1 of Skeeter. As the disables, he's actually getting pushed deeper into the base as well on this first life. Meanwhile, because
Wasted Arena.
Yeah, Wasted Arena. Illusions are run out. Skeeter does manage to get the blink away right after on the second life. They do actually use the Storm Pan to toss him up in the air. Telekinesis, but a Force Staff gets him down. Now the Hawk chasing after some of these. Doesn't actually get the stun off, and Tundra are okay with resetting here. After all, forced another buyback out of Thunder.
And on this Rubik. Why does it feel like so many of these fights center around whether they kill Rubik or not?
Yeah.
In a game that I don't even think is some crazy Rubik game. He's just been so annoying with the telekinesis saves, the stolen roars.
Oh, he certainly has been.
And that gobble up spit out. It wasn't even close to hitting, but Skeeter, he's just so confident with the fight. Blinks in anyway. Nullifies.
I mean, he practically two-shots the poor Rubik. It's just the kisses afterwards, the finishing touch.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
All right. Hawk's done. No spear follow-up. The Mars was in the area, but he doesn't go for it. Divine Rapier is going to be the choice from Dark Mago, so he is finally putting it on himself.
Why not?
Laying out some physical
Why
damage.
not? Think this man's going to stay for buyback now?
Yeah, probably not.
I doubt it. I doubt it. None of his team has it.
Look at the Primal Split running forward. I think he was doing a bit of dewarding or something.
He's got to be careful here, though.
Yeah, they know. Okay, they spot Panda. Force Staff gets him out of the arena, fortunately.
Why does it feel like these fights are so close, even though Thunder Awaken's down 30,000 gold?
Still trying to get that ward. They are trying to force this so much. They have a Nullifier to be able to deal with the Aeon Disc. Telekinesis down to the high ground, or low ground. So that is going to be another save. Another Primal Split being used there from Sacred as well, with the boat catching some of these heroes in the backside. They get a refresh, actually interrupts the Icarus dive away. Pandamu, he's going to be target of Skeeter. Looks to be able to 2 or 3 shot, but again, the telekinesis gets him out of there. The more
no telekinesis for this Kunkka now,
once again, the refresher used by Dark Mago. Primal Split also going to be popped for a second or third time. Primal Roar actually used on the Mars. He was hunting the Rubik. The Torrent plays keep on coming in, and Skeeter is having such a hard time dealing with all of these disables. A telekinesis toss back. 9, he says, screw it. I'm going to go for Matthew, even if it costs me my life. He goes in for it, blinks into the trees, TP's out. Matthew had no help whatsoever. On the other side of things, Sacred does manage to catch up to Saxa. So at least they do get a support trade-off there. But Matthew, I think, played a little bit too forward there. I mean, he had the Primal Roar steal. He used it on 9, and then I think he thought the rest of his team was going to come collect on that Mars kill.
I mean, playing forward. How about Dark Mago just running up to try and deward this cliff? He knows the telekinesis is there, but it's absolutely insane. Just baiting the fight out. Meanwhile, that was a buyback for Snaking, so if this Phoenix goes down again, suddenly Thunder Awaken, they're grinding themselves back into this game, one scrappy fight at a time.
Yeah, but Tundra is going to be able to get another round of Roshan, who doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter at this point. Well, it seems it was the Wraith King, so now they've got the spooky ghosts who are going to be sticking around in these fights.
In case Tundra didn't have enough lives and spells, there's a couple more to throw their way.
And if anything, they could just die and still focus the buildings as well. I mean, they're just one lane left.
Dark Mago, he's sending his courier. The Courier of Hope running across the map there for this Divine Rapier.
Oh, he needs to get it fast because
Tundra see it.
They do see it.
They know.
Oh my God, they're going to TP back. Are they going to let it buy the Divine Rapier?
They can wait for it to buy.
They see it. Oh, they kill it right away. It would have been such a cool play if they'd killed it after he bought the Divine Rapier, but...
it's still going to deny it for 3.5 minutes here.
You don't think Dark Mago is going to try and sneak out there?
This man's bold, but I don't know if he's that bold. I guess he saw him at the other shop, right?
Yeah.
You're going to run.
If you're going to do it, now's the time, but he doesn't.
How fast is your 100 meter? You've been training?
Without boots, it's not very fast
Not
at
very
all.
fast.
He may have the legs, but he doesn't have the shoes.
Nice heads-up play by Tundra. The benefit of having full map control here. You get to farm the neutrals. You get to control the shops. We're closing in on the other round of neutral items that are game-ending, right?
Yeah, that's true.
If there's one thing you need to end in a game, Ex Machina will do that for you. It's a question of, does Tundra want to push this Aegis timer? It looks like they do. And why not? So many refreshers on this side of this team.
I mean, they've got 3 Supernovas to be used in the next team fight, 2 Primal Roars.
A refresher on Soxa as well. It says 2 spells of every kind, 2 lives of every kind.
The kisses, the jump forward, but Skeeter does not want to overextend himself. I mean, hell, if he blinked that far forward, he'd be in danger of getting tossed into the fountain. So he chills. The dude abides. It's Tundra. I mean, they may have maybe a bit frustrated trying to end this game, but it's still very much the ball's in their court.
Just how many ultimates and lives will it take to mess with Bakaz's mentality? Apparently nothing. It's this man taunting his own team here.
Look at him. They're using the couriers to scout the Hawks.
This is next level.
That is smart. I mean, those Hawks, not just the vision. Wait a minute. He got it. Oh, no, he went Radiance. What? That's not what I was expecting.
This is the save, buyback, and conservative play, but we'll see if it pays off. Sightem can still do a huge amount of work with the mischance.
Yeah, really good use of that pushback.
Skeeter's pretty deep
Can
here.
they get a disable on him before he blinks away? Sinister Gaze instantly being used. Arena's going to go down. They also have the Cookie trying to get him away. They're going to start refreshing some of their abilities, but that's going to be a second life down for the Wraith King.
He blinks out into a torrent.
Oh, straight to a torrent storm. Now he's going to be pulled back in by Bakaz as well. He's in the Ghost Form, but he's also dead. The Mortimer's Kiss is chasing away Matthew. Couldn't find it. A torrent actually stops Soxa there, and they're going to be able to now start chasing down some heroes. The Primal Split going after 9. They couldn't actually finish up the egg. Snaking with a long dive away. Does manage to get pretty far. Refreshes, dives again. 33 blinks out. Oh, last second. Sacred
with the
finds the +1.
This Brew has been on point all these fights. He had 9's number that fight, especially making sure his Rubik is protected.
He swaps in the Blink Dagger, but it's still on cooldown, so he is not going to have a chance at getting away. Thunder. Is this the first fight that we could say they cleanly won?
This was a victory for sure. Skeeter just ends up getting so deep off these torrent storms into the tidal wave pullback. He's just getting chain stunned by all this Dark Mago control. Ends up wasting 2 lives without dealing any damage, and after that, he blinked into a torrent, got pulled back again, and Bakaz finished him off. Tundra were not able to find any sort of engagement off the back of all that space. This Brewmaster ulti doing a huge amount on the backlines with disruption. Again, he was messing with 9 that whole fight, so his Rubik had free reign.
Yeah, look at this. This is after he's been pulled back in by the tidal wave. They try and bail him out with cookies and arenas. It's not good enough, and they're fighting into the tidal storm. Oh, no! Oh, no. I was just about to say they had the 60-minute marker coming up. They were going to have a solid 30-second window where the Mars was dead, and they could collect on neutral items.
Not anymore. A rare mistake from him. They were gaining so much advantage back, but throwing it the other way. Chaos Knight out for 100 seconds here.
I mean, Dark Mago's still on a bit of a walkabout out here.
I mean, you think this man is ever going to show an ounce of fear in this game? He cannot if he wants to take down the W.
That's true. Arcanist Armor is the first item they find. Shearstone going over to Tundra.
He's farming for the boys. Tundra sees
They
it,
know.
though.
They see him.
He is out really far.
He really, really is. He's going to go for it, but the Hawk! It stops the TP out. Now he's got no
Fight
way
for
out
your
of
life.
here. He doesn't have a TP. The Primal Roars are going to catch him. Oh, no. Dark Mago, what have you done? Bit by bit, they're going to work him down here. He can refresh. He can re-BKB, but it's not going to make a difference, I don't think. He's
No
got
one's
no
even
blink
coming
out.
to his
Spider
aid.
legs are coming out, but a second Primal Roar is going to be used. And now they may be forced into some mass buybacks on the side of Thunder.
I guess it's good he saved it. Trying to farm those neutral items for his team, but it's not worth the trade at all.
And neutral items may not end up being a factor at all. They go high ground right now. They have one apiece.
Actually, they did get Arcanus armor here on Lich.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage reflect. They have tanky heroes to use it too. Maybe it did pay off.
I mean, he got that one pretty early, to be fair.
Yeah.
And then he just kept pushing for more and more.
It's like a slot machine. How much
Also,
you're going to push your luck?
at this point, if you're going to TP out, I feel like you have to beat KB, you know? No matter how bad it feels, you just got to make sure it's safe.
Yeah, but he would have ended up getting roared there anyway, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Brewmaster tossed up here. Sacred just messing with them. And Tundra did get that Ex Machina. Perhaps the ultimate item in Dota. That is an entire other refresh they're going to have to deal with, as if there weren't enough in this game.
Oh, dear. Who has it anyway?
Nine's
Nine. And then Giant's Ring for Skeeter.
I mean, this man, I don't think I've ever seen him play a Wraith King game where he didn't get Giant's Ring.
Mirror Shield pickup for snaking, so forget about trying to target down this Phoenix.
Even harder.
Did you know Matthew actually stole Mortimer's kisses? So he's holding on to that right now.
Decent spell. They
Could
see
be.
snaking here.
They see snaking. They're going to hold up Mirror Shield instantly to a
Tundra want to turn.
Yep, they're coming in. Nine's going to try and catch him instantly. Blink Spear. And no BKB going out. The chain saturating it. Because needs some help. He needs some help from Matthew, but he's too busy using the kisses. He didn't get the telekinesis off. Nine has caught the two supports inside of the arena with the egg just outside. The Primal Roar going down. They're using everything they can, but the Ice Armor and Arcanist Armor is
That
actually
Frost
keeping them
Shield.
alive with the Frost and the Coco's Rum as well.
Man's
But
taking
eventually
no
the Lich
damage.
dies. Eventually the Matthew falls. They're going to come back with their buybacks. Yes, Sacred's going to try and keep him here. But does Thunder really want to go
has to
outside?
find
They're going to go
something.
for it because he jumps forward, trying to finish him off. Nice stun from Stoxa. Nine with a big heal out from the lifesteal. Use the Abyssal Blade onto Skeeter. He has to stay away from Skeeter as much as possible. Panda Moo in some trouble. Caught by the Hawk. Stun goes down. They see him. There goes a tide away, but BKB re-entry by Skeeter as he chases down. That's a dieback on one.
Skeeter
A
wants to
dieback
end
on
it.
two. Both supports are dead. Skeeter looking to be able to end the game. A refresh out from Dark Mago. They see Nine is low. Once again, a refresh. BKB, he turns, and once again, the lifesteal keeps him alive. Now the spear forward. Dark Mago pinned to the trees. Tundra looking to
He
be
has
able to
no
throw
buy.
out the game, and Dark Mago will not be able to come back in this fight. 3 dead with no buyback, and now it's just left with a Brewmaster and a Chaos Knight. They've held and held and held, but can they possibly stop all of this? Even if he buys back, there are no more Primal Splits left. Thunder have to call it. Tundra finally forced out the submission at 64 minutes and 25 seconds.
I mean, what is there even to say about that last fight? At that point, Dota is just such a mess. I cannot imagine what the Tundra comms are in that last engagement. Probably Skeeter just screaming for anybody to focus what he's running at. Twice the size of any other hero in that game just gets to crit them down and take the victory. I mean, how many refresher orbs, how many lives, how many 60-plus minute items does it take to destroy this Thunder Awakened throne?
And what a disappointing finish for Thunder. Just the fact that they managed to grind out so scrappy. I mean, the odds were against them all the way. They push it past the 60-minute mark. And really what ends up costing them, the one opportunity they had to be able to even out the game, just the pickoffs. Kaz dies, then Dark Mago dies. They could have collected maybe all the 60-minute neutral items and been 5-man up. That has to feel bad.
I respect that play, though. I mean,
Drew,
these guys are playing to win. They're not playing that scared. I think that game was just a rough position for them. I think the early mid game, maybe a little, skittishness in terms of they got cornered from this Beastmaster vision. He took over the map. I know that was a long time ago, almost an entire game, probably 100 eggs in between then and there, but that's really what pushed Tundra to this advantage. And this team is crazy smart with their itemization. It shows. They know how to go late game with it. They know what their team is designed to do in terms of the lineup. This is a tough team to take down, and I think they're the favorites of this tournament for a reason.
Yeah, clear favorites of the tournament with how few losses they've experienced so far, but Thunder did prove that they can take it to Tundra. This is going to be an exciting series.
It already is an exciting series after Thunder Awakened defended high ground with 30k gold down for over 30 minutes. What a crazy start to this series for sure. We're going to break it all down, or at least attempt to, all after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The first game of this best of 3, that is the upper bracket semi-finals between Tundra and Thunder Awaken, goes the way of Tundra. But it wasn't that easy of a game for them. It was 64 minutes, one of the longer ones we've had in the playoffs so far. And that was with Tundra being ahead for the majority of the game. 30k gold, no problem. Thunder Awaken was holding for the longest time. I'm here with Cinder and Lacoste and Purge. We're going to try to break everything down. And Purge, I want to start at the end of the game because that was some crazy Dota we saw.
Yeah, basically went how everyone expected.
Yeah.
Tundra hitting backlines, killing supports. Chain Frost was pretty effective, but ultimately ending the game when there's that much water coming out of the ground is really hard.
Yeah, did you know that water cannot be compressed? All right.
I did, yes. I said that in the break.
I was waiting for you to say it. Yeah, I don't know where to start. I mean, we can start with Snay Phoenix. I gotta say, Snay, all he did this game was slay.
Okay.
He did.
Nah, he did. Like, he got the very good timing on his chart. There were multiple sun rays in the fights. They didn't have really egg hitters, and he always managed to get those off. I think in this fight, he dies. One thing I particularly like about Tundra is not just supports, but their cores are also very fast with the buybacks. Like, they don't care. I noticed that 33, he bought back 2 times pre 30 minutes just to be able to come into the fight. He's the one picking up the Aegis so they can put out more pressure on the map. And they just know how to utilize things in terms of itemization, when to take the fights, and they kept the composure. It's very difficult in these like 50, 60 plus minutes game to be able to figure out like how to approach a fight. Their approach was, I'm gonna gobble up and spit out our Wraith King that's gonna jump the Rubik and instantly kill him.
I think when you look over the entirety of the game and the types of lineups both teams are playing, the reason this game goes so late is that both lineups have insane sustainability, right? You have one side that has 4 Brewmaster ultimates, Kunkka boats, you have Lich armor, you have the buybacks on defense because you're the team being pushed, right? You have double Water Park, and then on the other side you have 3 lives on Wraith King with an Ags, 2, like a lot of eggs. I love eggs myself, so I enjoyed that game a lot. Largely uncountered Phoenix game as well. It is kind of crazy that you can have that big of an advantage and take so long to end, but you always need to think about it in the context of what the heroes of the game are, right? Like, if this is a different lineup from Thunder Awaken, they maybe lose 20, 30 minutes earlier, but their lineup is insane at defense. So pretty cool stuff to see, honestly. And how many refreshers do we have that game? Was it 8? Did you count them?
Yeah.
8 refreshers.
All 5 on side of Tundra did have refresher.
That's crazy. That's also the longest game of the tournament, correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe it definitely the longest of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Tournament, I'm not sure about the group stage.
Crazy.
But it's very likely. I mean, I loved every second of that game. I also think we're going to see a lot more Rubiks after we saw Matthew play that, because the saves were insane with that shard. And I can't wait for game number 2. But let's first check in how things are at the hotel. I believe we are having Slack standing by.
That is right, Shiver. Welcome back to the hotel. Welcome back to the players after that 60-minute long beatdown, boys and girls. SA needs your help today. I need more Thunders in the chat. I need more Gauze in the chat. These boys are looking at that lower bracket now, and things are getting testy in here. The teams aren't even looking at each other. They walk by with their heads down to the ground, but it's all good. I mean, we're done with the elimination games. It's not that serious anymore. If you want, I'd be happy to show you the teams. I tricked you. Got you again. We got our next boys coming up here, but there's Tundra in the booth right now. I'm creeping on them. They looking good. They looking a little tired. You don't see those 60-minute items that much anymore, I gotta say. Our boys Thunder, they are gone, so they are just arriving right now. Oh, they're coming back there. Oh, get that. Here they come. Here they come. Yeah, coming in from the team meeting there. Looking real serious, looking to come back, guys. But that's it. I mean, nobody's going lowers. It's okay. No goodbyes. No sad stuff. We can keep it lighthearted here. And tell a joke. You guys want to hear a joke? Dota joke?
Hear a joke, yeah.
All right. Don't promise you won't fire me, okay, Shiver?
I do not have such power.
Fantastic. All right. What do you call a CK that's too chicken to leave his high ground?
Anybody want it? Lacoste, help me out.
No.
Believe that one goes puck puck puck. What do you call a guy who doesn't know anything about Dota and coaches Dota teams? Owie 2000. That's the joke.
It's very
Back
funny.
to the panel.
Thank you. Hilarious, yes.
Yeah, the first one was.
I thought the first one was
decent. It was okay. The second one was all right. This is gonna get you fired, Flax.
Perhaps. There's one thing left for us to do. We wanna highlight two players during that game. We haven't talked about them that much yet. It's the offlaners. We got the utility offlaners, Brewmaster and Beastmaster, both BMs, Sacred and 33. Their net worth is quite different. Now, to be fair, Tundra was, of course, very far ahead, Purge, but these two both played their role quite well.
They did. Usually when you're playing Brewmaster, your net worth's not going to be as high because you're spending more time fighting with your team, not necessarily split pushing, but I think with lower net worth, he actually did have a really good performance with Brew. He microed extremely well, I thought. So smart itemization, the standard build. But 3-3 also had really good spellcasting, got his roar stolen a lot, but maybe that's more of like a pro to Matthew than a negative for Netta.
I think what was most impressive in that game was that at one point, I think all of Tundra's net worth advantage was actually on that roll. Like, we're seeing the late game 10k difference, but you go back 40 minutes in that game, I think Brewmaster is sitting at 4k net worth less than the Beast, right? So in that time that Tundra is expanding their map dominance, that they're taking the towers, 33 is kind of the one engineering the whole strategy of getting out on the map and taking control. We saw the tower damage stats during that game.
Yeah.
Tundra were taking towers. Thunder were basically not dealing structural damage for like 15 minutes.
They had no towers taken. What was it, Lacoste? Minute 30?
Yeah, the first one was down after 30-minute mark. And I want to go back to why damage was so high on side of 33's Beastmaster, because he played with the Hawk. And Bet Boom, I mean, they kind of landed the player. The Hawk was using the dive bomb and getting that extra damage. I mean, that shard actually did a lot of work. Like trying to sometimes they even initiate it with just the Hawk.
The speed that it comes in is insane, actually.
is really
It's difficult to BKB it.
Yep. Well,
and he has 2 to Hawks.
That was a 64-minute first game of this best-of-3 series. I can only hope that Game 2 lives up to our expectations that game made, but we're going to find out because the draft of Game 2 right around the corner.
I'll come over, let me drink for free, call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now, planning silently how I would get out of this.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
On the street, don't know who is watching me, sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in their fancy suits, talking business in the conference room, big promotion. What do I have to do to get that many zeros in my checks like you? This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Everybody knows 82 cents ain't $1. The same job, white collar, so pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. If I was a man, I'd go on late walks at night, never ever be polite. You work twice as hard to run the world is what it takes to be a la 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 la. sunshine, a brand new day. Daily I can choose to become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time, but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. I like a banana. Moko korikiri. Baka taka yukuri. Titiri pa uri. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Write a sign, it makes my day. Day by day, I choose to see. Sea of scum or sea of glee.
It was OG Seb that said Tundra was a step ahead of the rest of the teams here at the Stockholm Major, and they proved that in the first game of this best of 3 in the upper bracket semi-finals against Thunder Awaken. That being said, Thunder Awaken definitely made Tundra work for it. So imagine if Thunder Awaken have a little bit of a better early game. This playing field will be blown wide open. I'm here with Synderen, I'm here with Lacoste, I'm here with Purge, and we should also be here with the draft of game number 2. I don't really feel like the early game not going super hot for Thunder Awaken, Lacoste. That wasn't really a draft issue, right?
No, they had an extremely good draft. It's just other team had 5 strength heroes, and it's very difficult to bring them down. We see this like tankiness coming out. I mean, in this particular game, there was 8 strength heroes, like the damage reduction as well on side of a Thunder Awaken. But yeah, I don't think they need to like, you know, reset or anything. They just need to play the game. It was 50-50 pretty much. Like they managed to fight them back even with the 30k plus deficit, and it just shows the strength of the team.
Maybe draft a little bit of tower push. That might be nice.
Yeah, okay.
maybe they're planning to kill heroes, then take towers kind of a thing, but they never won fights hard enough.
Yeah.
I think the one thing, the late game, by all means, their draft was excellent, but I did still feel like their support duo was a little squishy. I actually really did like the Lich against the Beastmaster. That was a really nice solution. Chain Frost was very impactful in those early fights. Maybe the Rubik was a weakness. Pre-30 minutes-ish. It was okay. He played it extremely well, I thought. But maybe if they had a more tanky 4-position hero that could buy, you know, Vlad's or something like that, maybe that would have put them in a better position to win enough fights to take towers.
I also
But
think there's
that's
something
just a
to be
guess.
said about their support's overall scaling potential compared to that of the enemy, right? On one side, you have Snapfire Phoenix, who scale incredibly well with talents and levels, or items, sorry, that were refreshers, right? And on the other side, you have Lich, and you have Rubik. Rubik, largely contingent on being in the right place, the right time, having important spells to steal from the enemy, which he did a great job at, but Lich inevitably kind of does fall off in these kind of games. So I definitely think that was an extra benefit that Tundra's strategy had if it did go this long. But if you're Thunder Awaken, you're not like planning for a 60-minute game.
No,
right?
nobody
they weren't,
is.
like drafting to get to this game state at all. So can't really be too hard on them for that. But it might be something to start considering if this starts becoming more of a pattern. Now that we close in on the final phases of the tournament, if the teams are starting to go later in the games, you do want all 5 heroes to scale in this meta, I think.
They go with the Snapfire, like we mentioned when the previous game started, about the value you get from the Little Shredder against like possible Pugna Ward. Pugna is banned out this time, but being able to kill the Wraith Pact, I just feel like the teams also thought about it. Like, how are you gonna approach this? We even saw in the previous series people picking up Sniper to be able to outrange it, so you deal the full damage, and also you are able to kill it. Thunder Awaken, they go with Sanking Mirana, so now focusing more on the laning stage, just to be able to have like this kill potential. And they did open up with Sanking Mirana a couple of times already. I believe one game they also had Alchemist, so that might be something to look out for. Like, this team does have variety of the heroes that they play, and they also have like a couple of these special heroes that they throw in from time to time.
A Baton for snaking here, maybe? Nope, they get their Pango before it gets banned. Okay. Kind of, I would imagine there's a decent chance here that Thunder would actually look to banning a Baton in second phase. It is a hero Tundra play very, very well. I think it's one of Snaking's best. But they rate the Pango higher. It was banned last game. Thunder's bans in the previous game were Visage and Pango, and this time they choose to ban the Chaos Knight and go for a different opener. When Thunder have played this, they've been looking for Kunkka third, so potential ban here for Tundra.
I feel like Thunder Awaken's also looking for potentially Grimstroke at this point as the partial Pango solution.
Yep.
And then some other tanky initiator, maybe something like DK. Maybe not the most common here. I think they'd prefer Kunkka, but it could work as well.
I think you need to get rid of Medusa. Just works really well. I love it against the Pango because Pango can't roll on Medusa, and the Thunder Awaken. I also remember them playing it with the exact same opener with the Sanking Mirana. Just you roll and then you get Stone Gazed and up, you're dead. Especially in the mid and late game fights. But banning out the Batrider. South American teams are very good at using it. We saw Beast Coast playing it mostly on the off lane, but Thunder Awaken played it 2 games from the mid lane, and it looked really good. Not for one game, not as good first couple of levels, but yeah, he put in a lot of work. If you remember, I believe it was against Team Liquid when they used the double lasso plus the tiny toss to be able to drag them back into the fountain. This team should never be underestimated.
Has Pakaz played Bloodseeker this tournament?
He has not.
Because I will promise you that if this was Beast Coast with this dire strategy and they got to, they would pick Bloodseeker next hero, right? You want to have that against the Pango if possible. It's actually also pretty decent against Snapfire, I would say. And they do have ways of dealing the initial damage to ramp up the Bloodseeker's thirst. You have Epicenter, you have Starstorm, you have single target burst as well to get just that first hero low enough that you really start picking up steam. Tundra will ban out Kunkka as expected here, and that means that Thunder Awaken do have the luxury of actually getting that one-to-one direct counter pick that I think synergizes well with their lineup. If it's not him, then maybe Sacred could play it, but then you're starting looking at Sand King mid, or you're starting looking at Sand King in a support position, which is way less common.
Yeah, so far, Thunder Awaken have only played Sand King for Sacred. And oftentimes with that Mirana as well, as they now combine a Bane with it, so we got a nice setup as well.
Great setup for the Mirana arrow. Gives them way more gank combos in different variations, plus they can Fiend's Grip, Pango as well.
Yeah.
And stabilize whatever lane they pick for their carry.
Definitely good as well. I still think, again, you can still build this into Bloodseeker. He synergizes with other heroes, but now that I see it, I actually like the Bane even more because they have more options this way. They're not committed to that playstyle necessarily. I know I'm just theory crafting here. In reality, this isn't a hero Thunder have played at all so far this tournament, so maybe they don't want to. But this is definitely very stable for them, and maybe even more value now for Tundra in grabbing that Abaddon, I think. It's starting to look really, really good.
Against the arrow, against the Fiend's Grip, looks really nice. And you can't burst them. They still didn't show any of the cores. This Sand King can be mid or the off lane, but the ones that Abba is really afraid of, they're still not shown.
And we'll tell you that Snaking, they've played quite a few heroes, but Snaking has not gotten a lot of different ones. It's been 4 heroes total that he's played this event. It's been Pugna Grimstroke, as well as Bane and Phoenix, and that's it. This time around he will most likely play something different though. Monkey King coming out. Tundra is known to, of course, have that potentially on a position 4. And Lycan.
All right, hear me out here.
All right.
What do you guys think about Bloodseeker?
It's pretty good against Lycan. You're not wrong there.
I think there's options, right? You could also go for maybe Sven as a possibility. More stunned and more.
I assume Tundra is going to go Monkey King, Snapfire dual lane, and they're going to just kill the Sand King a lot, keep him away from creep wave the first level or 2, is my assumption.
You would prefer the Lycan for Skeeter over 33?
No, I assume 33 would play Lycan in the offlane.
Okay.
One thing I particularly like about how they play with this Lycan is 33, he's not locked into this Helm of the Dominator build. He built Vlad's, he built AC right after that, just to be able to go for the objectives, kill the tower, kill the Roche as well. And also after that, he bought Raid Pact from that Vlad's. So, might be the same thing here. I love the Vision game. Once again, they do have Vision from the offlane, and also this Monkey King. He can easily interrupt Bane from the backlines. He's the one also providing Vision. He can be the one starting the fight. They respond with Tiny. We haven't seen too much of Tiny on the safe lane. Mostly it was Dark Mago playing it from the mid lane, but having some extra cleave against against the Wolves should be okay, but to me, like, Thunder Awaken's draft looks more what was like picked every single time a month, 2 months ago.
They're banning for carry Tiny here with this Medusa ban, more likely. Interestingly, worried about the... I do think this Monkey King is going to be positioned 4 as well, but they are keeping the flex up open here, obviously. But I think Thunder Awaken have pretty good solutions for a carry Monkey in this game. And if they do think it's going position 4, it's kind of peculiar to ban the Medusa, right? It's not a common Lycan pairing for the Wolf Bite. It's not exactly one of the S-tier heroes to run that with. You usually see it with something like PA, Tiny, these kind of melee heroes that really benefit from being bit.
I just think Thunder Awaken doesn't have enough damage to deal with a potential Medusa.
Yeah, I definitely see the logic, but I kind of feel like Tundra were not going to go in that direction, but now that they've at least covered their bases in that regard, they just really want to make sure that what I'm supposing will be Pakaz Tiny will not have that nightmare matchup. That is one of the worst carry-to-carry matchups you can have as Tiny for sure.
The Bloodseeker still banned.
There you go. I don't think they would pick it anyway.
No.
Just they don't scream me as a team that is gonna use the Bloodseeker. If this is a position 4 Monkey, like his job is sit on the trees, and Bane is just gonna have a very bad of a time using the Fiend's Grip. It becomes very difficult. They've been using that for quite some time. They've been usually pairing it up with the Dead Prophet, but as you said, I think this is gonna be something else because they do have some things against the Monkey King as a carry. So we're mostly going to be looking at the Skeeter's hero.
So you want to... Okay, so the tricky thing here is that illusion carries are pretty good against Mirana and Bane, but they don't fare very well against Sand King or Tiny. And as far as the other carries go, I think Skeeter, his most played heroes probably outside of illusion carries are Wraith King and Medusa. So what's left now that he would usually play? Do you put the Monkey King carry? It's Luna. Okay. This is... I mean, the Tundra lineup is pretty quick around that mid-game, right? They could find themselves running a little bit against a wall if Pango doesn't pop off here. I think Thunder Awaken have really strong tools. Insane single target burst, good setups.
I feel like Cookie underwhelms or messes up a lot of that, though, because if they're whatever disable they're starting with, as long as they disjoint the arrow, it's going to be hard for them to get kills. So as long as the snap positioning is good, I feel like they're going to be able to get through that chain stun from Thunder Awaken, which is a lot of their strategy. They want to kill that 1% at the start of the fight. They could also block it with wolves or summons. I think it's not bad for Tundra. I like it.
How is Storm?
It's good. They don't have much lockdown. Like there is no silence whatsoever. Like Boundless Strike, Cookie. These are a bit difficult to execute on the Storm Spirit.
Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Puck, all of them look pretty promising to me. Puck is very good against Pango Lycan until they get their items. And that's why they will pick Magnus.
Oh yeah, that's the Magnus indeed.
It's good too. I like it.
So
all right.
Magnus mid, Tiny carry, Mega Cleave Tiny. Is that what we're looking at?
Could be.
Probably. I mean...
Pakaz
it's Carry Mag.
Carry Mag.
All right.
Well, we have seen Dark Mago on his Tiny in action before, so no surprise they'll give it back to him. But yeah, what are our thoughts on this?
Well, they definitely don't pick a new unpicked hero this tournament, but
That's
I don't
true.
think we've had Magnus played as carry yet. So
correct.
This is as close as you get to picking a new hero without doing it, I think. I'm really curious to see this. This was obviously a much, much bigger thing a year or two ago than it is now, the carry mag. I think Tundra might be a little bit unfamiliar with what exactly Thunder Prior's timings are and how exactly to attack this. So I think maybe a little bit of a surprise factor here could make the difference.
Definitely didn't expect Magnus as the last pick, especially on the carry position. I do favor Tundra's draft. I think it's a well-rounded draft overall. They have like their timings, like they can play relatively early on, but like the strong timing is going to be 2 items or 1.5 item on this Lycan, and also like BKB timing on Luna. They're going to be ready to fight, and they have so much tower damage. Also, this Pango, he is addressed in terms of Bane, but they have so many tools to protect him with, whether that's going to be just a beam and Rolling Thunder. Later on, they have Pango against both like Magnus and Tiny. Like he works really well against those heroes. I think Tundra outdrafted them.
I think the Mag on the bright side has some opportunities for getting people out of position with Blink Dagger. Blink skewers somebody back. Tundra doesn't address that very well, other than like Pango Blink
Skewer
roll.
plus toss.
Exactly, yeah. So they have a lot of ways to reposition Tundra and get them away from that Death Ball 5 thing that they're really good at.
Well, it sounds like they need to fight. this game in order to force out game number 3, and I like that. And I know Cap and SVG like that as well.
Yeah, Shiver, I think we certainly do. This is shaping up to be a very interesting game, too. SVG called it a Chad pick. You want to explain?
I'll let Pekaz explain it with his gameplay, but last pick carry Magnus versus Lycan. It's some old school NA/SA meta from a while back. It can be a really nice matchup for Mag. He can pull super far ahead since the Lycan can't pressure him. But against Tundra, playing this carry Mag type lineup, it's going to come online hard when it comes online, but it's a question of can you get to that point? How far behind are you? Is Tundra just going to run them over with this Lycan Luna Deathball type deal?
Now, they said they were going to bring something new, and I presume they mean something new to the international stage because, as you're saying, this is more of an NA/SA regional thing. This was something that Thunder Predator, back when they were no ping, did run a couple times. One of those times, though, was when they were playing Dark Mago Tinkers, who had like more of a carry-style mid. So it'll be interesting to see how they utilize this Mag. In many ways, the panel was talking about how Tundra was going to hit a certain kind of timing and a death ball that was going to be super scary. Do you feel like a carry Magnus answers this pretty well?
If he gets to his items, he can. He can abuse the group if he can hit the big RPs. The other thing, there's a couple little interactions Thunder has going for them with this Mag. They have the Mirana ult to get Mag and Tiny into positions where they can use those dislocation spells to draw heroes out of Tundra's ball. And then what are they drawing them into? Sand King counter initiation, an arrow, potentially a grip. All of a sudden, Tundra's going to have to deal with these spells that are very deep that they don't really have the capability to do, right?
Yeah.
And the counterplay is you can try and scout them with wolves. It's what the Lycan hero can always do. You can try and set up the fight so your heroes aren't getting pulled out of this ball, but Tundra just gets to play their game. Might be rough for this Mag. Ideally, this hero wants a kind of slower pace from the carry roll, wants to get to the point where he and his Tiny have some decent amount of items. He can amp him up. Again, the Empower for his mid-Tiny is going to turn Dark Mago into a beast this game if they can get to it as well. And this guy's Tiny. You were saying his Kunkka was his signature hero. I think this is his actual signature hero. This is the hero you have to always think about for this player.
Yeah, absolutely. Second most played hero for him. He's had an incredible win rate on it, and it was why we were both kind of set on it being, when it was picked up early, it felt like it was going to be a Dark Mago Tiny, right? Just because it also seems like that seems to be Thunder's philosophy for this tournament, perhaps. It just like playing what they know and what they're comfortable with, first and foremost. You can see 33's been playing around with the Wolves quite a bit. He was trying to use the Wolves to see if he could snipe some couriers. Now he's actually going to use the Wolves to back lane, pull the creeps across while Saksa does all the damage and keeps the Bane away. So this is going to be a full lane of creeps that is going to be missed out on by Thunder.
And they didn't pull this double Radiant Wave behind the tower either, so they do have a small camp, but Saksa's going to contest it here. He should not give this to them, and it'll mean another full Dire Wave going into this Lycan, who's not really going to miss anything.
Dude, these guys are, this duo of Saksa and 33, they've got some real high IQ laning stuff that they do to ensure, well, I say that, maybe I've cursed Saksa a little bit. He's copping a lot of damage as he was zoning out the rest of Thunder. If they could finish him off with a Shockwave, maybe it's all going to be worth it. He dodged the Shockwave damage, and that'll be enough. I think. Because, God, he wants it so badly. They actually get the courier. Saksa, he jukes him. He goes around the other side. They've lost vision of him, and he is out. Well, the courier is not out. So they get two of those.
33, he's happy with this, right? He just gets the farm without burning any regen because he commits a lot of mana and a lot of time. Gets a little courier out of it.
Yeah, probably not great. I mean, the other lanes are going to be happy with all those courier kills, but yes, these two, not happy with how much they just missed out on.
You are right. This off lane is super annoying from Tundra. I mean, you were saying, high skill laning mechanics. I just think it's annoying.
Yeah, that's the difference between a commentator and a player right there.
Yeah, these guys are so annoying with how they play their lanes. They always find a way to eke out net worth for 33, get him to his levels, get him to what he needs.
I always tell the audience that annoying is the highest praise that a Dota player can give another Dota player. When they call somebody annoying, it means a lot.
The other is just banning their hero, but
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
that's one way to get that ban, you know? If you're annoying enough, then you get the ban.
Yeah. Bottom lane is going to be a classic Sand King Mirana. Now, Thunder have run this a couple of times here at this tournament, and we were taking a look at some of those. And one of the interesting points is that first time they did it was against Spirit, and it was actually against a similar sort of matchup. In that situation, they were also faced up against a Spirit Pango in that game. It was the one loss they've experienced with this duel, so...
Pango can definitely cause a lot of disruption in this game if he's not checked by that grip. And that's where those displacement spells, they're going to need to be put to good use here.
Yeah.
But already Thunder, they're doing pretty good on all their lanes. All 3 cores top of the net worth, just free farming it up here and not getting pressured too hard. And the Sand King Mirana lane, this is a lane where, again, you'd like to abuse them super early. If they get away with the early levels, they're going to be very happy. And Sacred's already up to Raindrop, Ring, full Bracer. This is a tanky Sand King. Tundra does not have much aggressive potential in this lane anymore, I think.
Yeah, and if they feel like they can't necessarily get aggressive on the Luna Snapfire, we may see Matthew with this much harm on Sacred early. We may end up leaving him in lane alone at some point. See if we get any roaming shenanigans around that 6-minute rune. How's mid going, though? 9 versus Dark Mago. You did say the Dark Mago is doing very well when it comes to CS. And he's up in experience as well, so he's going to be hitting that level 6. Obviously not a big deal for Tiny, but still important to stay ahead of that Pango, that's for certain.
The biggest things, like you're saying, if the cores are doing well in the lanes early for Thunder, it also means they can think about stacks in the jungle, because they have a mag lineup, right? And Pandabu, he's already thinking about it in this upper jungle, getting contested by Soxa.
Oh, they're going to go for it.
I could do.
Tossed up in the air
Nice
into
combo.
the arrow. A beautiful combination. Matthew will snag the last hit for the first blood.
Beautiful, right? Abusing the fact that Sand King is just too tanky to take down right now.
Yep.
Get that early roam. Start pushing that advantage towards his Tiny, who, again, this is a hero out of mid who can play ultra fast, abuse the strong spells, get the power runes.
Oh, look at him. He actually tried to pull the creep wave in the mid lane.
Oh, very nice.
Couldn't actually get the range creep, but he pulls all the melee creeps aside here, and that actually makes it so at least one of the creeps died before 9 came back, because it went into the tower range. So 9 actually missed out on just, easily one experience and gold bounty, maybe missed a second CS as well.
Oh, nice move. I would love to see Thunder contest these power runes. I think their supports are stronger on the rune fights right now. That's kind of the downside. In some ways, the support monkey, if he's low level like this, the arrow threat around these mid runes can be deadly, but Dark Mago, he's just healing, and Arcane will go Sox's way.
Yeah.
Still denies it from the Pango, though, so
Yeah.
good enough, right?
Yeah, exactly. Especially since the Tiny did head back to base, went Fountain, and he TP'd out to the bottom lane. So he's going to try and make a move here, but he's spotted by the ward. There's that nice ward right there. So you're going to see this play. I feel like we see this all the time. Cores rotate, and they just hit neutral creeps until they finally see an opportunity that arises.
I think he just has to run back here. You feel that they know you're here, right? You should feel it. Skeeter's going to get zoned off a little bit of waves, and it will be XP for Bane, who, if there's one support who can use it in this game, it's him. His life's going to be hard dealing with Monkey and Lycan.
Dark Mago, he's made the call. Just push the lane in, and Sacred does just that. They're going to be able to find Snaking at first. They toss it back into a nice Sandstorm Burrow Strike. That's going to get the initial kill, but 9 is here now. He's going to catch up. Dark Mago, oh, nice little sidestep. He tries to do it again, doesn't quite land. 9, he's going to catch up to him eventually here. They need a little bit more damage to finish off Dark Mago. They do get that, but a 2-man Burrow Strike leads into Skeeter getting quite low as Matthew's going to commit. Arrow, not quite there. He leaps in now. Mini stun goes out. The arrow tanked up by the 9 Pango, and they live. And he gets a bottle refill and a healing salve, so Skeeter can stay in lane, and 9 continues to be active on the map. Great play by Tundra.
Raindrop doing work for Skeeter there. These early kill lanes suffer a lot versus that item, especially if you pick it up early. And meanwhile, 33, he just gets a free tower. Which
Yeah, what I thought this mag was supposed to be the lane matchup for the Lycan.
I mean, it's more just Mag gets the free farm, right? It's going to be hard to punish him, especially when they're just pulling waves to neutralize the early levels. And now, his first ult here.
Yep, using the wolves. Not actually using one of the wolves to wake himself up. Instead, letting the wolves feast on the Bane. They'll catch up to him eventually.
Kaz did get to clear out some of those stacks, so at least some saving grace there on mid.
Another combination, another avalanche, arrow toss, and the final swing from Dark Mago seals the deal.
And the rune here. That's a DD for Matthew. It's pretty hard. No leaps, though.
Yeah, no leaps. An arrow only in 4 seconds. He's trying to stop Saksa from being able to jump away. That one tree toss is almost enough. The arrow is not going to land, though.
Thunder, they are fighting for this rune control. Super big for this Tiny, and they've done a decent job of shutting down this Pango too. One of the heroes that I feel Tundra's been the most successful with this tournament. Putting, once again, their mid laner, Dark Mago, in a very good position.
Oh, he just used the Burrow Strike offensively. The perfect time for 9 to be able to come in and save the day. Ooh, yeah, he starts rolling himself. He's going to be able to catch up to the Sand King pretty easily.
He might have almost double killed him there if the help didn't come in.
Yeah, seriously. He went 2-2-1-1 skill build on that Sand King.
I agree. Take a breather here. You know, fire alarm. My God.
Okay. Interesting. You see where Dark Mago is? Look at these two. Very low. And let's just take a sneak peek at our future here. Let's scroll a little bit left. And we'll see. He's there.
He's lurking.
He's ready.
Yeah, it's the Dark Mago alarm. That's what they're hearing.
He's coming. Now, the interesting part is he's got a 50-50 here, right? They may run back through the lane. They may run back through the jungle. And it looks like he's going to check the lane, and he may miss out on a potential double kill with this situation. So, be very interested to see once we get out of the pause where this goes. As a whole, though, did the lane progression go as you expected? I mean, I was a little bit surprised how early the Lycan took top, but
I think the last few minutes have definitely gone Tundra's way. I felt like Thunder was doing pretty decent on these earlier waves. They had 3 highest net worth. Their 3 cores were kind of cruising. They got the 2 kills mid. This Sand King was, 1v2ing almost, which usually whenever you have that level of freedom, you're going to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to have an extended pause here, though, as the building gets cleared. I don't know what's going on. And we've confirmed it was a fire alarm.
All right, so, just for safety's sake, everybody's going to make sure to file out of the building and wait for the all clear before we get a chance to start the game again. But it feels like, when you were talking about the fact that Tundra, both in Game 1 and Game 2, I did feel like the initial part of the lanes went well for Thunder, but as soon as the lanes start breaking down a little bit, and there are rotations occurring, it feels like Tundra has a better idea of where they want to play in the objectives, or at least they get more out of it anyway. All right, it is confirmed a false alarm, so don't worry, everybody. I know this series has been quite hot.
Yeah, the play is just too spicy for the hotel to handle. Going back to the point you're making, it's a very interesting way to look at lanes. Teams look at lanes in a lot of different ways. What do they want to get out of them? How they want those lanes to progress? Some teams just look at the matchups. They want their core matchups to be good. Others look at the 2-on-2. Some want the first portions of the wave to go as good as possible so they can snowball it. Some teams don't care about the early waves. They're just going to buy a bunch of regen and get through it. I think Tundra's more in this field of they think about the lanes in terms of what is it going to do for our game flow and what does the overall lane progression look like? Or what does that 10 minutes look like? Not any 1 minute in it, but what does that whole 10 look like? What is going to happen over the course of this lane that we want to benefit us rather than just, when the lane meets, it's favorable for us, right?
Right.
And I think that's a little bit of what we're seeing. Like, they don't mind to lose early waves just Lycan or some small trades early for this Luna lane if in the end result it means the Lycan can kick somebody out or this Pango is going to get power wounds or whatever it is, right?
Sure.
And I think that is, it's also something Aoi probably talks about with this team. I think it's something we've talked about in the past, that it's a different approach. I don't think anything is particularly righter or wronger, to use non-words, than others. It's just about what you as a team prioritize, right? And I think Tundra, again, going back to, they really want their mid game to pack a punch. They're not some team that really cares about these super early waves outside of, play them as well as you can. They think about the itemization. They're always going to try and do those detail-oriented things. But I think what's more important for this team is they hit their stride. Their heroes come online with the first 1 or 2 items that they really understand. This is what's going to make a big impact, and they get to that point. And they're going to play the lanes for that rather than anything else.
Right, right. So now that they've got this early Like, would you say that their lane focus for this game was just getting that early map control, the Lycan just did, taking that early tower, and then from here, what's the game plan?
Get to this defusal on the Pangolier, make sure Luna has some space to farm. If they can invade the triangle, it's going to feel super nice for them. Potentially use Wolves to scout enemy jungle areas, contest any stacks, right? Anytime you play against Magnus, one of the most important things is at least keep checks on the stacks or make some of your own so you don't feel pressured like you're falling behind. The flip side is if they do try and invade aggressively and they want to bring numbers, don't get caught off guard. Like, you have the Wolves to scout for you. At the same time, Thunder, they do have this Bane night vision. They have Mirana ult, so as we get into the mid game, the vision for these fights is going to be ultra important. Just a question of when Tundra groups, the Mag is going to punish the group because he will start farming along with the Tiny and clearing stuff. They need to make sure they do that around their vision so it pays off. You know, don't just be running around the map doing random crap.
Sure. That does seem to be an important node for Tundra across this whole major, and I think for a while. Maybe it's just a side effect of having these 33 heroes that they do have, and the zoo heroes that he really likes, but they always seem to have some sort of superior vision aspect to the enemy. I mean, we saw the Hawks going to town last game. It felt like Thunder had a very hard time ever being able to take a team fight. That was a surprise to Tundra. That was in their favor, and something that they've utilized, I would say, for this whole tournament. But now there's an equalizer, right, with this Mirana pickup.
Yes, and that is why they like this opener. It's, I mean, these NASA teams, the meta going back years is a lot about these big vision heroes when they're in the meta. It's one of the regions that first phase is Beastmaster more than almost anybody, right?
Yeah.
Even Snake King. This guy's a huge Beastmaster player going back in his career when he was playing offlane, and I think it's part of why Tundra's upped the priority on it. Like, he understands the strength of this hero. When we were winning lands, at least one land, you know, back in the day, he was a big part of that was abusing the vision, abusing the Beastmaster. So it's up both of these teams' alleys. They have tools for it. It's just a matter of, you know, what do you get out of them and using it properly.
Unfortunately, it looks like our pause is going to be a little bit longer here. But let's turn that attention over to these gentlemen right here. Thunder, and what are, like you already outlined, I think, really well, what Tundra wanted to be able to get out of the lane. So what's the future looking like for Thunder? I mean, they've got this period of time, right, where they kind of need to keep being super aggressive, right? Because the death ball, you know, 5, 8, 10 minutes from now, it's going to be online for Tundra. So they kind of need to do what they can to slow it down, right?
It's up to Dark Mago. I think that Sand King skirmish we saw where if he could have gotten the 2-kill turnaround would have been absolutely huge for their game tempo, but it's going to push him a little farther behind. And the big thing is, Sacred on this Sand King is like the big stopping power in this game, at least early, until Bakaz gets his items. He's the guy who's in there going to protect the Bane for the team fight. Mirana's not dealing with any of the early summons that are going to come out from 33. So the defensive capabilities here for Thunder are really on this Sand King, whereas the offensive are really on this Tiny. How much he can find. They've done a decent job setting him up for success off that mid lane, but by no means has he eked out some crazy advantage. And Dark Mago is the kind of guy who will try and give it back to his team, right? He's going to look for these ganks, look for the early kills. If he doesn't find those, they're going to fall behind really fast because this Lycan's going to clear out, shove your waves in. This Luna's going to start farming triangle.
Yeah.
And then, okay, maybe you pick off a support hero there, but that's not really getting you to the point where you can take the 5-on-5. The big thing for Thunder in this game is just getting to that point as fast as they can. And pickoffs on the Luna are going to help that the most, but honestly, anytime they can kill a core in this game, they're going to feel really good because that's at least 20 or 30 seconds that Bakaz is probably hitting creeps, not getting contested, getting to his timings ahead of the enemy carry.
Now, if you guys are wondering what's going on, we did have just a real quick recap. We had a fire alarm go off. It was a false alarm, but there was a bunch of windows that needed to be opened up and stuff. So those are all getting shut down now, and the admins did allow a quick bathroom break just because they're not sure how long the break is going to be. So if you're wondering where Tundra went, that's where they went. They're all in the bathroom. Thunder gonna keep their seats warm here. The boys are coming back into play. What was the most unusual circumstance that you ever had when you were playing professionally?
In the middle of a game?
Just anything. I mean, I remember, for example, do you remember the infamous pause where Cloud9, I think it was Cloud9, because it was Envy at the time, he paused and ran off the stage because he needed to go warm up his hands because it was so cold in the venue. I remember that one for example.
There's definitely probably a lot of instances with Envy that I honestly didn't know what was happening, but something was always happening. And I mean, honestly, I feel like it's just the random shit Yawar has yelled over the years, but that's
back
a discussion for another time.
Yeah.
We're back in, and Dark Mago looking for the support kill on this rune.
Yeah, he went for that 50-50 and unfortunately missed initially. Still caught snaking. But if he had kept exploring, perhaps, he might have been able to find Skeeter, who's still here farming at a half health.
Yeah, he's low. This is the target they really won.
Yeah.
Matthew might just run into him here.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting. 9, actually. Pinging him out. They have a successful scan. Skeeter. He gets spotted. Matthew throws out an arrow. It doesn't actually land, but it's super far. It's very deep. It's at least going to force a reaction out of Snake King. He immediately delivers a salve over to Skeeter, so they will continue holding this lane.
They want to collapse, though.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know if Skeeter's... All right, he TP's pretty fast. Thunder forcing that rotation. It's going to free up the tower for Sand King. I think you still want to kick this Snapfire out here. Don't let him linger here too long.
Yeah.
At the same time, Tundra, they're getting a better trade out of the map because you're clumping for this objective.
Arrow's going to come in, ensuring there's going to be no jump away. But as you said, Tundra, they are just efficiently farming all over the place.
This is a rough game for Snay, though. I mean, he's pretty low level, and he had to sacrifice a lot of his net worth for this Luna because Thunder did a decent job of burning regen on that lane. And I was even looking at the consumable gold spent in the first 10 minutes here, and he was by far the highest at 1.7k now. That's a decent chunk of your net worth going to consumables. So he has been salving this Luna out of control.
I mean,
you got to do what you got to do.
His current net worth is 1.4k, so it really says a lot about how many consumables he's bought. They did just get a lot of damage on the mid tower. No! No, 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 no.
God, they are all definitely laughing about it. I mean, he's not laughing about it because he knows he's a beast, but
33 is just dead inside. The rest of the team's having fun. Not only does he take the last hit on Bakaz, but he also snagged the last hit on that Black Dragon. Absolute monster, 33. That was brutal as all hell.
I mean, I was thinking use these wolves to scout, but that's the next level play right there. Get the kill, get the Ancient from across the map.
Dark Mago, they're going to go for this with the Mortimer's Kisses. That's why he actually kicked him to the other side of that river cliff area. He's trying to draw the kisses right now, but he cannot dodge the ball.
This is a disastrous minute and a half here for Thunder. Losing your Tiny with the rune as well. The Arcane on 9 setting that up, so he's going to have another Rolling Thunder in 40 here. Your carry dies on the triangle to Ghost in the night, so to say. Again, this game is a lot about at what point can Bakaz hit that timing. Mag is a hero designed to accelerate and be ahead. And he's getting out-farmed here on the map. Not an ideal setup for Thunder at this point in the game.
Yeah.
We're going to see.
Watch that one again. Bakaz just trying to force this a bit too much. 5 health, he goes down to 33. Is like, oh, that's perfect.
He got 400 gold for that kill, too.
Yeah, that...
No expression. There's no expression you can give for after that.
Yeah.
Just tip the man and move on. But like I said, decent amount of gold going 33's way, and they're going to try and smoke and shut him down off the back of this blink. Sacred, he's looking for it.
They're going to find him.
You can block the arrow.
Burrow strike first, trying to land the arrow. Ooh, that's an awkward timing there. Panda could still hit the Fiend's Grip.
Matthew not happy about that one.
No.
Now 33 smiling a little bit. He's those
that's
cheeky
the only
wolf
time
kills.
he drops a smiley. Oh, it's going to be interesting. Can he close the distance there to be able to get the Fiend's Grip? Because it doesn't look like the arrow's going to land. Not with this body blocking that's happening with the creeps.
I mean, I think he should be able to get the grip here, but stun is wearing out. It's going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that Matthew uses a leap to try and get over these creeps and throws the arrow like point blank, even just a small mini stun.
I mean, they need the grip to kill him here. And
yeah, certainly.
It's just an unfortunate pause timing. Sometimes the nature of the beast. He's having a chuckle, you know. I'm sure there's a legitimate reason. I'm not accusing anybody here, you know.
So you never had anything unusual happen to you in like one of your pro matches?
I can't remember anything, you know. Definitely had some people borderline rage quit. I guess that was unusual, but that might have been me causing it a little bit. So I don't know if I can complain about that one, you know.
All right. Apparently, so what was actually going on there with the alt chat is there was another fire alarm. So I think both teams are perhaps a little bit annoyed at what's going on. It is still a false fire alarm, just to be clear to everybody. But we obviously do need to sort out what is a very obvious distraction. God, that was just so brutal. 400 gold for the kill, 81 gold for the Black Dragon bounty. It really doesn't get any better than that.
I do remember a time at a early VGJ boot camp where we were scrimming, and I don't know if I'm allowed to tell the story on air exactly, but
that's the best kind of story to tell on air.
Something died in the wall of the house somewhere.
What?
And
as in, like, the smell was really bad?
Yes, and it started smelling in the middle of some game or series or like in the day.
Okay.
And this was after we bought Resolution in the team, and he was like the big, big star player.
You got Resolution.
Yeah, you got to make this guy bring out the red carpet, whatever. And he was the one sitting closest to the vent where it started coming out on. And I was kind of towards the middle, and I didn't know what these guys were complaining about. But when I went over there, it was something definitely died in there, and it was really bad for a couple days.
Oh man,
he was like, I cannot play. I cannot play. It smells too bad. I cannot handle it.
That's so weird. Like, I wonder if just like the air kicked on, and because it's not just gonna like start smelling all of a sudden, right?
I don't know,
like,
man,
so
bad.
it must.
The thing is, I don't think anybody offered to trade seats with him. So that probably says a lot about our team. You know, they're like, oh man, we're sorry. Oh, that sucks.
It sucks for you.
I ain't going over there though. I'll tell you that much.
Did you ever find out what it was?
I'm not going in the vent.
I mean, I presume you called somebody and they
This is New York, Cavs. Shit happens all the time, you know.
Oh, true.
Could be a dog up in there. I don't know what it is.
It could be a rat-sized
Could be
dog.
a dog-sized rat. Yeah.
You know, there's so many options.
You know, we told Jack, he's our manager, go handle it, sort it out, fix it.
And it took a couple days.
He said, not my problem, not my job. The usual Jack response, fell back asleep. I mean, what can you do, you know? I'm trying to figure out.
Jack was probably sleeping next to the vent.
I mean,
The smell didn't bother him at all.
That guy will sleep through anything. You know, he slept, now that we're on stories, Jack slept through our TI qualifier, open qualifier, best of one, potential elimination matches.
What TI
He was
was
asleep while we're playing to qualify for TI.
What TI was this?
I think it was TI 8.
Okay, so this was back. You guys were
Yeah, same team. We had to go through opens, 'cause,
Yeah, yeah.
roster change, yada yada, and this man just was asleep. We could have been eliminated from TI. He's passed out. So Yawar, he went upstairs and he basically made up that we got eliminated.
Yeah.
You know, they had this whole story
So
that like
Jack-
we played this BO1.
Jack wakes up.
Yeah, we played this BO1.
Oh, yeah,
Some
give me
guy,
a time reference,
He
actually.
last picked Meepo and he cheesed us. There was nothing we could do. We got eliminated. The expression on Jack's face for a hot minute there, priceless.
All right.
Priceless.
I've been told we are going to go to a break real quickly. We'll tell more stories when we're back. It's going to be a very short break, though, so don't go anywhere. Game 2 of Thunder Predator versus Thundra will return shortly.
Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way.
I should get out. Hold. Get out.
With Pepperstone, you can automate your trading to stay on track, no matter what your emotions are telling you.
I need coffee. Coffee!
Slay so much like the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it, better win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can't accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay it, slay 'em. Slay it, slay 'em. Slay it, slay 'em. Slay it, slay 'em. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook. Look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible. Period. Decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave a crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slay it, slay 'em. Slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much like the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Slay it, slay 'em.
Welcome back, everybody, to sunny Stockholm. That's right, it actually is sunny today, and we are going to get right back into the game because we have already unpaused, and 33 is indeed dead. There was a response from Tundra, but 9 wasn't able to hit quite enough. Oh, looks like mid lane. Oh, what a 3-man burrow strike from Sacred. Woohoo, that was nice and pretty. Saves Dark Mago's life. Dark Mago
got another combo.
Not slowing down. Does have a combo. Does have an arrow. The arrow is slightly off the mark, though, and Dark Mago's now in trouble. The cookie's going to land on him, and he's dead. Oh, dear. Some over-aggression from Thunder as they thought they could get a little bit more. Let's watch that replay here of what happened after the pause. They did manage to get the Fiend's grip. 9 did what he could to get him out of there. Unfortunately, 33 popped to just the last bit of damage.
Not enough, because thinking about the RP there, that's another interaction they're going to have to think about. But what a burrow strike from Sacred. Getting Dark Mago out of there. He has a regen rune running, but this Pango with the diffusal already up, causing him problems on the back end of that engagement. It's another big loss for Thunder here in the early stages, slowing down this tiny blink. Another power rune coming up.
Yeah, and considering the fact that Dark Mago was the one slowing down the Pango early on with the help of the Mirana, I'm sure it feels like an even bigger loss of momentum. The fact that your counterpart is now doing better than you are. But an opportunity to be able to respond in force, in fact, as they have the Blink Dagger.
It's go time.
And they have the smoke.
And all this time, remember, Picasa is going to be farming, so if these moves work and connect for Thunder, they're super happy about it. He's not dying to wolves anymore, and Dark Mago looking for the jump. Did he arrow
a blind arrow that snags the Pangolier. He gets a cookie, but that just leads into a 2-man Purro from Sacred. A beautiful setup from Thunder. What a play from Matthew. I mean, how much vision did he have of that situation?
I don't think he had any. he's just maybe scouting for the monkey in the trees as well, but definitely works out. And then
oh, with an even bigger kill perhaps, 33. Now they had a hard time finishing him off, but the arrow is here. And that secures the last hit. Back-to-back plays here from Thunder as they start kicking up the momentum even more. They're going to be able to find the Snapfire, and there is no arrow. But there is a Starstorm, Throne Tree, and Matthew now throws out the arrow. Doesn't quite land. Sox is here. Actually does lay a lot of damage into Matthew. Matthew's used all his leap charges, and there's the Pango behind him as well. Now the Mortimer's Kisses get laid down. They actually do get a nice toss avalanche combination, but that's it from Dark Mago, and he cannot help Sacred any further.
Leader's here to clean up the supports.
He is. He's going to be able to find Panda, Picasso, and Dark Mago will still in the neighborhood.
Blink here on Mag.
He does. Is he going to go for some sort of... He was thinking about it, I think, at some point.
They had a tiny combo waiting in the wings. He was definitely thinking about it. This Mag would love to join some of these fights now that he has that. And this is the power of this Sand King Mirana type lineup that Thunder really likes. Once you start getting one kill, you can just keep changing it. And again, the displacement spells, it's going to be all game. How much can you force the Clump of Tundra? The toss in guarantees double burrow, double avalanche. It's going to be the same thing with these skewers into RP later on.
Yeah.
Tundra really has to watch the positionings, but honestly, it's not going to be easy.
And simultaneously, that Cookie is going to cause some havoc sometimes for Thunder as well. The defensive Cookie play like he tried in that last situation, so... Soxa running around as the Monkey King. He's got phase boots. Actually didn't complete the Orb of Corrosion. You'll see him probably lay down a deep lane ward somewhere around here.
9. He wants to get aggressive.
Yeah, there it is.
Again, this is his Orb of Corrosion defusal timing. Wants to make something happen with it, but they're a little too scared to just run in the triangle here.
Yeah, and if they did, they'd be running into Panda.
Yep, who's got that night vision, got the ward. RP Blink sitting behind him. Probably would have been a disaster, so the right call, but it's another wasted smoke. And again, this Lycan ult is off cooldown. This is a spell you generally want to use off CD. Get objectives with it, get the fight. Helm of the Overlord already up. This is kind of go time for Tundra here. It's a question of can they find the opening though.
Yeah. I mean, can Thunder even deal with this creep? It's just... The mid tower is just going to die from this golem.
This golem's a beast, but
they glyph it, and they're going to throw all their spells at it. That's going to be 250 gold going their way. But if it wasn't for the glyph, I think it would have died.
Cookied Wolf caught the Bane.
Oh, that's a cute play. That does just pick off the support. Oh, two-man RP. Can he skewer this in? They've got the Burrow Strike ready to go. The Cookie actually gets sniped out of there. The toss back in onto Snake King, though. They've already finished off the Pango. Now they try and catch up to Snake King. Dark Mago needs some help, though. Matthew looks to run over to help him out. Looks like the TP out was successful from Snake King. But still, that was it almost was picture perfect there in the combination.
More.
Wait, what? 33? Got greedy, started farming his way backwards here. Next to Skeeter. Skeeter lays out the Eclipse and does manage to get that one kill. But now the two stunners, the big tanky boys, they're here. An Avalanche stun combination ready to go in just one more second. But the Cookie's going to come in. They do get the toss forward. The Avalanche as well, catching up to Skeeter. One more hit, and there it is. Dark Mago finished them up. Taking gets hit by the Caustic Finale bop, and there is, he doesn't even need the Burrow Strike. He finished them off with a just good old rundown of the Shard.
Cannot turn your back on this Thunder team. They will chase you down forever and gladly take it with their stun cooldowns. Just playing that fight to perfection. Again, we saw the location displacement coming into play. Two-man RP, the skewer guarantees the burrow. Even with that missing, Dark Mago finds another support to toss into the Rumble jungle here, and this is some good old-fashioned chain stun Dota coming out.
It is, and it's very fast-paced for Thunder, which has been their kind of style. I mean, we together have talked about this team, and I think we both kind of agreed that they're like the fastest play style of perhaps all the teams here at this major, and we're going to see that pace continue as they get the pick off on 9 in the mid lane.
Can't even get any analysis out for this team. It's just kill after kill. You show you're getting slept, you're getting burrowed.
Yeah.
Something's happening. They saw Sox in the jungle. Sacred instant TP up
Shut
here.
up, SVG. It's time for more kills as Soxa's going to be spotted by Sacred. And they slow him down with a Caustic Finale. The constant shards going off. He can't escape. You're right. No analysis required. Just good old-fashioned aggression.
Sea hero, stun hero. So I think that's all you need. And this is another smoke by Tundra. Aim for what exactly, right? That's kind of the question. They're smoking this Lycan bottom, but once again, too hard to just invade jungle here, and there's no real objectives on this part of the map. If anything, you're giving up some Roche control, which I don't think Thunder's aiming for it too soon, but with the Lycan lineup, usually you're aiming for it pretty early. Lycan, Luna, Tundra would love to be in a position where they're the ones accelerating with the Aegis, but not versus a lineup that has these triple AoE stunners that can fight amazingly around the pit.
Yeah.
And if they feel behind, 4K difference. All of a sudden, Dark Mago, he's starting to get empowered here. He's going to pick up the farm rate pretty soon.
You think he's like going to go BKB and then back for a Moon Shard and like try and go back into a physical damage build?
I think you definitely play this game to scale. You're going to hit really hard. Well, we've been talking, Tundra with another smoke on their triangle, but not going anywhere with it. I feel like this is very rare for this team.
Oh, Sacred. He's chasing after this monkey. Couldn't quite catch him. But the rest of Thunder, oh, they're going in real deep for this one.
Dark Mago.
Dark Mago.
Sees them all.
He sees the 33 like and toss them back into the rest of the team. The rest of the team got stunned up, though, and Dark Mago's now in the middle of nowhere with no help from the rest of Thunder. They do have Sacred coming in with a two-man burrow strike, the RP on top, and they pop. Zoxa's gonna get caught by the Fiend's grip as well. The Dragon tries to kill Panda, but it's not good enough. They gotta get out of here now. Another well-executed play from Thunder as they keep this game and the momentum in their favor. Oh, no. He's gonna leave it behind. 9 dropped the Pupil's Gift, but he couldn't cancel his TP. I mean, he needed to go back.
And again,
He's gonna send the courier out?
The Pango was missing from that fight, right? So
yeah.
He's their biggest kind of anti-zone control hero if he can get in there with the Rolling Thunder. But otherwise, it's way too hard for this Lycan to commit in. We see 33 dancing around. His actual hero not being able to engage.
Cue the Mission Impossible music.
It's going for it.
He picks it up. Panda's like, wait a minute, there's a courier here. What's it doing? Either way, the neutral item has been recovered, even if he was able to kill the courier.
DD in the river. As if this time he needed more amplification here.
Yeah, seriously.
He is going to destroy somebody on the jump if he's empowered double damage. This game, the last 5 or 6 minutes, feels like it's been entirely Thunder Awaken's way. Tundra blowing multiple smokes, and it even looked indecisive. Like, where were they wanting to go with those? I think the team is a bit 50-50 on whether they can even take the 5-on-5.
Meanwhile, Thunder, no doubts in their mind, it seems. Every single time they smoke, they're making a fast, aggressive move, decisive movement that's going to be able to catch Snaking initially. Narrow combination probably ensures that kill, especially with Dark Mago. Doing a 300 damage, right click. 9!
Got the sleep.
Ooh, we got the sleep. A big kill. The avalanche combination and the follow-up nukes are more than enough. You can see 9 recognizes the threat of all this magic damage. Usually not a problem for a Pango, but he's going to try and offer the BKB. I wonder if part of that is that avalanche change they were talking about. I don't know if they actually managed to put that into the game, but it was supposed to be that like the first tick, there's an opening after the first round of rocks so you can get out the BKB. Is that true?
Definitely possible.
It's a mechanics question, I understand.
Never my strong suit.
You're just a captain. You hit those drafting buttons.
Yeah, I let other people worry about individual mechanics.
Yeah. Zoxa.
Especially in a game like this where my mind's on other things, you know?
Yeah? Like what?
Who's getting stunned next and who's going to be paying the price. This is definitely a game where Picaz has gotten to play what he wanted to have this mag look like for the last 5 minutes here, and you can see he has pulled decently ahead of this Luna. This is where you want to be. Level 20, the extra skewer range.
He's still going for the horn toss as well, which perhaps, I mean, that is certainly a good like BKB opportunity ever since they nerfed that. Burrow Strike to get some distance here. Self-Yules and see if he can get the blink away. But burn damage of the Snapfire Kisses
There's an
do
RP
stop
coming.
it, but at the same time, Dark Mago, he tried to get into the back line, but actually getting destroyed. The RP goes down inside the Wukong's command. Both the Pango as well as the Monkey are low. Pakaz is able to finish off at least the Pango, but the rest of his team, they are getting run down by the combination of the Lycan and the Luna. The arrow goes down, doesn't stop anything, it doesn't stop Skeeter. Nice use of the cookie onto the Wolf. That's going to be able to catch up to Pakaz. Matthew, last one left alive, will manage to escape with the leaps. But there is the moment that you have been talking about. You said Tundra, they would like to be able to get a clean fight that leads them into Roshan.
Maybe Dark Mago gifting them a little bit here on that back end. Thinks he's finding them, but the end exchange, Tiny just ends up dying here for no trade in return. Getting chunked by Skeeter on the back end with the Lycan buffs. Because he has a decent fight here. RP, Grip killing this Pango. But now, nothing left in the tank without that Tiny and Sand King being alive. Your zone control is gone. Time to get swarmed on. Not getting your blink off when wolves are biting you literally in the ass. And
yeah,
Matthew, the only one to survive, but that is going to be Roche going Tundra's way. And that is what they've been looking for the last 7 or 8 minutes, it feels like here.
Yeah, and Thunderhood worked so hard to be able to build up a net worth lead after pick-off, an aggressive move. They now have that net worth being cut down by over half, only 2,000 net worth lead for them. It's still mostly on this big Magnus.
And every time he dies, it's huge because this is a hero with cleave. It's less creeps getting farmed, and he has an empower buff that can go on one of his other cores, so the farm rate drops considerably every time this mag dies. That's a huge blow. It means this Luna gets to catch up. Suddenly she has an Aegis. She can frontline a bit more in these fights, or at least not be worried about getting skewered back with the BKB up.
And if that last team fight was a confidence booster for Tundra, now they've got 2 more BKBs to add to the mix. They have got to be feeling really good about any team fight they take that isn't an RP.
But again,
nice
he's
toss
Aegis.
back. Skeeter does have that Aegis. Pakaz looking to be able to stop Stockset from getting off his ultimate. Meanwhile, a Burrow Strike backwards. You can see Thunder, 2-man RP. Pakaz commits to be able to kill some of the supports here, but the Sapphire's too tanky, and Pakaz is then a little bit too deep. The arrow doesn't hit anything. That's a BK beat up Monkey King. The roll on through, nails Sacred. He does manage to use the Burrow Strike after the sleep to be able to get some distance and a blink out. He gets away. Thunder, have they gotten everybody out? A defensive blink once again from Pakaz. Now they're looking to be able to go back in. 9, he's not going to be hit by the arrow. A small little shield crash gets him enough distance. Sacred is still looking for more, though. A blink up in a second. Is he going to commit? He will. Blink forward, Burrow Strike. Immediately a cookie gets him out of the sandstorm area, but he's still going to be caught by Dark Mago. A beautiful exchange there from Thunder. The offensive action, not the most inspiring, but the way that they were able to constantly reset that fight was incredible.
Just going in and out, abusing that high ground ward to perfection there, playing the vision game, trying to bait Tundra into it. They did not want to commit too deep because of that. Almost able to find this Sacred Sand King. I think if they did, they would have just been able to plow through that fight, but Pakaz is just watching in the wings here, and he deals a decent amount of damage, but not enough to finish anybody off with the auras getting popped, and all of a sudden they're in a situation where they have to cut out that BKB pops from Tundra, which they successfully managed to do off the Houdini level escape from Sacred here.
Yeah, and if Sacred doesn't get out, then he's not able to catch the heroes that we saw later die.
Exactly.
On the side of Tundra.
You can see what Thunder's plan is. Play for the big RP into the chain stun, or if the BKBs get off from Tundra, try and wait them out and take the fight afterwards. They definitely have some utility to play with. 4 staff, mech, and Vlad's on this Mirana.
Yeah,
a lot of utility, and he's pretty farmed.
He's catching up to, he's catching up to 9. And that is impressive without an Aghanim Scepter, Mirana. You know, like his farm is pretty insane.
Oh, yeah.
Without that item, and it looks like he may be going back into it. Skeeter actually spotting Matthew. They're going to go for Skeeter, though. See if they can change him during this avalanche time. They do hit him with the arrow. That is going to be the first life of the Aegis, though. So Thunder don't want to overcommit here. Moonlight Shadow doesn't quite go off. The Fiend's Grip does go down. Stockset, he's going to jump into this fight with the Kisses and the Wukong's command. They're going to quickly deal with Panda if possible. He gets a defensive sleep off, but he's still dead. The rest of the heroes are trying to reset, including Sacred. Once again, Self-Yules trying to get out.
Here.
They do have Pakaz ready to go with the blink in RP possibilities, but more and more heroes of Thunder are getting picked off. Now they turn, seeing an opportunity perhaps as an overextension from 9. Yes, he gets mowed down without an ultimate needed whatsoever. And 33, whose ultimate is down, was not too far away from Thunder, but they opt to clean up the Black Dragon and start pushing forward, taking some map control there.
The second Tundra turn their backs on this squad, they have to get out quick because you know they want to chase with these mobility displacement spells. The stuns coming out did cost them a Bane buyback there, but if only Bakaz had found the opening with that RP, that was the one saving grace. Skeeter was good at trying to use this Aegis to bait the fight. He knew that that was the best thing they had going for them. It forces one of the cores from Thunder to have to commit, and then it'll set up the fight. But this Pango, after his rolls out, he just gets obliterated by the physical damage. And we even see the Mind Breaker on Dark Mago. Might cause him some problems here in terms of that random silence coming out.
Oh, yeah, certainly. And then you combine the ceremonial robe on Panda. That's such a beautiful item pickup for a Bane.
Yeah.
Making those long disables even longer.
I mean, there's some decent neutral items, synergies this game. The quiver on this Luna is always very powerful. Blaster, the extra armor for this Pango, he's not going to mind it. Sure, Bakaz is very happy about getting Titan Sliver on this mag.
Oh, yeah, that's a dream.
Just makes him so tanky at this point in the game. 3,000 HP full.
Now they're going to try and rolling Thunder onto him here. 9, they want to keep this chain stun. So the cookie comes in, now they're rolling Thunder back in. 2-man burrow. They still have the Monkey King stun. They are chaining it really nicely with Bakaz, and he's just dead. 100 is zeroed out with a beautiful chain stun by Tundra. And they're going to be able to maybe get the Sand King, and they've taken the bottom tier 2. Hell, they're even going to get some damage onto the tier 3. Sand King is Moonlight Shadowed. Oh no, he walked back to the tier 3.
He might have been okay there.
He might have if he just held cool, stayed still.
Like you said, 33 ratting on the other side of the map, or wolfing I should say, just howling down these towers, Catapult helping him out. That could become a persistent issue here for this Thunder squad. Their lineup thrives in the 5-on-5. Not so much if their base is getting ratted and they have to pull somebody back.
Yeah, that's going to feel particularly bad since that's the lane of barracks that's farthest away from the Roshan pit.
Exactly. They smell blood. 2 cores dead. They see anybody right now. It's go time.
A second tier 2 to fall. They can get the outpost. Honestly, this is looking like Tundra are going to have a really good setup for Roshan. Arrow actually does catch 33. Thunder not going to chase after it, though.
All of a sudden, some of the scale synergy starting to pick up for Tundra here. Even see Soxa going Deathslayer. So again, this team thinks a lot about the team itemization, playing for the overall goal. And this is going to be picking up the physical scale to cut through these heroes. Deso on Soxa, AC done on 33. This man's still walking around with a buckler at 32 minutes. You know they're thinking about the minus and plus armor exchanges here. That's what's going to help this Skeeter Luna win the man fights, or at least survive an RP or chain stun.
Yeah, meanwhile, Matthew is also doing something similar here. We talked about the mech, now he has the Wraith Pact after the Vlads, and he's going to go a Crimson Guard next item, which against the Bouncing Glaives, the Swashbuckle, the instances of damage from the Lycan, it's a rare Crimson Guard game.
Why not? I think historically you would have gone Solar Crest here, but don't think we've seen that item in a long time. And
that's true, yeah.
Anything that helps this Bane survive is going to be nice too, because Panda's game is just hard, right?
Yeah.
He wants to be able to grip this Pango, wants to be able to potentially grip the Lycan, but he has to worry about all the summon damage that's coming out, some random monkey stun. I mean, Sox has itemized BKB, so there's not much stopping him just leaping in the fight and saving his stun for this grip.
Now, one thing that can make his job a little bit easier, and you said that this was something that Spirit really likes to abuse quite a bit, is the Mag-Bane combination of the blink in, skewer back into a Fiend's Grip. So you're so far on your side of the map, it's hard to stop that Fiend's Grip. We haven't really seen Bakaz using those skewers that offensively yet.
It's harder on one position Mag, right? Because you have to think about his positioning a lot more. But
the Blink Dagger, they're going to find the initiation on the Dark Mago. He is getting chain stun. This is time for the Wukong's command to come out. The Kisses as well. They get the force snap, but it's not going to save him. If anything, it's going to put both these heroes in some trouble. They use the Fiend's Grip now, but the BKB from 9, they do have enough to be able to get Saker to blink away. Matthew is also one lead out.
Still waiting.
But Kaz is waiting for his opportunity, but honestly, I feel like this may need to be a full-out retreat as 9 is still chasing after Pandamu. Matthew, he gets a successful TP out before the Lucent Beam lands, but Kaz may have to just abandon Panda at this point in time, because if he doesn't, he may get caught as well. He's got a skewer
giving him
at 5.
no room here, though. Does not want this mag to be able to walk away, but as you said, where was even the opening for Pakaz to find there?
Yeah.
Just way too hard, especially if this Tiny goes down first. Like, this is not an easy game for him to frontline, especially when you're getting chain stunned from this Pango roll. We saw Matthew try and bail him out, but then he got stunned on the back end as well, so that's another Roshan going Tundra's way. Another Aegis for this Luna.
And another arrow that lands from Matthew. Four-man smoke up. Level 25 just around the corner for Skeeter. He's going to use his Manta Illusions to push in the mid lane while they kind of mirror that path. They're going to go through mid into the triangle. Nothing to find there. Cut the bottom wave. Make sure they have a total lockdown of at least 2 of these lanes.
The one thing Thunder has going for them, though, is the high ground seems very difficult for Tundra versus lineups.
Yeah.
That is usually where Magnus lineups shine and can turn games around. You end up clumping on the ramp, you end up overextending a little bit, suddenly your carries in tier 4s and you have to take a fight under enemy vision, enemy glyph just barraging you. Not only that, they have the tiny tossback at well, so there's 2 displacement spells that can throw you really deep. I don't think Tundra want to take a fight for the game trying to go high ground. They'd rather fight it in the open territory where the wolves can scout, where they can abuse some of the summon vision, spread out, not have to clump for the big AoE stuns.
And considering how fast they can shove out the lanes and take towers.
Oh yeah, even some rat potential.
Yeah, the fight could really happen anywhere, and Tundra would just be able to barrel down the mid lane, immediately take a full lane of barracks. So this is always curious to me, this seesaw, where you are on the losing side of things, but you do have really good high ground. You don't want to be locked inside your base and getting hardly any net worth and let this 7K net worth turn into 20K. But at the same time, if you get caught outside of your base, you've just kind of handed the keys to victory to Tundra.
Not an easy position to be in, especially when Tundra has this Monkey King waiting in the wings. That feels like the tipping point to me.
True,
He can just become a 4th core in this game, especially the way he's itemized BKB Deso. Sox is already geared up for it. I mean, he'll go toe-to-toe with some of these heroes late game if he gets the items.
Gonna go for an Arcane Blink again. Seeing a lot of these Arcane Blinks for Chaos Knight has been the most notable one.
Found the Luna.
They did, but Force Staff gets Skeeter out of there just in time. He's going to turn around Satanic back up to full health. Rolling Thunder does go down. Spotted a lot of supports, but the Moonlight Shadow's protected
the mag
now.
on the blink.
Dark Mago. Pakaz in some trouble. He gets off the BKB and the Fiend's Grip used on the ball. Pakaz doesn't want to hit it, though. He's a little bit low and doesn't want to challenge Skeeter, so it looks like a full reset out
Monkey
from
King
Thunder.
died to Tiny.
Dark Mago trying to go back in. Sees 33's a little bit low. The BKB. Meanwhile, RP going down. 9 chasing after this Mirana does manage to finish him up. And Pakaz, well, he does have the Avalanche, but it's dodge. A shield crash over to the side, but a Burrow Strike catches up to the Pango, and he does manage to finish him off. Pandamu, meanwhile, barely lives through it all. A buyback, which they would like to get more out of this. And maybe they will. The Avalanche is done. They don't have detection.
The backs are turned. Thunder knows.
And they're going to chase down as many heroes as they can. Tries to chuck the tree one direction, but Snake King, he went left.
Dark Mago just doing an insane amount of work in that fight. Almost solo killed this Monkey King. Ends up taking him out of the fight. 9 has to commit really deep. The Bane never even ends up dying. But we can see how tanky this Pangolier is. If he manages to land multi-hero shield crashes, the Blaster on top of it.
Yeah.
He just takes forever for this mag to hit. I feel like every time Pakaz hits him, he doesn't even want to be hitting him. He's like, this is too slow. Go kill somebody else.
Yeah, seriously. It was like a Fiend's Grip. He started swinging. He was just like, this isn't worth it.
Somebody else kill this Pango. He needs more damage or something. it's kind of hard for him to build more damage at this point. It's going Satanic to try and match the sustainability here, and that means this Butterfly on Skeeter is going to have a decent free reign.
Silver Edge for Dark Mago, and they do see him. They're going to get off the Wukong's command with the Rolling Thunder and the Chainstone of the Cookie as well. Sacred's going to try and respond with an Epicenter Bro Strike, but into what, my friend? They are golden gods. You can't touch that. And now that's a dieback. They know it too, and you can see Tundra. They are going to start spilling out towards the Dire base, and Thunder are going to have to hold 3 versus 5, 3 versus 6 really with that Aegis.
Their lineup will shred the buildings here with all the minus armor and aura stacking up. Because has to look for a big RP or skewer back here. Missing 2 cores for 60 plus. Dark Mago also does not have buyback here. Bought out Silver Edge for that play.
There goes that Aegis. 1 Lady Barracks down. Tundra, I think, likely to continue.
When does Pakaz want to try and go in? I don't think you can give Megas up here.
Try to go for the sleep. Manta goes off, getting rid of the Enfeeble. Because not seeing an opportunity, it seems. May just be giving up 2 lanes, but 2? Why not go for the full 3 at this point? The same 2 heroes are gone. Force this out of Thunder. Force them to try. That's it, Tundra. They're going to keep going. Now, because
Thunderhide buffing the Luna even more too.
Oh, with the frenzy going out, he's attacking so quickly. Are they seriously not going to try and hold out against this Mega as the glyph is used?
Cause is smoked.
He's smoked, wrapping around the side here. Just managed to get the skewer back into the tier 4s, tries to get the RP. Stopped, actually hit by the Monkey King, stun into the Rolling Thunder. He's eventually going to get it off, but the Eclipse is down. His BKB goes out.
Misses.
No, but the Butterfly misses are causing some issues, but the arrow lands right on point. They hold, but the buildings will not. That is going to be Megas for Tundra, regardless of the loss of their carry, regardless of anybody else who gets caught. Ultimately, it's Tundra now in a fantastic winning position.
Definitely happy with that exchange. 3 lanes of barracks is only losing your carry. We saw how much work that Butterfly did. Almost allowed that Luna to live to the point where she could pop Satanic. And again, that's a dream scenario. Fight these high ground defenses where you can skewer the highest DPS hero into your tier 4s. They had 1 buyback here. I think they can maybe defend their racks, but it's just all on Pakaz. We see Rolling Thunder to cancel the grip. He's forced to RP, and how many misses are there? At least 3.
Matthew, really good timing and spacing there on the follow-up arrow. I think he might have even leaped backwards to get a better angle and longer time, but ultimately, sure, 33 just kind of shrugs it off because Thunder are forced into a situation. They're going to either be playing up against Megas for a very long time, or they have to go and try and force an endgame scenario right now.
They go Throne? They have double damage on Mago.
I mean, they do, but Tundra at the same time does have buyback on both of those heroes. They're going to go for a 3-man smoke.
Tiny hits pretty hard, though.
He is demolishing buildings one by one. A absolute wrecking ball, but Thunder will just take the 1 and done here. But they spread out.
Remember, you're
Tundra
up against Megas. If you don't find anything here, the lanes are just shoving in for you. That's a hard play to go for, but they could have been in a situation where they don't get a better one.
Well, now Tundra, they are in the dream scenario where they can just sit back, relax. They've already got as soon as the potential Roshan time starts, 33 already has the Wolves in the pit. Watch this Tiny just casually 5-shot the tier 3.
Thunder does have the cores to deal with the waves in this game, so this is by no means over. And like we were saying, their high ground and base defense is where their lineup shines, so this game is definitely not as one-sided as Maker Cubes would make it seem like. Especially if this Tiny can keep building up the items. The stronger he gets, makes this empower even better. They have a full Shivas on this Sand King. This is a 4K network difference game. With 3 racks is down, by no means out of it.
Arcane Blink.
They're on the aggressive.
An opportunity for a real fast Shockwave Skewer back RP. Depending on what they find here. Now, the Monkey King is always going to be the one forward. So when they push, they ever smoke, they're probably running into the Monkey King first. So they've got to find a way around that one. Thunder don't see an immediate opportunity, so they have to back up, deal with the Megas. That's going to be a constant affair for them.
Tundra just has to play patient, control the Roche, play for the next Aegis, let the lanes do the work, force someone from Thunder to always show. There's no bots, heroes, or mobility in this game. That is the one downside of their lineup. So every time Thunder shows someone on this bottom wave, Tundra's going to feel pretty confident and happy about it. Like we see here, just taking the outpost back, eliminating that potential TP from buyback spot for a Roche fight.
See, everybody from Tundra holding on to buyback gold, and Thunder not having the same scenario. But it's interesting, the predictions does give them a better 10% better chance than they had last time. Remember, they were sitting at 5% inside of their base and weren't even going up against Megas. This time around, going up against Megas, still have 15% chance. So you can see just even the statistics backing Thunder when it comes to that late game that you were talking about.
It's the power of this tiny mag combo.
Dire are scanning.
They are powering up level 25 on both of them, so that's multiple tosses and almost 5-second RP stun. You get caught in these spells, you're dying. I don't care who you are.
Super interesting. You saw that 33 had a Yule Scepter?
Yeah.
Did you mention that?
I didn't, but potential Wind Waker on the horizon. But
Burrow Strike Arrow.
Thunder just want to
Cookie
take
gets him out of the pit. Because looking for an opening here. The Avalanche follows up on that stun because he really
missed it.
No! He got hit by a dust that stopped his blink. Disaster is no RP to be found. Dark Mago has committed to a fight that he has no help with, and now a BKB TP out. Sacred, they're actually going to turn, go for Luna. Horn toss, he pops the Manta, he's going to pop the Satanic too.
Disarm.
And they get the disarm as well, and because, oh no, raining down the Moonlight. Disaster for Thunder as they cannot handle the firepower of Tundra without that RP.
that blink, I don't know if it got canceled or he just missed it, but
I think he got dusted.
I think he got dusted
Because they were
in
Moonlight
invis.
shadowed, and I think the dust damage might have come in.
What a rough go. That looked like an amazing RP too. He would have been right on top of his Tiny, who was wailing into them, and gotten the Luna for sure. And again, Tundra being able to clinch that outpost meant that Tiny buyback cannot get to that fight. It's the little things that always matter. Playing to their strengths.
Tundra securing as much of an advantage as possible.
And look what's on that courier for 9. Sometimes the littlest items make the biggest difference. Flying in dust here at 47 minutes.
Yeah.
A single dust for this Pangolier.
They know it's really only Thunder. Moonlight Shadow and Blink initiations. That's really their only way to be able to set up the right kind of team fight with no because Magnus. Tundra looking to end the game here. 33 leads out with his BKB Wolf. They see Panda. He's quite low. He's dead, but does have a buyback. The Mortimer's Kiss is catching the Mirana as well. Has plenty of team fight items. So good kill there. No buyback either. An early glyph being used. Dark Mago starts laying some damage into Luna, but has to retreat.
Kaz up in 7.
No BKB up. Kaz up in a bit, but he doesn't have the RP just yet. Throne exposed. They're going to commit to it. Saksa, he pops the Wukong's man. They start laying into the throne, and that is it. Game 2 goes to Tundra as they finish it off in style here, locking down the game in a late game push once again. They prove to be the absolute giants of the Stockholm Major, only dropping one game in the groups, one game so far in the playoffs. A nice 2-0 against Thunder, who, you know, played an absolute fantastic Game 1, moments of brilliance in both Game 1 and Game 2, but ultimately did not prove to be strong enough to beat the favorites of this tournament, I would say.
And the itemization and teamfight synergy for this Tundra squad is out of control right now. I don't think anybody's matching it. They have one clear focus on what they want their lineup to accomplish. They slowly build towards it. It doesn't feel like the game ever is really going to get easier for you. You just have to outplay them at this point. You cannot deny them their heroes. You cannot deny them their game plan. You have to meet it. You have to be able to match it. You have to be able to outmatch it. I don't think anybody has proven they can at this tournament yet, so this is the team to beat. And Thunder, they got smacked down a little bit here, you know. They wanted to bring the heat, wanted to bring the tempo, but not being able to find it.
Yeah, and they try to bring something a little bit new and different with this carry Magnus that they've only done once or twice here into the tournament. Doesn't quite work out for them. And, well, if they want to be able to continue on and make it past top 6 and be the first South American team to do so at a Valve major or event, then they're going to have to do it through the lower bracket. But that's going to close out our series. We do have another upper bracket to be able to talk about, but there was a lot going on in that game, and I'm sure our panel has a whole lot to say about that match.
We have indeed a bunch to say about that match. Tundra is your first top 3 team here at the Stockholm Major, and everything that needs to be said will be said after this. The first team that reaches top 3 here at the Stockholm Major is Tundra after 2-0ing Thunder Awaken. It was a very fun series to watch. At the end of the day, though, Thunder Awaken get overwhelmed by Tundra, especially in Game 2. That was the case. I'm joined by Cinder, and I'm joined by Lacoste and Purge. And we're going to break down this game because Purge, This game was very different from the first game. We did see Tundra having a little bit more oomph to their draft, and it worked out very well.
Yeah, it did. It felt like their 5-man was really, really strong. With that said, Thunder Awaken went for more of like a pick-off style, which did really favor them for quite a while. But unfortunately, at later stages in the game, they weren't able to get the best RPs. They had some single-target damage issues as well. So as long as BKBs got off on the Tundra side, felt like they were able to defend their heroes and turn the fight.
I think Tundra is one of the teams here that do abuse vision game, whether that's like a Beastmaster that they played in the previous game. This time around it was Monkey plus Lycan. We saw even 33 getting a solo kill on Mag in the triangle, just got him with the Wolves. And I think Saksa is on something else in some of these games, especially the Monkey King that he just played, going for the right targets, always being able to cut into backlines and use a Boundless Strike to stop the Fiend's Grip so that the 9 can actually deal some damage on the Pango. Just the overall great performance in terms of like protecting each other. How many times we've seen Snaking using the Cookie or a Force Staff to be able to just get someone out of the trouble. And I think Tundra is one of the teams that does so well in terms of itemization. Casual Buckler after finishing AC on Lycan and then going for the Yule Scepter so that they have something else also to be able to just I think he was going for the Wind Waker in the end. I'm not sure if he finished it, but also to have another stun, another disable to cancel the Fiend's Grip and also like potentially just set things up for others.
After watching this series, I feel like the pattern across both games that is the primary difference between these two teams is how many times they get picked off, right? Like, I think in terms of overall teamfight prowess, the teams are very evenly matched. I think, you know, based on... I don't know if you guys felt like there was a favorite in either game. I think they just played... It was like tooth and nail in every single team fight, but what gives Tundra the advantages is that throughout the game, we have these kind of pickoffs where maybe Pakas gets solo picked once or twice. I think in this game, Dark Mago gets caught twice on the Tiny as well in like awkward positions. And they end up almost taking a good fight 4v5. Actually, some of the times they do manage to pull out a victory after losing one of their cores, but that's the key difference for me between these teams where Thunder need to clean things up if they want to go deeper in this tournament, is that they need to play the map better. And whether that's by picking something like what Tundra have with like one key vision hero or finding a different way of placing vision more aggressively so they have more safety when they play aggro. Whatever it's going to be, that's where the improvement lies, because I still think their team fighting is like top notch. That's not where the problem lies.
Yeah, it is very strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if we perhaps have this matchup once again later down the line, or at the very least, Thunder Awaken making a deep run into the lower bracket as well. But Tundra is a team that is victorious here, and it is Tsunami that is standing by with Slaxa for a winner's interview.
That's right, normal Saxa, although Slaxa does sound like a horrifying hybrid that we could create. Saxa, congratulations on the win versus Thunder Awaken. Exciting series. That first game, 60 plus minutes. What was it like for you guys in the booth?
Definitely very crazy games, and I mean, I don't know, in the end, like, we didn't even know what was happening. Like, the tier 5 items spawned, like, we failed this high ground push so many times, kind of made a bit too many mistakes, but in the end we managed to pull through, and yeah.
So then during those high ground sieges, were you trying to play it safe because you know it's this stage of the tournament and you're kind of being a little bit more conservative, or this is just how, you know, this is how it always is for you guys?
I think, yeah, we played a bit safe because it's like it's like you're playing for top 3, and it was a bit panicky when it usually isn't, and I feel like we would have done a better job, like, if it wasn't so stressful. But yeah, I mean, it's just in these type of moments, it's like you kind of have to play it safe like most of the time, just to, because you make this one mistake and like the game can snowball out of control.
And on the topic of panicky, game number 2, we had a bit of a panic here in these booths. The fire alarm went off. What is it like for you guys? Did you feel like it was a good momentum reset, or were you like, just get me back into the game?
No, I mean, we just didn't know what was happening. We just started hearing the sounds all of a sudden, and it's like we were seeing everybody get out, and I'm like, oh my god, is this gonna be like half an hour or something, or an hour like wait? So we were like, we just wanted to get back into the game as soon as possible, and like, it's late.
And then your next opponent, it'll be either TSM or Game & Gladiators. Would you prefer to face NA's Last Hope, or you want to face another one of your European region mates?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure which one I would want to face more. Like, I feel like it would be fun series against both of them. Like, TSM is looking like in great form, like the best I've ever been in. And the Gladiators have also been like dominant in the European region, and now like on LAN they're showing up. So I don't know. I can't decide which one I want to face. Like, I think we found both games either way.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you guys just seem to be enjoying the Dota throughout this entire course of the event. And at the very end, I want to do a proof of concept thing. Could you stand up, please, Saksa? As one of the tallest Dota players. How many centimeters tall are you exactly?
I think it's like 203, but I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, well, I'm like half your size. It's been a pleasure, Saksa. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me, and we'll send it back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much indeed, Saksa and Tsunami. Quite the height difference there. And we are going to move on because, you know, Saksa, it doesn't matter to him who he's going to face in that upper bracket finals. It will be decided in our upcoming series. So let's take a quick look at the brackets because we do have first team of the top 3 secured. Tundra take home, regardless of what happens next, at least 530 points out of this major, which they really need because Tundra is the team that actually came in with the lowest amount of points at this major. They had 182, meaning that even if they win, they're not guaranteed TI slot just yet. So any points welcome, and they are looking very, very strong. And we are gonna move to the next semifinals of the upper bracket. It is Gaming Gladiators versus TSM FTX. You don't want to miss it, so stay tuned.
punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
In Dota 2, not every hero is created equal. And in a game that is largely centered around spell pressing, you would think that spells are where you would see the largest disparity between heroes.
Obviously, that wasn't the right.
Why does this always happen when I'm on the panel?
Good job, Jenkins.
That was not my fault.
You made that video and you messed it up, and now you're dribbling on my desk.
It worked fine when I was on my computer. Listen, it's a laptop, okay? It's a piece of shit. It's not my fault. If I had one of these, it would have worked.
Well, apparently not. Well, yeah, thank you. We need a little napkin for Jenkins. Welcome, lads. Welcome.
Hi.
Yeah, we're back. We're back. We've got one series left in the day today. Obviously, for those of you that, yeah, let's get the handshakes out of the way. I'm going to stop there. We have the correct video. This is Jenkins' correct video. Great. Watch this.
5 position, the role that the majority of the community plays so that they can not play that role later. Notoriously complicated, but don't worry, this is a myth. The majority of guys that play this role just stand behind people and press heals, sometimes place wards, and then they act like they are the living embodiment of Mother Teresa. Here's what you do to be a good 5. Start with 2 sentries, a salve, and 2 sets of tangos. As a 5, you have 3 jobs in the lane. Job number 1, hit the enemy guy. If you're a melee guy, tank their harass and then tango yourself. If you're a ranged guy, then let your carry tank the harass and spam tangos on them. If you follow the number 1 rule of regen, you will never lose a lane. That rule? Always have a salve to spare. If you use one, send out another immediately. Job number 2, block the enemy hard camp. This camp is real hard to deward and it can be devastating if they get a pull or a stack off. Do not let them have it. Job number 3, pull your easy camp. This camp is insanely easy to deward, and if you can ever get a half pull or stacked pull off, you gain a massive advantage in the lane. Once the 6-minute mark is about to hit, head for the power rune just like the 4 position, and if you secure your mid the rune, you've just won 2 lanes as the 5. As a 5 in the mid game, you have 2 jobs. Job number 1, press your spells on enemies. Yep, that's pretty much it. If a fight starts and you aren't there, you probably done goofed. So, like the 4 position, figure out the hero on your team that wants to fight and make sure that you're near them. Job number 2, give your team vision. How do you do this? Well, warding's a whole thing, and my number 1 best tip for someone who is not a 5-role main to not get dewarded is place your wards 1 sentry radius away from cliffs. Against 90% of supports, these wards will never be dewarded because people are lazy. But warding is not the only way that 5s get vision. Good 5s get vision with their body. If there's a hill to dangerously walk up, that's probably you that should do it. If you think the enemy team is about to smoke gank your carry, it's probably you that should run it and die to it. Making one of these suicide plays successfully is genuinely game-changing. So, if you do any of this stuff even remotely well, you are most likely playing a better 5 than most people do.
We are back. What a great vid. Well done, Jenkins.
Thanks,
so
Jenkins.
boring. I could cut like 30 seconds.
Remember,
I got 100 MMR.
you have a chance to win a €250 Steam gift card by going to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and answering the multiple choice question. What is the number 1 rule of regen? If you watched the video, the answer was there. Buy your mid a bottle, always have extra tangos, pull the lane, or always have a spare sub.
It was in there.
It was in the vid.
It was in there.
We've got a series coming up. It's Game & Gladiators versus TSM FTX. We have a little bit of time to talk about that. But first, let's take a look at a little video about the DPC breakout. Have a look at this.
We've played some scrims against TSM. We were also in the same group with them, so we've played some games against them. In the group phase, it was different, because we played them when they had a stand-in for Saberlight, so it was not the full roster. So this is going to be first time against the full roster, but it should be a good game so far. We're guaranteed to play in the arena, so that takes away some of the pressure. I'm not sure if it's going to take away pressure when we start playing, but it takes away a bit for sure. Like, we know we're guaranteed whatever happens now. We're going to be playing this weekend in front of a crowd for the first time for me, so it should be a great time. So whatever happens today, we also have enough points to qualify for TI, so that also takes away a bit more pressure. But at the end of the day, we don't really think about the future. We just want to win this tournament, right? Future things are nice, but we just want to win. So when this game starts, we're going to feel the pressure and we'll have to try our best.
Slightly different topic on that video than we thought. That's my mistake. Chaps, this matchup, he said himself, Game & Gladiators obviously playing against the TSM side that are different from the one that we saw because they've got their team back together, they're ready to rock and roll. How is that going to affect the preparation that they've done?
You might need to ban out some Saberlight heroes because he's popping off. Like, his Night Stalker was pretty impressive. His Underlord, he just knows his thing. He's very active as an offlaner. He does join early fights, and now they have a full roster, so that's going to be a bit different. You know, knowing that you play with the Beast, and TSM, like as Saxa said in his interview, they look best ever, pretty much. Like, I don't think I saw TSM executing to this level.
I mean, we saw Mumianda popping off the other day on that Mirana. That was like a godly performance. They've got that in their locker, haven't they, TSM? You've got to be aware that they've got a lot of playmakers on their team. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, I think it's thoroughly annoying when you play against this team, because also, like, draft-wise as well, against OG, it was like this first phase Underlord CK kind of taking away from their opponents. They're not afraid to come into kind of prepping for a series and just go, we're just going to go for what's great straight away. They're not going to kind of like tease you in the draft. They're just going to lock in their heroes straight away. So I think that kind of shows a lot of confidence to how much they believe in their players and bringing out the most from heroes when opening it quite early.
I don't know who it is to blame for this on their team, whether, you know,
for playing well.
For playing well, yeah, basically, like Dubu, Moon Meander, the coaches. But I feel like every tournament that I watch them, there is something different that they can do that they couldn't do before. Like in the very first season of DPC, when they were Undying, I remember watching them, or Tour now, I suppose. I remember watching them, and it was like they would always put it entirely on Bryle to carry the game. And then the team leveled up when all of a sudden Tomato was getting the pressure on him to be like the win condition of the game. Like Bryle was always morphling and kind of the real carry. And like every single time they play, they just seem to get better. And I'm just wondering, like, where's the hell's the limit? Because I thought TI was the limit, but this team looked better than they did at TI. And at TI, they surprised a lot of people.
I mean, they're a team that went from the stack to having, you know, org representation, right? You know, having the coach, having the structure. So this major is kind of their, I'd say the first, is it the first tournament as TSM at LAN, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I would think so.
So the fact that they're already, you know, top 6 from that is incredible. And also just kind of NA in general, it's just looking good that you're getting this org representation in the region, pushing the players further, and hopefully it just kind of trickles down as well throughout the region. Again, that's just
look good.
That's some copium stuff that a lot of people say, but hopefully.
We have ourselves a draft.
All
How
right.
long has Aoi been with TSM, by the way?
Ours with Tundra, Chief.
Tundra.
Yeah, it's Misery.
The other
Misery. So,
Misery.
TSM,
My bad,
so
sorry.
during the DPC, TSM, they picked up Fly as a coach temporarily for I think about 3 weeks maybe.
Right.
And then they shifted to having Misery for like the tiebreaker part of it.
Yeah, Aoi's with Tundra, of course.
Gotta throw it out there.
A lot of teams that start with T. It's hard for my old brain.
Celery Enchantress. He has won 9 last games whenever they picked Enchantress.
He has not lost in this tournament. Which
Yeah.
I looked
like,
this up.
it goes even back to DPC.
It's
so
crazy.
That's pretty impressive.
Did they ban it?
Nope.
You got a good
Okay.
fact about that,
I mean,
Petty. What?
Here's my fact. I
You got a
looked
good
this
fun
up.
factoid.
I looked this up. I actually watched a Celery replay today, and by that I mean I watched one of their games at the tournament, and I just watched him because I wanted to see what he does and why. If he gets enched, they win. And the game where he didn't, he played Crystal Maiden. Let me tell you that he went 2 and 3.
He was
in that
feeding.
game.
He was feeding.
But he didn't do anything. But I'm looking here. Kotl 0-13, Ench 3 and 15, but they won the game. Bane 1 and 12. Celery dies a lot.
Yeah.
He
And
knows how
What
to
was the
draw
total score?
attention.
It was like he had like 19 kills and like
Right.
72 deaths across
So
the games or something.
across all the games so far in the tournament, he has only got 19 kills and he has died 76 times.
He's
But you get him on
insanely
this zero.
sacrificial. He's so sacrificial.
How does he do it, Lacoste? How do you still win with all these deaths?
Because, as I said, he draws the attention to himself. He understands that sometimes, like, he goes in and dies for his own team, but he gets the job done. Like, he kills the tower, he scouts things out, he kills the courier, he breaks the smoke, and that's what he does. This might become a new meme. You know, you're playing against the gaming gladiators, you don't ban Enchantress because
seriously,
you think you can beat it, and you're also not stupid. And it's... I don't know. I put a lot of faith. He's the best. Like, you know, we have some really good Enchantress players out there. Puppy definitely comes to mind, but man, I've been really impressed the way Celery plays on it.
But so, for a scrub like me, obviously, I didn't even know that Aoi wasn't with TSM. I'm that stupid. If I look at his KDA, and I'd say, everyone would say, it's his Enchantress is what wins the lanes. And I look at it sometimes and it's dying a lot. What is it doing in the lanes? Specifically, this Enchantress that makes it so much easier for his team to win.
Well, good thing you mentioned that. We did have the DHL pro tips, right, about regen, right? That little segue, guys. No,
You watched the video.
You watched the
Okay.
video, but jokes aside, though, it's like you play the lane. Even if you do die, you can always find something positive from it. Coming back to lane with more regen, bringing out your items for your carry. So again, I feel like deaths in Dota, specifically on supports, nowadays, you can hit double digits and it's perfectly fine. I did double check though for the most deaths in a pro game. Luckily for Celery, he isn't in the top 20. He isn't there.
Yeah.
So he is yet to...
Now he consistently dies a lot, but doesn't
He's yet
feed
to
20 kills
exactly.
every
He's
game.
yet to break like 18,
Yeah.
which is around 20. If the number one death in a game is 22 though, competitively.
So the question I would then ask is, he supports Duraccio in lane, right? Like that's
Great
his job.
carry, by the way. I
Right.
love that guy. So happy.
He's
so
very,
jolly.
very good.
Yep.
So, do you think that if you've got this colossally underfarmed support who's died a bunch just to get the lane secured, how hard is it then? If things still don't go your way, you're basically stuffed, aren't you?
It's very hard not to buy Shadow Amulet when you see 112 position 5. Just kidding.
Boom has done that a couple times in pubs. But no, I think for Gaming Gladiators, jokes aside, their offlane duo, you know, Ace and Tofu, they're the ones that kind of lock it down as well, because even if you have your support who's opening up the map, they're winning their lanes, they're making these moves happen. You know, the offlane is playing, Ace is playing Beastmaster, Lycan, Mars, they're heroes that you can rally behind. So again, it doesn't really matter how much you're tanking up, because you're going to group up with your team. So I think just Gaming Gladiators, they're one of like 2 or 3 teams in a tournament that they are playing their identity of the meta or the patch really well.
I was, obviously we've been hanging out at the hotel over the last few days, and chatting to a few people about the sort of the meta and how teams are figuring it out, and how some teams really don't think they've figured out the meta yet, which is why it seems so chaotic at times. Do you think Gaming Gladiators have a good idea about the meta and how to make it work?
Yes, because they have the smallest hero pool in the tournament.
They do have the smallest
They
hero
have, I think it's like 26 heroes picked, with obviously I think average of 6 or 5 heroes per player. So
But
very
is
much
that necessarily that they figured out the meta, or they've figured out something that works for them and they're
exactly
sticking with it?
their identity.
I feel like it works. It works for them. Like they've always been a team that they pretty much invented the like SF safe lane, Kunkka safe lane, that sort of stuff, and just playing insanely aggressive to the point where I even remember they aggro tri-laned with an SF against a TA, and it was ridiculous.
There's always a possibility that they're gonna run an aggressive tri-lane, and Ace does really shine in these like
When he has solo, yeah.
1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2. There's still Mirana in the pool. If they want to run it, like they're not showing too much. I'm just thinking about the heroes that are left in the pool that can kill the egg. We've seen in the previous series what egg can do. Just Phoenix overall.
Oh my god,
if it's not addressed.
But TSM has picked next, right? So I honestly think they'll Mirana if it gets left
Into Enchantress. Yeah, it's
into Enchantress, and then Mirana Mars sounds really good too.
Don't
Like
forget,
Shadow setup.
Dubu played one of the best Pos 5 Phoenix games.
It was nasty.
It was against Fnatic. He ended the game 3-1 and 10. They did lose.
They lost
by the end of it, but it was one of those games where every egg, none of them got scrambled. They always popped. It was just beautiful.
He was in position 100% of the time, in the right position. That was an insane game from him. Feels bad to watch somebody play like that and then lose the game, but Dota, Dota's a team game and much more complicated than an individual performance. I feel like Mirana is on your mind right now, right? Okay. Oh, actually no. So Game, and I misread the picks. They do have the pick, so if they wanted to take it, they could.
Why would that be good?
It's an egg killer. I mean, Mirana is actually one of the best roaming supports with Enchantress.
But they are lacking the setup, or would the slow be enough? Enchantress slow would be enough.
They would pick setup next, I think. They would get some, SK, probably SK, something like that. But it's like Mirana Ench is one of the best, like 5 to 15 minutes. They're running around your jungle and you just can't kill them because Mirana just sleeps away. She arrows you, and Enchantress has like a creep to scout ahead and heals herself. It's
we
really
can see Twitch chat favoring TSM FTX, and they did wake up. They did wake up, and they tuned in immediately.
Also, I do love this opening from TSM, the Mars, the Phoenix. When you have both these heroes in the same lineup, it does deter the hero pool of Ace, kinda, because you're taking away the Mars, you're kind of preventing Beastmaster Lycan wanting to play the game, right? Because this is a natural counter, both Arena, Egg, high ground defense, objective.
This has got to be the Mirana, right? Like, well, what else are you going to pick here? Get the Moon Meander Mirana.
They have played a lot of heroes. On the flip side, when you compare hero pool of Game Gladiators, TSM on the other hand, each of their players have played, 7, 8 plus heroes. Of course, there's a little bit of crossover with Quinn and Briar and them sharing and moving roles a little bit. Of course, Quinn, being a stand-in, but
TSM has like a couple of these aces up their sleeve in terms of what they can pick. Like they also brought in Silencer against the OG. They did win that game. They did win the series. A couple of those heroes that are still like not used so far in the major, and they might surprise us again. There's also like possibility to put this Mars on the mid lane, and some of these off laners that we see coming out from the Saberlight. I don't think you want to pick like Underlord, but maybe something like Enigma, because they don't have like BKB piercing ability yet. And it's always a treat to watch Saberlight play it. Like he's one of the few players that actually play it. I think pretty much the only one that plays it from the off lane, because usually people pick it from the position 4.
I think if you're TSM, you have to respect... Okay, nice, it's Kunkka. I was really worried...
Oh, wow, Prophet.
...about the fact that Gaming Gladiators... This off-lane pick for them is going to be some Sanking style, quick poking hero, and that speed in which you play around Ench winning your lane, Monkey just happily springing around finding some fights. If you don't pick a hero that can also defend your objectives outside of just the Mars, you might just get outpaced because you can't match the cooldowns of Gaming Gladiators. So you pick up this casual Kunkka, you pick up a few that can push the waves out, and now you allow Gaming Gladiators like, please, run at us. We can play throughout this entire game. We're not afraid to fight you or to split push you.
Undying's turn to battle.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
That's
a good
unusual that that's made it through this far, because you would think normally we've seen a lot of Timber Swords getting banned, and that is pretty brutal Timbersaw game. Good against Mars, good against Kunkka, good against Prophet as well, right?
Yeah. No one's killing in laning phase. It's pretty much going to be this Timber that will probably just buy a hood, unless there's a counter pick coming in, so like an Ursa, but Monkey's already picked as well. But yeah, they'll be having to potentially just dodge him for best portion of the game, and then look to lean on their team fight going into maybe like the 20-30 minute mark around that Roshan, rather than, you know, contesting him inside the lane itself.
I feel like this Timber has to be addressed right now.
Yeah, these heroes like don't do much to Timber when he gets to his like 1-2 item timing. He's gonna cause a lot of issues. He's playing into 3 strength heroes. I mean, maybe if this is a carry NP, then you know he does get into Orchid early on. They do silence him, so there's the extra damage. Full Kunkka's combo, not as bad, but still a little worried because looks pretty damn good.
Pugna's still available, unless I'm not seeing it in the bans right now. I feel like that's one of the better supports versus Timber.
Would you say Gaming Gladiators so far are very happy with the draft that they've got? And if so, what would they need to round it out? They could pretty much pick anything here, right?
I think some more. They really like the Sable. They need some like SK would have been really nice.
He's been banned, sadly.
SK mid, like some low cooldown disable, and maybe a bit of team fight would be great. Like if they could get Mars or SK, that would be the pick here. But both of those are either banned or picked.
Undying's turn to pick.
Oh, they banned Tree.
Just additional defense. Gaming Gladiators, they need to play around this Timber, move towards these objectives, push them out, and take the fight. So this Tree pick,
you know what?
Yeah, it would have been devastating. Rubik.
I like Undying. Oh, Undying, yeah. Then you have, like, because they have no egg hitters. They have no... I mean, they also have no ward hitters, so the same thing applies, but it also gives them, like, another save, not just that, like a secondary save as well, the Cripify and the Life Drain.
It's the highest win rate support versus Timber, and like I think it griefs their draft to take another core here and like flex one of these heroes. I think they had an idea with having, you know, Kunkka Furion plus Mars as their cores, and to flex it would just be griefing.
Is this just like a Pangolier here for Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, Pango seems great.
Like I feel for their draft right now, Timber should win his lane.
The egg is a bit of a problem though.
I think they have to play around that though. They have to play for baiting it out. Okay, they go Tiny, bit explosive.
Tiny into Phoenix. That's a little...
That's unusual, right?
They're under pressure though. Their lineup right now, they're looking at TSM, and I think if you look at these two lineups, like 40 minutes into the game, TSM, they're going to be kind of laughing at Gaming Gladiators, right? And it's on them to make that window where when Timber has a good lane, every move you make needs to be explosive, get a kill, make another move. So TSM is kind of in mode recovery for some time. But it's difficult. You know, playing into Arena, playing into Egg, the constant split push of a Furion.
Without breaking the desk, Jenkins, who do you think has come out on top?
I think this is massively TSM favored. Of course, I'm an idiot, so that doesn't matter. But I would say it's like you have
I'll
Egg.
join you.
Okay.
So we have
not worried about the Timbersaw.
No, you have Egg plus Timber or plus the Pugna ward, and there's no Egg hitter, so there's no Pugna ward hitter either.
We also need to look at the mid-game fights, how this is gonna play out, damage reduction-wise. Once again, there is this Kunkka with the boat. Yeah. You have healing the ward from Pugna that is gonna reduce the damage overall, the spell damage.
From Phoenix and all the rest
if they get a
right?
rate back, like there's so much damage that you need to do just to get to that point. And their sustain is pretty high. Having this Phoenix to heal them up, Pugna as well. They can reset with the X mark the spot. They
and
can
the rum buff.
With the Nature's Prophet as well.
Delicious
Come
rum.
back into the fight. And yeah, I like what TSM FTX got. I think this Timbersaw can cause some of the issues early on until they get the items, until they get the levels. But feeling pretty confident about TSM FTX.
Nice. T?
Gaming Gladiators, if they ride the wave of Timber, I could see them maybe doing it, but they will eventually run into a brick wall, and that could just be, you know, TSM being too split pushy.
But they haven't lost with Inch yet. With Celery Inch, they have not lost. So this could be the first time. We're going to throw it over to our casters, Suns fan and Syndra, and we'll see you guys later.
Thank you very much, Pyrian. Sins fan here.
With Sundarin.
Which one do you like more, actually? Sundarin does sound cool, but then it reminds me of Terrorblade, who I just never want to watch again.
And that reminds you of EG.
Yes, which makes me even more depressed, I guess. As we are in the game now, as this is For not all the Marble Center, this is the face-off against Tundra in the upper bracket finals of the Stockholm Major. TSM versus Gaming Gladiators, a clash of NA and EU. Good, clean stuff. That is not OG's logo at the top right. It is, in fact, Gaming Gladiators, Cinderin.
It is. Can you believe that this was a last pick Pugna?
No, that's pretty insane.
Look how things have changed from 30 minutes ago. It's quite incredible. Yeah, this is going to be a very spicy game. I feel like looking at the lineups, to me, this is an incredible Phoenix game. It was picked very early for Moonmeander. He could definitely pop off in this game. Gaming Gladiators, however, like the panel pointed out, haven't lost a single game with their Enchantress. They're going to play super fast and aggressive. Ench Timber here. Yesterday was Ench Beastmaster. Really looking for them to try to take control early, because if this game slows down, I'm definitely favoring TSM later on here.
Do you agree with the fact, I mean, the panel brought up the lack of egg hitters, which, I mean, if anybody watched that previous series, we saw a lot of Phoenix and a lot of refreshers, especially in game number 1, where to the point where it felt like Thunder Awaken were just forced to let the egg go off, run away, and try to re-engage, which they actually did a really good job of, but it's still not straightforward Dota at all.
Hang on, we're going to watch this rune fight first. Is that trade-off? It's a 3-for-1 for Gaming Gladiators, so off to a good start. Yeah, I think it's just going to be tricky for Gaming Gladiators. Like, if you get a good arena egg, I don't think you can really get out of there with these heroes without BKBs. So I think more than anything, you're really trying to avoid getting into these straight-on fights where the enemy team gets to truly set up, and you want something more scrappy. And more than anything, you want to play on early dominance, right? Which has really been the name of the game for this team. If they do manage to pull off one of their incredible early laning stages, first 10, 15 minutes, it might not even matter what lineup the enemy team has almost, right? If you just get that big of an advantage, you start controlling the enemy jungle, you can just beat them with items. Or with kindness if you want to.
That doesn't usually work out too well, which I think you can attest to with your pro Dota career. You're too nice, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Except to me for some reason. It's kind of a weird dynamic we have. But again,
it's all the pent-up anger I've had from all those years. Now I finally get to release it.
Damn, Kabop throwing it. Oh. We're not going to bring that one up. That was
that is basically the Voldemort of Dota for me. That is the name that should not be named.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Ace,
okay.
So how is this for a Timbersaw game? Because we've seen a lot of games where, you know, they end up taking over the lane once they get level 3. Eventually, everybody has to get out and just leave him to his own devices. Is it anything like that?
Oh, hang on, Moonmeander. Okay, he's fine. I just saw the health drop rapidly, but he's okay. I think Celery has the luxury here with this lane matchup for Timber. I think level 3 you can do whatever you want as Ench, which is, you know, the usual way they run this is that they pick it together with an ace hero that is at least largely independent after a little early game. Help. So I think Celery will probably be focusing on helping Boom kill Bryle mid and maybe put some pressure on that tower around the 5-minute catapult timing. That is definitely one option. The other one is if he finds a good creep down here and Ace skills aggressively, like maybe we look at some 1-1-1 build or 0-2-1 or something to that effect. Maybe they can try to also pressure the Nature's Prophet. They are playing without stuns, though, in that lane, right? So Nature's Prophet is one of the... Well, he's actually the only hero in Dota this early that doesn't mind TPing to base. So...
True.
It's not that big of a deal if you get bullied that far out.
Kunkka X, Cinderin.
That is true, but then you need the levels for it first, right?
True.
Like, safe lane Kunkka will generally not have that minute or level 3, so...
Well, speaking of mid, it is Bryle on the Kunkka versus Boom's Tiny. You talked about how you thought Enchantress would end up trying to gank in the mid lane. As we can see, Moonmeander taking heavy damage again. We've seen this a time or two already in this game, but he has yet to die, yet to have first blood in general. But what are your thoughts on just Kunkka v Tiny as a general matchup?
I think it's overall a pretty even lane. I think Tiny will have a deny advantage because of the tree, but Kunkka will also... Every cleave with Tidebringer, he will be able to get guaranteed ranged CS at the very least. And maybe over time forcing a little bit more region to be bought by the Tiny as well with that constant harass versus Tiny's more... He's a bit more limited because he uses a lot of his harassment tool to get CS, right? Is the tree that he has to use those hits for the last hit. Oh, Durasho again. This top lane, I mean, TSM FTX are definitely getting pressured. They're constantly floating low health. They're out of region. Whereas Tofu's still sitting on both his salve and 3 tangos, so they have way more to give up here.
No, well, Dyrachyo, in terms of just last hits alone, 18-0, and you can see Saber Lights Mars not too far behind, 15-1. So
Celery! Oh, Fairy Fire.
Fairy Fire will keep them alive, so yet to be first blood still. And remember, these teams, neither of them have been on LAN other than TSM under the Undying banner at TI, right?
Did they not play in Dubai?
Oh, that's true, actually. I did forget about that.
I think they did play in Dubai. Oh, Celery, he's going to Fairy again here.
Yep, double Fairy. Nicely done. Keeps them alive. Yet to be first blood, Cinder. I keep saying it. It's just shocking considering how active every team has been, it feels like, at this tournament. And Ace now is being left to his own devices to some degree. If he can get a little bit more XP, he'll get to level 4, but already has those 2 in reactive armor, so already a very tough kill.
He can't die in this lane. It's just not possible. I think what you're doing here as Nature's Prophet Pugna is you're trying to deny everything you can, get the wave back, and let Tomato farm. Dubu also... See, this is what's tricky about this situation is that you kind of want to give Nature's Prophet levels, but I think if Dubu leaves, Tomato's actually going to get bullied pre-6 by Timber. He can literally just run at him and attack him, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's just nothing you can do as Nature's Prophet here.
Yep, Celery showing off the tomato in the mid lane to try to pressure Bryle a little bit. I mean, in the mid lane, you can see 29-4.
Oh, they brought Tofu as well. Here's your first blood, Shannon.
Tofu, first blood. Will it happen? Inkswell does connect, and finally, whoa! Okay, so Bryle ends up getting the first blood onto Celery, and then dies shortly after. So a little bit of a turnaround than we were expecting. And boom! Ends up dying mid-TP. That hurts big time. We'll have to walk back after the long respawn as well.
The first blood we all expected there. Enchantress dies before the Kunkka.
Yeah, that was... we saw a lot of damage applied to the Kunkka, and he just lived on 100 HP for so long.
That was a great rotation in there from TSM, bringing both the Pugna and the Phoenix. The Fire Spirits really delayed that kill, and they find the kill first, and then they get the bonus one onto Boom, which is... That's the one that really stings there. Losing the Ench first blood is one thing, but Tiny dying after TPing puts him at a massive experience disadvantage here in the mid lane, and they don't get to do any power play with the siege creep. This is when Ench wants to get something done. So already one of the things that Gaming Gladiators tend to play on quite a lot.
Dyrachyo, there's the gank. Tomato at full HP after TPing back from that bot lane. That's going to lead to a kill for Moon Meander. And Tomato, I mean, he's not going to have a TP to go back to that bot lane, so maybe they just push this tower relatively early on. Of course, as we say that Ace left alone, which we've seen this time and time again. Level 5, I mean, once he hits level 6, you can't lane against him anyway. So...
This is a really good Timbersaw game. Like, it's concerning for a Timbersaw to have this good of a start in this good of a game. I just think from a draft perspective, TSM have no solutions to prevent this from happening.
Well, nice spear. Gonna avoid the initiation in its entirety. And you can see Tomato starting to farm up the triangle a little bit.
This is the siege creep that is alive, though, bottom. So they don't get their mid move, but Ace... He's a level 6 Timber with a siege creep, and he will keep that alive forever unless they rotate on him with 3 heroes.
Yep, aggro's the tower. Very, very tanky. Still looking for Dubu. He knows he was in the general area, and there's the ward. So that, you would assume, means TSM will attempt to defend this at some point.
I don't think they can. And even if they do, is it worth it? Let's say they rotate down 3 or 4 heroes here. They might not even kill Ace. And the tower would already have taken 80% of its health and damage. So
yeah, instead, TSM is going to smoke with Bryle and Moon Meander. And there's Dyrachyo, who gets X right before the leap goes off. A little bit of missed time, though.
Very, very good Boundless. That was a level 1 Boundless Strike.
Yep.
Combo breaking the X Torrent. That was very nice from Dyrachyo. Getting out of trouble.
And that was almost certainly a kill. As now Tofu joining the party here. Boom. Gonna find Tomato. I mean, ever since they changed this avalanche to stun perpetually, Cinderin, like no... I mean, what would you even call that? They are mini stuns technically, but they overlap completely, right?
It is actually just an AoE stun, right? It's an AoE stun that deals damage over time. Is effectively what it is.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy in some situations, I would say. I feel like it was a bit of Tiny's identity that it had that gap. Right, that was what made that stun special.
Yeah, that is true. Bryle, boat's coming. It's gonna connect. Do they have enough damage? Indeed they do. Took 3 of them.
Skewered Deer. That's delicacy in some countries.
Yeah, I love reindeer.
You
and
definitely
deer,
do.
And elk. I don't know about enchantress though. That's, I mean, half human. That sounds like cannibalism.
Just eat the right parts.
Okay. Dubu smokes up with Saberlight.
That's good advice in general.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
I can attest to that as well. I don't think we've seen an arena yet. Saberlight, actually they break the smoke in part just to get this stack off, and they do so successfully, but Saberlight's more important one to have the smoke applied. Ace, he's in the top lane now, and there we go. Tries the Timber Chain out, but the arena is in place, and they're going to combo it nicely with that Stun Ray, but Ace, oh, a nice rebuke to cancel the Timber Chain. I think he might have gotten out if that didn't connect. So good synergy there from TSM.
So correct me if I'm wrong, I think you can Timber Chain out of arena, but I think it depends on the angle or the timing. Like there's a reason Ace tried that.
I couldn't tell. You're the Mars player.
Yeah,
you tell me.
It's
the
a little
verticality
bit,
of this is weird.
I feel like there are moments you could do this. Maybe it's because he's so close to the shields, so he needs to do it from further out, so he gets a bit more momentum. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like, but the move speed is constant, right? So it also doesn't really make sense. I don't know.
Either way,
it's one of those things. Just Dota, you know.
That didn't get him killed. The rebuke was the beauty. But yeah, now that Ace has secured that bottom lane tier 1, he's just going to sit here and prevent any damage to come on the tier 1 top instead, as Tomato starting to farm away. Has Maelstrom coming in about 600 gold. And in terms of pacing, like what are each team's objectives here, Sinner? Like, is there a timing? Obviously, BKBs are a thing every game. So
yeah.
Maybe don't mention BKBs if you can. That's a little extra challenge for you.
Okay, I think Gaming Gladiators should probably try to just farm up, get their BKBs, and then, oh, hang on, mid, boom.
Yeah, there's the X. Dubu, nice avalanche, but that's not going to be enough. Gets brought back into the Torrent and boat, and Tomato TP's in to help push this tier 1 tower for TSM.
Very nice timing. They have the mid-siege creep, so wonderful. Okay, in all seriousness though, this is where it's at. It's the mid lane. You want to get this tower for either team. Enchantress would have liked to do this with the siege creep push, and her creep, you can see she's starting on it now with the wonderful, ever so beloved Dark Troll Summoner here.
Oh yeah,
starting to do
backdooring
this.
action, nice.
Effectively attacking the tower with 2 siege creeps.
Oh, we have an arena at the same time though. They're gonna pin the Enchantress, and down she goes. But the damage is still being done by the Troll Summoner.
Actually,
basically
almost got the tower.
It's equating to 4 of their heroes killing off that tier 1 mid center. That is quite the mighty neutral creep, I have to say.
That was.
It does live though.
That's a good attempt there from Celery, almost getting it and forcing that rotation. But the mid tower falls. It does get denied, however, because they had to rotate heroes down to defend their own. That deny will go to Tofu. And you would imagine this mid tower, it's still, you're just gonna let Inch do it alone, I think. She's gonna wait until she finds another good creep for it, and then she's gonna take care of that. Don't need to waste any of the time of the other heroes. Just keep farming up, get to some key items,
So
such as.
out of curiosity, why not deny the tower mid? If you know that's gonna happen, it's gonna be really hard to defend anyway.
Brile, wait.
Now we're gonna see Avalanche in the top river area with the Inkswell connecting, but there's a heals from Dubu, and Brile very, very healthy. You can see TP support from Tomato, Torrent, Sprout blocks off Tofu. Nice turnaround from TSM, and they're gonna find some creeps in the enemy jungle. So Bra's gonna clean these up nicely.
Yeah, don't see that every day, finding creeps in the jungle. That is quite surprising here. You could tell Brile was shocked,
you know,
that there were creeps there.
Depending on, I mean, it was one stack.
Oh, he found a stack.
One of them was stacked.
You got to be more specific then.
I mean, sometimes you're going to get there after the camps have been killed, depending on, I mean, if it's like a Medusa or something, you never know.
That's true. I like that I made you explain that. Well, Celery's trying. They're going to decrypt the creep here.
Oh, my.
To answer your question about denying this mid tower, I'm kind of with you. I think against Ench, like specifically Ench, you might as well do this, right? If it was any other hero, you might want to keep it up as like a bait. But Ench can do this with so little risk and for so little gain if the enemy kills her. That's not even really worth worrying about, I think, as a connection point. They do connect here on Saberlight with 3 of them.
Okay.
A true killer combo, Tiny plus Grimstroke. You add the burst of Timber in there and almost any hero will die 13 minutes in.
Indeed. Boom has the Blink Dagger on his Tiny. As Celery gonna take some damage from Moon Meander. Do they have any stuns? Nobody else is nearby. Oh, the X just in time. just in range for Bryle. Nicely done.
Oh, they're grilling that deer, huh?
It does take 4. Grilling a deer, barbecuing, however you like it. Saute, perhaps, Cinderin. Celery buying a lot of time, though. I mean, he's going to die eventually, but again, a decent amount of resources and time invested from TSM
to
kill that deer. But you're making me really hungry. It's gracious.
That was quite the space. You feel good about dying there, as Eng.
Yeah.
I did more than what I set out to do with that move.
Indeed. You can see how the stack camps here. Doraccio getting close to finishing his Battle Fury, which this game especially going to be extremely good, not only for ramping up his farm. Yep, Tomato is dead. So Boom, now that Blink Dagger is online, it's going to continue to just try to snipe out TSM members left and right. X marks onto Boom, though, that tries to disrupt the combo, but it's not going to happen. So it ends up being a trade, 1 for 2, essentially. Position 1, that is, for position 2.
It's still interesting to see how these things play out, right? The TSM are ahead 10-3, but it feels like they're under pressure somehow. Like Gaming Gladiators are just running at them with this Eng. They're running at them with this 2-man gank squad with the smoke. And we'll find Eng again. Despite being down this many kills, the net worth is still looking very healthy because guess who is totally uninvolved? Doraccio on Monkey King. Complete free farm.
Yeah.
Whereas the enemy carry in Tomato on the Nature's Prophet has died once. He's been involved in some of the moves.
This is a nice juicy stack for Doraccio as well. Just waiting to take that thanks to that Battle Fury. And yeah, he is going to be top net worth after this. As you can see the comparison between Tomato and Doraccio. Nature's Prophet, of course. Hey, talk to me about this position 1 Nature's Prophet this game. What was the goal exactly? Because it's not exactly the most common pick.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as well. I don't know exactly why they value it this highly. I have to owe you an answer, honestly, because to me this isn't like a straightforward Nature's Prophet game. It might be something to do with overall pacing of what they're trying to do with their lineup with Pugna, as well as this. They just have really strong early team fight with Mars, Kunkka, as well as Pugna, so maybe they just want to play fast and put pressure and not let Gaming Gladiators control the early flow. I think it's a team-specific prep because Gaming Gladiators have won so many of their games early, right? So maybe they're like, we want to double down on having more involvement.
Oh, Celery. If he tanks this gank again, he is going to feel so good about this. But instead, it's Doraccio they find. Spear into the trees, boat incoming. He's going to have to left. That's not English. He is going to have to be left to die, Cinderin. Unfortunately, Celery just slightly out of range to tank the gank himself.
He do be very left there.
I would say it's early in the morning, but
it just really isn't, though.
I got 12 hours of sleep. It's just, maybe it's too much.
Oh, Celery. Seen this movie before.
Yep. All right, so he tanks the gank eventually, Cinderin. It's just a little bit later than anticipated. So 2 dead. TSM, like you said, the score 13-3. If you just look at that alone, it looks like they're stomping, but net worth-wise, slightly to the advantage of Gaming Gladiators. And you can see why on the net worth on the left side. It's really the Timber and the Monkey King kind of separating from the pack.
Well, despite his 6 deaths on Eng, Celery still has a Glimmer Cape completed, so he's actually fairly tanky now. With Glimmer plus the Fluffy Hat, he'll be a lot harder for them to take down, and again, it might just be a waste of time almost. Whereas in the meantime, Ace, I actually really like this from TSM that they've just left him alone. Like, I think the cost benefit of trying to go for this guy just doesn't favor you right now. Like, you just got to do something else on the map and accept this will be a big Timber and then try to solve him later. You're getting the Vessel on Moon Meander now, which is a big help in that kill.
Yep.
And he found Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, that's always nice.
So he's going to get very rich on the Firebird.
Should mention, Tomato turned his Maelstrom into a Gleipnir immediately. Typically, you see that kind of wait action, but I mean, it is against the Timbersaw, but he does have Yules to take off the root, so it'll be interesting to see how that's used.
I have a question for you where I could use your expertise here.
Yes, Mike.
What do you think Phoenix tastes like?
Bird? Chicken, I
really?
guess. Yeah, just bird. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Except
Boom.
the question is, they do come back to life, the Phoenixes, so if you consume it, does it come back to life inside of you? If so, that sounds very painful indeed. Gaming Gladiators.
Oh my god. It's like Alien.
Yeah, it turns into Alien. I'm surprised you've seen that movie.
I haven't, but I know the reference.
Oh, of course.
I don't watch movies, Shannon. Don't kid yourself.
I know. All right, Bryle.
Oh my god, that's such a terrifying thought. Imagine you eat chicken. And it just Suddenly they're...
You can hear, okay,
whatever.
Saberlight finds the Grim inside the arena. So Tofu, man, a lot of food references. Celery, tofu.
Yep.
Birds, Bambi. Good stuff. So still very even game in terms of net worth. Can you explain why? Like,
It's raw CS on the side of Gaming Gladiators. It's the Monkey King and Timber just finding so much farm because of the space. And a lot of the kills on Enchantress are relatively low value, right?
I mean,
Her
how many
net worth
deaths does
isn't
she
that
have?
high.
She
6.
has...
So it's about half of the team's deaths are on Celery right now.
Yeah.
And I would say for the most part, maybe all of them but one are actually good. Like, it's not bad deaths. This guy is very good at the game, and he will, a lot of the times, put himself in positions where he will either get key information or waste so much of the enemy team's time that his other heroes are thriving for it.
Yeah, Bryle. All right, this will be a very value kill. Dyrachyo actually gets off the pound. Oh my God, is he going to get out of
He
this?
is fine.
Unreal. Thought for sure he was going to die there, but...
What a gamer.
Indeed. Good, clean stuff for him. Make sure to follow him on Instagram. That was worth it right there. That beautiful tree dance. And in terms of the old Roshan watch, Cinderin, which team would you say has the advantage in taking that bad boy?
Probably Radiant. I think it's actually kind of close. Both teams are
Neither
unusually
are-
bad at killing Roche.
Yeah.
Like, most of the lineups we've seen at this major have had at least one hero that does a good job at that. So it might be quite a while before we see that happening. Ace.
Saberlight.
Oh, look at that. There's a little tunnel.
Yeah.
It's the one spot he could spare him where he didn't get stunned.
Yeah, that's actually quite unfortunate.
I don't think it would have mattered, though.
Probably
Ace is huge. He has Hood, Kai Assange, and the Ewell. Like,
and Essence Ring. Holy G.
And Essence
so
Ring.
tanky. And that Bracer in 5 minutes is going to double stats.
I mean, as much as you're making this sound like hyperbole, this is probably the best hero in the game with Essence Ring in terms of EHP, right? The health does so much for Timber because he converts it into way more EHP than others since he has so much armor.
Yeah, not
So
Stellary.
it is very good. Oh, look at
Ganked
that.
again. And he is going to die for the 7th time, but like you said, not really worth that much. But they might be able to get this tier 1 finally. It took them 21 minutes with a Nature's Prophet to start pushing this tier 1.
Yeah.
Don't see that every day.
That is very unusual indeed. It's just Gaming Gladiators are pressuring so hard around the map, right? They parked Timbersaw top for 10 minutes almost.
Yeah.
And that's just meant that this tower was impossible for TSM to open up.
And they're still not really going to commit to this top tower. They have a lot of creeps and a siege, but we'll see if Gaming Gladiators TP to try to defend.
As Greater Treant in play, it's going to fall really fast.
Yeah.
This is essentially Nature's Prophet's version of Dark Troll Summoner.
Well, Celery is going to defend.
Oh my God, the one he takes hits for 158.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, looks like the tower will eventually go down as we have a smoke now from TSM while this is happening. Okay, Spear does connect on Dyrachyo. Can he get out a second time? Negative. Tomato with the Gleipnir. BKB was picked up, I believe, right before he died, so it doesn't lose much gold, if any. But still, very important kill for TSM. Who are down in net worth despite being up 16-3.
I wonder if you pause the game right now and ask the teams what they thought the game state was.
I was going to ask you the same question. Do you think they know?
How good their read would be.
Yeah.
I feel like they would be pretty close. I think the feeling in Gaming Gladiators camp is that because Ace is this farmed and they got the BKB Battle Fury minute 22 on Monkey King as well, they probably feel like, okay, we're not far off. I'm sure they would have liked to have more kills in this early stage, but it's one of those things that's really interesting to think about, right? Like what their mentality is. If they're like, okay, we're kind of far behind, we need to play in a specific way, when it's not really the case.
Yeah. Tomato will take the Aegis, as you saw the BKB on the Monkey King 2.5 minutes earlier than average. So
yeah,
just showing how well he has farmed this game. And having said that,
he's also bypassed something, right? He didn't go Orb of Corrosion, which I think most carry monkeys do.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Only has the casual Orb of Venom.
All right, Avatos, but there's the X to bring him back. So it looks like Dyrachyo will be going for the Aghanim Scepter next for that Monkey King. Timber saw the BKB coming next, and Boom has the Echo Saber and going for his BKB. So obviously, we see this from competitive games across the board, trying to line up the BKBs together so that they have a huge power spike to try and create a lot of space between them and the enemies. As we have a smoke now.
Oh, Tomato, he has Aegis.
Yep,
He could die
Tomato,
twice.
Avatos with the Inkswell. That's the first life. TPs are coming. Saberlight gets off the arena, but not a good spear this time. Boundless Strike and the Soulbind onto 2. Looks like Tomato's going to get bursted down eventually, trying to run away, but they get Saberlight first. There's the heals from Dubu. Nicely done, but Tomato's just stuck inside his own Sprout. Do they have the damage to go through? Finally, the Chakram comes in, but Tomato looks like he'll live. Bryle pops the BKB. Not enough to get the kill onto Tofu with that Nature's Prophet ult. Dyrachyo stuck inside the Sprout. Looks like he's going to have to try to just fight his way out of this. Not going to happen, though. 2 for 2, so they do end up losing Tomato in the end.
A bit of a mistake there from Tomato. He actually got in range of Monkey King while he was sprouted. So at the very least for Gaming Gladiators there, they get that trade-off. That was such an insane defense from TSM. Ghost Ship, Pugna Heal, and Sunray, all of them on the Nature's Prophet. He felt invincible. You're going to see a replay of it here. I thought this was going to be a pretty quick second kill, right? The arena is obviously also offering some really good coverage here, but look at Tomato. He's down to 25%. Cape's getting healed there. And Timbersaw actually has to Yule himself. He's dying to the Nether Ward and dealing way less damage because of it.
Yeah.
So all of that damage mitigation.
Literally TP'd in the middle of that, but he ends up dying anyway.
Yeah, so we're going to see him come back here now with the teleport, and that's next to Monkey King here with half health.
Yeah.
And Tomato actually just gets killed here by Dyrachyo. So
wow.
Bit of a slip up there, but still overall very good there for TSM considering how they got jumped on their Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, they get so much value out of this Nether Ward. This again, keep in mind this was last pick Pugna. Having that spell damage reduction against Timbersaw and Tiny and Grimstroke is no joke. It makes a huge difference for how tanky their heroes are.
TSM no longer with the Aegis. Bryle has the AC BKB. And the rest of TSM trying to push this tier 2 tower top, as you can see the BKB now online. If it was hard enough already to kill Ace, I think you just ignore him if you can. I mean, Timbersaw, one of those heroes that can absolutely decimate you if you ignore him as well. It just feels like
yeah, with the BKB he's invincible right now. Like he's mainly dying to Pugna in fights, I think. So now that BKB is up, no problem.
Ace still top net worth in the game, has taken over the game. I mean, this is the reason that they're in the game to begin with. Highest amount of last hits at 25 minutes on any hero this major. Wow, 337.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of help from playing against Nature's Prophet, of course. Wonder if we can get a stat on that, how much of his CS is actually trans, but regardless, very impressive. Has been given a lot of freedom here.
We'll be going for Shiva's next, and be really interested to see what he does after that. I mean, you can turn the Arcane Boots into Lotus or something. Here we go. Okay, that does not...
7% other. I think those are trans, right?
Oh, other is Nature's Prophet. Okay, so not much.
Well, 7% of 300 CS, what's that? That's 21.
He's gotten 45. Okay, that's just for the team.
Okay, so I was wrong.
Oh, there
well,
we
I
go.
was not wrong about the math.
17, Cinder.
Oh, it was... Okay.
Man, production all over this. Beautiful.
Actually,
beautiful.
Only 17 trans killed, huh? That makes the
less than
CS thing all the more impressive, honestly.
For sure.
That's really good. So 340 regular creeps, minute 26.
And they have a 2K advantage on just the bounty room. That's actually insane for a team that is down 19-5.
Yeah.
How does that happen, actually? That's ridiculous. And you have a Nature's Prophet on the other side. Okay, Torrent. Gonna stop the channeling of Ace, who does not seem too happy about this. Timber Chain will miss.
This is not gonna go well for TSM.
They are just aborting, I think.
Yeah.
But the rest of Gaming Gladiators have come to play. Monkey King jumps and gets the BKB off with that Wukong's command. The leash onto 2 as well, but they're gonna run out of the Wukong's command together. Dubu looks like he's gonna fall eventually, but he's staying alive thanks to that Decrepify. Man, it's taking them so long to kill Dubu. He's just healing up through all of this as well.
Really?
Is he actually staying alive? Finally dies, but look what's been done. Ace extremely low on HP, needs help from the rest of his teammates. The Tomato's gonna BKB TP out. Celery in the meantime gets speared away. Glimmer Caves to safety. Looks like he's actually gonna survive for once in this game. Moon Meander gets off the dive. Now using those spears from afar as Boom gets off. He's trying to get away here, but you can see just ticking away thanks to Moon Meander living through this engagement. Ace getting healed by Celery. Can they actually get this kill? Essence Ring keeps them alive. But Saberlight goes in for the rebuke. Not enough damage to finish anybody off. In fact, it's just going to be turned around. So a little bit too cocky from Saberlight.
Drops the my bad there. Got a little bit too into it, but My God, Dubu carried that fight so hard.
That was insane.
So he gets jumped by Monkey King Tiny in the backline, insta-glimmers, survives the first burst, decreps and starts draining, gets to like 5%, and then decreps and starts draining again. He was effectively, as this position 5 Pugna, he was kiting 2 cores for 20 seconds. You're going to see the replay here. So he glimmers there during the ghost ship. They now start going on him. Decrep runs in the corner, starts draining Monkey King.
Oh my.
And just as he gets low again, his Decrep comes on cooldown here.
Yeah.
So again, the ghost ship just playing a huge role. This took them forever, and they needed that time
very awkward
to connect with Ace and find the kills on the cores instead. But Dubu bought them so much time for his teammates to win that fight.
Well, Aghanim Scepter now officially online for Dyrachyo, so he'll get the little... What do they actually call them? The soldiers? I guess that's what they're called. They need a better name than that.
The Cabal.
Okay. That's not bad, actually.
What are they called?
Does not work on Roche anymore.
Yeah, you do call them soldiers.
Yeah, just soldiers. Saberlight, BKB, Mars Arena going for the supports. Looks like Tofu's dead, but a nice toss out to save Celery. BKB popped by Boom, so he has to be careful going back in. Ace, yeah, they're not going to go on him. So ends up only being a support loss for Game and Gladiators. And we'll see what the item progressions for both respective teams end up being here. So Shadowblade is there for Bryle. I assume a Silver Edge to follow.
Yep,
and
it's been queued up.
Nature's Prophet, also Shadowblade. Interesting. Obviously has the BKB. And going Scotty next, it looks like.
Yeah, I wonder why Tomato has this. Does he also have silver? Okay,
Yeah,
he
he
does
does.
silver that way. Okay, that checks out. So, 2 heroes that can break the inch, and can also break Timber early in the fight before he starts getting the reactive armor stacks. It's decent. Timber obviously has the BKB, so you gotta do it during stuns. And it also gives TSM some flexibility with how they move around the map and try to fight pickoffs, right? Their lineup does have some pretty good ganking potential. If Kunkka ever finds somebody with his Shadowblade, they can TP in the Nature's Prophet, vice versa perhaps.
Oh, Dyrachyo has to pop his BKB, and will TP out to safety. No way to cancel. Oh, wait, he has the Sprout talent! Wukong's command comes out! Okay, but Saberlight's actually dying within it. All right, I thought they were going to turn that around, but Dyrachyo did it himself, and will he avoid Bryle? And it looks like he will. Unreal! I thought they had him with the Sprout talent. That's insane.
Tomato definitely reading the changelog there on that Sprout, but Saberlight did not read his power level in this situation. So nice Sprout there. 0.5 seconds left on the TP. Saberlight's like, oh, well, what can I do? Drops the ult. It's awkward being Mars here. You can't really get out.
Not only Wukong's command, but the Aghanim Scepter soldiers as well. That is a lot of damage for anybody standing in there. So really, they just they trade the Mars for a BKB on Monkey King is really what happened.
Your admiral is on board.
But yeah, that 20 talent is absolutely absurd. I thought it was a bug, but it wasn't fixed, so I guess this is intended that it goes through BKB. I just find that very strange. But Nature's Prophet now has a way to cancel TPs, so of course also has the Gleipnir.
Yeah, so we were talking about this earlier. I think this is the only leash that pierces BKB together with Puck Coil, right? When you're 25.
For just talents, as we're going to see Boom, get the Avatos, Brawl Pops, BKB, Saber with a nice counter initiation, gets the arena off, and again, Tofu is his main target. So they'll find him quite easily. Gleipnir allowing TSM to somewhat reset, but the Boundless Strike from Dyrachyo connects onto Tomato.
Instant decrep.
Yeah, they're going to jump. Can they actually get this kill? He's going to have to pop his BKB. Looks like he'll be fine, but in the meantime, so much damage to Ace. Pops that Essence Ring, looks like he's fine. Dyrachyo, Wukong's command, but nobody's standing inside of it. And Tomato getting healed thanks to Moon Meander's egg with that shard applied. So I believe Game and Gladiators, I would assume, try to reset here. Although, Tiny is one of those in and out heroes that wants to go back in with once that Avatos is online again. And now TSM, they want to fight. They have smoked up. There's the Spirit, connects onto Tiny. Saber with a nice rebuke on the several heroes. Dyrachyo gets off the Boundless Strike, though. Avatos onto the Decrep target, so Saberlight taking a ton of damage, and Ace finishes him off easily. They find another kill onto Dubu in the meantime, so numbers advantage for Game and Gladiators. Tomato, there's the leash with the Sprout. Attempting to get out, but his BKB is down. They're going to buy back, but it's not going to be enough to save Tomato. But look at the damage coming out from Moon Meander.
Dubu saving again.
Saving again. Tomato's still alive for now. but eventually goes down, but it's going to cost them the Monkey King and probably Ace as well. Gets X back into the Torrent, so nice buybacks from TSM as they finally get the kill onto the Monkey King.
Damn, Dubu is on fire this game. So clutch again. Sure, this time Tomato does die, but look at how much it forces. He gets the Decrepify on like 5% health again, so they cut down all the trees so the leash doesn't matter. They get over here. Dubu buys back.
Oh, the Torrent is what bought them time for the Decrep
so
to go
Torrent
off.
first,
Wow.
Decrep heal. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't even Dubu right away. Actually, that Torrent from Bryle was instrumental in that working out. So close.
All right, Arena. All right, Saberlight. All right, Balance Strike's going to be dodged thanks to that BKB, but the toss is there to take out Moon Meander eventually.
This is bad
Bryle
for TSM.
getting chased. Yeah, they had a good fight there recently, but they're going to lose the Pug now. That's going to be essentially a dieback now as Bryle attempting to TP out. Looks like he'll be successful, but Roche is up, and this should be a freebie for Gaming Gladiators despite not even having Timbersaw.
Yeah, that is just really bad news for them. It was looking good for TSM, and now overextended a little bit there, got counterplayed. Gonna cost them the Roche Durashio level 25 now on Monkey King.
Oh my.
The highest level in the enemy team is Bryle, actually at 24. I'm surprised he's that high level, given the circumstances, but yeah, that's a big talent. Obviously, you get that big ring as Monkey King.
The shard, I would assume, goes to Tofu. We'll see.
That sounds very good.
We were just talking about Dirachi, or not Dirachi, but Monkey King shard being kind of cool.
It goes to Grim. Yeah.
Yeah, but Grimm's is possibly top 5 shard in the entire game without even thinking about it, Cinderin.
It gives a lot of luxury to the Monkey King. You can just precast the Inkswell on him and he can go in and delay his own BKB usage. Or obviously if you do get caught, you get that pseudo save together with the Glimmer Cape that you have on your Enchantress to reset the fight. And your Force Staff, of course, on Grimstroke too. So they do have all the key pieces in order to kite out. Top lane Saberlight. He ran straight into him.
With the BKB again. Boom gets the Avatos trying to kill off Saberlight. They'll do so despite being the BKB target. And now the egg comes out. The boat will connect. But the egg ends up getting destroyed eventually. Now Bryle left alone. Pops that BKB. TP's out. We'll be fine. In the meantime, running around in circles is Tomato. Or, sorry, Ace. A lot of BKB TPs today, I feel like.
Ace now
especially
also
in the
25.
previous series.
So huge chasing potential now on him. He's got the Timber Chain talent. Makes him arguably the most mobile hero in the game aside from Nature's Prophet 25. With no cooldown teleport. Storm isn't very mobile. Or Ember with Axe, if you will. So yeah, maybe he can get 3rd place or 4th.
Why don't you just say
good.
top 10 and then you'll be right most of the time.
That's a good point.
Top 25 probably.
Yes.
All right, nice attempt from Boom to get a toss off. He does so successfully. And looks like Pugna's going to drop. And look at no buybacks for TSM, and you have a Tiny on the opposing side. So this is going to be a lot of building damage. They can get 2 sets of... Actually, no, the tier 2 is still up in the bot and top lane, but 2 siege units are here in the bottom lane. So we'll see if he can tank it up. And yeah, they're going to turn this into a potential second rack. So you can see Moon Meander giving his team a little bit of a speech.
Never ever.
Never ever.
Gonna lose this game. Well, it seems likely that it's gonna happen soon, but...
Yeah, Boom. Gets off the Avalanche toss. Moon Meander.
Boy.
No speech is going to save you from this. He goes down to the Impetus. No buyback still available. Aegis still online for Durachio. So 2 sets of racks at minimum.
Yeah. Boom rocking the Titan Sliver. We didn't really talk about that, but obviously S tier neutral item on Tiny. You get 20% base attack damage. His current base damage is 350. So that's an extra 70 damage you just get for no...
350? Yeah, I would
at
say,
no cost.
I would say
70
Titan,
damage there.
Titan Sliver's probably a top 5 neutral item on Tiny. No doubt.
Yeah, probably. I think you're right there. Top 25.
If you include the tier 5 items, that is.
Yeah, probably. It is very, very good on that hero. 2 lanes.
Indeed. So Gaming Gladiators, despite being down in the kill department for the entire game, are now up 12K with showing great resilience. And we'll see if they're able to use this Aegis. Another 2 minutes to go, so a lot of time. And they're going to Shadow Blade into the enemy base. Just looking for a quick pickoff. Not going to find it, though. And the slow push in the top lane continues to try to get that tier 2 tower. Tomato, you can see in the enemy jungle. He will find creeps there because that is a jungle. We've established that already. I would assume he's just going to go cut some creeps, but maybe not choosing to do that yet. Wind Waker, who had that? Is that the Timber? Oh my goodness. That is a great save for your allies.
Yeah, can get out of Arena with this.
Indeed.
And out of Sprout Leash, I would imagine.
Who knows?
I'm sure.
Who knows how that works?
Durasha got spotted.
All right, this will be a very big kill. Of course, he still has the Aegis, so expect Gaming Gladiators to try to initiate after this arena goes away. BKB popped by Duraccio, trying to reset, but he's getting bursted down. Look at all this damage coming out. Double kill for Tomato, and Gaming Gladiators on the run, so successful defense. Soulbind is there to slow them down a bit. They lose one more. Looks like Ace will live, though.
Awesome supernova there from Moonmeander. I think a lot of players would not have thought about doing that exactly there. It's very smart foresight. Obviously, when Monkey respawns there, he's going to have to BKB and pop the ult. And Moonmeander timed the supernova, so the stun that pierces BKB went off during the animation. So he doesn't get the ult off. You're going to see the replay here, so really nicely done there from Moon. See him start channeling it now.
Yeah.
And as Monkey comes up now, pops BKB and starts using the ult. He will take that supernova stun here, so begins the animation. There's the stun.
That's nice.
Takes him out.
Very smart
wonderful
play from Moonmeander. Boom, we saw him blow up the Pugna. Now he's getting chased. And the egg again. Moonmeander, that's a gem dropping in the deck as well. Along with a couple bounty runes to boot. Do they see the gem? Looks like they will now. So a little bit of net worth going the way of TSM as a result.
Well,
Ace.
good luck catching Ace, though.
Yeah, Timber Chain globally. Looks like he should be fine.
Might as well be.
But TSM, I mean, there's no buybacks on Gaming Gladiators, Cinder, and I feel like TSM can take some buildings right now.
This was a pretty major blunder from Duraccio jumping into those trees and getting punished that hard. If they had played this as a normal siege, he just runs up to the tower, starts hitting it. They would have been just fine, but got a little bit too funky there. And now, honestly, their entire lead is gone. This is anyone's game again.
Yeah.
They were in a dominant position.
So that's going to be mid-racks. They can go for top as well, seeing that there's no buybacks. And Saber, like, it's a nice arena onto the both remaining members of Gaming Gladiators. Tofu's dead again. You can see the buyback comes out, though. But with that buyback, this should indicate to TSM that nobody else has it. So I assume this will be 2 sets of racks. Ace, not sure if you want to commit to this fully, as we have 2 Wraith packs fighting against each other. The Battle of the Skulls.
Oh, it's coming over.
Oh, my God. Do they attack each other?
Give it a hug.
Question. Look at each other. Look at him.
Oh.
I just wanted to see them stare into each other's soulless eyes. But we won't see it this time. TSM instead even up the game. 2 sets of racks for them in trade for their own racks, Cinderin. What a turnaround. And
one moment was all it took for TSM to get everything back in the game.
Whatever Moonmeander said, it worked. It's like, wait for them to screw up, because we're going to take advantage. And they did.
The current win probability graph looks like something you would only be able to make in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, because this is not... I don't think you can get enough velocity in a real roller coaster to go up that high.
Why number? Did they not have roller coasters in Roller Coasters Tycoon 1?
No, it was because that was the one I grew up with and played.
Oh, okay. A little false advertising there.
Very great game, by the way.
Okay, thanks for advertising that at a Dota 2 major.
It's probably in the Steam store. I'll get a pass. All right. I actually think it isn't, now that you say it.
Easy money
Get
for
on
Valve.
it. Get on it, Valve. 3K lead for TSM. Tomato 25 now, so he takes the Treant HP and damage, not the teleport cooldown, so really looking to make this split push extremely powerful on the Treants.
And you have Leveler now. Not sure if he's going to actually equip. I assume he would. He will be hitting a lot of buildings. Has the full Satanic now. Man, he is a filthy Nature's Prophet right now, Cinder, and this is a lot of farm. He is top net worth by a good margin now, overtaking Ace's Timbersaw. And Duraccio, I mean, with these couple deaths, he's kind of dropped off a bit. I mean, even Bryle's Kunkka is more farm now than him.
Yep. Dying late game will do that. It's actually a very tense moment. This next Roche is likely game deciding. Gaming Gladiators are aware of this, but they're still going to offer up Duraccio split pushing bottom because they have to take care of some lane against this Nature's Prophet 25 with the talent, or every wave is just going to be pushing in. So Duraccio will push out bottom, TP back and smoke. They'll offer up... Well, not really. Ace is just going to push this out. This is not really meant as a bait, I think, because they're not expecting TSM to go on him. But we'll give them a little bit of information. Oh, okay. Ace.
Ace runs right into them. He's going to get broken immediately. Hex as well. There comes the arena. Boom, trying to take somebody out, but looks like the egg will finally be placed inside the arena, so the rest of Game & Gladiators have to retreat. But again, Moonmeander has Refresher, so he can do it yet again if he wants. Bryle, stuck inside Sprout. The Avalanche is there, but he's going to get healed up from Dubu, so more than fine. Looks like Game & Gladiators want to reset a bit. Or I say that, Boom resets by going in with the Avatos. Bryle pops BKB, is going to live. Looks like they find Ace, though, who's all alone in the front. Buys back into the game, though. Avalanche onto 3 heroes, trying to focus onto Boom, but the Inkswell heals him up to a high degree. The egg goes off from Moonmeander, number 2 for him. He gets the Sunray off as well as 4 buybacks for Game & Gladiators, and they are absolutely crumbling. And there, Ace again stuck inside the Sprout. He gets off the Yules, though. Getting some good space. The Rebuke is not enough to finish him off. He's ticking away ever so slightly. He goes down to the Soul. I can't even believe the Spear Vessel killed him all on his own. And now the Sprout onto 2 heroes. TSM are actually doing this. They're going to get full team wipe, it looks like. Celery will be the 4th to fall. I believe this is like the 9th kill in this fight for TSM. The only remaining member will be the Tiny. Boom is coming in. He cannot defend by himself, though, Synderin. This is looking like the end of game 1. GGs are called. What a comeback from TSM. Off a couple of mistakes from Game & Gladiators, but a lot of teams, I don't think, come back in that situation.
No, they were so... Like, it's kind of crazy how Game & Gladiators could have 2 lanes of barracks and an Aegis pushing that 3rd lane. And one moment, Dyrachyo jumps onto a tree, they instantly punish, and they get maximum value. They found 3 or 4 kills, they chase down, end up getting 2 barracks with it. Nice celebratory dance there. Make sure you don't break your chair, Moon. You're going to sit down again to play game 2 in just a moment, but... Wow, that's also got a sting for Game & Gladiators, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know you're in a good position there. Dyrachyo probably feels a little bit down over that. They don't seem like it's too much despair central, at least from Celery's perspective. They don't seem
drink
too
your water,
broken, but
looks like a funeral procession here. As
probably
walks in all depressed.
Probably a bit startled that was actually possible to lose from that position. But
yeah,
that's how it is. You got to finish off the game. You're playing against a team with insane team fight in their base. If you offer up a good opportunity without having the buybacks to cover it, you could get pushed just the other way moments later, and that Phoenix really paid major dividends in its own base, and afterwards Moonmeander with the Refresher Orb finds 2 major team fights together with the Mars, and that's it.
Moonmeander's play, late game, whatever he said, I don't care if they end up winning or losing this series, you have to still interview Moonmeander and ask him what he said, because I need to know. Because they played, literally played night and day from that point on. Of course, like we said, Dyrachyo getting caught off. I believe Boom got caught off guard as well in that area.
In the chase, yeah.
And that is when TSM kind of turned it around. They got map control. They took another Roshan, and this was a very good performance from both teams, really. Just different times of the game.
This doesn't have me too worried for Game & Gladiators. They still played an amazing game until that point. It's one slip up that can happen. It obviously feels terrible, but they still played their fundamentals super well this game. Their strategy, it showed that it works. If they run this back and play the game again, likely in a similar position next time. So.
I am very curious to see how they bounce back in game number 2. That'll tell a lot about the mettle of this team, if you will. But let's see what the panel has to say about this god-tier game that we just witnessed.
Yeah, thanks, chaps. Absolutely phenomenal game. Moonmeander pop-off might make it top 10 Dota 2 pop-offs. We'll have to discuss that and, of course, the game itself after this short break.
Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
I think everyone in the team is kind of excited. Myself, I am very excited because as a team we've never gotten to play like in front of a crowd because we play at TI but there was no crowd, and then we had the Dubai LAN and there was we didn't make to the main stage, and before that we play in online tournaments only. So it is going to be a first time for the team, and I think no matter what it's going to be a very nice experience.
I think Moonmander will be popping off in front of a crowd. I can well imagine that. He looked extremely happy after that game, and rightly so, as TSM take a 1-0 lead in this series over the Gaming Gladiators. A tough-fought game all around. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Guys, I just want to say one thing. You guys said they don't have an egg hitter. They need to address this. Phoenix, they don't have an egg hitter. And that was one of the major parts of that win, surely, for TSM, was the Phoenix.
It was, definitely. But I also want to point out the battle of the fives in this game. Do you see this Enchantress running for like a minute, buying the time? They had this advantage in terms of the kills. It was 15-3, 15 minutes in, and there's 1k gold lead for Gladiators because they know how to play the map. Like they know that they needed to buy time, and Dubu Giga Chad one more time on his Pugna. So many clutch saves. Just very, very good Dota overall, like spell casting and everything, a 3 to watch.
And they finally beat Celery's Enchantress, but did they really win, or would you say that GG made a mistake?
Oh, well, I mean, you know, in a game like that.
What's this?
What does they handle it to them a little bit? Yeah,
maybe a little bit of handing off. Maybe a little bit. It's like when you get late game, like the early game, just it doesn't even matter, which is so sad to say that. I mean, it's great for us. We get to watch it.
Right.
Like, they played so well on both fives to the degree it's like I want them both to be on the same team and winning because they should with how well these two 5 positions played. But then it just gets to late game and you have this like sick shit happening in team fights, like Moon Meander.
Let's have a look at that because we've actually got replays, and one of these replays, Jenkins, might feature a moment.
This is not the one that I was.
No, this is the other one.
I think we'll see that next. This is the rotation.
The first kill on Timbers song.
Top lane. And the reason that we thought that this one was important was because there is no egg killer. So if TSM can get to the late game, it's very difficult to fight up against them. That is not even to say that this fight should go like this, because this is so late game with the items that it doesn't matter, but they just played so phenomenally well. Like the egg in particular on the BKB Monkey King, who's not able to get the ulti off.
As Syndrome pointed out, the timing was
perfect. It was perfect. It looked like, man, is that egg even going to hit? But the reason that he did that was because he knew if the ult gets off. How many times do we see Saberlight die to the Monkey King ult?
Yeah.
Like it's devastating. You give him 2 seconds of that, he wipes the floor with you with the Aghanim Scepter as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing there is the discipline of TSM to keep themselves focused on the game. Of course, halfway through, you saw Moon Meander, tell his team, like, as he says, like, we need to focus up, and there's one opportunity to win this game if you're TSM. It is the Monkey King jumping aggressively with Aegis, and you don't get the BKB. If he Wukongs that third Rax, you get Mega Creeps.
You think that's what Moon was saying?
Yeah, you win the game, right? But the fact that they get that opportunity, to capitalize on it, it completely removes how perfect, I'd argue, Gaming Gladiators played this game. The way in which they kept themselves in it was incredible.
Loves giving those speeches. He's a treat to listen to when he does the winners interviews as well. And I'm wondering what that was. Because everybody needed to stop. Whatever the hell you're doing, stop clicking. I don't want to hear any sounds. Just listen to my voice. I'll lead us to the victory.
Yeah, he said.
Hold on one sec. Let's have a look at the PvP stuff, because you spoke. I want to ask you about this. You were talking, both of you, about the battle between Celery and Dubu. Let's have a look at the head-to-head, because this is something.
This is the one game that we can use this PvP. Healing
done.
So for 2 different reasons, Celery was healing himself, but you can see the amount of space that he was making with these heals in the early game. Like, they just farmed on 4 heroes while healing with 1 other guy and running away. And then Dubu, on the flip side, like, he was, instead of doing map stuff like Celery was, he was winning team fights with the healing, where his core should die, and if Dubu wasn't perfectly in position, pressing his buttons at the split last possible second
his core would die, they lose the fight, and they lose the game.
It honestly feels like that number should be X10 for Dubu. Like, the impact in the game he had, it doesn't feel like 6.2k.
I mean, healing done's like a hard stat to get high.
He had a Glimmer
It
Cape,
feels
so
like
the healing
bigger.
wasn't as high. But that Glimmer Cape did save him in multiple fights.
Yeah.
Let's have a chat to our lad Tsunami, who is over there and might have something interesting to say about the vibe, the atmosphere, the smell of the tournament space.
Smells like victory on this side. Smells like napalm on this side. Game of Gladiators versus TSM. Everyone wants to know. Everyone wants to know what Moon was saying,
Yes.
but it's like the end of Pulp Fiction kind of thing. You know, I opened up the briefcase. I was taken aback by all the motivation. I don't really know how much of it I can repeat. I don't know if I can do it justice. If he wins, then maybe we can talk to him about it. But that's a whole other game, maybe 2 games away from now. But otherwise, things are chilling over here.
Play. It was like, let's get it together, lads. Like, it was something along those lines, right?
Speak up, lad.
He's asking, Jenkins is asking, was it a motivational speech or was it just a specific direction?
I don't think it wasn't very speechy. It was more along the lines of, you know, in-game, this is what you're supposed to do kind of business. And then at the end, I mean, it was decision-making at a rapid-fire pace. So I don't think you can replicate that. I don't think you can capture it adequately. Also,
I have a question for you. So I was about to ask. Well, what was that on your mic?
I think Slack's Wraith pacted my mic. Everything I've been saying was 30% stupider than usual. My apologies for that. But I think we're good now. I think I'll get you a good interview after this whole series ends.
Oh, glad. Thank you, Tsunami. You've been doing a great job so far, by the way. We'll talk to you later.
See you later.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I can't wait for the next game, lads. When we come back, we'll be this close to it. Join us then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well, these lads have got better moves than me, that's for sure. And not only in Dota, but outside of it as well. Quinn's still there, God bless him, in spirit at least. Well, that's 1-0 for TSM. Gaming Gladiators will not be happy with the result, although they shouldn't be disappointed with their performance, lads, because they did play jolly well.
To be clear, this is a game for Gaming Gladiators, but I feel like they did outplay TSM for the best portion of the game by holding the map, by feeding correctly on Celery to open up the farm. It was just one mistake that TSM identified and then punished that allowed them to win. But that's how Dota works sometimes. Sometimes there's only one opportunity to win the game, and if you're good enough, you capitalize on it. So again, mad props to TSM to find that opportunity. Yeah, Gladiators shouldn't be too disheartened coming into the second game.
And they've got, this is like the exact same draft we had last time, the Enchantress Monkey King opening, with Mars being
I believe
well.
Phoenix will be picked now.
It would be mad not to, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Only this time
There
around,
it is.
Mirana was banned out, because Mirana was not banned nor picked in the previous game, and we were calling for it. So Snapfire needs to go. TSM FTX is going to ban it out, and here we go. I feel like there's lack of egg hitters in the game.
There are?
Coming out from like your position 4 and 5.
Yeah.
It's basically Mirana, Snapfire.
Yeah, maybe Ogre, you can make a case.
Some bloodlusted hero hitting it, not Ogre himself.
Sniper?
We did
No,
try
we're not going to make a case for that. That's the one. No cases get to be
I
made.
believe a team did try that today, actually, but...
He did play, I did see a sniper.
That was...
Fnatic, I believe,
and
yeah.
They lost.
Yes,
they
they
did.
did.
But they tried. They won the series.
They
at least.
did. They did try.
And they banned that Snapfire as well.
Yeah, you're right. There aren't many. I mean, I guess that's because the nature of it is you'd need a support who also has crazy attack speed, and it's like that's not really a thing that you get.
Yeah,
that much.
supports do healing and buy Wraith Pact these days, so...
You know what we could have seen? If Centaur was a better hero, we could have seen the return of Centaur,
Just all run away.
Stampede away from the egg, then return. But with how Dota is, with the Mars, the arena, it kind of removes the hero. The hero's dead.
I'm down for this. Like, I feel like Phoenix has been largely untouched for a while. So this is, in terms of like...
Whoa! Sorry.
All right.
Definitely good to see Phoenix back in the meta.
Yeah, she's fun hero. All right, so here's a question. With the Centaur, you get the Ags, you can run over terrain and all the rest of it, up and down cliffs, right? Can you run out of Mars Arena?
No.
That's a damn shame.
Yeah. That's why like, even if Centaur was strong, it wouldn't be that good here. Because Mars is a Centaur counter.
Exactly, yeah. It covers itself quite nicely.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see if TSM want to ban... Actually, they didn't ban out the Timbersaw, right? So...
Do you think they might be thinking, look, yes, we didn't have an egg hitter, but it was a mistake that we made that opened this game up. We really should have won this.
There's some egg hitters from the mid lane, like Lina comes to my mind, and she's also one of the heroes that come online very fast. She's a BKB buyer. You protect yourselves against these early arenas, because the build these days on Lina is pretty much Soul Ring 1, not even 1 sometimes, straight into BKB.
It's a boom specialty too.
I like the Shaman pickup. I was looking at Tofu's hero pool, and none of them feel too comfortable into a Phoenix, but this time around the Shaman survived the banning stage, and this is how you can play into TSM. It gives you opportunities to pressure objectives and just play a bit more in the face. Punish the cooldowns early on before everyone suddenly has blink BKBs and can play around the timings.
5 seconds remaining.
They had Enchantress Grim last time, didn't they?
Yep.
So this gives them a nice instant stun as well, which they were lacking previously.
And they easily could still pick a Timbersaw here if TSM do opt to go for the same style of draft.
If they pick the exact same thing, yeah.
The Kunkka and Furin, yeah.
This looks like a better Timbersaw game because you have the Shadow Shaman. Like it's so nice to have as a Timber a hero to just stand behind you and
Pango
Fury.
Powers.
I speak for the trees.
What about something like beefy on the off lane? You mentioned the Timber. They might go for it, but what about Underlord? I'm a big fan of the hero. Not sure about like the matchup against the Nature's Prophet, because you are gonna get a little bullied by these treants early on and the right clicks, but I've been really impressed what you can do with the Underlord ulti, because you need to like match the pace, like having this global presence.
Does it give you a way that you can chase him like wherever he goes?
Yeah, it's insane. Like you can choose whether you want to like take a fight. You're like, oh, I'm there. Do I want to stay? Does my team want to stay? Or I go back to farming?
Yeah. Hard for him to rat if there's a Fiend's Gate dropped in his way.
Yeah, not that we really saw Tomato do that much ratting. Like he seems to play more of
Very fight. I mean, the Gleipnir rush.
Arteezy style Nature's Prophet.
I'd say Tomato style, actually.
Yeah. Arteezy plays Tomato style, you're right.
Yeah.
Like if they didn't pick the Monkey, I would make a case that it's a good Bloodseeker game, but they kind of locked themselves into like 4-5, and I don't think you can flex this Monkey like maybe to an off lane, but that would be maybe a bit of overthinking there.
It's because the strength of Mars Phoenix as your opening, Gladiators in this position, they're like, the DK's available, but you don't really want to pick that some single target initiate into the big team fight. They do opt for a puck, you know, very good against Pangolier. It kind of leans into that momentum style of play, and also matching the split push. That's the key thing against Fury. You want to keep the lanes pushed out so that you force Fury to have to either join a fight or go very defensive to get that lane back out.
Some kind of a stun is needed for TSM FTX, something reliable lockdown. Like Mars is definitely not that. We've seen in the previous game, like if you miss a spear, the team fight becomes very difficult, and also that's not Pango. Like Leash talent is cool on level 20, but it takes a long time until you get there. Maybe something like a Dragon Knight can work, because you can still flex both of these heroes on the safe lane or on the off lane. But then again, you are playing into Monkey. Sometimes you need to say, well, we're gonna like lose this lane, but we're gonna play for later stages of the game, because Monkey, like if you whiff a spear in the lane against Monkey, he plays aggressively on you, then it's like, oh, well, I messed up, I'm gonna die, and it might become difficult.
Did you ban the Timbersaw?
I'm thinking like a Dark Willow looks pretty good for TSM. It's a Moon Meander hero, combos really well with the Mars ulti, and you can fear Monkey out of his own ring. And Shadow Shaman has this long channel as well. Because I don't feel like they need that much lockdown. They just need a +1. They just need something decent.
5 seconds remaining.
Game, and they're looking for an offlaner right now.
It's pretty much hero wise, it feels like Underlord or DK come to mind.
This is probably the squishiest lineup that we've seen in a while. I mean, these are not tanky heroes.
No, I would say this would be a great Night Stalker game, but Phoenix is just the hardest counter in the game, so yeah, it's like unpickable. But I know it's one of Ace's favorite heroes. This is maybe even why TSM values opening with the Phoenix so much against this team.
I love the fact that TSM respected that push potential. Even though they do have very good high ground defense with Pangolier, Phoenix, and Mars, there is a key window in the game where they're quite weak, and the item timings of Lycan plus Shaman come into play. This might be an indicator that Gladiators could also just go for like a Beastmaster style of offlane, try and just keep the aggression going, get in their face.
Yeah, Beast sounds good to have a BKB piercing ability against the Pango and have attack speed against the egg. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can cut down the trees as well.
That sounds really great.
Again, I love these like last minute tree bans at the end of the draft. When you see that your lineup doesn't have a innate kind of perfect siege and it can just buy enough time to disrupt your timing. Big fan of tree.
Well, I said Dragon Knight. They need the 4/5 here for TSM FTX. Never mind.
And now the Abaddon kind of also soft covers from this Beastmaster in some degree for the game. Obviously not the lane, but potentially a soft cover there.
What the hell is
Phoenix?
Just playing Phoenix.
He's just picking 4 Phoenix.
Dude was just playing a 5 Abaddon, yeah.
What's the thinking behind the Abaddon here? What is it specifically for?
Dispel against the puck and mostly Shadow Shaman.
And Beastmaster. So with the Lycan ban coming out from TSM, you can see that they anticipated some sort of summons hero, and the other one is Beast.
Yep.
So the Abba covers from that. Abba's like a hard counter. Just take off the roar.
It's a lot of stuff on the ground that Gaming Gladiators have in this game. Having like Wukong's command, Beastmaster summons, you have Shaman ulti, Enchantress creeps. It's going to be very difficult to fight into. They do have a very good Roche taking lineup. Like if things are not going well, you can easily sneak Roshan with Shaman plus Enchantress. Like people don't expect you to do that, and you can take a lot of momentum from the enemy team. I like what Gaming Gladiators got here.
I think for TSM, they might have issues if like the Rolling Thunder from Pangolier doesn't perfectly connect, if their Arena Egg isn't, you know, clinical, because things like Beastmaster, Shaman, they can force objectives and make you feel afraid. And in that window, if you waste a spell, they reset, they can go again. So again, I favor Gladiators. I feel like they played the better game in the first one. They just made the biggest mistake, and TSM jumped on it. And I think Gladiators will be super happy with the heroes that they have.
Yeah, I hate to do, you know, all agree on the same thing, but I totally agree. I think Gaming Gladiators, it's they actually have an egg hitter this time. They have tower damage. It's basically the first game over again, except they have a lot more things that they can do with it. So
they can be proactive.
They
That's
can
the
do
main
stuff.
thing.
They can do stuff.
Okay, chaps. Well, with that, we're going to throw it over to our casters, Schlemindeflinden and Fludenduden.
Mm-hmm. Am I Fluden, or are you?
Yes.
Thank you, Pyrian, for another terrific segue and intro. Suns fan here with Cinder, and we have game number 2 between Gaming Gladiators and TSM FTX. TSM made an enormous comeback in game number 1 to win it, and Gaming Gladiators need to win the second game in order to extend this. That's how a best of 3 actually works for those of you that are just joining us from another planet. Do you like this lineup more than last time for Gaming Gladiators? I feel like we agree that the lineup wasn't the issue necessarily.
No, it definitely wasn't the lineup issue, and I don't think I like this one more or less. It's slightly different.
Typical answer from.
No, but I'll explain it when we can see both strategies. Let's get into the game so I can explain a little bit more in detail why. So, one of the key things about Gaming Gladiators' success in the last game was that Timbersaw literally inhabited top lane for so long and prevented the enemy's Nature's Prophet lineup from taking the safe lane tower. Beastmaster can't do that to the same extent. So the way this Gaming Gladiators lineup is going is more in an aggressive fighting direction rather than the Timbersaw being a wall. You now have this Beastmaster who's putting more pushing pressure and looking more for fights early. And then you swapped out the Tiny for a Puck, who arguably is faster at coming online. So this is like upping the aggression. But at the same time, I think this is a better Nature's Prophet game than the previous one.
Okay.
I know Puck Coil can be annoying, but you're not facing the massive burst of a Tiny. You're not facing the Timbersaw shutting down a large amount of what your hero wants to do. So I think this time around, Timato could actually succeed in finding Tier 1 towers way faster and opening up the map, which is what TSM were lacking in Game 1, even though they ended up winning in the end on a bit of a major mistake on their own high ground from Gaming Gladiators. So yeah, I don't have a clear favorite here. I know the panel likes Gaming Gladiators from upping the aggression, but I think Timato is the player to watch here for TSM FTX. His rotations are crucial.
Okay. We'll see if you are correct. As Tofu and company invading a bit here to try and take the bounty, and it looks like they'll be successful as it ends up being a 2-for-2. Can we quickly get a zoom in on the Shadow Shaman set real quick for Tofu? Let's go to the portrait mode there. That would be really great. If you're new to the game and you look at this hero, Cinder, does this look like a support, honestly?
No.
And what is the sword for exactly?
Yeah. He has a saber.
I mean, having said that, the set is god tier, but it doesn't make any sense. But I still love it.
That's why you love it. That's exactly why you love it.
That is very true. Bryle in the mid lane with this Pangolier. Boom this time playing the Puck, which is a hero that's kind of disappeared to a degree. What do you think about this matchup?
Should be pretty good for Puck. I think constant harassment onto the Pango. If you skill phase shift, you can block a big portion of the swashbuckle damage or the shield crash if you're quick enough, and maybe win the region exchange a little bit. Also, you're a good hero-to-hero counter in the mid game, right? Getting coiled as Pango sucks. It's hard to find a good shield crash for damage mitigation during it. You can get silence, and you can just get burst. Witchblade Puck is probably the way we're going to see Boom go here, and he will look to be an assassin all around the map. And the burden is on Dubu to try to cover people, which he did an exceptional job at in game number 1 on Pugna. So we expect no less of him on the Abaddon to do the same thing.
Yep. And top lane, Tomato will be playing Zen Nature's Prophet, as Dyrachyo playing the Monkey King here in the bot lane. I mean, we're seeing a lot of the same heroes, which I like the idea of kind of running it back to a degree. Like, if you feel like you made a mistake in-game and it wasn't like a specific pick that was the issue, I like the idea of having confidence in order to go for this similar lineup, if not exactly the same in some cases.
Yeah, I really don't mind it from Gaming Gladiators. Like, they accomplished everything they wanted in the game, and then they dropped the ball. And it happens. Like, happens to the best. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Dubu couldn't save himself from that one. That was a big-ass impetus.
Indeed. So, Dubu. I mean, this is one of those heroes, once you get to level 6, of course. I mean, Dubu in general just loves these really tanky supports that takes forever to kill. I mean, he's a big Enchantress player as well. Feels like it covers the same sort of bases here for TSM, but not yet. Not so tanky until a little bit later. Now the Courier taken out here by Saberlight. And looking at the CS in the mid lane, 14-3 versus the 13-0 for... I mean, that's actually a pretty good start for Bryle, because, like you said, the Pango typically not the best of laners against some of these ranged mid laners.
I think this is usually how it's going to go, and then it's going to become more and more Puck favored now. Now that Boom starts leveling up the spells, the harassment might become a little bit too much to deal with over time. Bryle's going to stack Small Camp, though, so he'll get something there.
And talk to me about the Beast. I mean, they have better egg solutions, which is kind of what the panel was talking about. That was the... I mean, they were winning the game despite that in game number 1, but this time they actually have some solutions, at least, to the egg, if Moon Meander was to get a ton of farm.
I mean, arguably, I don't remember the exact itemization of Tiny last game, but I don't know if Puck Beastmaster will be much better than the Tiny was if he had attack speed items. I know you're ramping up the entire team, so if they all get to hit, then of course, but that's generally not how it goes.
Is there any way that Dyrachyo on Monkey King goes for... I mean, I assume Battle Fury is just like a standard thing now, but is there any way that Echo Saber can be used?
Yeah,
it's
a possible
too
thing.
cheap of an item?
We have had other Monkey Kings go Echo, actually, so it's not out of the question. But I think the way Gaming Gladiators play as a team and the way their strategies work, I would probably still advise the Battle Fury, and then the other 4 play aggressive, and Dyrachyo does his thing and ramps up.
Dubu's Courier is killed here. So the bot lane, Monkey King 21-6, and the top lane, Tomato, is sitting on 16-8. So a lot more denies, but not as much CS overall. So he's being pressured a little bit better this time around.
This is just such a strong lane. Inch Beastmaster is just a godly lane. It's so hard to deal with for so many heroes. If Tomato gets out of this pretty well, I think he's okay with that. Like, he knows that this is not favorable for him at all. Abaddon can cover him a little bit and protect him, but he's going to get denied a lot by Ench's creep and the 2 boars. It's just hard.
Saberlight pulling some creeps here as well. So, I mean, at what stage do you get out of here if you're Nature's Prophet? Or is there a point where... I mean, I guess the question is, how fast does Gaming Gladiators want to push? Because they definitely have a lot of push potential with the Rost Awards, with Enchantress and Beastmaster in general.
I mean, I could see them do a top tier 1 tower dive already now, actually. The 5-minute siege creep is coming and Boom is level 6. So you could make that rotation as Puck here. I actually would really like it because Pango also isn't 6 yet. So if Boom were to go up there with this next wave, maybe Bryle would actually find 6 here. I don't think he will. He needs 1 more creep. Oh, hang on. Boom used his spells.
Okay, he has to
nice
foil
foil.
defensively. Actually works out decently well to stun out Moon Meander.
Oh, I thought he had his spells ready again, and he could have turned that into a kill, but...
But now he doesn't have that for a potential gank, although speaking of which, Celery has come to feed himself away to Bryle.
Oh, he killed the Courier.
Oh, he also fed his way to Bryle.
Yeah.
Okay. He looked at the level discrepancy between the two. He's like, let me help you out here. Okay, we got the Shackle into the Boundless Strike. TP coming in from Dubu. They were going to be a little bit healthier thanks to the Mist Coil.
This is the thing that happens when Phoenix rotates off the bottom lane. If there's one support that's godly in 2v1, it's got to be Shadow Shaman. Like, you just have so much damage, so much control, and Monkey King easily gets up his Jingu stacks against Mars, so they have to TP down Abaddon to cover him.
Yep, and the rune advantage going the way of Boom, who will take this Illusion Rune.
2k raw advantage here just from laning. No towers taken.
Wow.
1 kill each. They're just crushing in the lanes. The biggest loser here is definitely Dubu. That sounded really rude. It wasn't meant like that. He's got 500 net worth. He has less gold than he started the game with.
Yeah, Dyrachyo looking to take out Saberlight, but Dubu is here, and this is going to be turned around with the help of Tomato as well. So Dyrachyo thought he had a freebie,
gank.
but he is completely surrounded.
What is this?
I mean, that's the power you have. I mean, it was just Tomato, I guess, with a global presence, but...
Is that good? I don't know. That seems a little bit crazy to bring 5 euros for a kill at minute 6. You're losing a lot of advantage in the mid lane here.
That's
like,
mental damage right there, done, though.
I guess so, but like, look at what's happening on the map in the meantime. Ench and Beastmaster are starting to push top tier 1 with the siege creep.
Yep.
Boom is now a full level ahead almost of Bryle in mid on his puck against Pango. And now he's going to make the move himself. And this one could be very, very successful.
Yeah, Balance Strike is there, but Rebuke to kind of stem the bleeding a bit. But the coil onto 2. Looks like Saberlight might be able to get away. Moonmeander was shackled, gets off the dive. Another right click should take him out, but Boom has to use all his spells to try and get away. They end up losing Moonmeander. Tomato looking to take out Tofu, but instead he's going to get turned around on. So 2 deaths for TSM as Gaming Gladiators extending their lead.
This is actually very stompy right now. Like I said before the game started, the panel knows exactly what's going to happen in this game. Gaming Gladiators is going to roll them.
That's right.
Yeah, they're just dominating. It's a 3K lead minute 7. TSM obviously hit a timing when they get level 6 on Mars Phoenix, but that seems very far away. Saberlight level 4.
What?
Beastmaster is level 7.
Wow.
That's the state of the game right now.
Okay, yeah, that would be pretty bad for TSM.
He found his 5 now, but this is what happens in some games with a Phoenix lane. Like, Phoenix has natural downtime whenever Fire Spirits are on cooldown, and with Phoenix being forced to rotate mid from Moonmeander, they left Saberlight in a 1v2 against Monkey King plus Shaman, and that lane is just unplayable. So he really fell on the back foot there. Aside from also just losing the lane heads up when they were playing at 2v2 in addition. So.
Top 3 net worth all on Gaming Gladiator sides. All 3 of their cores. Coil missed though, so let's see if TSM can try and take advantage of this. As some damage is being done from these rallied skeletons.
Some damage.
Quite a bit of damage.
So
rally. How do you rally skeletons? That's what I want to know. It feels like some necromancy that only Slacks can probably answer. Needs to be like a chant in the game.
Then why don't you ask him?
Thanks, Cinderin.
You're welcome.
Saberlight's still level 5. Another couple creeps and he will be 6, but you can see so far away from Blink Dagger. We'll see how much impact he's going to be able to have as Tofu's going to run into him. There's the Hex, Shackle, and you can see Monkey King coming in, but TP support is coming, and that's going to force Gaming Gladiators. Actually, the tree is consumed, and that's going to be turned around onto Dyrachyo completely. Very nicely done from TSM. Again, it takes 4 of them.
Oh, this one was well worth it, though.
Yes, oh, for sure.
This was 4 versus 2 instead of 5 versus 1.
That's true, yes. Great, great maths.
A little bit reminiscent of last game, Dyrachyo getting cut in the tree next to a tower.
Yep.
And punished there, but...
Saberlight, I'm guessing that was a replay because it would be quite disturbing if he'd be laughing at this moment when nothing's happening, really.
Or pushing bottom tower.
That tier 1 tower! Yep, there we go. Where's the... there it is, yeah. He just does that every 30 seconds just to keep everybody in check.
Actual maniac.
But yeah, the lead... Well, I guess with that tower, it is stemmed the bleeding a bit, but still 4K advantage for Gaming Gladiators. And I mean, TSM, what we talked about this last time around, what's their avenue back into the game?
It's got to come from team fights, right? Like, you need to, whenever Gaming Gladiators are looking to push a tower, you need to hit some sort of strong spell combo, whether it's Arena into Egg, whether it's a good Pango ult. Your skirmishing with your lineup isn't particularly good. You don't have any like low cooldown, easy, reliable stun setups, like some sort of Sanking Murano, whatever you can find picks with. So you need to look for the bigger fights, and that's what's happening here. We're going to see the smoke rotation now from Pango, Phoenix, and Abaddon. And now Mars will TP. They know this Roche is being done, but they're too late.
Yep.
Grab the Aegis. Hello!
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 Oh, he takes the Aegis. Are you serious? And they might get a kill on top of him. He misses the swashbuckle, though, and the spear helps Boom out. What am I watching? What in God's green horse was this, Cinderin? Gaben is looking down upon us, smiling or frowning. I'm not sure. Depends on your perspective, but good Lord.
I think Boom just forgot to make a slot, and then he kind of panicked and made the slot.
He waiting rift into the wars. Holy
And then
geez.
here, so the swash here misses.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can understand why that missed, right? Because he was pushed onto the ledge, and while he was casting, and then he got bumped in. and then the spear pushes him out because that wall is not a wall. Did you know that?
I actually did know that.
Roshan actually lives in a cardboard castle. So the walls just get knocked over when you spear over them.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, despite that,
it's a
Game of
very
Gladiator-
well isolated cardboard castle, though. No light gets in.
I like how you're really running with this joke. That
Thank you.
Is not funny at all.
I'm having fun.
6K lead. They've doubled their lead in the last couple minutes, and that's without. I mean, they get the Roche kill, so that's some money, but we'll see if if TSM can take advantage of this Aegis. Still no defusal for Bryle, and I mean, again, the Blink Dagger. That feels like kind of what they need from Saberlight. He's actually going to get coiled. We'll snap it immediately, and yeah, he's just going to get surrounded. Even the rally creeps getting summoned to add insult to injury, and he is a full 1,000 gold off that Blink Dagger.
All right, I have a question. When's the last time you saw a game be 4 and 4 minute 12 and one team being 7,000 gold ahead?
I don't know. I can't even remember what I ate for breakfast this morning. So.
When's the last time you saw a cardboard castle?
Well, it's recently. That one I do remember.
That's good. There may still be hope.
That would be a good terrain cosmetic, just like a beach type of vibe, and then the Roche Pit is just, you know, it's like a sandcastle, like you said.
Yeah, but you just said it wasn't funny.
Now it's funny because you can make money off of it, right, Valve?
That's good.
That's right.
That's actually true.
Battle Fury now online for Doraccio.
Kind of like our casting, actually.
Terrible?
No, it's funny because you can make money off it.
Easy money. Yeah, just talking to you all day. What a dream. Definitely not going insane.
Oh, that's
I'm on the Dominator and Flats onto Ace.
It's fine.
He's got some creeps to work with, Bryle. All right, he's going to get mud golemed in just a moment. Waning Rift is there as well. Of course, they don't want to expend too much knowing that the Aegis is still online. But, yeah, the net worth advantage is just... It's really difficult to see a way back in this game. And I know some of the conjecture from last game I was reading online, which is something you should never do, Cinderin, as the illusory orb comes out and Boom will live. But a lot of people focusing on Gaming Gladiators, quote-unquote, throwing. I don't think they threw. Just a couple mistakes. I mean, you're going to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a pretty big mistake. But TSM, they were able to take advantage of it.
That game was still winnable after Monkey King died. It wasn't like, okay, we lost.
Yeah, of course.
So it was a combination of one major mistake and the enemy team taking maximum advantage of it, and then a cascade of following issues that came from it. But the game was definitely possible for Gaming Gladiators, as we see a little bit of replay of last game here. Celery getting mashed to bits.
Yeah.
Coil mid.
Coil onto an Abaddon.
No ult on him, so Boom will grab that kill easily with his Witchblade.
And yeah, you're right. I mean, that evens up the game at 5-5. Don't look at the net worth. This game is definitely very close. Helm of the Overlord now online for Mr. Beastmaster.
Yep.
So those creeps will be nice and juicy. We can talk about how you'd like to fillet them again as Tofu. It's going to find Bryle. Gets off the Hex to start. And the Orchid is there from Tomato. He's going to get the Sprout off as well, so Tofu looks to be an easy one.
Yep. And
they turn this around into more. Boom. All right, Waning Rift. Not able to get to the low ground, though. But they shift Illusory Orb and the Blink Dagger. Man.
I was about to say, sure, wish you had an Aegis now, brother, but he's fine.
He is perfectly fine.
He doesn't even need it.
He's just that good.
He gave Bryle the Aegis to make the game more interesting.
All right, there it is. Blink Dagger for Saberlight. Has to be delivered. It'd be a real shame if that courier died right now, because that is... it's only 43 seconds slower than average. That seems wrong. Huh.
He doesn't have the most build-up items, right? He has Phase Bracer.
So he just abandoned the rest.
No Soul Ring, for example, or... I don't know what else. If some players go Double Bracer.
Aegis is down. Bryle has to be a little bit careful. He's going to miss the swatch. There's Boom. Okay.
Nice.
Good energy. This will be a nice kill for TSM, but Phase Shift keeping him alive a little bit longer, but no Blink Dagger up yet.
Nicely done there from Saberlight. He gets the tip from Tomato. So what Saberlight did really well here, he blinked on top of the puck, speared into forming the arena. You need to be in pretty close proximity to make this play, or the arena shapes too late. So nicely done there from Saberlight. If he does it in opposite order, there's a possibility for a juke there from the puck. So you see this one right here.
Yeah, that was pretty much impossible to dodge.
There you go.
Beautifully done from Saberlight. Now showing off that Blink Dagger, of course, as we come back to live, and oh, Celery's dead.
Okay. TSM.
That's what we want to see. There we go. That's
that clip is actually from when they were pushing the bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they just compiled all the clips of that tier 1 tower push, and they can make a montage out of it. Saberlight, very emotional player. There it is again, the hysterical laugh. Something like that, I think, is how he actually sounds as Tofu.
Krusty the Clown of Mars.
Saberlight. I'm surprised you know that reference, Synderen. He's inside the Wukong's command, will get shackled, but there is the cancel from the Orchid. So first death on Gaming Gladiator's side. I mean, TSM are winning the kill advantage, Cinder, 9-5, and this game is still quite stompy in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it's funny how last game the score was, what was it, TSM were up 15-3, I think, and it was even. So this time around, just, again, way more value out of the map coming the way of
Saberlight thought he might catch out Dyrachyo on a tree since the Mars Arena does destroy them, but just a little bit off. Oh, he actually hits the spear, but Boom comes in with the coil, so immediately be snapped. Waning Rift and Illusory Orb. The Witchblade doing quite a bit of damage over time, but looks like Saberlight will limp it off.
You know what this game has in common with the last game?
That it's Dota 2?
That is correct, which is good, but Ace is top net worth again.
Yeah.
And again, he has like 11 CS per minute as Beastmaster. He is insanely farmed.
And he's pushing the tower with this big black dragon.
Drumming it up.
Trying to get the deny off, but Ace is still going to get it nonetheless. So it feels like everything going the way of Gaming Gladiators. And, I mean, this is a game, for sure, TSM, despite having the kill advantage, will know that they are quite far behind. Last game, it felt strange almost watching, you know?
Yeah.
But this one a little bit more obvious. I mean, the tower advantage definitely in favor of Gaming Gladiators. Tofu looking for a potential opening here. No Blink Dagger for him for another 800 or so. Dyrachyo still working on... I mean, I keep forgetting how early game it is. It's only 19 minutes.
It's kind of crazy. Look at the net worth advantage. 60% of it is in the offlane. It's Beastmaster versus Mars.
Yeah,
He's 5k up on him.
All right, Celery taking the gank again.
Oh. Stick.
It's going to take them a while.
Oh!
Okay, nice dodge into the pit. The cardboard boxes are there, Cinder. He's going to finally go down to the miscoil, but here comes the Wukong's command from Dyrachyo, wanting to get some revenge. Not able to take out Saberlight, though, as the egg creating a lot of space, but Waning Rift, beautifully timed, ends up taking out Bryle in turn. Now the coil onto 2. You can see Dubu popping his ult to get out, but Mumienner won't be so lucky. So double kill for Boom.
I don't know if Dubu will be so lucky either. Now I know he will.
He does have a TP.
He's okay.
And a smoke that he's readying up.
Guess he'll use this opportunity to place a ward. Unfortunately, if he places it here, it will be in a sentry. He won't, though.
Okay, in the trees, and okay, TPing out. Yeah.
You gotta relax.
Sorry about that. 9k lead for
Dyrachyo on
Gladiator.
Timato here. There is an Ench rotation coming in. This could be a potential play. They have...
Okay, he's going to jump him now, but here comes Saberlight with a counter initiation. Mars Arena as well. Dyrachyo pops that BKB, going for Tomato, has that Jingu stack up. He's going to just run away, it looks like, as the Rolling Thunder coming in.
It feels like we've barely seen that spell this game, now that you say that.
What's that?
Rolling Thunder.
What about it?
We've barely seen it.
I've seen it once, at least.
Yeah, for a 20-minute game, it's been very quiet.
That's true.
I mean, I guess in most of the situations, Bryle hasn't necessarily had to use it, so it makes sense. It's just it's an outlier. And perhaps it is a, you know, perhaps it is a sign of what the shortcoming is of TSM's strategy here with the lack of a low cooldown initiation for Bryle.
Yeah.
The comparison to the strategy they had last game where Bryle was on Kunkka, he could set up the fights for the Phoenix and for the Nature's Prophet to come in. This time around, when they don't have that setup and have a Pango instead, they have more heroes that are dependent on the offlaner. And since Saberlight got shut down so much, that's really where that advantage comes from. Pango can't really unlock his potential because he doesn't find the fights he wants. And it's a kind of a similar story all the way across the board. So makes you wonder what made them opt for the Pango over Kunkka here, because they were all in the pool, I think. But they just chose a different direction this time around to mix it up. This one has not looked as successful, though.
Yep. Oh, DD. Brile is going to take it, but at what cost, Cinderin? He's going to
That's
get
right,
off.
Breaky, at what cost?
Gets roared. Yep, Lacoste will be very happy with that reference, of course, as he's actually going to get off the ult. No, gets hexed again, but there's a nice Mars Arena coming in. They're going to lose their roster to start this fight, but they still have the Aegis advantage. Brile finally getting the Rolling Thunder off. Only connects onto one, as Moonmeander creating a little bit of space thanks to the Sunray. But now it looks like TSM on the retreat. Boom gets a nice waning rift onto 3 heroes, but instantly orchided and just right-click down, but he does have the Aegis, and Dyrachyo trying to clean up. He gets the Phoenix. Tomato looking to be next, but Dyrachyo has to be careful. Finally, Boom comes back from that Aegis reincarnation, focusing on Tomato. Oh, did he dodge a swashbuckle? I think he did, but dies nonetheless. Triple kill for Brile. TSM actually showing some life here. Boom, this will be a very difficult pickup. Loser Orb's going to be faked. Boom. TPing out. Yeah.
I'd love to see a replay of that last fight. I think Dyrachyo actually making an uncharacteristic mistake for himself there. It's going to be toward the later portion of this, though. So notice how when Puck chases here and catches all of these... Oh, well, I don't know who really catches who here. Dyrachyo is going to start fighting Tomato, and he's going to use his stun here to connect the stun on both Tomato and the Abaddon. The problem is Tomato still has BKB, and now when Dyrachyo gets the stacks on Jingu, he doesn't have the stun. Right. If he has the stun there, he gets almost a full heal by hitting 4 Treants and the Nature's Prophet, and he would have survived there and got himself a much, much better fight. But
of course, you don't know that ahead of time, and trying to min-max as a pro player, that's a pretty standard thing, right?
Yeah, and the double stun does look juicy, right? Because you're like, okay, I can stun the Nature's Prophet and the guy who can save him from the stun at the same time, but the BKB was ready from Tomato.
Right.
And that costs him a lot in that instance.
Brile with the instant roll-up Rolling Thunder. The rest of his team is smoked up, so maybe they think that Rolling Thunder being down, that TSM will not try to be aggressive, so this could be a good opportunity for them as they've cut the lead to 6K now. And we'll see if they have a second comeback in them. Mars Arena breaks the tree, so Monkey King Dyrachyo done. Another death for him. You can see his reaction.
He's feeling the heat.
Yep, for sure.
Last game, obviously, we've talked about his mistake in the enemy base. He also ended the game with a negative scoreline as carry. I think it was 5, 8, and 7. Which you wouldn't have expected with how the game played out, right?
Yeah.
And in this one, he's also really being punished by, in this instance, the Mars. Saberlight is finding a lot of openings. Now 2, 4, and 3 on that Monkey King, so need to stabilize a bit. Obviously, still a good game state for Gaming Gladiators. So I don't think they're all too worried, but you are losing a lot of momentum on that Monkey King, who was far ahead earlier on and is now, you know, I don't know if he was far ahead of the Nature's Prophet, but he was like ahead of the curve of the game. Now it feels like it's more equalized.
Yep.
He's basically same net worth as the mid Pango now.
And Tomato leading the way again. I feel like he is one of the most consistent position ones in Dota right now. Feels like he rarely has a poor performance. And a lot of that can be said because of the supporting cast of TSM creating so much space, especially when we've talked about Moonmeander so much, but Dubu, he's one of those guys that just sacrifices his life constantly in order to help out his position 1 Tomato and the rest of his team, of course.
Dubo is just a very good defensive support player, and I think that's something that TSM have identified as like the way, if they can use that player identity in their strategies, it's how you get the most value out of him. So putting him on heroes like Pugna or Abaddon has paid major dividends in their journey to get here. They're going to keep running it whenever it's good, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course, Gaming Gladiators.
Coddle as well, another hero he plays.
They lost game 1, so they need to win this in order to extend it. But if TSM come back and win, then they will be going to the upper bracket finals of the Stockholm Major against Tundra, who have, I think, probably looked the best. I thought Gaming Gladiators and Tundra both looked as the top 2 most impressive teams so far. But that game 1, a little shaky, Cinderin, in this series. So maybe Tundra are just a half step above everybody right now. But of course, there is time for these teams to prepare. This
also
is not
don't
a
want
nation series.
Also don't want to overreact on one game, right? Or like TSM are definitely showing some good fighting spirit here, but you know, they're still behind by, I would say, a decent amount. So not in the clear, but they're stabilizing, which is what they need after a terrible start. This mid tower should fall shortly. Celery will poke at it a little bit with his creep on himself, and I think Duba will just deny it now, probably.
And the tier 2 bottom is dead as well. So Gaming Gladiators losing something in place of this likely to be denied tier 2 tower in the mid lane. We'll see if they end up doing it or not. Should mention, Beastmaster has had his shard for quite a while, so he has the diving hawk thingy, which is one of the best things in the entire game for sure. And Rasta actually did pick up the shard from Roshan, so you have the Serpent Wards on Shackle. I'm surprised that they don't think the Mischief Monkey King shard is good enough to give in that case.
The Shaman one's really good.
I'm not saying it's not good. It's just typically if something's like close to being the same power level, you're gonna want to give it to your core in most cases, right? Maybe Mischief is worse than I thought. It sounds cool. Dubu getting gone on. Still has his ult available. There's the initiation from Bryle. Dubu's ult will pop though. They're focusing on the Rasta. Gets off the shield crash as well. He just gets demolished. And there's the egg with the arena combo. And TSM are going to get 3 kills at the very beginning of this fight. So it feels like they're doing it again. Of course, they cannot transition this into Roshan because it's not quite up yet. And Puck, okay, he's going to get speared on top of the Orchid. What is that initiation? Dyrachyo left to his own devices, has to pop the BKB and just TP out inside his Wukong's command. After all that, they only lose the Abaddon. Very, very cocky play from the Puck.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just so uncharacteristic from what we've seen from Gaming Gladiators this tournament. Like, they take that fight 3v5. They get jumped. Ace doesn't BKB until like 10% health, so he barely gets to play his hero that fight. He held it and I think he got Arena speared. They were just not ready. And a huge fight again for TSM and are basically back in the game. So they're starting this push, right? Tofu's in the middle of the river, gets rolled on by Pango, doesn't get to play his hero all fight, by the way. He's chain stunned and dies.
Yep.
So there goes the burst with an Ace Prophet ult. And look at Beastmaster basically in the middle of everyone walking in, getting stunned, pops BKB and dies. And that was just an absolute freebie for TSM. Gaming Gladiators also weren't together for that play, right? Puck came in late, Monkey King came in late.
Man, Saberlight has the best facial, I'm going to say facial animations.
He just has the best face.
It's not expression, it's animation because we're in the digital world now. Big fan of him. Of course, they weren't able to play with him early in the tournament since he did have COVID in his on their boot camp, so he had to kind of delay his return to this tournament. But since he's been back, they have been crushing, and it's great to see for the NA scene, of course. But, I mean, with that, TSM have come back into the game. They're down 1K when this looked unachievable, especially 2 games in a row to do this. Just absolutely insane. Waning Rift, nicely done onto 2. Gonna try to chase him potentially. Dubu still has that ult available. Bryle gets off the stun onto the Enchantress, looking for Boom. Not gonna find him. They do get the Rasta, though.
This is a clearly worse Rolling Thunder than last time, but with Shaman out of the play, I don't think Gaming Gladiators are really going to look to fight here, but they're right on top of an Obs. They see everything. TSM got to jump in.
Shield crash with the Swashbuckle. The Lincoln's applied. It's going to get procced. Looks like the buyback on to Tofu. He's going to TP back as soon as he can. And the chase is on to Celery, who's actually just going to live. See if they're able to get anything more out of this. The D-Ward battle begins. Of course, this is the fight for the third Roche, but it's not up yet. Haste Rune is going to spawn. There's the ult. Mars Arena comes out. Dyrachyo pops that BKB. Wukong's command. Several heroes inside. This could be a good fight for Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be a 1-for-1 for the supports, but Saberlight just barely limping away. Finally goes down to Boom's right click. A nice boundless strike onto Moon Meander. Gets off the dive, but doesn't create enough space to get away. Now Dyrachyo, though, nice Swashbuckle. He's going to go down. Double kill for Bryle. And the buyback onto the Mars, so Saberlight will be here soon. Ace has the BKB TP. Bryle still has his ult. Going to try to find somebody. Boom might be the target they really want, but Celery will probably be the consolation prize instead.
He has Force Staff here.
Okay, Force.
Be okay.
And he's fine. Another Rolling Thunder with not much connection for TSM.
All right,
Roshan.
Finally, Gaming Gladiators showing up to a proper fight here. This
5 seconds. Will they see him? Will they see him?
Tomato's putting treants in there. They'll know.
They know.
They know with the orb too.
Okay.
Perfect timing there from Boom.
Roche number 3. This is Refresher Shard. Monkey King dead for 40 seconds. Gaming Gladiators do have buyback on him though. Let's see if they want to expend it.
Ace has Roar again. Last fight, he threw it on a low HP
and they have the Hawk for vision, but it's going to get destroyed by the Swashbuckle, so no dive bomb. Okay. Bryle and Saberlight looking for a kill. It's buying space for Monkey King to get back in the game normally.
The
Tomato,
Orchid!
the Sprout Orchid! Will this be a kill on the Boom? Yes, it will! He does have buyback, though. And into the pit, TSM go.
He can travel into any of Beastmaster's summons here.
There's the buyback. Monkey King coming back in 3 seconds. This should be enough time for TSM to get the Roshan items. There's Bryle with the ult to ensure that he can get it. Aegis of the Immortal goes to Tomato. And they find the kill on the Enchantress. I believe they got all the items. We'll have to double check in just a moment. Refresher Shard onto Bryle, and Cheese was picked up as well. So TSM take the lead. That was a 6K net worth swing just from the Roche fight and the little skirmish before that.
And now we're approaching a game state similar to the end of the last one, where Moon Meander almost has Refresher Orb on Phoenix, level 18.
Yeah.
Mars is almost level 20. Dyrachyo gets caught again.
Okay, Mars Arena. They don't have enough damage to actually follow it up, though, so Dyrachyo's going to be fine thanks to the BKB pop. But there's a Sprout again with that leash mechanic. Nice egg from Moon Meander. They're going to be able to kill off the Rasta at the very least. Cheese is popped by Saberlight. Spears Dyrachyo away from his own Wukong's command. And there's the connection from Bryle with the Rolling Thunder. Couple more right clicks will do it, but no gets forced staff to safety. Looks like he's going to be able to get away just fine. And TSM looking to potentially reset, looking for Boom again. Oh, he gets the Sprout. Okay. The phase shift is enough for him to not get leashed. Man, that is a scary freaking spell leak. I'm not going to lie.
It really feels like Boom is paying the price for not having an Orchid counter right now on his puck.
Yeah,
like, Tomato
sure.
just has his number in these fights a lot of the time.
Oh, he actually leaped into that. That was really bad timing. I mean, there's no way you know that's happened. That's just super unlucky, I feel like, from Dyrachyo.
That wasn't really a major loss from Gaming Gladiators, though. They kind of trade evenly in that fight and buy themselves some time against the Aegis. So I don't think that was all that awful. Even though it was a good catch from Saberlight, the connecting damage wasn't there to begin with. So
yeah,
Dyrachyo did get to play the fight.
It looks like Boom is going for Octarine. So still not going for anything to count. Maybe a teammate is going for like Lotus or something. I mean, he has
Kaya Sanj, but
yeah,
it feels like.
I mean, he has Eon Disc in his quick buy as well.
Disc
but,
would be fine. Then he has that covering, right?
But he went Aether Lens first, so I assume he wants to finish Octarine. But maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe he can. Maybe he feels like he can get away with it and get both and not get caught out. You got to be really careful, though. Tomato has been on point with finding him. Whenever he orbs across the fight, Tomato just follows him with teleport and kills him. Really needs to be careful there.
TSM, smoke up. Still with the Refresher Shard. On who? Maybe not. Am I wrong? I don't see it anymore. Maybe they must have used it for
Did they
egg,
use it on
maybe?
Phoenix? Yeah, I didn't notice either.
I guess so. Either way, still have Aegis, still have Cheese. Nope, never mind. They ate the Cheese as well, so it's just Aegis. I'm paying attention.
Which makes that mid fight even better for
Yeah,
Gladiators,
that's
right?
true.
Ace.
Okay, Orchided up inside the Sprout now. It's going to be forced to BKB. There's the Rolling Thunder coming. But he's just taking too much physical damage. He actually uses Roar, but just gets right-click down shortly after. That's the gem on the deck.
Wait, he was here completely alone, right?
I guess so.
Again, just... Okay, I feel like it's easier to see this as a mistake when the team has just lost a big advantage, right? But I just feel like this is not how Gaming Gladiators have been playing in other parts of the game, whether ahead or behind in other series here. Like some uncharacteristic... That felt like he was in the middle of nowhere on Beastmaster there. And they just punish it immediately. All right, Shadow Shaman gonna find a bad and together monkey.
Forced out the borrowed time.
It's a pretty short cooldown though on that level 3 ult, only 40 seconds, so I reckon they won't be able to use that for anything really.
Tomato has the Butterfly, Assault Kuros, and is... Does he have Shadow? Yeah, he has Shadow Blade and Silver. Okay, so has the full Silver Edge at base. God, he's so farmed again. And he is 7K above the next net worth, which is Dyrachyo's Monkey King. You just have to think, without a few of those deaths, where they would be right now for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, for sure. They had the game under control, they were dominating the map, and then they started spreading it a little bit too thin, got caught, made a couple of misplays in fights with spell usage, and here we are. TSM again coming back from terrible game position, just like in game 1. I think this time the win expectancy for the Radiant was 86% minute 20.
Really?
Yeah, so very, very far ahead again. Not that you can always just take that for as gospel, but...
It is Gaben.
Yeah.
Gaben has spoken. Now, Tomato. Aegis is about to expire, so they don't really get the best value out of it. But obviously, just the fact that they've denied that Roshan to Gaming Gladiators is kind of a big deal, and that was probably the stamp of comeback, I guess you could call it, from TSM. That's not English, but we'll pretend it was. Just ignore it.
See.
Don't listen to me anymore. Orchid, forcing out the BKB. Wukong's command coming from Dyrachyo, but Tomato's already outside.
Oh, he baited all that stuff with just a Sprout?
Yeah. I mean,
BKB, Wukong's command, the whole thing, and they didn't see any other hero than Ephira, and he was just terrified of getting piled on there.
I mean, you can't blame him, though.
It's easy to say from our perspective, because we can see where the enemy heroes are, right?
Right. But based on what's happened so far this series, I can understand that reaction, right?
They're in his head a little bit, I think, and now they're using it to their advantage. In this position, if Monkey King is pushing or defending that wave, you could easily have a Hawk in the neighborhood to give him some sort of feeling of safety or protection, but he had no vision to go on whatsoever, and Tomato just baits him out.
Octarine Core on Bryle. All right.
Yep,
So
have that on both him and the puck.
61-second cooldown on Rolling Thunder. And
double damage
once
rune
he's
here.
25,
Oh,
we'll see what he
Tomato.
gets. Yeah, that's nice. Of course, no Roshan for, well, we won't know for a minute and a half. What do people usually go on Pango 25? Is it the Rolling Thunder cooldown talent? I feel like because you go Octarine, you will definitely go that this time.
Yeah, it's generally that one.
No, you're wrong.
No. The bottom is the pick rate.
Thank you for pointing that out. Bryle, okay, he gets the bash. They're focusing on Celery. There's the break, and there's the death.
In your defense, reading a graph with 2 points can be difficult. So
we'll just say NA math and be done with it, Cinderin.
I'll take that.
Bryle with the basher that we saw there. Obviously a great pickup on any Pango player. Almost guarantee a bash on a Swashbuckle. And okay, they are gonna find Tofu as well. I mean, these are just support pickoffs, but if you can find them around the time that Roche spawns, that could open up the opportunity just for a freebie.
This kill is actually pretty important because my name is not Sonderin, thank you very much, but
Sonderin.
Wow, I really lost my trail of thought.
All right,
because
I get a point.
I know.
I get a point because he spaced out and couldn't remember what he was going to say. That's old man right there.
Are you making your own rules for this?
Yeah.
So this kill on Shaman might not seem that big, but it was actually costing him his BKB. And that is an important item timing right now.
Okay.
Tofu was trying to find that in the side lane. He's very, very close. And with a BKB, he's been very unimpactful this game compared to what we usually see. He's been shut down by Pango over and over and over again. And if he can finally get himself a BKB, he can get in, get the reliable dispels off, at least bare minimum, force an aphotic shield so they can roar someone. And, you know, get the Serpent Wards placed well. I'm actually going to smoke now with a 200 gold to go for that BKB. Ooh. Not ideal timing, but
Bryle
worried
takes
about
out the
Roche.
Courier, and I think that was the Eon disc. The rest of the Eon disc in there. That's a pretty big deal. So a few minutes without that.
It's 25 on Puck, so he has the piercing coil, which means they can't BKB TP out here.
Pango
or
roll.
move on Pango, of course, which is the bigger thing.
Yeah. His ult will be up in 5 seconds because of that talent. Oh, Tomato barely out. The roar is what Ace was looking for.
Pango ult here.
Bryle, Rolling Thunder. And not sure if you're going to find anybody. Okay, Ace. Looks like he's fine. Okay, even the Mars Arena is expended.
Oh.
Man, they are whiffing on everything right now. Great movement from Gaming Gladiators being prepared for this. Now, with these ults down, I don't think they can go for Roche anymore.
I love the play from Bryle, though. He has Arcane Rune and the 25 talent. His ulti has 7-second cooldown after it ends. So he's literally using it as a scouting tool just for information. You're going to see when it runs out now. The Arcane Rune's still running, so you can use it 3 times on the same Arcane Rune. It's ready again in 5.
Oh my god.
So you might as well just throw another one while the Arcane is active.
Roche up in 50 seconds.
He might just do it now, honestly. Will he? Yeah. Let's go again, boys.
Yeah, why not?
And he goes, is he gonna find someone here? Uh-oh.
Okay, he jumps over Dyrachyo. Dubu, his ult is procced immediately. Focusing on Celery for now, but you can see Bryle not really interested in this fight. Dyrachyo. Okay. It's gonna go on to Moonmeander, but there is the egg with the Sunray. Dyrachyo inside the pit will use the Wukong's command, but I don't think TSM even were interested in going on that to begin with. Rolling Thunder now coming, knowing that the rest of Gaming Gladiators will have to back up, and a nice coil! Beautifully done. Will he be able to kill the Pangolier? It's very close. He's still leashed. Finally goes down, buys back into the game, but now the focus on to Saberlight. 2 dead in the blink of an eye, and TSM are losing everybody. We'll have to buy back en masse. Dyrachyo did fall, so the 1 death for Gaming Gladiators, a pretty important one, as now they're focusing onto Tomato. Bryle gets the nice bash into the shield crash. Tomato inside of his own Sprout, trying to stay alive, and doing better than that. He's getting a triple kill, Cinderin. Boom, inside the arena now. Saberlight cancels that TP. Bryle, he's just in Rolling Thunder. It feels like a bug that he's just constantly rolling all over the map, and Roshan is up with Aghanim Scepter.
Bryle was not accounting for the puck 25 talent there at all, the way he played that. Just rolled straight into that trap. They felt very confident because that Monkey King ult was kind of wasted, but the puck was ready, and they found what was looking to be a pretty good fight here for Gaming Gladiators, but just the buybacks and reconnecting into the fight there. And they kept Tomato alive, and also they baited. This was a fight of baits all over, actually. So they start chasing Tomato after this fight goes so well for them, and they hold the buyback so long until they approach the outpost. That's when Mars buys back as well, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. There it is. So there's the Mars buyback as well. And the other heroes have already bought back previously, so they've connected, and the Mars buyback does result in that final puck kill as well. And now we're down mid-racks.
Indeed. Into the base we go. Tier 3 tower. Getting very low. Puck does have buyback. Down for a minute. We'll probably have to use it if Gaming Gladiators want to try and defend. Rolling Thunder again from Bryle, who has Aghanim Scepter thanks to Roshan. Using it to full effect, and a couple levels away from getting the talent as well, which is going to be super scary. They take the full rack in the mid lane, and now they're just going to continue on. They'll probably assume that Puck does not have buyback, even though he does. There it is. And that will be TSM trying to back away. But the roar onto Bryle. Okay, the Mars Arena comes out inside the coil, though. Bryle gets off the Rolling Thunder again. Trying to find a kill, will do so. But they lose the Monkey King. Dyrachyo's dead with no buyback. 2 minutes. Dunzo, Aegis, and Cheese still intact for TSM. No end in sight for them. 22k net worth lead. And this is minimum second racks, probably game. We'll see if they try to reset with this Aegis and whatnot. Doesn't look like it. Saberlight. All right, they're going to be able to find Celery with very little expended, in fact. But not much needed. Now it's 5 versus 3, 6v3 if you want to count the Aegis. And the throne push continues for TSM, focusing on the tier 4 towers now. 1 is down. Eventually, 1 will be down. Bryle swashbuckles in. Phoenix still has the refresher with Egg if they really want to try to fight this. Spear into the Rebuke. That is an easy kill onto the Rasta. Buys back into the game. Another Rolling Thunder from Bryle. Inside that Sprout as well. They are just perpetually locking down Ace on the Beastmaster, and TSM have somehow come back in 2 games in a row, and they are in the upper bracket finals against Tundra.
Damn, that's really impressive stuff, you know. There's always 2 sides to the story. TSM with an amazing comeback, and Gaming Gladiators both games looking like, you know, looking like the better team.
Why Saberlight has all these awkward interactions with his team at the end of the game. I love it. This guy's awesome.
My God, that's got to feel so good. You probably knew in both games that things were looking bad, but both games, they managed to claw their way back.
Yeah.
And a lot of it in this game as well. They find so many opportunities on the Monkey King. I think some of them just clutch, outplaced by TSM, but also Dyrachyo, not his best showing today, unfortunately. Has 1 or 2 really good fights in this game, but also a couple of pretty major mistakes where he gets caught out. I think using his BKB a little bit late sometimes, but it's a really difficult judgment call to make based on vision, right? In a lot of these situations, so hats off to TSM though, really impressive stuff. I did not believe they were going to come back in this game. Like, with how that looked 10 minutes in, that was a really, really rough start. but they weather the storm. They find the right moments of opportunity, and they capitalize. Honestly, they punished mistakes super well this game. Like they
13-1 from Tomato. 2 games in a row on Nature's Prophet, and he was disgusting this series. But I have to say, Bryle Pango, he missed a couple of those early Rolling Thunders. You're talking about he's not really impacting the game as much as you usually see, but he came back with a vengeance, 11, 2, and 21 assists. TSM are the real deal. They've secured themselves top 3 with Tundra. But of course, Gaming Gladiators are not done. They go to the lower bracket and await who they will actually end up playing against. In the next few days, we'll find out. But with that, let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about the second comeback in a row for TSM. I cannot wait for Moon to get interviewed. If it's somebody else, just cancel the stream. Let's see what Pyrian has to say.
Thank you, guys. I think that's a good call. We're going to take a break, catch our breath. You do the same. We'll be back to look at the game in a bit.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
You know what happens to you if you go through with this. I have everything I need to have you court-martialed and dishonorably discharged.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
What are you gonna do?
Here they come! Look in the air! Look in the air!
I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'm a shine. You could get
There it is. Nighttime falls on Stockholm, and we are just a couple of days away from the start of the grand finals taking place in the arena. So that's the end of the studio stuff. And tomorrow we've got tomorrow off, some of us. And then we're into the arena on Friday. I couldn't be more excited. Chaps, TSM looking like a team to keep an eye on in the grand final. Can you imagine the crowd going nuts at that comeback? Double comeback.
With the games that they play where it's like they're down and then they find these comebacks or these small moments, the arena's going to love it. So
They're gonna love it. Woo! Yeah. Moon Meander popping off again.
Can we just skip to the Moon Meander interview?
Yeah, is he ready?
I just gotta see this, dude. I can't wait.
All right, he's standing by with, I believe, Slacks. Might be Tsunami. I think it's Slacks. We're going to go talk to Moon Meander anyway with the post-game interview. Take it away.
No. You don't get him that easy. Moon only makes critical appearances, maybe for grand finals, maybe for the best of 5, then we can take it. But I got my boy Saberlight instead. Saberlight. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. North America, you are carrying the torch. You took down Liquid 2-0 in the group stage. You're taking down Gaming Gladiators 2-0. Next up is Tundra. All these Europeans, do they mean anything to you at this point?
Not really. They just they die like flies, Boop, boop, boop. Slap after slap, they 2-0 after 2-0. It's like, I feel kind of bad, honestly, because I'm also EU, so it's like kind of betraying my own region, but I kind of have to do it for NA, They need a bit of help. But I think Tundra is going to be interesting. I think they looked really good, so hopefully we'll be able to slap them 2-0 as well.
So then when the tournament began, were there any teams that you were considering to be the favorites, or like these are the guys that we're going to really have to focus on?
We're scrimming before the tournament, right? And I think we won most of our scrims, and I think one team that we're like consistently losing against was Tundra. So I think it was just mainly them. I think we're kind of feeling comfortable about versus everybody else.
Okay, and then you're gonna actually have 2 days off now. How do you guys have you been feeling about momentum versus taking a break? You think that like over the course of this tournament, you guys are getting stronger and stronger and stronger?
Yeah, I think today we played insanely good. Like this game, there's no way we should win it, but I think just everybody was making plays after plays. Bra was stealing ages, Timato carrying as always. I had some very pre-gay spears, so that was nice. But yeah, I think the momentum is for sure on our side. So this break, it's nice, we're gonna chill, watch some games, go to sauna, but I would just much rather just play tomorrow and keep it rolling.
And then you say this game you shouldn't have won. What about game 1? You think that you guys had game 1 in the bag the whole time?
Game 1 was mainly on me. I think I got a bit too excited because in our team it works as if like I'm the head of the spear, right? I'm pushing my team forward. When we win a fight, I'm like, can we end the game, guys? And so without me, as you could see, like when they had Quinn here and I'm not here, they kind of just AFK, they all farm, No one is pushing them forward. But with me, I'm pushing them forward. But sometimes I do it way too much, so they need to like pull me back. So this game 1, I think I was just pushing it too hard. I was just like jumping in their base, and I had like few bad deaths. But luckily we won. And then this game 2, I calmed down a bit, just went for the, for the 100% place for my epic spears in the arena, That's all I needed to do.
Look good. And then who on your team is in charge of pulling you back? Because I know it's you have a variety of personalities on this team, and I'm curious which one is the one that is like, you gotta chill a little bit, Saber.
So Moon is usually like fueling it as well. He's also pushing forward. But like, for example, game 1, I think it was after I died to the Monkey King top lane. Timaro is like, guys, we need to chill. Like, stop going for these big plays. I was like, yeah, you're right. I'm chilling. And then luckily they jumped in our base, so we got a free fight. But that was nice.
Nice. And then let's look a little bit ahead to the future. Don't want you to get your ego too big. But if you did make it to grand finals, who would you like to face?
I think Gaming Gladiators again, mainly because Boom is there, that's my fellow Czech boy, and also because then it would be an easy trio, so that would be nice.
Right on. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Saberlight, thank you so much taking the time to speak to me, and we'll send it back. Now, yeah. You want? We'll do a little. Yeah, let's go. We'll send it back to the panel.
Well, he seems happy.
He's
anyway.
awesome. He's awesome.
I like he called himself like head of the spear and playing Mars 2 games in a row.
That's a nice way of putting it as well.
Yeah, they're gonna ban Mars. That's just to get him to ban Mars.
Just play Night Stalker. You can do the same thing. Without a spear, with a fist, no? Sorry, back to you guys.
I thought that was a tremendous.
It's a great
two-game
hero.
series.
I like that more. What are you saying?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're going to move on. I thought that was a really good series of games. I love a good comeback.
Yeah.
The second game, what I thought was really interesting, guys, we're having furniture trouble, T? No?
No,
You can get in that little cupboard.
I
if
turned
you
my
want to
back
stay in
on
there.
him.
Okay.
No, I wasn't making a spear joke. I was just
here we are.
Replay. Cut the replay, for God's sake.
Look at that. Yeah, this fight was so important. Brawl surviving at super low HP. And, like, they just kept focusing him. They hexed him. They were monkey kick stunning him. They were using all of their spells, and he survived at low HP. And then in the river, this is the perfect place to roll.
And then Boom comes in, lands like 4-man silence. I think that's gonna happen like right now.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
It gets silenced instantly.
Yeah, this
and
Orchid.
he just dies because he does not have a defensive item. Like throughout the whole game, he did not have like a single way of dispelling things. No BKB, no Yule Scepter. He bought Eon Disc in the end. His courier dies, so very, very difficult for him. I think we also got to give credit to Saberlight because he had a little bit of a rough time, and then landing spears into arena. It takes a lot of balls to just go in and do that in a game
That's
like
insane.
this.
Yeah, that's a really hard one to hit. Like, I remember people were actually going Ether Lens so that they could hit that more consistently because it's like very, I don't want to say frame perfect, but it's like
the ping is good here.
The ping
they have
is good
very
here.
small ping, so they can rely
Sure,
on
you can test it out in demo mode, see how many times out of 10 you can do it.
Yeah, go test it. It's hard. It's not an easy one.
So, what? Oh, here's another replay.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that was. I mean, that's insane. Oh, like on a puck of all heroes too. A hero that one of the most mobile heroes in the entire game.
The reason why he's doing it is because if he starts arena then spears,
the puck is
I'm just going to face
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So
you have no choice but to
Exactly.
do that on a puck, and he actually lands it in a game in a series where they have 2 comebacks.
Yeah.
It's just wild.
So do you think the reason that, like you said, he had a rough time early on and then came back, do you think having those teammates around you like Moon, who are going to like drive you on a shout, he may be, as he said, the point of the spear and driving the team forward, but it is all about being vocal for each other, isn't
I
it?
think it's the entire crew clearly together because he also mentioned Tomato in there, and this is the type of game for Tomato. He's going 13-1-19. The value of his Orchid always being in the right time to punish the overaggression of Puck. So if if the Mars doesn't connect, if Saberlight doesn't connect on this initiation, Tomato's behind him. Guys, I've already got your back. So I think they are just like complementing each other really nicely.
There's a reason for that.
Exactly. So these games that are kind of being lost are just like potential comebacks at any minute.
Bro, this is the only team in NA that has stayed the same since their inception. Like, since the inception of DPC. This was Team Undying. They had a chance after TI to pick up whatever players they wanted to because they had a great performance. They could have taken anybody, and Moon said that he went through the list of players that were available, which is everybody after TI, and he could not see a reason that he would want to replace any single one of his players. We can see it there because they're never going to give up. They have the synergy. These guys are a family, bro. And it's so obvious in their play, and I'm proud of them for doing that because that's not all these teams.
Yeah, this is Fast and Furious all over again. It's all about the family.
Exactly. Except without the space.
Let's have a look at the results for today in the updated sort of bracket, if you like. Not so much standings because we're out of the group stage now, and we're into the final sort of few rounds.
This is a juicy bracket right here. This is nice.
The fact that we get Tundra versus TSM in the upper bracket final as well. We get EU versus NA.
Yeah.
I love the fact that we have different regions there. And in the bottom side, we've still got representation from all the regions, right? South America, Eastern Europe, SEA, South America.
Yep.
So there's still a chance that we're going to have 3 regions making it to the top 3, which is an incredible thing to see.
By the way, whoever's doing the graphics, love the stealth update to put TSM in there. Very nice. I noticed it.
Yeah, no.
I noticed it. Very cool. We could end up with Beast Coast versus Thunder Awaken, of course, which would be pretty hype.
Honestly, I'm down for that timeline. 2 SA teams, top 4, one of them getting into top 3, and then potentially fighting to get to that final. I'm down for that storyline. They have played some incredible Dota as well.
No matter what happens at this tournament, I think South America showed that they are up there with every single region pretty much. There's so much talent in that region, and finally they have like another team that can pair up with any team in the world.
At what point do we ask for the 3 slots for NA and SA? Do they have to win this major? Do we need to get more of them further down the line? Or do we just wait until the 3rd tour? Jenkins?
Can I just state very quickly, we don't ask for those slots.
No, to be
Okay,
clear,
just to stop any tweets.
Yeah, T-Gov. what
We
the hell?
have no control
Sorry.
over any of this.
Where's the slots at?
I'm
Come on, get
on
up
it now.
Let's go. Give me the slots.
I mean, we do start the game as casters. We do pause the games. We control everything, so we can also determine the number of slots.
Absolutely, it's all on
Not-
us. What is also on us is taking a day off, and tomorrow is indeed going to be a day off for all of us, and there won't be games until Friday. But that is when the arena opens, and that was when it gets even more exciting. Here is the schedule for Friday. We have Beast Coast against Bet Boom. We have OG against Fnatic, and Game Gladiators versus
The winner
of
Beast Coast Bet Boom.
Beast Coast Bet Boom. Thank you, T.
No worries, mate.
So that's what you have to look forward to. Game start at 12, obviously, and that is the lower playoffs, rounds 1 and 2, and then the quarterfinals. Very exciting stuff. Some great series there, and the worst part is, honestly, at this point, I hate seeing teams go home anyway, but seeing them get into the arena and then going home, that seems to hurt even more. But some of them seem like, at least I made it to the arena. That seems to be quite a big feature.
So many years since we've had like the live crowd, and for some of these players, it's their first time like gaming Gladiators. Some of the players haven't even competed long enough to even have a crowd. And the fact that our lower bracket, I don't think there's a single team that you're looking at going, yeah, they're the team that's going to make the run. There are 2 or 3 teams that equally could easily make it.
Yeah.
So I just want to get to the arena. I want to hear the fans, and I want to see some of these like underdog stories really come into play.
Yeah, it's going to be make or break for quite a few teams as well, playing in that sort of environment for the first time.
Yeah, and I think it's also cool that when you look at all of the teams, not only could most of them make it to the grand finals, also they all run completely different metas. Like there's a few heroes here or there, obviously, that are, you know, teams are
staples,
staples, but for the most part, they all have their own idea of the game. And sometimes in a tournament like this, like by the end, you see maybe in the grand finals, there's a meta.
My idea was the best in the end, huh?
Yeah.
What's your idea?
What's my idea? My idea is that we're going to have a lot of fun once we go into the arena, because it's going to be amazing.
You were right about that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
He's right about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we're going to say goodbye for today. And of course, we'll be back on Friday. Join us then. This has been the ESL 1 Stockholm Major, powered by Intel. See you soon.
So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so rise and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time, but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 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 Write a sign, it makes my day. Day by day I choose to see. Sea of scum or sea of glee. Gleeful is the better way. Wait no more and be on time. Time for killing up your fear. Fear not, don't you feel astray. Straight ahead, don't be a fool. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Ooh. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Take your time, hey, don't be a fool. Stay alive and keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice.
Having any fun yet?
Icy boy, icy boy.